Chapter 1. The Cataclysm. I.O. girl, a frail, aged voice wafted through the wall. Yunwan pressed her forehead in a wry smile. She had only been transmigrated for less than half an hour and was already in a state of disarray. She soon realized that the original owner's elderly mother might be giving birth. At nearly 60, she could almost be a grandmother herself. It was absurd, like attempting to play a second tune on a single-stringed instrument. She touched the rag tied around her forehead, feeling the dried blood that had congealed. A lingering dizziness weighed upon her, likely a result of excessive blood loss. Another broken groan echoed from beyond the wall. Sighing, Yunwan dragged her weary legs to investigate. The door, made of several wooden planks haphazardly joined together, creaked open, causing a few tufts of straw that had been blocking it to tumble to the ground. Yunwan pushed the door open and stepped inside. The earthen room was shrouded in darkness, with not a single ray of the dying daylight penetrating its confines. The floor was uneven and pockmarked. Cautiously, Yunwan tiptoed towards the sound of the woman's labored breathing. I.O. the woman's voice called out again that I am here. Just as Yunwan reached the bedside, a rough hand, as gnarled as a withered tree, seized her firmly. Startled, she quickly patted her racing heart. In this entirely unfamiliar world, the panic she felt overshadowed any joy from her rebirth. Where is your father? I can't bear this pain any longer, ugh. The elder woman gasped for breath, her grip tightening painfully. Yunwan winced, recognizing that this was the onset of labor. At her age, it was worrisome to think of the potential risks involved. She mentally chastised herself for harboring such thoughts. Please hold on, where's the candle? She asked, attempting to free her wrist from the woman's grasp, but it was held fast, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. The elder, grimacing in agony, could only utter sounds of distress. Realizing the urgency, Yunwan pried the woman's fingers apart with determination. She groped around the bedside and found a piece of iron and a rough stone. Outside, twilight had yet to fully descend. Yunwan rushed out with the iron piece, which was about the size of her palm, wrapping one end in cloth. Inside the cloth was something that smelled distinctly of mugwort. There was also a small, worn stone. Surely she wasn't expected to strike fire with this? Just then, a crescendo of pained cries from within interrupted her thoughts. Putting away the iron fragment, she recalled her memories and turned towards the corner where the kitchen was located. The kitchen was drafty, yet a few glimmers of light could be seen. She gathered some twigs and a handful of pine needles and hurried back to the elder's room. The interior was barren. Without hesitation, she decided to start fire. She placed the mugwort fluff on the stone, striking it with the iron piece. In no time, sparks flew. While marveling at the ingenuity of ancient methods, she quickly tossed the ignited fluff into the pine needles and kindling. The fire roared to life. The elder's piercing scream followed suit. The confined space, dense and dark, caused the flames to leap higher. Yunwan caught sight of the sweat-drenched, contorted figure of the elderly woman on the bed. Then, she encountered a sight she had never before witnessed in her Lithia bluish mass. Still encased in the afterbirth, in a moment of bewilderment, she witnessed Mother grasp the dried, darkened umbilical cord that had been pulled out. With her thick, hard, brown nails, she swiftly severed the cord. Startled, she nearly dropped the weapon in her hand. Goodness. She was momentarily disoriented by the whirlwind of events, her trembling hands moving forward to tear open the infant's amniotic sac. In her childhood, the family's large wolf dog would lick this membrane open when giving birth. By common sense, it was time to unveil this layer. Upon doing so, the little one's ashen face gradually softened in hue, though his lips remained tightly sealed. Tentatively, she reached out to check. Thankfully, he was breathing. She glanced at the extraordinarily unattractive, soft, almost boneless little boy. Hesitating, she dared not lift him, fearing he might fall apart. Instead, she gently patted his tiny bottom, while a faint whimper finally escaped him. She quickly wrapped him in the bundle she had set aside, though her unfamiliarity made the swaddling rather loose. Upon checking, she realized the little fellow had slipped down. Hastily, she extended a few fingers to lift him back up. Then, carefully, she placed him in the crook of Mother's arm, tucking the blanket around him. Mother's gaze was unfocused, her eyes clouded with a milky film. Her gray hair was matted with sweat, clinging to her cheeks. With trembling hands, She reached for the child in her embrace, sighing, such a misfortune indeed. Young Wan felt too weary to voice her thoughts. Yes, mother was barely holding on, the infant's mouth tightly shut. The thin layer of wrapping around him was fortunate, given that the weather was warm. Otherwise, having just emerged from the realm of angels, he would soon find himself at the gates of the underworld. Little girl. At that moment, Yes, father finally staggered back. His cheeks were gaunt, his eyes sunken, and his gaze somewhat hazy. The folds around his lips drooped, and his hair had turned completely gray. His face was dotted with age spots, a visage that mirrored Yes' mother's plight. His attire was drab and patched in several places that eye in the flickering firelight. The skeletal figure of Yes' father appeared somewhat fearsome, devoid of the warmth and kindness that might have characterized his former self. He resembled a cruel buyer who had sold himself into poverty in the depths of the mountains, causing young Wan's heart to race with fear. Supporting himself with a wooden stick in one hand, he carried a tattered cloth bag in the other. Young Wan caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a block of brown sugar within. Is she born? In the next instant, he fixated on Yes' mother and the small bundle on the bed. A trace of anguish flickered in his eyes, the bitterness at the corners of his mouth deepening the lines on his face. Observing the old man swaying in the firelight, young Wan shook her head and sighed. With such disheveled hair and nearly all his teeth gone, how could he still father children? Truly, life endures. Without uttering a word, she stepped forward to accept the piece of brown sugar from Yes' father's hand and quickly made her way outside. Turning towards the kitchen, she glanced back to see that he had not followed. Only then did she retrieve her weapon and ignite a torch. Alas, we are destitute. The kitchen contained merely a pot with a missing edge and a mud-constructed stove. Beside it lay a wooden bucket and ladle, along with a stack of firewood. The walls were blackened by smoke, obscuring any hint of their earthen color. The walls were chiseled to accommodate a few wooden slats, upon which hung several dusty burlap sacks. The kitchen was so small that it could barely fit two people turning around. She approached the corner, touched the fabric bag, and peeled one off. Reaching inside, she grasped a handful of coarse grains brown rice, wheat, interspersed with a scant few grains of white rice, all of which were hulled. This small bag, seemingly weighing little, was likely the family's finest sustenance. She picked up a wooden ladle and scooped half a ladle of water. Grabbing 2 handfuls of mixed grains, she washed them haphazardly and tossed them into the pot. It was time to light a fire and cook porridge. Mother, you needed to replenish her strength urgently, especially with the hungry child waiting to be fed. She wondered if Mother, you had enough milk for the baby. As steam rose from the pot, her hand paused, contemplating the sugar. Surveying the surroundings, she noted the absence of oil and salt, fearing this was perhaps the only flavorful item in the household. She scrutinized a palm-sized piece of red sugar, cautious not to add too much. She promptly fetched a kitchen knife, chopped off a small piece, and tossed it into the pot. At that moment, her limping father walked in. Little girl, he said, hey, prepare a bowl of red sugar water for the little one to drink. That child is starving and might faint. Father Yes' face was etched with anxiety. Having a child late in life in a financially struggling family was a grave concern. Once, due to war and famine, their ancestors had perished, and in his generation, he was the last remaining sprout. He had always held the belief that a large family meant strength, and that procreation would ensure future utility. However, given the current circumstances, he questioned whether the newborn could even survive. All right, hand me the bowl, young Wan said, skimming the floating husks and cane residue, carefully ladling a small bowl of sugar water for Father Yu. She added another bowl of water to the pot to continue simmering. Add a bit more sugar, you should drink some too, Father Yu remarked, holding the bowl with his injured leg, glancing back at her. Chapter 2. The initial gift. Sensing the elder's kindness, Yunwan gently nodded. In her peripheral vision, she saw her father, Yu, stooped like a candle flickering in the wind. After he left, she touched her forehead, realizing that in her flurry of activity, she had forgotten that she was also an ailing patient. Ding! The initial gift package includes 1 medical kit, 1 ancient-style windproof lighter, 10 cans of goat milk powder, 30 eggs, 5 bags each of ice and brown sugar, 50 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of flour, 2 barrels of vegetable and animal oil, 5 bags of refined salt, 2 bottles each of soy sauce and vinegar, and 2 meat buns. A mechanical doll-like voice echoed in her mind. Yunwan was taken aback for a few seconds before it dawned on her that this was a blessing from the heavens. She quickly wiped her hands and reverently clasped them together, expressing gratitude for the window of opportunity bestowed upon her. Following this, a game-like interface materialized in her mind. She tentatively moved her fingers, and a corresponding animated finger appeared on the screen. Without a second thought, she directly tapped to open the gift box. The gifts and the medical kit floated gently into a square space. She reached out to touch the medical kit, which immediately opened. Inside were common supplies for treating injuries, including band-aids and medicated plasters, along with various medical tools such as bandages, tweezers, forceps, and a small surgical knife. The bandages proved to be quite useful. The tweezers were indeed suitable for removing blackheads. Was she expected to become a clinical doctor with these intricate medical instruments? She certainly did not possess that aptitude. Next came the medicines. Cold and fever remedies, sterilizers, everything was complete. There was also a bottle of hemostatic powder and a spray for wound healing. Additionally, there were 2 boxes of health supplements, 1 box of Ajiao in a tin, and 1 box of astragalus oral solution. At the top corner of the screen was a section resembling a search engine. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she clicked on it. Typing in blood replenishment, the page instantly responded. A series of subtitles appeared, strikingly similar to another search engine, leaving her astounded. Was this the legendary golden finger? In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate herself before this golden finger in gratitude. Just then, the mechanical voice resounded again. Items have been distributed. Wishing the host a smooth survival. Until we meet again. What did that mean? Until we meet again? Was that it? Yunwan was still reeling from her joy when she was abruptly struck by the reality of her situation. Had she been given an airdrop of supplies to survive in a dire situation? She stood there dazed. After a moment, the golden finger fell silent. Finally, she accepted the reality. With a heart full of gratitude, she murmured, "May the compassionate Buddha bless me, and thank you, Avalokitesvara, for your aid." She mentally recited the names of the deities in her household. Once done, she rummaged through the space to find the wound-healing spray. With a flick of her finger, the bottle appeared in her hand. Seizing the moment, she quickly removed the cloth from her forehead. The dried blood clung painfully to her skin. So she scooped up a bit of water and dabbed it onto the dried blood to moisten it, alleviating some of the pain. As she peeled away the cloth stained with dark blood, she discovered a clump of cotton-like material stuck to it. Could this possibly be a spider's nest? She never expected this home remedy for bleeding would also be found here. She recalled a childhood incident when, while playing house, she accidentally chopped off part of her fingernail with an axe. Milk was used to apply to the wound, stemming the bleeding. She set the cloth aside and sprayed a few doses of healing medicine onto the injury. As the medicine was applied, a wave of refreshing coolness enveloped her forehead. Indeed, it was an exceptional remedy, a treasure of ancient times. Once finished, she tossed the empty spray can behind her, where it promptly returned to its original place. Curious, she wondered if other items could be placed into the space and tossed the previously used bloodied cloth. However, it merely fell quietly behind her. It seemed that only items emerging from the space could be thrown back in, which was somewhat of a disappointment. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of gratitude. With these supplies, she could survive for a while longer. She retrieved some donkey hide gelatin from her space, tore it open, and popped a third of it into her mouth to chew. After some contemplation, she took a bowl from the stove and poured in some astragalus granules. With a swift motion, she tossed the empty medicine packet into the fire. After checking that the porridge was nearly ready, she let it cool slightly before ladling a bowl of it mixed with the astragalus liquid. Though uncertain of how much the efficacy of the medicine would diminish, any benefit was better than none. When she brought the porridge to her mother, she found her mother utterly exhausted and in a deep slumber. Her father was half sitting on the edge of the bed, cradling the little one. Upon seeing her enter with the porridge, he shifted aside, revealing a smile that was more sorrowful than cheerful. "Your mother is asleep. You should drink the porridge instead." This simply would not do. At her mother's age, giving birth required utmost care. "I've already had some. Please wake mother to drink a bit." Her tone was somewhat awkward, as she had been raised by her grandparents and had never called her parents by name. She set the bowl on the cabinet and gently patted her mother. who was sleeping against the wall. Cough. What's wrong? Her mother's voice was hoarse as she turned her head slightly. Catching a whiff of the sweet aroma, she licked her lips and reached out to the side of her body. Her father spoke up, letting her know he was holding the child. Hearing this, her mother pressed her lips tightly together, hesitating. Without milk and with insufficient food at home, this child would surely struggle. Noticing the emotions on her mother's face, she let out a slight sigh. Approaching the bedside, she helped her mother sit up. You must drink the porridge before going back to sleep. Her mother turned her gaze towards the direction of her voice. But the words of refusal never escaped her lips, for by then, the porridge had already been brought to her mouth. The well-used wooden spoon had become slightly warped and was somewhat uncomfortable, yet her mother felt no discomfort. It was only when the thick, sweet porridge melted in her mouth that she began to panic, waving her hands. Little girl, you drink it. Mother will be able to get out of bed tomorrow. This porridge contains sugar, a precious commodity that should be saved for the child. Moreover, she was acutely aware of how much food was left at home. Today, her husband had taken the remaining grain to exchange for sugar. After this meal, what would they do for the next? In truth, this porridge was not particularly thick. Yet for her mother, such a concoction felt quite luxurious. I've had my fill. Tomorrow I will go into the woods to see if there are other edibles. This season, wild vegetables are abundant, so missing this meal won't be a significant loss. She comforted her mother verbally, though internally she felt a flutter of anxiety. Though she had grown up in the countryside and had some knowledge of wild vegetables and farming, her memories of foraging alongside her grandmother were a distant recollection from her youth. After enduring years of toil in the city, I have long become unaccustomed to hard work. No, tomorrow you shall stay at home with your mother and younger brother while I seek out Father Yu. Father Yu, hunched over on a grass stool, allowed a heavy sigh. His gaze fell upon the scar on Yongwan's forehead, and his eyes were filled with remorse. Yes, let your father go. Here, you should drink this porridge first. It is imperative that you regain your strength. This time, Mother Yu did not refuse. Sipping at the bowl of porridge with a mix of anxiety and satisfaction, her eyes narrowing in contentment. The remainder was reserved for the child. Let father have it. The little brother is still too small and should have some sweetened water. Perhaps, in their eyes, this was the finest nourishment they could offer their child. Yet now, Yongwan held on to goat milk powder, unwilling to deprive the young one of better provisions. Having ensured Mother Yu was settled, she glanced at the little one nestled in Father Yu's arms. Although his complexion had improved significantly, the thin, sugary water provided little in terms of nourishment, and he continued to whimper softly. In a concealed moment, Father Yu wiped at the corner of his eye. Yongwan caught sight of this, her heart heavy with sorrow. The hardships of the poor seemed to form a closed loop. The most pressing concern for herself and this family was simply to have enough to eat. Chapter 3. Establishing a Life. After placing the bowl back in the kitchen, she returned to the room and took the little one in her arms. Father, why not give the little brother a name? Let us call him Dog Wang. A humble name is easy to raise. Yongwan replied, Very well. Let Dog Wang sleep in my room. You should rest now. Besides, Mother Yu had no milk, and the bed in this room was too limited for the two elders to move comfortably. More importantly, being in a new and unfamiliar environment made her somewhat uneasy. Having a companion would be comforting. Father Yu glanced at the child in his arms, and then at the injury on Yongwan's forehead. You are still injured. It's much better now. It's nothing serious. Seeing her spirits had indeed improved, and the wound on her head had started to scab, he nodded in agreement. All right then, if he gets hungry at midnight, just call for me, and I'll get up to prepare some sweet water for him. Understood. There is still porridge in the pot. You should eat some as well. Yongwan took the child, and didn't he concern herself with whether Father Yu had gone to eat the porridge. Cradling the child, she made her way to her own room. She had never cared for a baby before, especially one so small. However, she had always enjoyed raising puppies since childhood, having cared for several. The process should be somewhat similar, right? Perhaps out of affection for small creatures, she felt inexplicably tender towards this newborn. Oh dear, little Dog Wang. Wang Yongwan could not help but laugh aloud, for she had heard even more ridiculous names, like Dungstone. The little one curled his delicate fingers, snuffling softly as he sought a comfortable position in her embrace. Yongwan chuckled quietly. Your sister hasn't even grown yet. Sitting back on the straw mat, she rummaged through a bamboo box in the room, finding 2 patched garments to wrap around the child, gently placing him on the bed. She pulled the quilt over him, not fearing that the weight would harm the infant. The quilt was merely a thin layer of hemp fabric stuffed with straw. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she took out a lighter from her pocket. With a flick, a faint flame flickered to life. Outside, the leaves rustled, and a chorus of night insects sang, creating an eerie atmosphere. Yonwan felt a twinge of fear, especially towards the door. Closed, yet it felt as though it were wide open. A candle would be a comfort at this moment. Reclining on her bed, her stomach began to rumble. She gently caressed her belly, recalling the 2 succulent meat buns in her space. Without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved one. It was astonishingly large, akin to a steamed bun, and still warm. Clearly, the space maintained its temperature. With eagerness, she took a substantial bite. Delightful. It was indeed a savory pork bun. The rich aroma of meat enveloped her senses, and with one bite, her stomach felt considerably more at ease. Remembering that Oldu might not have eaten, she scratched her head and thought, it wouldn't be proper to offer him this bun, for it would surely startle the old man. Thus, with a tinge of guilt, she finished the bun. Unable to resist, she sniffed her fingers. Oh, how fragrant! The little one seemed to catch a whiff of the aroma, beginning to murmur softly. Lost in her reverie, she suddenly recalled the small child beside her and leaned over to gaze at him. In the dim glow of the lighter, the infant appeared tiny, his face crinkled like that of a little old man. He seemed to be sleeping fitfully, occasionally emitting soft cries. She peered into her space and was astonished to find 10 boxes of powdered goat milk, each box containing 4 tubs. 40 tubs in total, surely enough to nourish him. The last 2 boxes even included 2 bottles. She was overjoyed. Though this situation appeared challenging, it was not insurmountable. With a swift motion, she rolled out of bed, moving quietly to the door to listen. After a moment of silence, she surmised that the 2 elders had retired for the night. She opened the door and proceeded directly to the kitchen. The porridge remained untouched, still half a bowl left. Oldu had not eaten. With a sigh, she ladled the porridge into a bowl and set about boiling water. Following the instructions, she placed the boiling water in a bucket to cool, then prepared about 60 milliliters of formula. Upon returning to her room, she found the little one whining again. Quickly, she scooped him up and placed the bottle directly at his lips. The little one's nose was keen, and upon smelling the milk, he latched onto the bottle, eagerly sucking away. The sounds of his gulping resonated loudly in the stillness of the night. In no time, he had consumed an entire bottle. What a hearty appetite! A sense of accomplishment washed over her as she smiled and tossed the empty bottle into her space. The little one's face was one of pure satisfaction. His tiny mouth pursed. She gently patted him, and perhaps due to his full belly, he soon fell into a deep slumber. After placing him down and tucking him in, she retrieved a bottle of medicine from her space, sprayed it haphazardly on her head, tossed the bottle away, and collapsed in a bed. She, too, was utterly exhausted. A dreamless night passed. The following day, as dawn broke softly, the little one began to cry. Stretching out her hand, she felt him, and moments later, woke from her drowsiness. Having traversed through time, she still contemplated setting an alarm. With her hair tousled, she picked up the child to soothe him. But his cries only grew louder. After a flurry of movement next door, Oldu knocked on her door. Yaonyo, bring Wang the dog out. Uncertain if the child was hungry, she planned to figure out a way to feed him later. Unable to calm him down, she had no choice but to hand him over to Oldu. Father, I will go heat the porridge, she said as she passed the little one to him. The father has prepared the meal. You should hurry to eat. You looked at the child in her arms, noticing the good complexion, but upon touching below, she found it was completely wet, an indication of a soiled diaper. However, Yunwan headed straight to the kitchen, observing the pot filled with a thin broth. Devoid of any visible color, she pursed her lips, suspecting it was merely last night's leftover porridge diluted with water. She ladled a bowl, finding it not too hot, and added a dose of astragalus granules she had taken from her supplies, knowing from the instructions that it was specifically for replenishing energy, perfect for postpartum recovery. It would be best to encourage U.S. mother to drink it several times. Little Jean was quite considerate, ensuring even the youngest had their needs met. She stirred the concoction with a wooden spoon and carried the bowl to U.S. Mother's room. Seated on the bed, U.S. Mother cradled the child, her face a portrait of unspoken sorrow, her wrinkled hands gently patting the infant. "Mother, please drink the porridge," she urged, placing the bowl at the bedside. Then gently taking the baby from U.S. Mother. She noticed U.S. Father exiting with a piece of cloth stained with dark brown secretions. A pungent aroma filled the air, and she held her breath, realizing the child had soiled himself. Curiously, she touched the dog's small rear, discovering another tattered cloth wedged there. Its history unknown, but worn enough to lose its rough texture. There's a saying among the people: children thrive in clothes from 100 families. This notion has persisted into modern times, often seen as beneficial for infants to wear secondhand garments, including diapers and small clothing, believed to bring good fortune and ease in caring for the child. "First, let us feed the dog. Mother isn't hungry," she said, as U.S. Mother reached for the spoon, attempting to feed the child. "No, Mother, you should drink first. There is still more in the pot." "I will feed him," Yunwan replied, stepping back, knowing the bowl contained potent nourishing medicine. What if the dog foams at the mouth and bleeds from its orifices after drinking? "Yanyo, keep an eye on the house. I'm going out for a bit," U.S. Father called from outside before departing. Yunwan glanced out the door, seeing him limp away from the courtyard. Turning back, she noticed U.S. Mother still holding the bowl untouched. With patience, she urged, "Mother, please drink. You need to regain your strength to care for the dog." Tears welled in U.S. Mother's murky eyes. Her voice thick with emotion, she said, "Yaonyo, I'm burdening you." With that, she took large gulps of the porridge, aware that the household's labor force relied entirely on Yaonyo. Times were particularly tough now. The only thing she could do was take good care of the dog. Once U.S. Mother finished the porridge, Yunwan handed the little one back to her and turned to the kitchen to boil water for the milk powder. While waiting for the water to heat, she stepped out to wash her face, taking a moment to truly observe their home. The fenced courtyard contained 2 adjoining earthen houses, with a small kitchen connected to a storage room. Next to the kitchen was a spring, extending to the foot of the mountain behind the house. Not far behind lay the rolling green hills. In front of the house spread a vast expanse of wasteland, with tall, wild trees flanking the courtyard. To the right of the fence gate stood a makeshift latrine. For 100 meters in every direction, there were no signs of human habitation. As she walked forward, she realized the courtyard was perched atop a slight slope, and 100 meters ahead lay the scattered village homes. At the foot of the mountain, a river meanders around the village, flanked by vast stretches of rice paddies. On the opposite side of the village lies dry land. The entire settlement is encircled by terraced fields, forming a square and round shape, hence the name Square Round Village. As the dawn light begins to break, a sense of tranquility envelopes the scene. In her previous life, she endured the harshness of society, living in a state of despair. Even the strongest resilience could not shield her from developing manic depressive disorder. She recalled just yesterday, having finished a late shift, walking through an intersection with her mind in a haze. A piercing horn shattered the stillness, intertwining the fragments of time. Chapter 4. The retreat of the serpent. In her cramped city dwelling, she dreamt of finding a place to retreat. A small house, an acre of land, and a little dog seemed to be the only salvation. Yet, she had long been submerged in the bustling chaos of towering buildings. Fortunately, in death, she had descended into this unfamiliar era. Gazing upon the magnificent landscapes surrounding her home, she felt invigorated. What a marvel it is to discover wonder in the mundane. After her grandparents passed, she had been alone in the world. Now, what was there to fear about starting anew? "Mother, please hand me the dog, Wong." She tossed 2 bottles of prepared milk in her space and then went to embrace the child. After cradling Wong, she turned and exited the house. With one hand feeding the baby, her feet remained in motion, circling the house. Looking down, she noticed the little one had fallen asleep, sucking on the bottle. A smile graced her lips. She yearned to explore the mountains in search of food, for nestled against the grand peaks, sustenance would surely abound. After leaving little Wong with Mother Yu and exchanging a few words, she cautioned, "Be careful, dear, don't fall again. Mother, you, upon hearing of her intention to venture to the back mountain, wore a worried expression. I understand. I will be careful. In the courtyard, she found a small hoe and a backpack, grabbing a nearby rope to secure the backpack later. She hoisted the hoe onto her shoulder and set off toward the back mountain. The scenery along the way was delightful, with a gentle breeze caressing her, the air rich with the freshness of nature. Soon she ascended the first hill, which was not very high, shaded by intertwining trees and overgrown with weeds, accompanied by the songs of birds and cicadas. After rummaging for a while with little success, she wiped the thin layer of sweat from her forehead and ventured deeper. At her feet lay a patch of green, a mix of familiar and unfamiliar wild vegetables. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. She had a search engine in her mind. With a swift motion, she activated the scan function, and in an instant, images of purslane sprang up before her. She recalled the times her grandmother had prepared stir-fried purslane with eggs for her. After spending too long in the city, those memories had faded. With images in hand, searching became effortless. At that moment, she felt as though she had come to indulge in life's pleasures. She was a veritable walking encyclopedia. She collected a half basketful of purslane, laughing heartily. How effortlessly this has come to me. She then wandered nearby to gather a few more. As she turned a corner into a shaded area, she was captivated by a sprawling patch of earth ear mushrooms. This variety was easy to recognize, known for its delectable stir-fry with eggs. She reminisced about foraging for them with her classmates on the grassy playground behind the school. Though notoriously difficult to clean, the sight of the abundant earth ear mushrooms made her grin widely, revealing her teeth in sheer delight. With sleeves rolled up, she commenced her foraging, uncertain whether it was the absence of visitors or the environmental conditions that led to such a bounty. The wild greens thrived, lush and abundant, lightly coated with a fresh layer of soil. After diligently gathering for half a day, she filled nearly half a basket, sufficient for 2 meals. She gently scraped away the dirt, leaving the bottom layer intact. After all, one must leave some for continued growth in harmony with nature. As the sun blazed overhead, her stomach began to grumble. She retrieved the last bun from her storage space, swallowed hard, consuming half while saving the other half for later. Taking a few steps forward, a series of chirps piqued her curiosity. Following the sound into the woods, she remained vigilant, wary of potential wild beasts lurking in the ancient forest. Upon reaching a large tree, she noticed a patch of grass marred by dried blood, ominous signs of a possible struggle. Could this be a battleground for beasts? She touched her forehead, a nagging sense that the original occupant of this body had traversed this place before. A cacophony of chirps emanated from the grass nearby, prompting her to crouch and approach stealthily. To her astonishment, she discovered a 2-meter-deep pit, overgrown with wild grass, explaining her earlier oversight. Inside, 2 wild rabbits scurried in panic, while a large snake, poised and flicking its tongue, eyed her intently. Weakness overtook her as she collapsed onto the ground. "Oh dear, I've never been here before," she murmured, inching backward. The snake raised its head, preparing to strike. Realizing the danger, she sprang to her feet and bolted away, prompting the snake to lower its gaze back to the pit. However, the depth and slickness of the pit thwarted the snake's attempts to pursue her. After running a short distance, she paused to catch her breath, her legs weak from fear. The very essence of snakes instilled a primal chill within her. Yet, contemplating the rabbits in the pit, she bit her lip. This serpent appeared non-venomous, resembling a python due to its robust physique. Determined, she recalled a time when she had watched snake-catching videos. A foreign expert had used a stick to divert the snake's attention. Mustering her courage, she gripped her hoe and approached the edge of the pit. Hearing her movements, the snake lifted its head, hissing as it flicked its tongue. With resolve, she extended the handle of the hoe towards the creature. The snake indeed slid back slightly, allowing her to edge closer. Just as she thought she had gained its trust, the snake lunged, climbing swiftly up the hoe. Caught off guard, she realized her folly. One should never underestimate a snake's agility. The hefty serpent nearly pulled her into the pit, forcing her to retreat hastily. "Get away from me," she exclaimed. In a heartbeat, the snake coiled around her arm, sinking its fangs into her flesh with a fierce bite. At this moment, her right hand was ensnared tightly by the great serpent, rendering it numb and devoid of pain. She offered a silent lament. It was over, truly over. Knowing that striking a snake at its vital point was crucial, she noticed that the serpent had yet to fully coil around her. She dragged her body backward a few steps, grasping a hoe with her left hand. Crouching low, she laid her arm flat, deliberately avoiding the sight of the snake's head. The more perilous the situation, the more it could awaken a person's latent potential. Gripping the hoe firmly, she swung down with all her might onto the serpent's body. A sudden sense of relief washed over her hand. Contrary to her expectations, the snake did not sever in two. The hoe penetrated less than halfway. The serpent lunged at her once more, compelling her to swiftly avert her gaze. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, steeling herself against the fear as she seized the snake's head. Yet the serpent tightened its coils around her even more. How could it wrap so tenaciously? A spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. The space was filled with various sprays. She hastily retrieved them, shaking off the serpent's head. With deftness, she activated a spray nozzle and directed it at the serpent's head. The great serpent hesitated momentarily at this unexpected assault, but was ultimately incited to fury. Just as it prepared to launch a second strike, she produced an alcohol spray and unleashed it again. The serpent was rendered momentarily dazed, allowing her a fleeting opportunity. Seizing the moment, she sprayed several more times, feeling the serpent begin to slacken and slide backward. She pressed on with her advantage. With the spray in her right hand and a lighter in her left, she sprayed the serpent once more before igniting the lighter. The flames, fueled by the alcohol, erupted fiercely. The serpent, terrified of the fire, released her and attempted to escape into the nearby grass. However, she would not grant it that chance. Quickly seizing the hoe from the ground and delivering a decisive blow to the serpent's body. This time, she exerted all her strength, and the serpent truly severed. Chapter 5. A bountiful harvest. Exhaling deeply, she sank to the ground, gasping for breath. She touched her brow, relieved to find no singe, having narrowly avoided being scorched by the flames. She rolled up her sleeve to inspect the 2 deep crimson bite marks. Hastily, she retrieved some disinfectant alcohol and sprayed it on her wounds. Subsequently, she found 2 broad leaves and, suppressing her waning fear, wrapped the serpent within them. It was surprisingly heavy. Finally, she approached the pit to assess the situation, discovering 2 plump wild rabbits huddled together within. Casting a glance around, she plucked a handful of cowhide grass. The hemp rope she had casually taken on her way out proved to be invaluable. She shook the hoe, noting it was somewhat loose but still operational. Moving to the tree adjacent to the large pit, she tied a secure knot with the rope around its trunk. Grasping the other end of the rope, she took up the hoe and the cowhide grass, making her way toward the pit. Tossing the hoe and grass into the wider part of the pit, gripping the rope, she descended to the bottom. A hard stone jutted into her foot, causing her to wince as the rope, which had caught on her toes, tightened painfully. The commotion startled the 2 rabbits, causing them to jump about erratically. Ignoring the chaos, she squatted in the pit, twisting the cowhide grass into ropes. Once she had fashioned 4 sturdy strands, she reached for one of the rabbits, its whiskers trembling, and bound its front and hind legs. She repeated the process with the other rabbit, tossing it upward. Ascending vertically from the pit proved challenging. Thus, she took the hoe and carved a few notches into the pit's walls. After tossing the hoe upward, she grasped the rope and began her ascent. Climbing up from the pit, she placed the rope atop the wild vegetables. Then, she gently set the snake above and hoisted 2 rabbits on her way home. As she emerged from the mountains and glanced towards the village, wisps of smoke curled up from every household. Shaking the basket on her back, she felt a sense of satisfaction. At last, she would enjoy her first meal of meat here. As she approached the courtyard, she paused to retrieve 6 eggs from her space. Fortunately, they were obviously from free-range chickens, albeit small in size. When the time came, she could claim they were wild eggs, and her father would likely not detect the ruse. Observing the desolate yard, she began to formulate a plan. She needed to buy chickens, ducks, and vegetable seeds to make use of the vacant land. Yanyo is back. You, her father, was busy scraping off a thick layer of mud from the soles of his straw sandals. Turning, he spotted Yong-won carrying a basket on her back and holding 2 rabbits in her hands. Startled, he abandoned his task and hurriedly took the rabbits from her, relieving her of the burden of the basket as well. "Oh dear," he exclaimed softly. Yong-won turned to look, and the large snake in the basket had already unraveled. Blood still clung to the leaves, presenting a rather alarming sight. "Did you go to the back mountain?" Yu's voice trembled, his heart still lingering with fear. Such long creatures were rarely found on the front mountain. Each year, villagers harvested the autumn winds, leaving little of worth in the woods. The back mountain, however, held such creatures, albeit with great danger. The deeper one ventured, the more perilous it became. "Oh, I found it in a mountain right here." Yong-won pointed towards the large mountain behind the house, not fully comprehending Yu's words. Yet, seeing his worried expression, she chose to speak lightly. "You see, I was just in that pit and managed to haul it up." Yu pondered her youthful vigor. Could it be she had suffered a blow to her head, prompting her to venture back into that pit today? Yong-won blinked in confusion. Moments later, realization dawned upon her. The original owner had perished from a fall into that pit. No wonder the soil there was dark and caked, likely from bloodshed the previous day. The snake must have been drawn by the scent of blood, coincidentally finding 2 foolish rabbits in the pit. How fortuitous that pit seemed to her. Chuckling nervously, she was unsure how to respond when the puppy, Wong, began to whimper. Its cries, though not sharp, were resonant. Wiping her hands on her clothes, she dashed into the house. Earlier, she had warmed a bottle of milk powder in her space, which maintained its temperature, ready for immediate use. "Mother, is little Wong hungry?" she inquired, gently lifting the baby from the bed. After a few soft pats, she made her way to the kitchen, affecting an air of seriousness as she retrieved a bowl and spoon, then used a knife to chop a small piece of brown sugar. Scooping a spoonful of still warm water into the bowl, she cradled the baby and returned to her room. Once inside, she quickly produced the milk bottle and placed it in the baby's arms. Little Wong was already quite familiar with this routine, steadily holding the bottle with its tiny hands, blissfully immersed in drinking the milk. Today, little Wong was just as he had been the night before. It was no wonder the elders often remarked that babies grow like weeds, appearing visibly larger with each gust of wind. After the puppy had his fill, she handed the child over to her mother and proceeded back to the kitchen. He sat beside the basket, lost in thought. It was then that Yong-won noticed the bruises and abrasions on his ankle. "Father, what happened to your foot?" "You, my dear," hastily crouched down to examine him. "No harm done. With age comes frailty." He recalled the earlier incident in the village, where he was scorned and pushed by his 2 grandsons, leaving his dignity in tatters. Without a thought for his injuries, he urged, "Please, go rest in the house. I shall prepare the meal." Unaware of the circumstances, Yu assumed he had merely stumbled. "Shall we sell this long snake?" ventured old Yu cautiously, aware that their home had been devoid of meat for quite some time. His wife and youngest daughter needed nourishment, and he felt utterly incapable of procuring game to provide for them. If they did not eat this time, it might be ages before they had a proper meal again. "We shall not sell it. We will cook it for dinner," he decided. "Then I shall help you skin it," he added, feeling a slight relief in his heart. Indeed, it was time for them to consume some meat, especially the youngest girl, who ate the least and worked the hardest. At 16, she was as slender as a cornstalk. He bore the pain in his ankle and carried the snake toward the spring. As you watch him walk away, you made your way behind the house. Perhaps it was an instinctive act of respect for the elderly or a remnant of the original owneress emotions. Although you did not possess profound feelings for the 2 elders, you could not bring yourself to be indifferent. You recalled how, as a child when you were injured, your grandmother would gather a certain pungent herb, crush it, and apply it to the wound to staunch the bleeding and ease the pain. It was quite common. After searching behind the house, you found a few plants. You gathered them and entered the courtyard, gently kneading them in your hands before slipping into the kitchen. You mixed the herbal powder with the remedy for bruises, then returned to the house to fetch a piece of rag to approach old Yu. By the time you neared him, he had deftly skinned the snake. "Father, apply this to the wound." Old Yu had no doubts, for everyone recognized this pungent herb. However, today's application was unexpectedly soothing, unlike the usual fiery sensation. You bound the cloth around his wound, tying it securely, and encouraged him, "Why don't you rest? I see there are still some items in the basket. Are they edible?" He recognized one type and mused that it would be quite pleasant when cooked, tangy and slippery. To him, all wild vegetables tasted the same, like grass. As for the other type, was it not simply ground cover? He had never seen anyone consume that. You pointed to the ground cover. "I have tried it. It is crisp and should be edible. Let us prepare it tonight." You intended to compare it to mushrooms, but were unsure if such a term existed in this era. "By the way, I found the wild chicken eggs nearby in the grass." Good, good, good. Old you repeated thrice, though his tone was tinged with lingering sorrow. He did not wish to remain idle. Seeing his determination to work, you did not refuse. After all, when one grows old, idleness often leads to wandering thoughts. You handed him a grass stool, lifted the basket, and emptied the ground cover into a wooden basin. Then you instructed old you to wash away the impurities. You approached with 2 segments of snake meat, contemplating. Would it be too extravagant to have both eggs and meat for dinner? Moreover, this snake meat weighed at least 8 or 9 pounds. They would not be able to consume it all. "Father, this snake is too large. Perhaps we should exchange a segment for some grain? Let me go." "Do not worry, just rest at home," she said, as she picked up a woven basket from the corner of the yard and placed a large leaf at the bottom. She entered the kitchen and swiftly dispatched the snake's head, placing the plumpest section into the basket. "Father, I'm off." Chapter 6. Bartering for grain. Simply inquire at the foot of the tree. Do not knock on anyone's door. If you cannot trade, return home, instructed you father. Young Juan replied affirmatively, clutching the snake meat as she made her way toward the village. Just then, you father recalled something and called her back. "Stop by Xiao Wu's house at the village's end. It was Wu who saved you yesterday. Since we cannot exchange this meat for grain, let us take it to his family instead." He intended to add the piece of snake meat he held into her basket, proclaiming, "A life saved is a debt greater than the heavens." Young Juan paused for a moment, contemplating. After a fruitless search in her mind, she suggested, "Shall I take the pair of rabbits instead?" She had initially intended to keep the male and female rabbits to breed, but that plan had now fallen through. You father pondered, concluding that live creatures were indeed more appealing than dead ones. He then sat back on the stone slab, nodding to young Juan. The sun was high in the sky, marking the afternoon respite. Beneath a grand tree that 3 people could encircle, several women gathered, engaging in casual chatter, their laughter occasionally resonating through the air. Young Juan, with her basket on her back and the other in hand, quietly approached them, stealthily eavesdropping from behind the tree for a while. Fortunately, the village gossip mill had not churned out any scandalous tales. Thankfully, nothing too outrageous had surfaced. Clearing her throat softly, young Juan stepped out from behind the tree. "Ah, little girl," exclaimed 2 elderly women, their keen eyes spotting her, and they greeted her with warm smiles. "Where are you headed?" One inquired. "I've prepared a long snake. I've heard that this meat is particularly nourishing and delicious," she replied, flashing an innocuous smile at the elderly women. "Oh, that is splendid. Look at how thin you've become," they remarked. "I still have some at home, but I came to ask if the ants have anything to trade for grain. Such snake meat is rare and incredibly nourishing. How often can one indulge in it in a year?" The women fell silent for a moment before whispering among themselves. Lu, the most outspoken among them, was the first to respond. "What do you intend to exchange for it? Rice, flour, or vegetable seeds? Anything would do. Just look at how plump that snake is." Disregarding their astonishment, young Juan lifted the half-human height snake meat from the leaves. Lu's eyes gleamed with interest, recalling that her daughter-in-law had recently given birth and was struggling with insufficient milk. They had tried boiling the precious eggs multiple times, yet to no avail. The child's lack of nourishment was evident, and the expensive brown sugar water only exacerbated the issue. Though she was reluctant to slaughter her laying hens, she knew that hens, unlike roosters, did not produce milk. She had heard that snake meat was comparable to rooster meat in terms of nourishment. Assessing Lu's candidness, young Juan calculated in her mind. In this era, pork was cheaper than chicken. Chicken was priced between 18 to 25 won per pound, whereas pork ranged from 15 to 22 won. She was uncertain as to why pork was so much less expensive, but it was indeed the most affordable meat. while the naturally raised snake meat would not come cheap. The meat weighs approximately 4 to 5 pounds, which would require exchanging for 12 pounds of rice or 9 pounds of white flour. The market price for rice is 9 won per pound, while aged and brown rice is priced at 5 won per pound, and white flour costs 8 won per pound. Both rice and flour require processing, making them relatively expensive. It is said that in regions where people favor wheat products, flour can be several won more costly than rice. However, it seems that few in attendance can afford white flour, as most rely on brown rice and coarse wheat flour. The latter is more affordable, ranging between 2 and 4 won. Pure mixed black flour, made from bran and husk, is the lowest grade and has the worst taste, priced at 2 won per pound. Yellow flour, considered second-rate, is made from bran and various coarse grains, costing 3 to 4 won per pound. Given that the best irrigation channels are adjacent to the village fields, one might be able to exchange for a few pounds. As long as one is not indolent or incapacitated, there should be some surplus grain at home. You, girl, are not going to sell on the street. Why demand such a high price? I can offer you 6 pounds of brown rice and 5 pounds of yellow flour. Will you trade? This voice belonged to another woman, who seemed to be Aunt Zhang. In her mind, Yunwan recalled that Aunt Zhang had only one child, rumored to be childless after many years of marriage, perhaps seeking to buy for her son's nourishment. Yunwan pretended to hesitate, casting a glance at Lu Posey. Young girl, I can give you 5 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of yellow flour, and a packet of seeds. Hey, Lu Posey, why didn't you mention this earlier if you wanted to trade? Who says I cannot speak now? Yunwan remained silent, allowing the two to negotiate. Eventually, it settled at 6 pounds of rice, 8 pounds of yellow flour, and 2 packets of vegetable seeds, the maximum Lu Posey was willing to offer. Aunt Zhang, upon hearing this, fell silent. The grain was substantial, and with limited labor at home. The harvest was meager. Her son had been childless for many years. Originally, she had hoped to benefit from the old man Yu's good fortune of having 10 children. Never mind, she could always take her son to the mountains another day. This girl could effortlessly trade for such a quantity of grain. She would not be a fool. Deal. Yunwan smiled, feeling fortunate that the transaction went so smoothly. When Lu Posey returned home to fetch the grain, a group of women surrounded her, inquiring about Yu Mu's delivery. She merely smiled and remained silent, secretly thinking that indeed, no matter the matter, nothing escapes the watchful eyes of the information network. She wished to avoid entanglements with them, especially in the current circumstances. The house was not close to the village, and even if a few words were exchanged, it would not lead to ruin. As long as they did not spit at her door, she would keep her distance and live her life peacefully. After concluding the exchange with Lu Posey, she casually inquired about the Wu family. To her surprise, these women generously pointed her in the right direction. She skirted around the crowd and headed towards the foot of the village mountain. Carrying the exchanged grain, Yunwan felt a sense of relief. There was still some stored grain, so she wouldn't starve in the short term. However, it was difficult to explain how she had acquired it. Mixing the newly acquired grain with her existing supply would not raise suspicion. As she walked along the narrow path, she encountered few people. Upon reaching the most secluded little wooden house at the edge of the village, she glanced up and surveyed the area. This family was positioned along the same line as the Yu family, both situated at the foot of the mountain. Merely one household stood at one end, while 2 others faced each other from afar, north and south. Setting down her basket, she rapped gently on the door, but there was no response for quite some time. Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? She called out, raising her voice. Who is it? Came a voice of child. After a brief pause, the sound of a latch being drawn back echoed. A boy of about 5 or 6, tiptoeing, peeked through the slightly ajar door with curiosity. Yunwan was momentarily taken aback. This was the child of her benefactor, looking spirited and charming, with large, twinkling eyes. Where's your father? She inquired. The boy, bewildered, merely blinked at her without answering. Oh well, perhaps he is not familiar with me, and the child is shy. She removed her backpack and took out the rabbit. Although bound, it still appeared lively. When your family returns, please tell them this is a gift from a Yu family at the foot of the mountain. She wondered if he understood her words and whether he would relay the message. She handed the rabbit through the door crack and gently closed it after the boy. On her way back, she walked briskly, driven primarily by hunger, for the half-bun she had eaten that morning was no match for her appetite. Upon reaching the foot of the slope, she retrieved a bag of white flour from her space, pouring some into the yellow flour given by Lou Posey, mixing it well. She also tore open a packet of salt, taking a small pinch the size of her thumb and wrapping it in a leaf. Outside the earthen house, you father and you mother sat conversing, their expressions grave. Chapter 7. It's me, Tom, I'm back, Yinwan exclaimed, quickening her pace, primarily due to her growling stomach. Have we exchanged for grain? You mother inquired, reaching for the door to rise. Yes, quite a bit actually. You and father should stay seated. I will go prepare the meal. You father glanced at the empty basket, deriving some comfort from the thought that it had been sent off. Otherwise, he felt as if they owed something, and although 2 rabbits were not a large quantity, a gesture of gratitude was essential. Yinwan entered the kitchen with the grain, setting it down without further ado, and proceeded to chop the snake meat into pieces. Having been 26 in her past life with 2 decades of culinary experience, she had begun cooking from the age of 6, standing on a stool to reach the stove that towered over her. She had always taken the opportunity to cook whenever she had free time, rewarding herself with delightful dishes, and she held a commendable regard for her culinary skills. Your father stepped in with his walking stick. Upon seeing the basket of grain, his face lit up with surprise and joy. This much grain for that meat? He exclaimed. Lou Posey's daughter-in-law is recovering from childbirth, and there are several families vying for it. We chose the one with the most to offer. You father reached in to touch the grain, noting that it was brown rice, free from any wheat husks. The flour was yellow, mixed with a handful of white flour. Indeed, genuine. There was even a small pinch of salt. He pinched a few grains between his fingers, rubbing them together. This salt is not coarse, he remarked, casting a puzzled glance at the industrious Yunwan. Ultimately, he said nothing, pondering if it had been conjured. There were also 2 small packets of seeds. You father was perplexed. Why was the worm meat so sought after? The generosity was excessive. Looking at the bountiful basket of provisions, the wrinkles on you father's face relaxed somewhat. He examined the rice and flour again, storing them carefully before hanging them by the wall. Only then did he turn to step outside to chop firewood. After you father left, Yunwan seized the opportunity to extract a jar of lard from the space. In modern times, there is a widespread campaign against lard, decrying its supposed detrimental effects on health, attributing gastrointestinal burdens and high cholesterol to its consumption. However, these notions are merely remnants of early commercial rivalry. A spoonful of lard can serve as a potent remedy, offering numerous benefits. It nourishes the 5 internal organs, replenishes deficiencies, alleviates dryness, and provides a substantial source of energy. In the past, affluent families were indeed meticulous about their culinary choices, while peasant households made do with whatever was available. Throughout her childhood, a jar of lard was a constant presence on the stove, exuding a delightful aroma and rich nourishment. At present, she found herself in need of fat. As she caressed her belly, feeling the slight layer of flesh, she whimsically fantasized about transforming into a majestic wild boar. Cautiously, she scooped out a small spoonful of lard, mindful not to overindulge, fearing that a sudden intake of rich meat might upset her stomach. She also worried that being too conspicuous might arouse suspicion. She heated the lard until fragrant, then added the snake meat for a quick stir-fry, sprinkling a pinch of salt to enhance the natural flavors of the wild game. No elaborate seasonings were necessary. Simplicity was the key to unlocking exquisite tastes. Alas, her hands lacked any significant spices. Ginger would have been ideal, but she needed to seek out seeds. Adjusting the pot to cover the intact side, she added a couple of ladles of water and covered it to simmer. During this time, she scooped a small bowl of flour, kneading it into a dough to lay along the edge of the pot. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the pot, already escaping outside and causing both her mother and father to swallow in unison. Stepping out of the kitchen, she began to assess the surroundings. The thatched roof had not been renewed in years, and last night, as she tossed and turned, she was plagued by an acrid scent of decaying wood. Recalling her morning ascent up the mountain, she remembered a small cornfield at the foot, with verdant, swollen leaves. Estimating it was around June, this batch should have been spring-planted corn, ready for harvest by August. Soon, the rainy season would arrive. Once it began, Not only would the roof leak, but the dampness and humidity would render the thatched roof even more unbearable. Indeed, there was much to be done. After half an hour, the snake meat was ready to be taken off the heat. The delightful aroma filled the air as she filled a small wooden basin. Although the 4 palm-sized dumplings were somewhat dry and hard, they still smelled quite appetizing. Her father approached, diligently wiping down the small square table outside the kitchen, and brought over 3 grass stools. Yunwan placed the meat on the table, and her mother had already found her way over. She returned to the kitchen to fetch 3 coarse pottery bowls and chopsticks. She divided the dumplings, giving her mother and father 1.5 each while keeping 1 for herself. Additionally, she poured each of them half a bowl of meat broth, adding several pieces of meat. Her father, initially reluctant to eat the dumpling, gingerly tore off a piece only after seeing Yunwan begin to eat. The fragrant essence of grains filled his mouth instantly. He picked up another piece of meat, which was tender and infused with a unique, rich aroma. The dumplings were slightly dry, so they all dipped them in the broth before consuming. The 2 elders ate cautiously, exclaiming over the broth's remarkable freshness, fragrance, and sweetness. Yunwan felt a flicker of resistance towards the snake meat. Taking a sniff, she detected no unpleasant odor. Rather, it was enticing. After a tentative taste, she found it comparable to chicken, yet even more tender. Though the flavor was exquisite, she refrained from indulging excessively. Father Yu believed she was hoarding food for them, and he insistently placed several pieces into her bowl. With tears in her eyes, she had no choice but to swallow. Father, could you take a look at those 2 packets of vegetable seeds? I wish to clear a patch outside the yard to plant some vegetables. After satisfying her hunger, Mother Yu returned to the house to check on the dog Wang, while young Wan shared her thoughts with Father Yu. Our land seems to attract birds. Not only is the growth sparse and poor, but the sparrows have also pecked away a substantial portion. Didn't you previously mention that growing vegetables is less worthwhile than foraging for wild greens? Father Yu furrowed his brow, but eventually rose to inspect the seeds in the kitchen. Attracting birds? Young Wan pondered, how many could there be? This truly presents a significant dilemma. Not to mention the omnivorous sparrows. Even beneficial birds like cuckoos consume not only pests but also seeds and crops. If magpies were involved, it would be an even greater nuisance as they would ravage the crops, uprooting seeds or neatly arranging seedlings in the fields. The threats from the skies are indeed relentless. Yet, this shouldn't be the case. The ecological environment of this era is quite distinct, surrounded by mountains and rivers. There should be an abundance of bird food in the hills, and even if birds are attracted, the problem shouldn't be severe. Young Wan strolled outside the yard, surveying the surroundings. Adjacent to the yard lay a patch of previously tilled wasteland. It seemed that the Yu family had cultivated it before. The location of this plot was excellent, basking in ample sunlight, with no nearby trees competing for nutrients. She approached the soil, testing it with her foot, and pondered. How did her family scare away birds in her childhood? It seemed they used a tall stick adorned with bright red plastic bags. When the wind blew, the stick would sway, causing the bags to rustle, deterring the birds from settling in that field. However, that tactic was unfeasible now, as there were no plastic bags available. Since her little brain couldn't conjure a solution, it was time to summon her golden finger. She entered a search engine, typing in how to prevent bird damage. Only modern bird deterrent techniques appeared, all tech-related. Young Wan pouted. Surely this wasn't the benefit of the times provided to her. She rephrased her search several times, uncovering suggestions like placing beer bottles in the field to create a whistling sound when the wind blew, or employing visual deterrents similar to what she had seen in her youth, such as vibrant plastic bags. Then there were scarecrows, but they had a significant drawback. They remained motionless. Certain birds were quite cunning, resembling human intellect. After observing for a few days, they would realize the scarecrow posed no real threat and would boldly invade the field, not only destroying the crops, but even perching on the scarecrow's head and shoulders, mocking it. Sigh. Cultivating vegetables was proving to be quite a challenge. Every beginning is difficult. Young Wan sighed as she walked back into the yard, spotting Father Yu weaving a bamboo basket. Although his feet were unsteady, his hands were nimble, fingers deftly maneuvering the bamboo strips. Mother Yu held the little one in her arms, basking in the sun while occasionally swatting at ants with a stick, the bamboo crackling with sound. A fleeting idea sparked in young Juan's mind. Before he could even seize the moment, Old Yu noticed her and called out, "Little girl, I have examined the seeds. They are for cabbage and chili peppers. The chili seeds are not worth much, as a single pepper contains dozens of seeds. Its flavor is pungent, and only a few households enjoy consuming it. It can be harsh on the stomach if eaten alone, leading to discomfort, and one may suffer without the means to seek treatment. It is only during winter that one might indulge occasionally to warm the body and induce a sweat. It is merely a waste of effort. As for the cabbage seeds, though not abundant, they are sufficient for my family to enjoy 2 harvests." Chapter 8. The Menace of Birds. Young Juan was momentarily taken aback. Chili peppers were not introduced to Huagua in recent years. However, upon reflection, she realized that this was not the era of her ancestors. The original owner of this body only knew that her country was called Nandan. Furthermore, with corn already present, the existence of chili peppers was not surprising. Unlike Old Yu's perspective, she relished the thought of chili peppers. How wonderful it would be to have them. There were so many dishes that could be stir-fried with chili. "Father, how do villagers drive away the sparrows?" During the spring planting and autumn harvest, it was often the elderly who watched over the fields, and some would even craft scarecrows. After Old Yu finished speaking, he cast a peculiar glance at her, as if questioning her prior knowledge. Young Juan, however, paid no heed to his expression, lost in her own musings. Suddenly, Wawang, the dog, began to whine. "Oh, don't cry, dear child." Nearby, Yumu gently comforted Wawang, but young Juan caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. The little one had soiled himself. Yumu, having also detected the smell, hastily picked up the child and headed inside. Young Juan initially intended to assist her, but noticing Yumu's familiarity with the household's layout and her steady gait, she abandoned her intention to help. Instead, she picked up a few bamboo poles and struck them against the ground. The sound echoed, and a wave of creative inspiration surged within her. Wind chimes. She recalled playing with such things in her childhood, by drilling holes in bamboo tubes and binding them to a wooden frame. The breeze would cause the bamboo segments to collide, producing a delightful array of sounds. The bamboo curtain at home operated on a similar principle. Resolute, young Juan shared her idea with Old Yu. To his surprise and burgeoning anticipation, she proposed to create one first. She selected several slender green bamboo tubes. The thinner the bamboo, the crisper the sound. She then cut them into slightly shorter segments, as shorter pieces vibrated more easily. The higher the vibration frequency, the louder the sound. After drilling holes, she threaded them with hemp string. Next, she found a thick bamboo piece and drilled holes horizontally, threading the segments onto it. A string of wind chimes was complete. Young Juan held the wind chimes and sought a breezy spot. As a gentle wind blew, a clear, melodious sound resonated. It was neither too loud nor too soft. Once the seeds were planted, she intended to craft several more strings in varying styles. The sounds produced by green bamboo tubes and dried ones would be distinctly different. Success. Young Juan was elated. Indeed, if this truly could ward off sparrows, then our family could cultivate rice as well. Old Yu took the bamboo wind chime from young Juan's hands, clearly enamored. The rice field at the foot of their mountain was rich in soil. In previous years, when his legs had been unsteady, little Juan had tirelessly tended to the fields while also foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains. At that time, the birds were far more numerous than they are now, and he could hardly manage. In recent years, the issue with the sparrows has lessened, but if this endeavor proves fruitful, he might reclaim the fields to cultivate at home, which could potentially alleviate their food scarcity. Yangwen initially believed their household possessed merely an acre of land, only to discover there were more fields. The information she received was incomplete. "Father, we could create a scarecrow and adorn its hands with wind chimes." Observing her father's enthusiasm, Yangwen devised a plan to enhance the scarecrow. Throughout one afternoon, her father remained in the yard, engrossed in studying the wind chimes. He was quite skilled and possessed a good deal of knowledge. After Yangwen explained the principles and processes of construction, he eagerly set to work. In the later part of the day, Yangwen discreetly fed the dog Wang twice. She then researched the cultivation methods for cabbage and chili seeds, soaking them separately in water. Armed with a hoe, she ventured to the side of the yard to till the soil, aiming to improve its aeration. With each stroke, the earth turned effortlessly. A smile spread across Yangwen's face as she knelt to grasp a handful of soil. This was sandy soil, the easiest type for farming, characterized by its large particles and numerous air pockets. It boasted excellent water permeability and drainage while retaining nutrients and moisture, truly advantageous in every respect. Such knowledge was not foreign to her. She had often traversed the fields in her youth, absorbing much through observation. In no time, she had finished hoeing. The weeds were few but robust, and she tossed aside a handful. If only they had livestock at home, these weeds would not go to waste. Remembering the rabbits, she resolved to venture into the mountains the next day in hopes of a fortunate encounter. After preparing the land, she returned to the yard to tidy up. She wielded a wooden mallet, hammering and nailing here and there. By the afternoon's end, she had accomplished quite a bit, leaving the yard considerably cleaner. She cupped her hands to collect some spring water to wash her face, then sat contentedly on the stone slab by the spring. The spring, like a divine gift, was sweet and crystal clear, an inexhaustible source of refreshment. Surrounding the spring were many stones laid as a foundation, and large slabs encased the mouth of the spring. A thick, square stone rested atop to shield it from dust and debris, leaving a space for a wooden bucket for easy water retrieval. At dinner, they enjoyed a dish of pork lard and scrambled eggs with land vegetables. They added a few leftover pieces of snake meat to the meat broth, accompanied by a generous bowl of yellow flour porridge. The two elders felt as if it were a festive occasion. No, they had not feasted this well in years. 3 dishes, with one being meat, alongside pancakes and porridge. Mother Yu savored her meal, lingering over the flavors, yet seemed hesitant to speak. "Mother, why have you stopped eating?" Yangwen inquired, noticing her mother pausing with the bowl. Father Yu cast a knowing glance at Mother Yu, instantly understanding her concerns. "Little girl, 1 dish a day is sufficient for our family. You should eat more. Your parents are aging, moving less, and have smaller appetites." Mother Yu conveniently overlooked the fact that she had consumed 1.5 pancakes that morning. After drinking 2 bowls of meat broth and eating most of the snake meat, Father Yu pressed half a pancake in her hands. Yangwen wanted to laugh, but restrained herself. This was not a matter of having a small appetite. It was simply that there was little to eat. Mother Yu was concerned about the insufficiency of food, aware that no amount of conversation could assuage her worries. She could only nod in agreement. Gazing at the batter in her hands, she sighed, longing for a bowl of rice. Seeing young Wan acquiesce, both Mother Yu and Father Yu felt a slight relief. The 3 of them indulged in their meal, leaving not a morsel behind. Young Wan patted her belly and let out a satisfied burp. Although the batter was somewhat unpalatable, she was genuinely hungry. After a day of toil, young Wan had not forgotten about the dog Wang as food. Fortunately, the little creature was easy to care for, spending most of its time eating and sleeping, often lost in slumber. In the courtyard, Father Yu retrieved the soaked seeds, laying them out in 2 winnowing baskets to dry in the yard. He estimated that after 3 to 5 days, they would be ready for sowing. As dusk approached, she went to the kitchen to start a fire for boiling water. She poured some astragalus granules into a bowl and mixed them with a bit of warm water. The liquid, a brownish hue, bore a sweet taste with a hint of bitterness, somewhat akin to brown sugar, easily palatable. "Little girl, I'll 1 tea drink the sweet water." "Let Wang have it," Mother Yu said, pushing away the bowl young Wan offered. "Mother, I will find a way for Wang's sugar." "You must also drink," young Wan insisted, as she struggled to come up with a flimsy excuse. It is a well-known fact that childbirth leaves a woman in a state of great weakness, hence the tradition of confinement. No, let Wang drink it. I made too much sweet water tonight. You drink it, and I won't make any for you tomorrow. I will feed Wang instead." With that, she lifted Mother Yu's chin and brought the bowl to her lips. Taken aback by her daughter's abruptness, Mother Yu opened her mouth, and before she knew it, the medicinal concoction was poured in. "Cough, cough. You child." Mother Yu licked the remnants of the medicine from the corner of her mouth, playfully scolding young Wan with a gentle slap. Young Wan chuckled and, cradling Wang, dashed back to her room. Chapter 9. The dreadful Zhang Xiufeng upon returning to her room. Young Wan warmed some milk powder to feed Wang. Just as she was in the midst of feeding, Father Yu knocked at the door. "Little girl, Tonight, Wang will sleep with your mother. Father Yu was also concerned that she might not rest well, fearing that a day filled with labor would leave her utterly exhausted. At the sound of his voice, young Wang jumped, twisting around to face away from him. It won't be easy for you to sleep with Wang. I've laid out a mat in my room. It's sufficient. Very well. I will finish the sweet water and bring him over. After Father Yu left, she patted her racing heart, relieved that the milk bottle had not been spotted. Once Wang was fed and sent to Mother Yu, she noticed Father Yu propping up a wooden board with several flat stones beneath the bed, covered with a thick layer of straw and a quilt. It was so rudimentary. Truly, it was exceedingly simple. Young Wang felt a surge of determination to earn money and build a larger house. The sight of the exposed straw sent an itch across her skin. She hurried back to her room to check her clothing. To her dismay, her waist was covered in patches of dryness. It was hard to fathom that, in this dry summer climate, she still bore layers of rough skin. After setting down her clothes, she informed Father Yu and Mother Yu that she was going to boil water for a bath. She feared that if she did not announce her intentions, she might run into Father Yu while washing. Upon hearing this, old Yu, despite his limp, attempted to fetch water for her, but she quickly declined, unable to bear the thought of burdening the elderly man. With no shelter to shield her, she was left to wash in the open air, lacking any bathing supplies. She recalled her childhood neighbor who distilled eucalyptus oil. Their children would use the leftover distilled water to bathe, cleansing their skin and alleviating itchiness and inflammation, which proved quite effective. She had partaken in this ritual a few times, emerging refreshed. The last time she had brought foul-smelling herbs to old Yu. She had glimpsed what appeared to be a eucalyptus tree behind the house, but darkness had now fallen, necessitating a search on another day. The absence of bathing supplies left her lamenting her predicament. Fortunately, she had a large wooden basin. Without it, bathing would have been even more challenging. She carried the basin to the spring, where the walls of the cooking area and the fence provided some cover. Washing in the open made her feel like a thief, unable to fully extend herself. The moon hung high, casting a light as bright as day, leaving no semblance of privacy. As night owls called out, she hurriedly rinsed herself. The water stung and caused an itch. Yet, having washed offered some psychological comfort. She feared she would not sleep well otherwise. Once the basin was nearly empty, she quickly donned her clothes. Returning to the cooking area, she selected a few sticks from the woodpile, intending to kindle a fire inside. Just as she reached the door, old Yu handed her a handful of dry grass. There are many mosquitoes. Use this to fumigate the room. Young Wang set down the firewood to accept the offering. Understood. You should rest now. After old Yu closed the door, she picked it up and sniffed. It was dried mugwort, with the flicker of flames and the scent of mugwort. The musty odor of the room was somewhat masked. This season brought an abundance of mosquitoes. Perhaps due to fatigue, she had not noticed last night, but with the firelight, she could see large mosquitoes creeping in through the cracks in the walls. Although the mugwort was pungent, it was preferable to being tormented by insects. Despite her skin being rough and cracked, she was uncertain if the mosquitoes could bite through. She stood by the fire to dry her hair. Touching her forehead, she felt the scar tissue had hardened. Truly, the healing ointment was miraculous. She rolled up her sleeve to inspect the 2 snake bites on her arm. They had healed to resemble mere mosquito bites. Pressing them, she felt no pain and promptly took out a disinfectant spray to apply a couple spritzes. After a flurry of activity, she lay down on the bed, her body weary, and quickly fell asleep. The insomnia of her past life was non-existent here. The following morning, she was awakened by a cacophony of noise. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the door, illuminating the remnants of last night's fire. The sun was already high in the sky. Having enjoyed a restful sleep, she felt entirely rejuvenated. Sitting up, she raked her fingers through her disheveled hair. The original owner's hair was thick and black, but fine and soft, causing it to become wildly unruly after washing. She found a hair tie, essentially a strip of cloth cut into thin strips, and fashioned a braid. Her movements were deliberate, primarily to discern the cause of the commotion outside. How shameless they were at their age. What was wrong with marrying off Yao Niao? Did they expect her to find another fool to care for them in their old age? The caustic voice of a sharp-tongued woman rose above the rest, each remark more scathing than the last. The mother-in-law remarked, "It's true, dear. We do not mean to belittle you, but the little one has reached an age where another mouth to feed has emerged, and we cannot afford it. Another woman chimed in. You all leave. Leave. The father's voice trembled with rage. Following this, there was a commotion of shoving and the sound of a child crying. Father. Mother Young Wan opened the door and stepped outside. At a glance, she spotted 5 or 6 individuals in the courtyard. Dog Wong, nestled in her mother's arms, cried with a face turning purple. She cast a sidelong glance at the group, took the little one from her mother's embrace, and retreated into the house. Hey, little girl, don't leave. Ignoring the calls from behind, she quickened her pace. Once inside, she retrieved the milk powder she had prepared the previous night and offered it to Dog Wong. The child drank voraciously, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, gradually calming down after several hearty gulps, though still trembling, likely from the intensity of her earlier cries. Young Wan, come out and speak. The same sharp, caustic voice rang out, belonging to the original owner's sister-in-law. The father and mother, Yu, had 5 sons in total, with Dog Wong, that made 6 alongside 4 daughters. The eldest sons were named Yu Chun, Yu Xia, Yu Chiu, Yu Dong, and Yu Fa. The 3 married daughters were Yu Jinhua, Yun Hua, and Yu Bao Hua. She had just stepped out to take a look. The barking in the yard came from Zhang Xiufen, the wife of the eldest household, along with her 3 daughters-in-law. Yu Chun was honest by nature, yet he married a wife who was quite assertive, a typical character with low emotional intelligence, a loud voice, and an irritable demeanor. Gradually, even the eldest son became accustomed to following Zhang Xiufen's lead, afraid to assert himself. The 3 sons and daughters-in-law, under their roof, obediently complied with her wishes, significantly bolstering her authority. Dog Wong, perhaps exhausted from crying, fell asleep in young Wan's arms after consuming half a bottle of milk. She carefully placed the child on the bed, secured the door, and walked towards the courtyard. Mother, please keep an eye on Dog Wong in my room, Yu's mother said with a mournful expression, sighing heavily as she trudged towards young Wan's room. Young Wan pulled her father behind her, shielding him. Young girl, you cannot possibly intend to raise that little brat as your own, can you? Spoke the 3rd daughter-in-law of the eldest household. Young Wan shot her a glance. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, stout and well-fed. Her eyes, reminiscent of her mother-in-law's, brimmed with mockery. What this? Are you concerned for me? Young Wan stepped closer, her gaze icy. The 3rd daughter-in-law felt a twinge of intimidation under her stare and stepped back. It was indeed peculiar. How had this girl, who was usually meek as cotton, suddenly developed a sharp tongue? Zhang Xiufen frowned and approached, grasping young Wan's hand. Little girl, you've grown up. It's time to start your own family. Raising someone else's child does not seem wise. Young Wan forcefully shook off her hand, understanding her implication. Before she could finish, young Wan interrupted, sister-in-law. I must say, I find your words rather unappealing. Raising sons and daughters is trivial? Who do you think took care of your children when you first married? You. Do not be ungrateful. It is only natural for grandparents to take care of their grandchildren. There's no need to argue with me about it. Likewise, it is a matter of course to be filial to one's parents-in-law. Why do I not see your brothers bringing our parents over to show their filial piety? Zhang Xiufen gritted her teeth, wondering if this stubborn girl had lost her senses. Glancing at the scar on her forehead, she could not tell if she had indeed been possessed, but her mind was surely muddled. Dear child, we have come today to share with you a momentous piece of news. My maternal family has been concerned for you and has discreetly kept an eye on a certain household. The man is named Wang Jinlong, and he has no siblings or parents. Marrying him would mean a life of comfort for you, as he offers a betrothal gift of 1 tael of silver. This information was relayed by Zhang Xiufen's 2nd daughter-in-law, Wang Xiong, who was quite adept at navigating such matters. Sensing her mother-in-law's distress, she hastily stepped in to smooth things over, emphasizing key points. Silence. You father exclaimed vehemently. What do you mean by a solitary household? It is merely an old widower, a family bereft of any heirs. He was familiar with Wang Jinlong from the neighboring Wang village, a man in his 30s or 40s. He was a confirmed bachelor with scant wealth, yet he was hopelessly addicted to gambling. If Yan Yo were to marry, she must choose wisely and seek a good match. The eldest daughter-in-law was far too cunning. She was pushing Yan Yo into a pit of fire. Chapter 10. Confrontation with Zhang Xiufen, Yunwan clicked her tongue in disapproval while smiling and nodding, observing Zhang Xiufen and the other two daughters-in-law, sharing cryptic smiles. Seeing her nod, the second daughter-in-law, Wang Qiong, felt a surge of pride, believing her persuasive words had won the day. She cast a self-satisfied glance at the others. The eldest daughter-in-law, Li Qiao, offered a conciliatory smile. Zhang Xiufen appeared quite pleased with her second daughter-in-law. Among the three, the eldest was the weakest, practically invisible in the household. The second was a cunning fox, most adept at flattering others, and the third resembled Zhang Xiufen the most, yet was persistently overshadowed by her. I knew you would be the most discerning, dear Yao Niu. I have already submitted your birth details. Look, your betrothal gift is right here, Zhang Xiufen said, her smile taking on a somewhat devious quality as she produced a silver coin from her pocket. My sister-in-law truly has your best interests at heart. Yunwan reached out to take the coin. Do they think one tael is sufficient to win her hand? Zhang Xiufen was momentarily taken aback as the coin was snatched away. Ahem, accepting the silver means you agree, does it not? Zhang Xiufen glared at the now empty space where the coin had been, her expression twisted in discomfort. Her face was contorted like a walnut, and at over 40 years of age, she bore as many wrinkles as you mother, her eyes filled with calculation. Yunwan was reminded of the tales her grandmother told her of a witch who feasted on fingers. Yunwan inspected the silver coin, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiufen's eyes darted about. Although she had deducted a tael from the betrothal gift, who would ever complain about receiving more money? Well, little Qiong's family has also been concerned about you for some time and deserves a token of gratitude. I will take this silver for now and will bring you the remainder after purchasing gifts. With deft hands, she swiftly reclaimed the coin from Yunwan. Now that you have accepted the silver, I believe it is time for your granddaughter to marry. I recall that Xiao Ju and Xiao Ran are nearing 15 as well. Yunwan remarked as she assisted you father in turning to leave. You wretched little thing, how dare you act so insolently with me? You should be grateful anyone would have you. The Wang family neither demands your filial piety toward in-laws nor expects you to deal with sisters-in-law. Go ask around the village. Who else would dare take you in? With these two old burdens at home, do you think you could just abandon them after marriage? Zhang Xiufen's lips trembled with rage. Wang Qiong, do you also think the Wang Jinlong family is so wonderful? Yunwan halted her steps, ignoring Zhang Xiufeng, and called out sharply to her second daughter-in-law. Wang Qiong felt uneasy. A girl the same age as her own daughter addressed her by name directly, in the tone of an elder scolding a junior. At first hearing, it rubbed her the wrong way. Of course, no elders above, no sisters-in-law below. What more could you possibly want? Wang Qiong retorted, shooting Yunwan a glare. If it's so wonderful, why didn't you marry into that family yourself? From the sound of it, you seem regretful. But it's not too late. Your Xiao Ran is 14 now, isn't she? Just wait a little longer in ancient times. Sons took their father's place in battle. Today, a daughter can take her mother's place in marriage. You vile little wretch. What filthy nonsense are you spouting? Wang Qiong's eyes widened as she glanced at her mother-in-law. Seeing Zhang Xiufen's face twist as if she had swallowed dung, fury and shock surged within her. Well said. No elders above. Yunwan lifted her eyelids and strode deliberately toward Zhang Xiufeng, relishing the blazing fury in the woman's eyes. Zhang Xiufeng's breath hitched. Who knew if this daughter-in-law was speaking her true mind? And no sisters-in-law below. Yunwan paced back and forth before the other two daughters-in-law. The eldest daughter-in-law dared not speak, but the third had a temper that ignited at the slightest provocation. Stirred by Yunwan's words, she too began to seethe with resentment. Wang Qiong had always been the one to flatter and fawn over their mother-in-law, though the family remained officially undivided. The rot beneath the surface was undeniable. The third daughter-in-law immediately launched into a tirade against Wang Qiong. Caught between indignation and speechlessness, Wang Qiong found herself locked in a heated battle, and soon the eldest daughter-in-law, attempting to mediate, was dragged into the fray. Zhang Xiufen pondered bitterly. Back then, Wang Qiong's mother had sung the same tune. No elders above, no sisters-in-law below. All she had wanted was to marry off this wretched girl and skim some profit for herself before her sisters-in-law could act. As for Wang Jinlong's family circumstances, how could she not know? Her dear-in-law had chattered like frying beans, repeating that same hollow phrase. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Seeing the chaos unfolding before her, she decided to vent her rage on Yunwan. With a furious lunge, she seized Yunwan's braid. Yunwan's scalp burned with pain. U.S. father tried to intervene, but Zhang Xiufang shoved him aside. Enraged, Yunwan retaliated, grabbing Zhang Xiufang by the neck. Then, exploiting the woman's age-slowed reflexes, she forced her to the ground, her entire body radiating icy fury. Cough! Let go, you wretched girl. Are you all blind? Pull her off me. Zhang Xiufang yanked harder on the braid, and Yunwan tightened her grip in turn. For people like this, who inflicted harm under the guise of kindness, she felt not an ounce of goodwill. And the constant stream of old wretch insults had filled her with utter revulsion. Reasoning with such a village shrew was futile. If you couldn't make her submit, you had to make her fear you, avoid you. Mother, Yunyo, observing the contorted expression of Zhang Xiufang, akin to a monkey's rear. Yu's father and his 3 daughters-in-law gasped in unison as they froze at the sight of her fall. Yu's mother, eavesdropping from within the house, hastily approached the door, calling out for Yonwan. Yet, Yonwan remained unfazed, aware that the strength of the elderly woman, aged over 40, was not significantly greater than her own as a mere 16-year-old. Both accustomed to laboring in the fields. With a firm grip, she restrained Zhang Xiufang, who, in a moment of oxygen deprivation, loosened her hold. However, as she inhaled deeply, the pressure intensified once more. This cycle repeated, and fear began to take root in Zhang Xiufang's heart. Releasing her grip on Yonwan's hair, she gestured toward her neck. A palpable sense of dread overtaking her, tears streaming down her face in desperation. The 3 daughters-in-law dared not approach, for Yonwan's face had turned a menacing shade of blue as she glared at them. The once diminutive and frail figure now exuded an aura of terror. They understood that any step forward would compel her to lean in closer, tightening her grip further. Witnessing their mother-in-law's ashen complexion sent shivers down their spines. They had never witnessed true violence before. This girl appeared genuinely capable of inflicting harm. The thought of a fatal misstep caused them to tremble in unison, exchanging glances that reflected mutual panic. In the next moment, they all fled, shouting of murder and calamity. It was not long before villagers, armed with tools from their labor, rushed toward the Yu household. The second daughter-in-law dashed home to summon her husband. 20 minutes later, the Yu courtyard was teeming with people. Yonwan had released Zhang Xiufang the moment the 3 daughters-in-law fled. Her petite stature made it plausible that had she let Zhang Xiufang go earlier, she might have faced a brutal beating at the hands of her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law, with no one to witness the assault or offer her any recourse. With the daughters-in-law gone, only Zhang Xiufang remained, and Yonwan felt no fear. Woe is me! This wicked girl intends to kill me. Zhang Xiufang lamented from her position on the ground, occasionally wiping her nose on her shoe. Yet, she dared not meet Yonwan's gaze, for she had genuinely feared this girl moments before. A frail woman herself, she had truly believed she might be dispatched by the young girl. Yu's father stepped forward to assist Zhang Xiufang, only to be rebuffed. Father, do not concern yourself with her. Yonwan fetched a straw stool for him, aware of his difficulty standing for long periods. However, given the tense situation, he could hardly focus on his discomfort. Seizing the opportunity while villagers had yet to ascend the slope, Yonwan swiftly entered the kitchen. In Chapter 11, the performance, she retrieved various potions from her space, selecting several vividly colored sprays to apply around her forehead scar. Yet, being a spray, it would evaporate soon, leaving only a faint mark, a bit too artificial. After some contemplation, she procured an egg from her space, separating the egg white from the yolk. Adding the potion to the egg white and mixing it resulted in a thick, blood-like consistency. She then carefully applied it to her forehead. The egg white carried a fishy odor, reminiscent of blood, thus ensuring it would not betray her ruse. At a glance, it now resembled a fresh wound, the blood almost congealed. She had initially intended to inflict a more substantial wound upon herself. Yet upon reflection, it seems unnecessary to exert oneself to such an extent. With disheveled hair, I grasped a handful of water and let a few drops fall on my eyes. Instantly, they stung and turned a fiery red, tears streaming forth. I touched the scalp that had just been gripped by Zhang Xiaofang, and the pain was excruciating. It must have turned red. What is happening? Old you, but dear, what has transpired? One after another, people began to gather in the courtyard. Some were merely there to observe the spectacle, unable to offer any assistance. At that moment, a few men hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. Xiaofan, mother, where are you hurt? Yulauda and his 3 sons helped the collapsed Zhang Xiaofang to his side. The 3 sons shot a menacing glare at Yongwan, deliberately ignoring the gruesome bloodstain on her forehead, regardless of the truth in their wife's words. Any act of aggression from Yaonyo would be tantamount to a direct affront to their family. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Yongwan felt a chill run down her spine. Oh no, would she be the target of their vengeance? Oh dear, what has happened to Yaonyo? Some were sympathetic, while others fanned the flames. Goodness, she is bleeding, a woman shouted towards Yongwan. Zhang Xiaofang, blocked by several sons, appeared bewildered. Upon looking up, she saw Yongwan, disheveled, eyes red, with blood trickling down her forehead and into her eyes. A wave of panic washed over Zhang Xiaofang. This is not right. Is she trying to extort me? This is utterly absurd. How could that wretched girl possess such strength? I cannot go on living. I kindly tried to introduce her to someone, and instead, I have invited enmity. What a disgrace this sister-in-law of mine has caused. Zhang Xiaofang immediately took the initiative, turning her back to Yongwan while clinging to her son, and shouted at the crowd. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaofang had attempted to arrange a match for Yongwan, several women began to speak out, condemning Yongwan for her disrespect towards her elder sister-in-law and for being ungrateful. They insisted that it was the elder sister-in-law's duty to educate the younger sister-in-law. Listening to the incessant chatter from Zhang Xiaofang and the women, the village chief, who had arrived shortly after, frowned deeply, his expression perplexed as he gazed at Yongwan. Yaonyo, you speak. The village chief commanded, and the crowd fell silent. The village chief, supported by his daughter-in-law, stepped forward to inquire. Unklali, yunwanazitata. Unsure of what to say. The moment my sister-in-law opened her mouth, she began cursing my parents, claiming she would betroth me to Wang Jinlong from the neighboring village, presenting the birth dates. Naturally, I sided with my father when he opposed this. My sister-in-law then advanced and yanked my hair. Oh, she even pulled some out. Yongwan's expression grew sorrowful, and as she spoke, tears genuinely welled up. Her capacity for empathy was remarkably profound. 2 kind-hearted women stepped forward to smooth her hair. She winced in pain, and, as they parted her hair, they discovered her scalp was red and swollen. I say, Zhang Xiaofang, have you no shame? You have cursed your in-laws and struck your sister-in-law. Look at the disgrace you have brought upon Yaonyo. The dignity of a young woman is of utmost importance. How could your heart be so cruel? The speaker was the most virtuous daughter-in-law from Fanyuan village, the village chief's wife. She was of similar age to Zhang Xiaofang, and the villagers commonly refer to her as Aunt Zhao. However, since her father-in-law was of the same generation as old Yu, she could only address her as Sister Zhao. Aunt Zhao had a gentle demeanor and had long held disdain for Zhang Xiaofang's conduct. At this moment, her voice rose in fury. The kindness on her face noticeably diminished. Zhang Xiaofang dabbed at the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes, feeling wronged. This wretched girl had brought this upon herself. Yet that hair was indeed clutched by her. With a heart-wrenching cry, she gritted her teeth in defense. Zhao Chunqiao, do not slander me with baseless accusations. And you worthless creature, you are the one who has twisted the truth. You inflicted that injury upon yourself. After saying this, she collapsed into her son's embrace, weeping dramatically. At this juncture, the tide began to turn. The onlookers, women and matrons alike, looked at the young girl with a twinge of pity. Some had witnessed the scabbed wound on her head just yesterday, and now was bleeding profusely. They were all from the same village. Who among them was unaware of each other's circumstances? The youngest daughter of the Yu family, Though reserved, was diligent and disciplined. She toiled in the fields, tended to the crops, and gathered firewood. She had shouldered her share of burdens without ever lamenting. To see a decent girl subjected to such bullying by her elder sister-in-law, only to be wrongfully accused, was lamentable. Who could possibly harm themselves so grievously? Zhang Xiaofang must have a screw loose to think her daughter-in-law would willingly bash her own head. Moreover, who did not know that the neighbor, Wang Jinlong, was a lazy widower? He had squandered away his family's land and now aimlessly wandered the village, despised by all. The sight of a young woman made him salivate like a lecherous rogue. Zhang Xiaofang, in her malevolence, was sending her own sister-in-law into the jaws of tiger. As Zhang Xiaofang overheard the murmurs of the crowd, she realized that the situation was not unfolding as she had anticipated. She felt as though she were lifting a stone only to drop it on her own foot. If it had been the old days, her youngest daughter would have been just like her stubborn father, unable to produce a sound. Why then, had she suddenly transformed today? Not only was she bold enough to confront her, but she also spoke with such eloquence. Zhang Xiaofang, seeing her feigned pitiable appearance, longed to claw at her face. She reached out and pinched Yu Laoda, silently urging him to speak up. Yu Laoda winced in pain, glancing at his white-haired father and then at his blind mother, who was quietly weeping while holding a child. He also caught sight of his younger sister, who looked utterly miserable, and felt a pang of compassion. Their parents had never treated any of their children unfairly, yet the burden of responsibility always fell upon the youngest sister. He had heard his wife lamenting about this incident for several days, implying that the younger sister's efforts had not been in vain. Even the silver coins she had secretly withheld were done so in his presence. What could he possibly say now? Yu Laoda observed that his wife bore no visible injuries, yet his younger sister was in a state of distress. His last shred of conscience urged him to intervene and prevent Xiaofang from stirring the pot any further. The village head was seething with anger towards Zhang Xiaofang and was about to speak when Yu Laoda interjected, "Sister, if you choose not to marry, then so be it. Later, I will bring home 5 eggs and half a piece of brown sugar to nourish you and our parents." "What do you think? Yu Laoda, have you gone mad?" she exclaimed. 5 eggs would barely feed our little ones for a few days. Brown sugar, though less expensive than white, still costs 40 coins a pound. Half a piece is enough to buy several pounds of rice. In our household, there is merely 1.5 pieces of land, inherited from the elder lineage. She is reluctant to part with it. Does that wretched girl even deserve it? Father. The 3 sons and daughters-in-law were simultaneously taken aback, calling out to Yu Laoda. We all witnessed it. It was Yaonyo who nearly choked our mother to death. The second daughter-in-law hastily interjected, her hair in disarray. Her cheeks bore 2 glaring scratch marks, and the other 2 were not in a much better state. Chapter 12. The matter of inheritance, it was your wife who struck her, and you remain oblivious, blind-hearted. You did not see how she pinned me to the ground, nearly suffocating me. Zhang Xiaofang was genuinely frantic, cursing and crying simultaneously, resembling a lamenting figure from a village funeral. She even bit Yu Laoda's arm in desperation. Though he winced in pain, he did not relent. With such a slender frame, he found it hard to believe that Yaonyo could overpower her. Such a wife could twist the truth, turning black into white. Yunwan glanced at Yu Laoda, a stout man in his 40s, with a round face that exuded simplicity. According to her knowledge, this seemed to be Yu Laoda's first act of defiance. Yu father and Yu mother felt a pang of sorrow. The eldest was inherently honest and straightforward. However, since marrying this woman, he had always yielded to her whims. Today was truly a revelation of conscience. The elderly couple also considered the importance of maintaining peace. After all, they lived in a close-knit village where disputes could easily become public mockery. Now that the eldest son had made a concession, they hoped to settle the matter amicably. Yu father, who valued his dignity above all, rarely sought help from others in the village. He believed in promptly repaying any kindness shown to him, a trait that could be seen as both considerate and, at times, lacking in compassion. With a gentle disposition, he never wished to burden his children, fearing they would come to resent him as a liability. When his daughters-in-law openly expressed discontent about caring for him, he chose to move out and establish his own household. His sons claimed they could not afford to feed him, leading to a gradual decrease in the provisions he received each year. Yet, he endured hunger and swallowed his grievances, never gossiping about anyone. When his sons grew up and discussed dividing the family estate, he had no objections, believing that with so many children, cohabitation would inevitably breed animosity. Adhering to this belief, he allowed them to divide their shares. In the end, the elderly couple and Yaonyo were left with only a plot of land. These matters were settled among the elder brothers themselves. Upon learning of this, the village elder sought to intervene on their behalf, but Yu father remained silent. Yunwan assessed Yu father's character. He was overly strong-willed, too soft-hearted, and lacked social finesse, swallowing his grievances like broken teeth. It is said that two contrasting natures cannot coexist harmoniously. Yu mother's disposition mirrored that of her husband, as she too was subject to the whims of her daughters-in-law. Yaonyo, shall we not let this matter rest? Yu father addressed her, fully aware of her grievances. However, as the marriage had not been finalized, he questioned the significance of the scar on her head, though he was unaware of how it had come to be. He had clearly observed that the eldest family had not laid a hand on her. Mother, do you also agree with what eldest brother has said? Yunwan inquired of Yu mother, who was cradling Yaowa behind her. Yu mother's countenance appeared ashen, her lips murmuring softly before she eventually nodded. Young Wan felt a twinge of helplessness, yet she could not let this opportunity slip away. Village Chief Li cast a disapproving glance at Yu's parents, lamenting that their temperament could hardly reign in this pack of rascally youths. However, despite his disappointment, the old chief still stood by their side. As long as Yao Nyo refused to reconcile, he would certainly support her unequivocally. Uncle Li, Yao Nyo is opposed. For reasons unknown, when young Wan uttered these words, the old chief breathed a sigh of relief. That stubborn girl, you still refuse? She thought. Zhang Xiufeng lifted her head, her disheveled hair framing her face, and spat out her words. In good faith, I arrange a marriage for you. Wang Jinlong, despite being a minor gambler, is unrestrained by a wife. If you marry him, I cannot believe he will not heed your wishes. Life is what you make of it. As soon as she spoke, several women cast her disapproving glances. If life is so splendid, why do you not marry your own granddaughter off to him? Young Wan's voice trembled as she responded, Uncle Li, matters of marriage are dictated by parental commands and matchmaking. Though a big brother can be akin to a father, my parents are alive. My sister-in-law has overstepped her bounds by directly arranging Yao Nyo's engagement. What sort of nonsense is that? My father does not consent to this union, yet she insists upon it. Yao Nyo will not comply. With wide, innocent eyes, young Wan appeared pitiful, prompting Sister Zhao to embrace her in consolation. Zhang Xiufeng pointed accusingly at young Wan. You uttered no several times, yet remained silent. How they treated the elderly couple behind closed doors was their own affair, but with so many witnesses, it seemed as though this stubborn girl disregarded her elders entirely. Should this news spread, how would her grandsons and granddaughters ever find suitable matches? Yu's father felt this was a family disgrace and wished to keep it private. Yet he found himself compelled to speak on young Wan's behalf. Even if my wife and I were to pass away, I would never marry Yao Nyo off to Wang Jinlong. I, Yu Guwei, shall not sell my daughter. You may as well abandon this notion. I declare here before Old Li that Yao Nyo's marriage is not for you siblings to meddle in. Ultimately, young Wan felt a warmth in her heart, standing up for the original owner. In this era, it was rare to encounter those who underestimated daughters. Village Chief Li nodded appreciatively. Zhang Xiufeng's schemes crumbled before her. Now, not only was there a small packet of biscuits in the betrothal gifts, but she also had to compensate for the numerous treats her grandchildren had devoured in secret. Furthermore, Wang Jinlong sighed, might not let this matter rest easily. She clutched her heart in exasperation, and the next moment, young Wan's words caused her to swoon. Uncle Li, since you are here today, I would like you to oversee the redistribution of the family estate. My younger brother must receive his share. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiufeng turned away in disbelief. Yu's eldest family members were left in shock. Village Chief Li hesitated for a moment before finally processing her words. You wish to divide the inheritance? He glanced at Yu's stunned parents, astonished. Is this truly Yao Nyo's intent? Yao Nyo Yu's father was caught off guard, startled. Meanwhile, the women in the courtyard eagerly approached Yu's mother, playfully teasing the little dog. Wong. They still entertain thoughts of basking in the residual fortunes of the Yu family. If having multiple wives is a sign of a noble's prowess, then a bountiful progeny serves as the benchmark for peasant households. In Fanyuan village, if one were to speak of admiration, Mr. Yu certainly qualifies. To have sired so many children without a single untimely death is no small feat. Even the village head, Mr. Li, lost 2 of his children during the great famine of his early years. With the blessing of late-in-life sons, it seems he is indeed favored with offspring. The matter of inheritance is significant. Should a redistribution be necessary, it would require convening the brothers at daybreak to deliberate anew. Mr. Li cast a glance at Mr. Yu, pondering the man's remarkable fertility. His household, situated at the village's edge, was only now becoming aware of Mrs. Yu's prolific childbirth. Alas, to raise so many and still be subjugated. Indeed, a mother rears 7 sons, yet finds it challenging to nurture them all. Had it not been for the audacious request from the little one today for her share, perhaps Mr. Yu would not have mustered the audacity to ask for more. In truth, he had ventured to the elder Yu's home yesterday, only to be met with scorn from his 2 grandsons, who chastised him for his shamelessness in requesting grain. Such disdain was disheartening. The brothers gathered twice a year to divide the grain at the elder's abode. In just a few days, the second half of the year's distribution would occur. He had hoped they might receive a larger share, yet it seems Mr. Li would need to make another trip tomorrow. Observing Mr. Yu deep in thought, young Wan responded to Mr. Li's comment. Mr. Li scrutinized young Wan, sensing something was amiss. Could it be that she had suddenly acquired insight? Young Wan felt uncomfortable under his gaze and subtly averted her face, thinking to herself, with age comes wisdom. With Mr. Li present, the elder Yu's household would find no amusement in provoking matters of inheritance. Following Zhang Xiufang's fainting, her 3 sons and daughters-in-law hastily carried her home. The eldest son remained behind, approaching Mr. Yu with a stiff neck, casting a glance at young Wan before addressing his father. Father, is this your intention? Chapter 13. Division of Inheritance, Part 1. Mr. Yu opened his mouth to respond but ultimately remained silent, instead turning to Mr. Li. Old Li, I hope you can assist us tomorrow. The eldest son, upon hearing this, pursed his lips, gazing at Mrs. Yu and the child in her arms. Before letting out a sigh and trudging away, Mr. Li and Mr. Yu continued their conversation nearby. Sister Zhao and 2 other women, one being Aunt Zhang, whom they had encountered beneath the tree yesterday, and the other Aunt Zhao Ju, encircled Mrs. Yu. Young Wan returned to the house, offering them a few grass stools. She entered the kitchen, ladling several bowls of clear water, and from her storage, she procured a touch of white sugar. Dissolving it into the water, after tasting it and finding it mildly sweet, she poured the mixture into bowls and presented it to them. Uncle Li, I apologize for the trouble. Please have a sip of water. Mr. Li graciously accepted the offering and drank. Having traversed a considerable distance and stood for a while, it was indeed refreshing. Sister Zhao and the others did not refuse either. They all took a sip, savoring the cool, sweet spring water with a lingering aftertaste. The subtle sweetness provided a reprieve from the morning's labor. Though not overly sweet, they discerned that the girl had likely added a hint of sugar. Sigh. Sister Zhao cast a reproachful glance at her, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. It was their goodwill. In the future, they would simply need to look after one another a bit more. Every household has its agricultural duties, and after offering some words of comfort to the elderly couple, they took their leave. Yanyo, why are you suddenly contemplating the division of family assets? Father Yu regarded her with a puzzled expression, sensing an unusual air about her today, though he could not precisely identify what was amiss. Father, both go Wong, and we need to survive. Young Wan stated succinctly, leaving both Father Yu and Mother Yu momentarily stunned. Indeed, they were aging with little vigor left. If they were to depart suddenly, how would these 2 orphan siblings manage? Their children had all established their own families, achieving domestic bliss. Eventually, Yao Nyo would marry. But what about Go Wong? Young Wan pondered. It is best to minimize interaction with undesirable relatives. She disdained entanglements with such people, preferring to draw clear boundaries from the outset, thereby avoiding any muddled connections that might invite trouble. Presently, Her marriage prospects had reached a temporary pause. Although she was already 26 at heart, the original owner of this body was merely 16. Today, Zhang Xiufan's commotion served a dual purpose. Otherwise, with so many brothers, one Zhang Xiufan gone would simply lead to another Li Xiufan. It was best to clarify the division of property. While not skilled in farming, she felt that the original owner and her parents deserved their fair share. Even if labor was scarce, renting the land would be preferable to begging under their noses. According to the remnants of the original owner's memories, the 5 elder brothers had united to seize all of the Yu family's land, providing merely 40 pounds of coarse rice and 15 coins in return. Each family member received less than 10 pounds, and within 3 years, the yield had dwindled to 35 pounds. Thus, the Yu family had long struggled with hunger, with the original owner resorting to foraging for wild vegetables to stave off starvation. She broached the topic today because she wished to eliminate any ambiguity in their relationships. The Yu family's bloodline had extended, yet they showed no gratitude for their upbringing. Such harsh treatment of their own parents warranted a severance of ties, and she intended to ensure clarity in this matter, reminding them to remember the well from which they drank. Moreover, much of the land had been cleared by her father and mother alongside village chief Li. Father, mother, our children will have their own fortunes. My elder brothers have become grandparents. They must now attend to their own households. With that, young Wan did not wish to elaborate further. She lifted Go Wang and strolled around the newly cultivated land. Dear, we're growing old, mother, you spoke bitterly. 13 years prior, the Yu family had dined together from a communal pot. At that time, in an effort to avoid displeasing their daughter-in-law, her husband had fallen from a high slope while gathering firewood, injuring his foot. Their sons had made excuses, ultimately missing the optimal time for treatment. She labored in the fields by day and returned home to sew in the evenings, working late into the night. After the division of the family, her eyesight had begun to deteriorate in recent years. None of her sons had stepped up to provide for her care. Reflecting on the years, the elderly couple felt they had been wronged by their own conscience. Suddenly retracting those fields, the Yu family is likely to descend into chaos. Father Yu is filled with worry. After enduring for so many years, now to contest for land with them, he fears they may no longer recognize him as their father. The couple remained silent for a long while, tears tracing down the weathered face of the elder, saturating the deep lines of his cheeks. The following day, Yinwan had already brought Wang the dog into her room to feed him. His little face, flushed after a hearty meal, resembled a small apple. As dawn broke, under the persistent urging of village head Li, the 4 Yu brothers reluctantly made their way up the slope. The eldest Yu and his wife kept their heads bowed low. It was said that news of the eldest daughter-in-law's childbirth had reached several families yesterday, leading them to converge upon the eldest home to discuss strategies, which resulted in utter chaos. Of course, Yunwan had not heard the commotion. She learned of it from Sister Zhao just moments prior. Uncle Li greeted Yunwan, glancing towards the 4 brothers in the courtyard and the accompanying sons and daughters-in-law gathered outside. Each couple had come to deliberate. The village head, apprehensive of the potential confusion arising from too many voices, had barred the younger ones from entering the yard. He had also brought along several notable witnesses from the village. Among them his eldest son, affectionately nicknamed Li Daniu, who is also Sister Zhao's husband. With a face reminiscent of Judge Bao, he exuded an air of authority, his mere presence imposing. Father, why do you suddenly wish to divide the inheritance? Haven't we already settled this? Are you intent on severing our means of livelihood? One of the brothers protested. Indeed, if you find the grain we provide insufficient, we can always give more. Why go through such convoluted measures? Another added, how can a land be divided? This newborn has contributed nothing, while it is we who have toiled for years to cultivate this land. What sort of reasoning is this? Yunwan observed as the Yu brothers remained as silent as quails, while their wives took the lead. These women are not to be trifled with. They are accustomed to crying, causing a ruckus, and resorting to extreme measures. Father Yu and village head Li sat on a grass stump, silent. Let us not engage in quarrels today. Refrain from excessive rhetoric. Village head Li admonished, casting a sidelong glance at the women. Village head, if fathers are right, and mothers are right, do we, as children, have no say? One of the daughters-in-law retorted. Consider those barren lands, which we have painstakingly cultivated and improved. Surely, the elders cannot simply reclaim them now that they have become fertile. The wife of the second son pounded her thigh, pointing out the absurdity. Zhang Xiaofang had remained unusually quiet today, not uttering a word since entering, only casting a few scornful glances at Yunwan. The latter found amusement in Zhang Xiaofang's demeanor, realizing that even the wicked require a worthy adversary. It is often said that Zhang Xiaofang is a shrew, but in truth, she merely possesses a loud voice and a sharp tongue. Compared to the cunning of the second and third son's wives, Zhang Xiaofang appeared rather foolish. Without the grueling efforts of your in-laws in the years past, what would you brothers be able to cultivate today? Perhaps you should bury your heads in your own courtyards and toil there. Li Daniu Guldli Muka. Huh, Brother Daniu's words are quite eloquent. Truth often stings, he added. Chapter 14. The Division of Inheritance, Part 2. As Li Daniu spoke, it felt as though bitter gall had been thrust into the mouths of the gathered assembly. Several daughters-in-law gathered together, tugging at their husbands' sleeves. Over the years, I, as the elder, have never wielded my age as a means of coercion against you. Currently, your younger brother is still but a child. It is unjust that he should go without while you feast. Finally, father spoke. His gaze averted from the faces of his sons and daughters-in-law. His head bowed. You are right, he acknowledged. Each of our 5 families should yield a piece of land. Although the discussion last night was fraught with discord, we ultimately sought a solution. Each household possesses a small parcel of barren land. Rather than exerting effort to cultivate it, let this newly born offspring endeavor to make something of it. As soon as these words were uttered, father was inclined to nod in agreement. Young one interjected promptly. Second brother, this isn't how the distribution works. You are allocating what belongs to the little dog Wang. What about father and mother? Li Daniu regarded her with approval. Recognizing her cleverness. Young lady, adults are discussing matters here. What are you interrupting for? Go on, stand aside. Third brother had heard yesterday that the eldest family had suffered a loss at her hands. Today, she dared to stir trouble again, truly a source of discord. Third brother, for all these years, I have cared for father and mother. While I may not have earned merit, surely I have endured hardship. What is wrong with speaking a few words of justice? If you silence me, I shall speak even more. It drives you mad. I am merely striving for progress. Though familial disgrace should not be aired publicly, since today demands clarity, I shall speak further. Over these years, the grain you allocated to father and mother amounts to a mere 8 jin per household annually for feeding dogs. As she spoke, her fervor mounted, as if years of pent-up frustration were finally released. Father and village chief Li, along with the others present, suddenly understood she had been harboring this grievance, explaining her recent restlessness. The grain for dogs was indeed insufficient. It was quite precious, yet resembled the rewards given to a beggar. She mentally calculated that each of the 5 households possessed at least 6 to 7 mu of land, although these were not bountiful years, using the lowest farming standards. An 8% reduction would yield a harvest of at least 120 to 160 jin per season. After deducting the government's levy of 1/10, their combined 5 mu would still yield around 400 jin of grain for just a single season. Yet, each family offered less than 10 jin to the elderly. A grievous betrayal. Village Chief Li and the villagers present were taken aback, each turning to father, astonished. How could such a meager amount of grain sustain them over the years? They murmured, lamenting the callousness of the children. Furthermore, they privately sighed at father's stubbornness, his silence akin to a tightly sewn seam. Father's complexion paled. Such matters were not ones he preferred to bring into the open. He feared the gossip of others would tarnish the reputation of the Yu family and reflect poorly on his capabilities as a father. Young Wan spoke. You are merely preserving your pride while suffering in silence. You may speak boldly, but what do you know? Third brother snapped, rolling up his sleeves and pointing at young Wan. What concern do our family matters hold for you? A woman married outside? Silence. How could it not concern me? For all these years, I have cared for our 2 elders. Have you no conscience? Village Chief Li rubbed his brow. For household matters are often the most difficult to resolve. 2 possible divisions were presented. First, the division of land, wherein Dogwon would receive his rightful share as well as that of your parents. I possess records of each family's fields and how they should be divided. It shall not be determined by your say-so. Village chiefly glanced at the agitated individuals and continued. Second, if the land is not divided, each household shall receive their share based on the annual harvest. 1 mu of land would yield a 3/10 share to the 2 elderly and Dogwon. Should your parents pass away, 1 mu would then be reduced by 1/10, leaving 2/10 for Dogwon. By this calculation, you would still benefit. However, the 2 desolate mountains in your father's name mean you should venture into the mountains less frequently. After village chiefly spoke, he fell silent, allowing the Yu brothers to deliberate while the wives began to clamor and weep. A sudden reduction of nearly 200 gene of grain in a single year was a burden none could bear. No one wished to relinquish their precious grain. They all seemed to forget who the true owner of the land was. Young Wan, upon reflection, realized that they were indeed dealing with a significant landholder. Why did they not contest the mountains? Perhaps it was because the fields were abundant and there was little of worth to be found in the mountains, which could not be cultivated. Ultimately, their deliberations yielded no conclusion. Village Chief Lee, losing patience, declared, "If you do not agree, you may petition the authorities for a resolution. At that point, the matter will not merely be about reclaiming land. You will also face scrutiny regarding how you have supported the elderly over the years. You may find yourselves branded as unfilial, incurring the disdain of the surrounding villages, and perhaps even facing imprisonment. Oh no, we cannot go to the authorities." Upon hearing this, the wives immediately broke down in tears. If they were to approach the government, they would lose their land, cutting off their means of livelihood. The weight of being deemed unfilial would jeopardize their descendants' futures, leaving them unable to hold their heads high in the community. Father Yu's eyelids fluttered. Having raised so many children was meant to ensure that their lineage could bring honor to the family. Would he truly go to the authorities? He would not. Old Lee. Perhaps. Dad. Young Wan quickly interrupted, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. She lamented how her father's mindset could not easily shift. She had long anticipated Father Yu's thoughts. He would not cross that line. Yet, there is a saying, the soft-hearted are often devoid of fortune. Father Yu cast a glance her way, exhaling deeply, turning his head away. He felt a heaviness in his chest, as if he was pressuring his children, yet sensing they were pressuring him as well. Mother Yu held Dog Wong in silence, while Sister Zhao sat beside her, attentively observing her expression. Since matters had escalated, it was best to clarify things. "Father, how ruthless you are! Have you no compassion?" Young Wan could endure no longer. The incessant moral shaming was intolerable. "Brothers, remember, there are deities watching over us. You are well aware of whether your parents have treated you with kindness or enmity. Stop weeping and wailing here. You are no longer children. If your own offspring were to emulate your behavior, your fates would be even more tragic. If we cannot resolve this today, we shall see you at the government office tomorrow." Young Wan's expression darkened as she cast a sharp glance at the Yu brothers. In just a moment, she hastily lowered her eyelids. The brothers were momentarily taken aback by her gaze, their hearts racing. A sense of retribution loomed over them. They had heard tales of the consequences faced by unfilial sons. Meanwhile, the children from several families outside the courtyard were also listening, and their hearts sank with uncertainty. After a while, the eldest Yu spoke first, proclaiming, "We divide grain, not land. To a farmer, land is the lifeblood. Even if they could part with 30%, it would still yield 4 or 5 parts, far better than having nothing at all." The remaining brothers reluctantly echoed his sentiments. "All right, old Zhang, draft them a certificate," Village Chief Lee exclaimed with a smile, addressing one of the notaries. He then regarded the brothers. "The debts you owe your parents over these past years shall also be accounted for." The brothers felt as if struck by lightning, and chaos erupted in the courtyard. Even the sons of other families, who had been eavesdropping outside, could no longer contain their desire to storm in and demand an explanation. "Let your sons return home to gather provisions. 50 pounds of rice for each family, 30 pounds of flour. If you have chickens, bring them. If not, bring pigs or rabbits. 10 pounds of meat must be provided, 1 pound of salt and 2 pounds of oil. Since the 5th son has gone to the neighboring village, you must also account for his share. ignoring the family's plight. He seemed eager to list every item. When your parents brought the little girl out to make a living, none of you contributed to this house. Only a few pots and bowls were distributed, while the farming tools and furniture remained absent. Each family must also provide a piece of cloth and collectively contribute 3 bedding sets. The local families felt dizzy, perceiving village chief Lee as a bandit come to rob them. Their division of property felt akin to losing everything. Chapter 15. Successfully dividing the inheritance. Come, sign your names. Once signed, return to gather your belongings. I shall wait here. The courtyard descended into chaos. Young Juan smiled and found a straw stool beside Yu's mother, playfully teasing the puppy Juan. Today, the puppy's little eyes fluttered. When young Juan stroked his small face, he surprisingly opened his eyes a crack. As he opened his eyes, she exclaimed, cradling the little creature, noticing that his gaze was still unfocused, his little eyes rolling lazily. Oh my, he has opened his eyes. Sister Zhao also smiled, remarking that if he could open his eyes within 3 days, it indicated that the child's nutrition was sufficient. She wished to inquire if he was receiving breast milk, but noticing Yu's mother's emaciated form, she hesitated to voice the question. It must be the child's own tenacity. Yu's mother's frown lifted, and her complexion brightened considerably. While harmony reigned on one side, turmoil brewed on the other. Refusing to sign? Do you wish to further disgrace yourselves in the village and then face the magistrate? Li Daniu approached the Yu brothers with several sheets of paper, his irritation growing as he noticed their reluctance. Among the elders in the village, there were only a few who had raised so many children. Other families' elders could at least enjoy a warm bowl of porridge from their sons. Why were these men so shameless? Brotherly, don't speak so harshly. One of the wives tugged at her husband's hand, hoping that by causing a ruckus, they might avoid the ordeal today, fearing they might provoke the village chief into abandoning the matter altogether. At that time, they would privately seek out 2 elders to speak a few kind words, ensuring they received a larger share of grain, thus allowing the matter to pass. Turning a blind eye to their own kin, how could they forsake their own flesh and blood? Li Daniu cast a disdainful glance at them, his brows furrowing with anger as he prepared to unleash a scathing rebuke. Yao Laosi, being rather timid, was on the verge of tears as he was scolded by Li Daniu, who had long been accustomed to being led by the nose by his elder brothers. He hastily took a piece of paper and marked a circle on it with coal, thus settling the matter. Li Daniu nodded and turned to the other 3, who reluctantly stepped forward to mark their signatures. With the land matter resolved, it was time to gather their belongings. In 15 minutes, any household that fails to arrive will face village penalties, he announced. The faces of the families turned ashen. The penalties involved fines. Seeing that village chief Li was resolute in his intent to manage this affair, they found themselves at a loss. Li village chief was highly respected. Firstly, he was known for his fairness and integrity, and secondly, he had a son who was an educated man teaching in the city, along with a daughter married to a merchant in town, making the Li family one of the most esteemed in the village. They dared not truly offend the old man. The families returned home in a dejected manner, and after some commotion, the 4 brothers entered the courtyard one by one. Li village chief opened the grain bag, inspecting its contents carefully. It consisted of coarse and aged rice, still containing quite a bit of gravel, yet he refrained from making any comments. During these times, every household struggled to make ends meet. He inspected the oil and salt, finding no issues, but then turned his gaze toward the 2 piglets in the bamboo cage. Frowning slightly, while the price of pork was low, it was still a source of meat. After checking 5 pieces of cloth and 3 cotton quilts, he sighed and said, "Now that the family matters are clear, each year's harvest must be brought to my home for inspection before being distributed." The Yao brothers cast a resentful glance at their father as they departed, not bothering to look back. Yao father watched their retreating figures, his mouth opening slightly. His murky eyes reflected a myriad of emotions. Henceforth, they might truly forsake him. Ultimately, he could only emit a long sigh. "All right, old you, since the matter is settled, do not dwell on it too much. Focus on living well," Li village chief remarked as he prepared to leave. "Uncle Li, please come to my house for dinner tonight." Yunwan invited eagerly. Li village chief looked at her with a sense of deep comfort, realizing how much she had matured, surpassing her wooden father in capability. However, upon glancing at the Yao family situation, he shook his head, knowing there would be plenty of opportunities to dine together in the future. As everyone was currently occupied with work in the fields. "Uncle Li, it's not urgent. You can sit for a while. The food will be ready soon," Yunwan insisted, ignoring Sister Zhao's objections. She entered the kitchen and fetched a wooden basin, scooping 2 large bowls of aged rice from the grain sack brought by the Yao brothers. Seeing the fine gravel mixed within, she sighed inwardly. Truly, it's a handful of rice accompanied by a handful of stones. After sorting through it for a while, she hurried to light the stove. With a total of 8 people in the courtyard, their appetite was considerable. Eating plain rice was out of the question, but it must not be too meager, especially since they had just harvested around 200 jin of grain. She resolved to prepare a pot of thick porridge. She glanced at the oil delivered by several suppliers, 4 jars of lard and 1 jar of vegetable oil. A flicker of joy crossed her face as she opened the jar of lard and took a whiff, only to be met with a nauseating odor. With a delicate stomach, the scent almost made her retch. No wonder these vendors were willing to part with it. Reluctantly, she retrieved the lard gifted by the golden finger from her space. A small spoonful stirred into her porridge enriched the dish with a delightful aroma. Next, she went to the spring to collect the porcelain that had not been consumed over the past couple of days. The spring was cool and shaded by a stone slab. Although the vegetables were not as fresh as on the day they were harvested, they were still perfectly edible. The pot, chipped at the rim, required boiling twice to yield a sufficient amount. Just before the porridge was done, she sprinkled a pinch of salt, enhancing the fragrance of the lard. The kitchen filled with the harmonious scents of rice porridge and oil. Swiftly, she took out 3 eggs, combining them with the leftover egg yolk from the previous day to prepare a large dish of stir-fried porcelain and eggs. She drizzled a few drops of soy sauce from her space. Alas, having exhausted her supply of eggs, she contemplated acquiring 2 hens to raise, thus allowing her to indulge in a little culinary trickery. In the courtyard, Li Daniyu and 2 other notaries set up a table. Though it was too cramped for the 8 of them, Yongwan and Yumu, along with another woman, each filled a bowl to the brim, sitting at the kitchen door to begin their meal. Zhao Dajiao's bowl was heaped high, and Yongwan pressed it down, adding a couple of chopsticks full of porcelain on top. Zhao Dajiao was taken aback at the sight of her bowl filled with thick porridge, almost too viscous to stir. The porridge was rich and fragrant. What oil had been used to cook it? It resembled lard, yet the finest lard often bore a distinct scent. She glanced at Yongwan, pondering how reckless this child could be. Although they had received a large bag of grain today, the future was long, and such extravagance could not be sustained. Noticing Zhao Dajiao's hesitation to take a bite, Yongwan teased her. "Are you complaining about the portion? You silly girl, how could one complain? I mean, we could simply have plain porridge to fill our stomachs. Look at you, with rice, oil, and even eggs. It's like a pre-celebration for the new year. No worries. It's not as though we eat like this every day. Do give it a try." Meanwhile, the village head, Li, and his companions were equally astonished. Li's household was considered relatively well off in the village, yet they had never reached the point of cooking porridge with oil. But the aroma was irresistible. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted the stir-fried porcelain and eggs. The flavors of the vegetables and eggs intertwined delightfully in his mouth, the crispness of the greens complementing the eggs' richness. Who knew this vegetable could be prepared this way? Truly delicious, he mused, planning to send a few grandsons to the fields to gather some for an occasional egg dish. After the meal, joy permeated the air. Zhao Dajiao assisted in clearing the bowls and chopsticks, offering a few words of advice to Yongwan, encouraging her to seek her out in the village if needed. Finally, Li and his companions, patting their bellies, ambled their way back home. Once they departed, Yongwan meticulously wiped the egg residue from her forehead and sprayed some medicine on her scar. She then tidied up the dishes and carefully stored the grain and oil inside, tightly bundling them and sliding them beneath the old beds. The kitchen was too dilapidated to accommodate them, and she was wary of leaving them in the storage room. This substantial bag of grain represented her family's food supply for an entire year. She glanced at the 5 pieces of fabric brought by the Yu brothers, noting their coarse workmanship. The other 2 batches were lighter and softer, one dark and one light. The trend of hemp elements had shifted dramatically in modern times. Many discreetly wealthy individuals have begun to embrace a minimalist, plant-based wardrobe, seeking authenticity, naturalness, and environmental sustainability. However, in this contemporary era, those at the lower strata prioritize warmth through cotton fabrics. Although the two batches in hand may not rival modern craftsmanship and texture, they are still commendable. Wearing linen in the summer is both refreshing and comfortable. She gestured with her hand, noting that one batch could yield 4 adult garments or 8 for children. She planned to use the lighter-colored fabric for dog clothing, while the darker shades, along with the remaining 3 batches, would be fashioned into adult attire. Including shoes, financial resources are indeed essential. Chapter 16. The Martial Spirit of Harmony. Mother, I intend to make garment from these 2 batches of fabric for you, Father. And Dog Wong, who in the village possesses the finest craftsmanship? Young Wan inquired as she approached Mother Yu with the 2 bolts of linen. Upon hearing this, Mother Yu quickly replied, "It would suffice to make 2 outfits for you and Dog Wong. I seldom venture out and do not require many garments. If anything, let me make an outfit for your father." There are only a few skilled seamstresses in the village, with the Zhao family's wife and the woman from the Wu family at the village's edge being the most proficient. Mother Yu reminisced about her own days as an adept seamstress, lamenting that due to her deteriorated eyesight, she could no longer manage even her own clothing. "Very well. I shall visit the village in the next few days," she concluded. Young Wan did not contest Mother Yu's decision. Her intention was simply to provide her with something worthwhile. For the elderly had labored throughout their lives without even decent clothing to their name. She glanced down at her own tattered attire, thinking, having something to wear is better than having nothing. After emerging from Mother Yu's house with Dog Wong, she hurried inside to prepare a bottle of milk for the puppy. Perhaps due to the goat milk powder, the little one's skin appeared rosy and fair, gradually resembling a charming little fortune doll. After tending to the puppy, she made her way towards the outhouse, where 2 black piglets, each weighing over 10 pounds, lay languidly in the sun. Observing the yard, she contemplated enclosing a pig pen on the opposite side of the fence. Father Yu also entered the yard after checking the cornfield, where the ears of corn were of varying sizes. Fortunately, with the grain from his brothers this year, they should not face dire hardship. Noticing young Wan squatting down to observe the piglets, he approached for a closer look. Upon hearing the movement, young Wan glanced up at him. Noticing that his eyes were red, "Did you sneak out to cry?" she teased. "Father, let us build a pig pen over here," she suggested, pointing to the opposite side, hoping to occupy him with a task to ease the moment. "All right, there are several dead trees behind the house," he replied. "I shall fetch some logs for you." Father Yu pondered as he leaned against the fence. Mere fencing would not suffice, as it lacked sturdiness, and they would need to build a mud wall. With his single leg, he feared he might not manage the workload. Young Wan first ventured behind the house for a quick survey, eyeing the thriving grove ahead. Feeling a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the eucalyptus trees, some of which were dead. She was inexperienced in tree cutting. "Perhaps we should call a couple of people for assistance?" she suggested, placing the grass into a basket and calling out to Father Yu. Seated at the front of the house, Father Yu considered her suggestion. The pig pen was neither too large nor too small. Just the 2 of them would take several days to complete the task. As I ventured into the village in search of someone, a figure ascended the slope. With her back turned, young Wan did not see him, but old Yu immediately recognized him. "Ah, it's you. Hello, old Yu," a bright voice echoed. Upon hearing the voice, young Wan turned around and was taken aback. Standing an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, his dark skin, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs exuded a wild vigor reminiscent of a Tibetan man. He glanced at young Wan by the courtyard gate, offered her a subtle smile, and proceeded inside. As he walked, he spoke, "Old Yu, I've come to discuss a matter with you." "Very well, take a seat." Young Wan was puzzled. She had no recollection of this individual, likely due to the original owner's lack of interaction with him. However, seeing old Yu's warm reception, it must have been due to the life-saving favor he had rendered on that day. "Old Yu, my family wishes to construct a house. The location of our previous land was rather unsuitable. A few days ago, I consulted with village chief Li, and he suggested I inquire with you about laying the foundation beside your home." Young Wan stepped closer to listen, discovering that his family's land was too remote. His house was situated on barren land, encircled by others' fields. Behind the house lay a rice paddy belonging to the villagers, which, during irrigation or the rainy season, often flooded and compromised the rear wall of his home. Although they had built their house with stones and earth bricks, years of flooding had taken their toll. The kitchen on the east side had been submerged several times, leaving the interior perpetually dark and damp. His mother had suffered from rheumatic bone disease for years, and despite her medication, her condition had worsened, particularly during the monsoon and autumn-winter seasons, leaving her sleepless from pain. He had surveyed the village's available land, finding most had already been cultivated. He believed that the barren land owned by the Yu family would be ideal. Nestled against the mountains, it was elevated and free from flooding. He had also inspected the back mountain, noting its gentle and ample shape. The hill in front was modest, devoid of loose rocks, ensuring that even during heavy rains, landslides would not occur. Villagers claimed no one desired this land, yet he saw its potential, backed by mountains and facing water. It provided a solid foundation without losing sunlight to the hills. Upon hearing his words, Old Yu was momentarily taken aback before smiling. Of course, that's fine. The back mountain is mine, but this barren land below is not. You can build whenever you wish, and your grandfather's 3 mountains are connected here, which is quite favorable. Old Yu felt a surge of happiness. Neighbors were preferable to distant relatives, especially since this young man had saved his granddaughter. All right, I will inform village chiefly. Come, Muan, this is your brother Wu. He is the one who saved you. Muan, take care of these 2 fluffy white rabbits. I have a whole litter at home. Young Wan finally noticed the 2 round, snowy white rabbits he was holding. She found it difficult to address him as brother, for he appeared to be in his early 20s, and the generational hierarchy felt convoluted. You may simply call me by my name. I am Wu Linghong. What is so funny? Wu Linghong asked, bewildered by her laughter. My apologies, it's just... light? Cough, cough. No, please take this rabbit back. The phrase of saving a life and being unable to repay, it feels rather odd. I can no longer accommodate it at home. From now on, we shall be neighbors, and mutual assistance is only natural. Wu Linghong was still puzzled by that mention of light. But seeing that Yunwan chose to avoid the topic, he decided not to press further. All right, if you ever need anything from my family, do let me know. Father, I'm off to chop some trees, Yunwan said, glancing at Wu Linghong before turning away and unable to suppress a laugh. It was uncertain whether he believed in the light. Old Yu, I'll take my leave now. Oh, let us go together. I need to find a couple of people in the village to help build a pig pen. Old Yu said as he picked up a wooden stick for support and stood up. Child, you should inquire about the sewing. Yu Mu called from inside the house, noting that it was the busy farming season and uncertain if anyone could make clothes for their family. All right then. Old Yu, are you building a pig pen? Indeed. We have 2 piglets with no place to stay, Old Yu replied, gesturing as he walked. No need to go. Fortuitously, I have nothing to do today, so I can lend a hand. Chapter 17. The kind-hearted Wu Linghong behind the house, Yunwan chopped down 2 trees, causing her palms to ache from the impact. While resting against a tree and rubbing her hands, a voice called out, Little girl, I'll chop. You go dig some yellow mud at the foot of the slope. Yunwan turned her head and glanced back. That sounds quite smooth. Wu Linghong had already picked up the axe beside her feet and moved aside to chop vigorously. He.s. rather capable. Yunwan nodded in agreement. Then I shall trouble you. After saying this, she dragged the cut tree trunks back, with Wu Linghong assisting in chopping. She had no choice but to carry a large basket to dig for yellow mud. Old Yu trimmed the branches off the eucalyptus trees he had chopped, collecting several bundles of dry grass and chopping them with an axe. He dug a hole in the mound of mud that Yunwan had unearthed, filled it with 2 buckets of water, and soaked the grass to soften it. By the time Wu Linghong had finished chopping the necessary tree trunks, Yunwan had also dug enough yellow mud. One must commend Wu Linghong for his efficiency. He swiftly drove the tree trunks into the ground, encircled the remaining twigs and grass ropes to form a fence. Finally, he mixed the softened grass with the sticky mud and applied it evenly onto the constructed fence wall. Throughout the afternoon, Yunwan and Old Yu assisted, and eventually, even their help was no longer required. Seeing Wu Linghong working diligently, Yunwan hurried to the kitchen to fetch a wooden bucket of spring water for him to drink. Take a breather and have some water. Working in this heat demands hydration, especially with sweetened spring water to quench your thirst. All right. Wu Linghong cheerfully applied the mud to the fence with great care before sitting down beside her. Father, you and Xiao Wu finish up. I'll go find some wild vegetables for dinner. She addressed him respectfully given her seniority. It seemed appropriate. Old you inquired, Xiao Wu? Wu Linghong paused, taken aback. That's a bit peculiar. No need, little girl. I'll return home for dinner. He waved his hand, setting aside the bowl in his hands. Their family faced far more hardships than his own. Their food supply was inconsistent. You must eat. You brought back the rabbit and helped out. How can I let you finish your work and return home to eat? As she spoke, Yunwan rummaged through the yard, retrieving her basket and grabbing a sickle. Uncle Yu also echoed. What the girl said is indeed true. Wu Linghong noticed that young Nuan had already exited the courtyard with her basket and chose not to say anything further, merely nodding in agreement. After applying mud to the earthen bricks, he went to cut some slender bamboo, intending to construct a rabbit hutch for them, which would facilitate raising rabbits and chickens in the future. The sun had already begun its descent in the west. Young Nuan arrived at the foot of the mountain and glanced at the expansive rice fields that stretched towards the village, a lush green tapestry of rice paddies interwoven together. At this time of year, everyone was busy weeding the dry fields on the other side of the village, as the rice would not be ready for harvest until early July. After contemplating for a moment, she shouldered her basket and made her way towards the rice paddies. Approximately 10 days before harvest, the fields would be flooded, but there were still some edibles left in the water. She removed her straw sandals, picked up her basket, and casually stepped into a patch of rice, feeling around in the water along the furrows. After some time without success, she moved along the waterway, hoping for better luck. In one paddock, she managed to catch only a few thumb-sized freshwater shrimp. Though small, they were still a source of sustenance. She threaded them onto a blade of grass and turned to enter the next patch, weaving through the rice fields in this manner. Eventually, her efforts bore fruit, and she lifted her basket to find 3 adult rice fish, their bellies swollen and plump. Catching these fish proved to be quite the challenge, akin to a game of hide and seek that took considerable effort. She strung them together by the gills and placed them in a small water trough she had dug along the ridge of the field to keep them alive. Then, she continued onward into the fields. After a busy day, she had managed to collect 2 sizable crucian carp and a large handful of field snails from the 2 rice paddies. Returning to the water hole along the ridge, she deposited the shrimp and rice fish into her basket and filled in the water hole before heading home. As she passed a section of the ridge, she noticed a lush growth of green, cylindrical grass. This grass looks familiar, she exclaimed, pulling one up. Wild onions. To her delight, it was indeed wild onions. The peak growing season for them was between May and June. If she waited another 2 or 3 months, the flavor of the onions, touched by autumn frost, would become even sweeter. With joy, she set down her basket and began to forage along the ridge. Before long, she had gathered a generous handful of wild onions, which far surpassed the flavor of those she cultivated at home. They could be stir-fried with cured meat, scrambled with eggs, tossed in salads, or pickled. Each preparation a delightful dish. She realized that she hadn't tasted these wild onions since childhood. Having gathered a substantial amount, she left plenty behind, curious if anyone in this era still consumed them. Looking at her harvest in the basket, she happily jostled it. Father, I'm back. Oh, little Wu, are you building a chicken coop? Upon entering the courtyard, young Nuan saw the pig pen that had already been constructed. Nearby, Wu Linghong was crouched behind a half-finished bamboo structure. Since we have enough time, I might as well help you build a chicken coop. It will be convenient for raising little creatures later on, Wu Linghong replied, lifting his head at the sound of her voice and smiling broadly. The sun had tanned his face, making it flush with warmth. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he lowered his head once more to weave the bamboo strips. The base of the cage was constructed from dry, slender bamboo, forming a nest shape measuring 1.5 meters long and 50 centimeters high. Bamboo strips were woven around 4 wooden boards to create the walls. Only the right side and the top of the nest remained to be completed. Yonwan cast a questioning glance at old Yu. wondering how they could allow someone to take over all the work. Old Yu, who was nearby peeling bamboo strips, shook his head in resignation upon noticing Yonwan's signal. He had already advised this enthusiastic lad, Wu, to take a break. He was quite adept at handling such trivial tasks. And there was even an idle chicken coop at home. In the past, they had raised chicks. But whether it was due to the abundance of wild animals or the temperature fluctuations between day and night, the chicks in the coop had always huddled together in clusters. He had woven several chicken coops, ultimately selling all but one. However, Wu's earnest disposition compelled him to take action. "You all carry on. I'll head to the kitchen," Yunwan said, acknowledging the situation before she picked up her basket and entered the house. Wu Linghong might have been motivated by a genuine desire to assist a less fortunate family like hers, or perhaps Old Yu had agreed too readily today. And since everyone was of a straightforward nature, he was eager to lend a hand. After all, this piece of land had long been tacitly recognized by the village as belonging to the Yu family. "Yonwan, do you need your mother to do anything?" As Yonwan reached the kitchen, her mother emerged, feeling the edge of the door. "No, mother, just take care of Wang the dog. Dinner will be ready shortly." Yonwan's mother pursed her lips, feeling the weight of her age and inadequacy. Seeing her mother's expression, Yonwan was careful not to hurt her feelings. "Mother, could you sew me an outer garment?" She set down her basket and approached her mother, aware that her mother had been blind for many years. Yonwan understood that even though she had lost her sight, she had developed her own way of living. As her vision faded, her sense of touch and smell became extraordinarily keen. In her prime, Yunwan's mother had been an exceptional embroiderer, and all the clothing in their home had been crafted by her hands. However, due to their poverty, they had not purchased fabric in many years, causing her sewing skills to fall dormant. Earlier that morning, when Yunwan inquired about making clothes, she noticed her mother hesitating to respond. Later, she had seen her mother fondling the fabric Yunwan had retrieved, measuring it with her fingers. Upon hearing Yunwan's request, her mother's face brightened noticeably. She had wanted to suggest trying her hand at sewing, but feared that after all these years, her skills might have diminished, and she would be disheartened by the prospect of ruining the fabric. Now, with Yonwan's encouragement, her confidence was rekindled. "Can you still manage, mother?" "Of course. Why would I? You know I have years of experience. I used to sew in the dark. I can certainly do it now. And even if the fabric has some imperfections, it matters not." After Yunwan finished speaking, she went inside to fetch a piece of coarse linen and handed it to her mother. With a quavering voice, her mother replied, "Very well. I shall sew you a garment right away." She then entered the house, feeling her way to the bottom of the bed where she had meticulously stored her sewing tools. Yunwan watched her for a moment outside the door, sighing quietly. At her age, she feared that idleness would only lead to distress. Chapter 18. A glimpse of culinary skills. Upon entering the house, Yunwan spotted little Wang the dog, blinking his eyes and amusing himself with his tiny fingers. There was also a bottle of warmed milk nearby. Seizing the opportunity while her mother was focused on her needlework, she quickly placed a pillow behind the little one for support and then inserted the bottle into his mouth. Once the little one was settled, she retrieved a sack of grain from under the bed. Yunwan scooped a generous bowl of aged rice, while her mother dug out her sewing supplies, carrying the basket alongside Yunwan as they headed outside. "Mother, you handle this first. I shall prepare the meal," she remarked. Indeed, one must consume hearty sustenance to endure the labor of the day. She proceeded to the spring to attend to several fish, setting aside the offal in a separate bowl. The rice flour fish boasted exquisite flesh, devoid of any unpleasant odor, making the offal quite palatable. The Crucian carp's offal was equally delightful, with its firm texture and the roe rich in nutrients. She intended to reserve the offal for a nourishing broth for Mother Yu. A few small shrimp and field snails were left soaking in water for tomorrow's repast. She also rinsed a small bunch of wild onion roots, ensuring they were clean. With the ingredients gathered in the kitchen, she took a moment to check on the puppy, Wang. The milk bottle had rolled aside. The little creature had consumed over half, leaving only a few sips behind. Young Wang discarded the remnants into the space and gently patted the puppy's back before returning to the kitchen. Tonight promised a meat dish, and she planned to steam rice. Unfortunately, there was no steamer available. Fortunately, she discovered a bamboo steamer hanging on the wall, presumably used by the Yu family for steaming buns. Resourcefully, she retrieved the steamer and meticulously washed it by the spring. Lacking cheesecloth, she dashed back to Mother Yu's room to procure a piece of coarse burlap, which she washed repeatedly for use. She then located a small sieve recently woven by Father Yu for drying purposes. She cooked the rice in 2 batches, waiting for the water to boil before adding the rice and stirring continuously with a spatula to prevent it from sticking to the pot. Once the rice reached a consistency where it could be pinched into 2 or 3 firm segments, she ladled it into the sieve to drain. She reserved a generous bowl of rice water, placed water in the pot, and set the steamer atop, perfectly fitting it, laying the burlap in the steamer. She spread the drained rice evenly within. The remnants in the sieve were easily brushed away with a bamboo brush, which proved effective for removing grains from the sieve. She pierced the rice with chopsticks, covered it with the pot lid, and allowed it to steam for several minutes. Once the rice was ready, she greased the pot and fried the 5 fish until they were golden brown before removing them, adding a small spoonful of lard. She tossed in 2 dried chilies discovered earlier in the morning, hidden in a corner of the storeroom. Some had turned black, but she selected a few that were still usable. As the chilies released their fragrant essence, she ladled in some rice water. Once it reached a boil, she placed the fried fish into simmer. During the cooking process, she divided the wild onion into 2 portions, intending to sprinkle the tips into the fish broth to enhance its flavor. The remainder she planned to prepare as a cold dish. She sprinkled an appropriate amount of salt on the wild onion to draw out moisture and eliminate any bitterness, ensuring it would be crisp and delicious. After squeezing out the excess water, the salt water that seeped from the bowl was just enough to enhance the fish broth's flavor. Once the fish broth was finished, she toasted the picked dried chilies in a dry pan until fragrant, then crushed them and mixed them with the wild onion. A few drops of vegetable oil were added, rich and aromatic enough to serve as sesame oil for the cold dish. From a space, she drizzled a few drops of fresh soy sauce and a couple of drops of fragrant vinegar, just enough to impart the desired flavor. Thus, a simple and refreshing cold wild onion dish was prepared. Finally, she utilized the rice water mixed with a touch of lard to simmer the fish offal. Upon exiting the kitchen, she noticed that Brother Shun had already placed the 2 rabbits he brought into the enclosure. She called out, "Father, please ask Xiao Wu to wash his hands. Dinner is ready." With that, she turned to set the table, arranging the dishes and chopsticks. "Mother, please stop what you're doing and go eat." At that moment, the little dog began to whimper again. "You go eat. Mother will watch the dog." "I'll take a quick look." "You should go and eat first. The guests are here." Yu's mother hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She understood that with guests present, it would not be proper for her to remain at the table while her daughter dined. It would reflect poorly on her and suggest that her daughter was lacking in manners. As for Yaonyo, Wu Linghong, holding a bowl, inhaled the fragrant aroma of the meal, swallowing in anticipation. Their household often enjoyed meat and was not lacking in food, but the flavor was what truly mattered. Cooking was undoubtedly more challenging than hunting in the mountains. His mother occasionally prepared meals, yet her cooking was merely palatable, nothing to write home about. It was nothing compared to the feast laid out before him, which smelled utterly delectable. He had longed to dig in, but paused upon noticing that Yaonyo was absent. "Eat quickly. She will feed her brother soon. You've worked hard all day. Please start." Yu's mother called out, responding to the clamor. Yu's father glanced at the large bowl of rice on the table, feeling a twinge of concern. "Oh well, now that we have plenty of grain, indulging occasionally won't hurt." He passed the fish soup that Yunwan had set aside to Yu's mother, while he poured himself a bowl of rice soup, which was rich and hearty. Far superior to plain porridge, he felt that just the rice soup would suffice. Why are these wild vegetables so delicious? Wu Linghong paid no mind to anything else and dove into the meal, shoveling in a few bites and picking up a handful of wild onions. The taste was invigorating. Having never found wild vegetables appealing before, he finally changed his mind today. "This is scallion grass," Yu's father exclaimed, also taking a bite and feeling pleasantly surprised. The dish was both satisfying and delicious. He had returned home many times, but had often encountered wild vegetables that were boiled without oil or salt. While they had a hint of onion flavor, they were akin to chewing on grass, lacking the vibrant taste of these prepared vegetables. "Hurry, Wu lad, eat some fish," Yu's father said, lifting a sizable rice patty fish and placing it into his bowl. He also ladled a bowl of fish soup for Yu's mother, the creamy broth looking utterly appetizing. Wu Linghong relished the fish, finding it tender, flavorful, and juicy. It was truly a culinary delight. This outing had been worth it. Yunwan emerged from the house to see everyone deeply engrossed in their meal. Eat more, don't hold back. I appreciate your help today. She filled a bowl with rice and sat beside him. Only then did Wu Linghong notice Yao Nio's presence beside him. He raised his head and smiled awkwardly. It's no trouble at all. If you ever need my assistance, don't hesitate to call on me. Primarily, he had come for a meal. Yet he couldn't arrive empty-handed, bringing along something easily caught, like mountain mice or wild rabbits. To improve their dining experience was only fair. Indeed, Yao Nuan replied with a smile, it's wonderful to have such a capable and amiable neighbor. We should cultivate a good relationship. Consequently, the last of the 4 fish found its way into Wu Linghong's bowl. He sheepishly polished it off and subsequently poured himself another bowl of fish soup, feeling thoroughly content. Mr. Yu, Mrs. Yu Yanyo, I must take my leave now. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Wu Linghong noticed the setting sun and promptly stood to bid farewell. After his departure, the Yu family sat together in the courtyard, engaged in conversation. Father, are the Wu family and our family quite familiar? Their grandfather's generation had dealings with ours, but in his father's time, they became much like us, living in seclusion and preferring solitude. Furthermore, his mother suffers from a leg ailment, as Father Yu narrates. It turns out that the Wu family has a sparse lineage. His grandfather was of the same generation as Father Yu and hailed from Yangjiao village, which is separated from Fanyuan village by 3 others. During that tumultuous era of ceaseless warfare, his uncles and cousins perished in conflict, leaving his father as the sole surviving child. Tragically, his father succumbed to illness when he was very young, leaving behind a pair of children. To compound their misfortune, 6 years ago, his elder sister, 2 years his senior, died during childbirth due to excessive bleeding. Her in-laws deemed her a burden for giving birth to a girl and claimed the child was cursed. Hastily returning both his deceased sister and the infant to the Wu family under the cover of night. Since her passing, his mother has been afflicted by illness. The entire family relies on him, and after his father's death, their farmland was sold off to purchase medicine, leaving them in dire straits. Thankfully, he possesses the skill of hunting and has become the village's sole hunter. Though he manages to scrape by through his hunting endeavors, he remains unmarried at the age of 21. With a disabled mother to care for and a niece to raise, he lacks the land that farmers hold dear. To this day, no one is willing to marry him, rendering him the village's first bachelor. Yunwan listened with deep sympathy. Her circumstances were not far removed from his. It turns out that the child is his sister S and is a girl. At 6 or 7 years old, she appears small and frail, yet possesses a charming demeanor that blurs gender distinctions. Had she known, she would have prepared more food to take back, but it was now too late. This child, despite her intimidating appearance, has a kind heart. In the past, during the rainy season when the roads were slippery, she had carried her across ditches without hesitation. Alas, what a pity, Father Yu lamented. Both Yao Nio and Wu Xiaozi are good children, yet they are burdened by a cruel fate. As he reminisced about the delicious meal, Wu Linghong moved swiftly, eager to return home. He had filled his stomach, but there was an elderly person and a child awaiting nourishment at home. Mother Tian Tian, Wu uncle. As Wu Linghong opened the door, little Tian Tian dashed towards him, wrapping her arms around his leg. Uncle, you've been gone all day. Did you go to the mountains? Wu Mu peeked her head out from the threshold. I secured the land deal and assisted the Yu family in constructing a pig pen. It would take them ages to build one on their own, he replied, then turned with Tian Tian to the kitchen to prepare a meal for the 3 of them. Chapter 19. Discovering the Lotus Pond Mother. Let us build our house next to the Yu family. Wu Linghong suggested as he observed the 2 of them eating without much enthusiasm. Initially, they had planned to build at the base of the slope, but upon assessing the terrain, he realized that the higher ground would be more advantageous. This afternoon, he casually mentioned it, and Father Yu readily agreed. Having just enjoyed a hearty meal, he resolved to construct their home adjacent to the Yu family. That way, during mealtime, they could relish the aroma of the Yu family's cooking wafting over, making their own meals more appetizing. "Whatever you say, my son," Wu Mu replied, showing no dissent. Over the years, she had grown increasingly reclusive. One reason was her son's status as a hunter. The act of taking life often made villagers wary. The other reason was her own mobility issues, which confined her to home, caring for Tian. The Yu family is quite amicable. Wu Linghong, concerned that his mother might struggle to adapt to socializing with neighbors, offered her some comforting words. "Oh, dear child, at your mother's age, would she still care about such trivial matters?" After finishing her bowl of porridge, Wu's mother produced a pouch of silver coins from her pocket. "Here, my dear, I've saved this money for your future wife. Since you're planning to build a house, you might as well use it for that." As she spoke, her voice became choked with emotion. "Grandma, please don't cry." Seeing her grandmother's tear-filled eyes, Tian quickly set down her bowl and rushed into her embrace, her own eyes growing red. Wu's mother buried her head in her granddaughter's shoulder and wept softly. "Mother, why do you keep bringing this up?" Wu Linghong felt a slight headache. At moments like these, he felt as helpless as a child. His mother had always longed for him to marry and have children. Yet, not only did no one wish to marry him, but he also did not want to burden anyone with his troubles. "Please stop crying. Once the house is built, perhaps someone will be willing to marry you," he suggested. Upon hearing this, Wu's mother lifted her head. This tactic had only worked on Tian before. Her son, being rather unrefined and lacking in comforting words, was not one to offer her solace. However, she found his words pleasing today. After all, there were only a handful of brick houses in the village. She had emptied her savings to finance the construction, so who knew? It might actually succeed. "Well, you better make sure this happens. Grandma, no more tears. Tian will make you laugh." After saying this, she embraced her grandmother, and soon the two were laughing together. Wu Linghong counted the coins in the pouch, 86 taels and 800 cash. It was enough to build a spacious courtyard, and he was astonished that, after all these years of hunting, he had managed to save such a sum. After all, his mother's illness required several medicinal prescriptions each month, and his niece's meals were also rather meticulous. As dusk approached, Yongwan carried back the cotton quilt that had been sunbaked all day and delivered one to Yu's mother's room. "Father, you should sleep on the bed. I'll take the dog one to my room. In this hot weather, you won't be able to bear the quilt. Let's wait until it gets cold before moving Wang to your room." Unable to argue, Yongwan ultimately took the quilt back to her own room. Although it was currently hot, the wall opposite her bed was cracked with a gap wide enough for an arm, letting in numerous mosquitoes. Even if it weren't cold, she feared the sound of the wind whistling through the cracks at night. Her family was the only one in the village to have built their house in such a secluded area. She often felt as though there were pairs of glowing eyes lurking in the woods behind the house, inciting a fear of mythical creatures. Thus, she refrained from drinking much water at night, afraid of needing to go to the bathroom. Previously, she had hesitated to wrap herself in the old quilt, finding it prickly against her skin. Now, with the cotton quilt, wrapping her limbs securely brought her a considerable sense of safety. The following morning, Yongwan took Wang to the kitchen and fed him milk powder before handing him over to Yu's mother. Seizing the opportunity, Yu's mother measured Yongwan's height, intending to officially tailor her some clothes that day. The other 2 batches of fabric were set aside. She insisted she could sew them herself, preferring to avoid the costs of hiring someone else. Yongwan did not mind, as long as she could wear the clothes. She had no interest in the intricacies of stitching. That was not her concern. Today, she plans to inspect the cornfield, passing through the yard to move the sun-dried seeds to a shaded area. She can only sow them in the evening. The surface temperature is favorable now in summer. Both varieties of vegetables are not tolerant to sunlight and require ample moisture. "Father, could you fetch a bucket of water to sprinkle on the backyard soil later? Just a light spray will suffice to add some humidity. I'll water it again when I return at noon. That should be sufficient." "All right." The branches of the eucalyptus trees trimmed yesterday make for excellent firewood. Yu's father is stacking the branches in the yard. Their cornfield is not on the dry land on the other side of the village, but rather on a slope at the foot of the hill. As she passes the slope, she happens upon Wu Linghong and a group of people surveying the ground. After greeting them, Yongwan slips into the field. Looking at the corn stalks that barely reach her height, she furrows her brows. This is an unoptimized variety. and she is uncertain about its potential. Observing the husks, which appear large, she tears one open. Ah, it looks substantial, but in reality, it is quite small. This husk serves as a deceptive measure of its size. The corn inside is merely the size of her finger, with only a sparse few kernels. Unwilling to accept this, she tears open a few more husks and is completely taken aback by the disparity. How should she put it? While this ear of corn might suffice as firewood, it certainly cannot be relied upon as food. Frustrated, she turns to leave, unwilling to waste time on this unrescuable cornfield. Ascending the cornfield leads her to a small hill. Unsure to whose domain this belongs, she considers searching the mountains for something to eat instead. If she could find something sellable, that would be even better, especially since her family is utterly impoverished. A gust of wind rustles through the trees, causing dry leaves to flutter down. As she circles back to her own hillside, she ventures deeper, wielding a sickle in her hand, feeling unafraid. Thankfully, there are no graves in this mountain. Otherwise, traversing alone would be somewhat daunting. Walking further into the hillside, she passes through a bamboo grove and into a patch of eucalyptus trees, leading to a small slope. The ground beneath her feet is soft, and she looks up to see a vast expanse of pine forest. Continuing onward, the trees become less dense. The red earth is loose and in a low-lying area. She spots a pond. What delights her even more is that the pond is adorned with blooming lotus flowers, half of which have already wilted, revealing their seed pods. In her memories, the original owner and her family have never encountered lotus roots. In ancient times, transportation was inconvenient, and much information was scarce. Many of the food sources are remnants from the older generation. Most wild vegetables and delicacies were discovered during the years of famine. Such sustenance, growing in water and mud, is rarely found unless it grows abundantly. Otherwise, the chance of discovery is quite slim. Even if someone is curious, the lotus roots lie deep within the muck. Digging them up is no easy task. Who would willingly wade into a pond to scoop up mud? She scans the area, reassured that there should be no reptiles around. Taking out some spray from her storage, she haphazardly applies it to her clothes and pant legs, hoping it offers some protection. She picks up a 2-meter-long branch, about as thick as her wrist, and heads toward the pond. The area surrounding the pond is overgrown with lush, tender weeds. She sets down her basket and begins to cut a load of grass. By the pond's edge, the vibrant red balsam flowers, also known as touch-me-nots or gold phoenix flowers, bloom abundantly. These were the very flowers she used to dye her nails with in her childhood. She picked up a tree branch and extended it towards the pond, aware that the marshlands could also harbor lotus roots. After all, this was the heart of the mountains. Prudence dictated that she measure the depth for her peace of mind. Excellent. The submerged branch reached less than halfway, and the mud appeared to be over a meter deep. Typically, large animals would not inhabit the lotus pond, though the croaking of frogs echoed nearby. Snakes, too, were likely absent. Chapter 20. The wild hen hatching eggs where balsam flowers grow, snakes seldom tread. In her youth, every household would cultivate a pot of balsam flowers, not only for their beauty, but also for their reputed ability to ward off snakes, particularly venomous ones. Of course, in her childhood, her motivation for planting these flowers was merely to keep up with trends and to dye her nails. She rolled up her pant legs to her thighs and gradually stepped into the pond. Initially, she plucked a few lotus leaves before delving into the mud to extract wild lotus stems. At this time of year, there should be no lotus tubers, only stems. After a while, she pulled out 4 or 5 slender lotus stems. Climbing back onto the bank, she rinsed her feet. The lotus pond teemed with fish and shrimp. Just moments ago, a fish had brushed against her foot. However, today she had no intention of catching any. The lotus in this pond would not mature until around September. She would let them grow for now. The stems she had gathered were pristine white, and stir-frying them at home would yield an exquisite delicacy. She circled around and used her sickle to harvest 2 balsam flowers, placing them atop the grass in her basket. As she emerged from the pond and passed a thicket, a series of clucking sounds startled her. Before she could glance over, a dark shape darted past her and into the bushes. Without a second thought, she tossed her basket aside and lunged toward the thicket. The clucking continued as she found herself sprawled atop the underbrush. her mouth filled with dry leaves and a few chicken feathers. A wild hen? Was it a hen? She propped herself up, one hand pressing down on the hen concealed in the foliage, and carefully revealed it. Its brownish-yellow feathers were interspersed with black patterns. It lacked a comb, and its tail feathers were short. The wild hen flapped its wings several times, but she had it pinned down. Her hands were sticky with egg residue as she followed the direction in which the hen had fled, parting the weeds. To her delight, a nest of olive green and speckled brown eggs lay quietly nestled in the grass. "This is to protect your young ones," she murmured, her hands moving swiftly. She gathered a handful of sturdy wild grass nearby, binding the hen's wings and legs before securing it to her basket. Then, she carefully lifted the entire nest, eggs and all. Observing the yellowish fluid beside the nest, she sighed, one less egg to eat. It seemed she had inadvertently damaged it while capturing the hen. As she inspected the eggs, she noticed a fine, thread-like substance on the yolk, alongside a small black dot. Was this a fertilized egg? How fortuitous! No wonder the wild hen had been so easy to catch. It was busy hatching its chicks. Guided by a sense of morality, she resolved not to take any lives today. She would allow the hen to hatch its chicks, ensuring a future bounty of eggs. It was another fruitful day. Nature truly provided abundantly. Upon returning, the young girl, filled with prowess, had successfully captured a wild chicken. As a man emerged from the Wu family's residence, he caught sight of the wild fowl secured in her basket, along with a clutch of eggs in her hands, evoking a deep sense of envy. The girl, courteously smiling, hurried home with the precious cargo. The foundation of the Wu household was laid a mere 10 paces to her left. And Wu Linghong had followed old Yu's advice to construct the kitchen not far from the family spring. They had excavated a shallow well, approximately 2 meters deep, to facilitate water access. Consequently, their kitchens were aligned, as was the position of the spring. Her own abode leaned against the mountain, with expansive woods and hills flanking both the right side and the rear of their properties. She envisioned utilizing the vacant land for building a home that would accommodate pigs, cattle, and various crops, including fruits and vegetables. Additionally, the area behind the house would be ideal for planting diverse fruit trees. "Home again," she exclaimed, placing her basket on the ground and untying the wild chicken. "Father, please find the largest chicken coop we have." "Ah, a wild chicken." Old Yu lifted his gaze from the pile of firewood, quickly heading to the thatched shed where they stored their belongings to retrieve the coop. In a short while, he emerged dragging a round coop, measuring 1 meter in diameter and half a meter tall. The girl dashed forward, requesting her father to hold the wild chicken while she positioned the coop at her doorstep. After tossing in some fresh hay, she placed the chicken inside. Observing the plentiful eggs, old Yu's face broke into a smile. "Girl, how did you become so skilled?" He couldn't help but commend her. She had indeed been returning home with bountiful catches each day. "Father, these eggs should be able to hatch into chicks. Let us nurture them and see," she replied, unable to ascertain whether they were fertilized, so she spoke in general terms. "All right, I shall keep a close watch at home. If they hatch, we will take good care of them," old Yu declared with newfound determination. The coop had a circular opening at the top. She placed the wild chicken inside and secured it with a wooden board and some stones. After a brief bout of restless flapping, the chicken settled down, coming to terms with its new surroundings and beginning its journey as a source of sustenance for the Yu family. The girl then divided some hay for their 2 rabbits. She checked the pigsty, noting that the earthen walls had solidified firmly after a night of wind and a day under the sun. She quickly placed the piglet from the coop inside and emptied the remaining hay into the pigsty. The pigs and rabbits adapted well, munching contentedly, watching the animals feast joyfully. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, this is truly wonderful. This is life. Father, when you have the time, could you make us a couple of water troughs for the pig and rabbits?" She noticed that the existing bamboo tube troughs had been knocked over, rendering them somewhat impractical. Over the past few days, old Yu had been kept busy, yet he felt no fatigue. With ample food, regular meat consumption, and the addition of numerous small livestock, he felt optimistic about their future, which significantly lifted his spirits. After bundling some branches, he set out to make the troughs. For lunch, she prepared a simple stir-fry of lotus stems, along with shrimp and snails that had been caught the previous night. Due to the construction activities at the Wu household, she refrained from using too much oil, opting instead for a light boil with a sprinkle of salt at the end. Each person received a yellow flatbread, soft and fluffy to accommodate their dental needs. After the meal, she took her dog, Wang, and strolled into the adjacent wasteland, where only Wu Linghong remained. Today, the village chief and others had come to inspect the foundation and finalize the plans for construction to officially commence tomorrow. After all, this was one of the few brick houses in the area, and inquiries about labor costs had been pouring in for Wu Linghong. As she playfully teased her drooling dog, she subtly probed into the regulations surrounding house construction in his household. The estimated budget seemed to hover around 80 taels. Wu Linghong shot her a glance, contemplating whether this young girl aspired to build a grand house. Was she not going to marry? Upon hearing this, she mentally calculated the figures. It was said that men in the countryside earned between 20 to 30 won a day for laboring in the town. By this calculation, one could earn about 1 tael a month, accumulating roughly 10 taels in a year. In 7 or 8 years, that would suffice for a modest brick house. However, in the village of 30 to 40 households, no more than 3 possessed brick homes. The better ones were made of stone. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that throughout the year, aside from the winter months where there was no farming work, the men would seek employment. The rest of the time, they were preoccupied with crops, and the grains harvested were barely sufficient to fill their stomachs, leaving nothing to sell. This cycle persisted, and the scant earnings were often allocated for various household expenses, truly leaving no spare funds for construction. In her previous life, she had been shackled by the burdens of housing and automobiles, trapped in a perpetual cycle. Just managing to make ends meet was deemed sufficient. Society kept the majority in poverty, and striving for greatness was a formidable challenge. While the prospect of earning a small fortune might seem distant, she, as a new generation individual, believed her understanding surpassed that of this era. She had faith that her circumstances would not be dire. After a brief exploration and ensuring her dog was well fed, she shouldered her basket and ventured into the mountains once more. Despite her father's repeated admonishments, she was determined. Just don't wander into the deep mountains. He had cautioned. I understand. Chapter 21. Distant aspiration. Upon crossing a small hill, she discovered a considerable amount of grass in this area. She set down her basket and prepared to cut the grass. Their home lacked even chaff or bran. In the past, her family had used such byproducts to feed pigs. But here, it was sustenance for humans. Nonetheless, the piglets needed proper care. She recalled that in her childhood, villagers often reserved a plot to cultivate alfalfa. Known locally as shatsi, scientifically recognized as Medicago sativa, also referred to as pig grass. It was one of the most nutritious grasses for pigs and favored by rabbits. Indeed, the pinnacle of forage. This grass could thrive even in barren lands, growing in patches. In the summer, a field of pig grass appeared lavender from a distance. Today, her quest was to find this very grass. In truth, it was not difficult to locate. Where there was one, there would be many. As anticipated, she soon discovered this pig grass on another slope. Filled with joy, she wielded her sickle and began to harvest, soon filling her basket to the brim. Her sharp eyes caught sight of small purple flowers beside the pig grass. They were also blooming, and without careful observation, one could hardly distinguish between the two. To validate her suspicions, she pried at the soil with her sickle. With a gentle tug, a root resembling a cow's tendon was unearthed. This herb, akin to ginseng in its cognitive benefits, bore the profound name of yuanji. To confirm this revelation, she promptly accessed a search engine to investigate the plant. Indeed, it was as she suspected. In her past life, insomnia, anxiety, and depression had diminished her memory. Pharmaceutical interventions had little effect, leading her to seek the counsel of an elderly herbalist recommended by a friend. The venerable physician advised her to procure some fresh yuanji to brew in water or prepare in soup. Delving deeper, she discovered that its primary properties included calming the spirit, enhancing cognition, inducing tranquility, and providing a sedative effect. It was said to invigorate the heart and kidneys, combat depression, and improve memory retention. Additionally, it had significant medicinal value, regarded as a noble herb among superior remedies. Upon purchasing it online, she recalled that in her childhood, this herb was plentiful on the hills of her village, though not overwhelmingly so. Known as little grass root, she had once dug it up to sell. Villagers would also harvest it, unaware of its medicinal properties, merely noting its benefits for eye health and toothaches. However, her research indicated that this herb was more commonly found in the north, with fewer instances in the south. Yet, having grown up in the southern region, she noted its abundance. She pondered whether anyone in the area might be harvesting it, likely considering it a mere weed. After contemplating, she rolled up her sleeves and began to dig up the yuan ji in her vicinity. After searching various locations, she filled a large bundle, marveling at the quantity she had gathered, uncertain if anyone would appreciate its value. With a basket full of pigweed on her back and a substantial bundle of yuan ji in her arms, she made her way home. Upon reaching the courtyard, she spotted a boy of about 12 or 13 standing there with a basket of items. "Grandma, please let me keep this. Otherwise, my mother won't forgive me. You could take it back for your family to exchange for silver." "Grandma, my family has prepared for tomorrow's market." "Father, what is happening?" Young Nuan placed her belongings down and approached the boy, exclaiming, "Oh, this is Yu Laoxi's little grandson, Yu Shaosheng. Aunt, these are the eggs my mother left for the dog master," Yu Shaosheng said, blinking his eyes and pouting his lips. How amusing it was to think that in a few years, she too would be regarded as an elder. "What dog master?" "It's you, little master," young Nuan retorted playfully. Yu Shaosheng nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes, little master." Young Nuan glanced at Yu's father, noting that the couple, Yu Laoxi and his wife, were of a temperament similar to Yu's parents, possessing kind hearts. They had occasionally assisted her family discreetly, wary of their other brothers discovering their generosity. Yu's father, too, would insist on refusing such kindness, claiming that one should not accept aid from their own children. Each time, there was a struggle to accept the help. Young Nuan stepped forward, taking the basket from Yu Shaosheng's small hands, revealing 10 eggs within. Yu Laoxi's wife was indeed generous. "All right, wait a moment. I will fetch you another basket." Young Nuan moved with fluid grace, leaving Yu's father and Yu Shaosheng momentarily stunned. "Did you not just refuse to accept this?" Yu Shaosheng exclaimed. "Father, my old face." Little Nuan is indifferent. However, if the Yu family requires assistance in the future, she will not refuse. Between relatives, there should always be a mutual exchange. To consistently reject a family member's goodwill will only serve to distance oneself. "Tomorrow is market day?" Little Nuan inquired, returning the basket to Yu Shaosheng. Yu Shaosheng, having completed his task, wore a carefree smile. He nodded emphatically at Little Nuan before turning to run off. "Ah, this child." Little Nuan rolled her eyes inwardly. How is it that this elder, having spent a lifetime gaining wisdom, fails to comprehend such matters? Taking a deep breath, she donned a radiant smile. "Father, if I were ill and you prepared several eggs for me, only to have them declined at my door, you would feel disheartened as well, wouldn't you? These eggs are precious, and the Yu family is not affluent. There is no need to insist on giving them. If they can be given, it means they are available. At worst, when our hens start laying, we can reciprocate the gesture." Indeed, Little Nuan makes a valid point. Mutual exchanges foster connections. Yu's mother, who was threading a needle in front of the house, remarked sagely, "Little Nuan, I'm running low on thread. Please bring me 2 more. Yu's father, with his rigid mindset, found it challenging to adapt. "Father, are you familiar with this herb?" Once she finished threading the needle, she shifted the conversation. Given Yu's father's advanced age, if he was unaware of this herb, it was possible that the surrounding villages had yet to discover it as well. "This is a medicinal herb?" Yu's father scrutinized the plant, known as yuan ji, with skepticism. Upon inspection, it appears to be merely a weed. How could Little Nuan claim it to be medicinal? He glanced at her with curiosity. "I've been feeling unwell lately, and while cutting grass, I inadvertently uprooted this plant. Seeing its pale roots, I bit into it. It tasted bitter and astringent, prompting me to inquire." Little Nuan felt a surge of joy. It seemed few in the town were aware of this. With market day approaching, she realized she must venture to the city. The pressing question now was how to reach the city. The original owner of this body had never ventured beyond the village, and the journey to the town and then to the city would consume countless hours. She turned to her father for guidance. But alas, he had never visited the city either. It was said that some villagers had made the trip, which required a full day and night of walking. Very well. We shall gather at the village entrance tomorrow. For the market, there are individuals who offer ox carts for transportation, charging one per person. Father, I wish to visit the town to see if I can exchange this item for some money. The moment the words left her lips, Yu's father's gaze conveyed an impression of skepticism, as if he believed she was indulging in fanciful dreams. Ahem, father, all right. If you wish to go, I will fetch you some money shortly. Yu's father soon returned with 3 strings of copper coins, one containing 100 pieces. Here is the 320 when I have saved over the years. Your mother and I seldom require anything, so I have kept it. Tomorrow, you may see what you like in the town and purchase a little. Little Nguyen, it seems you are eager for the market. Yet why disguise it with such reasoning? The family is not so impoverished that we have nothing at all, Little Nguyen replied, her heart a whirlpool of emotions as she realized her father had entrusted her with the family's finances. You say he lacks flexibility, yet he treats his children equally. You say he can adapt. However, this time, regarding the division of land, he feels an overwhelming sense of guilt towards his offspring. As the evening meal was being prepared by Uncle Yu, she took the opportunity to return to the field where she had dug wild onions the previous day, bringing back 2 clumps of soil and onions. As the sun began to set, she carefully trimmed the wild onion leaves, leaving only the roots, and buried them in a corner of the vegetable garden. She scattered seeds of cabbage and chili peppers into the soil, covering them with a delicate layer of earth, then used a ladle to sprinkle water into the wind, moistening the ground. Not far away, the sounds of construction from Wu Linghong's house could be heard. The daylight had not yet faded, and the work continued. Remembering the birds that had caused damage, she hurried back to plant a straw wind chime she had crafted into the soil. Dinner consisted solely of a thin porridge, which was quite unappetizing. After a few bites, Yunwan found it unbearable and felt the need for rice. She glanced at the distant planting grass spread across the yard, looking forward to seeing it the next day. Historically, traditional Chinese medicine has never been inexpensive. She believed that this bundle of planting grass would fetch a good price the following day. Before dawn, Yunwan fed the dog Wang with milk powder. She then took 10 coins from the 320 coins given to her by Uncle Yu, returning the remainder. Aunt Yu retrieved a pair of new straw sandals from beneath the bed for her. Yunwan tried them on. They were slightly large, and primarily, new shoes tend to rub against the feet without proper wear. Mother, please keep them. They're still wearable. Nonsense. Take them with you. If they break on the way, you'll have to return barefoot, Aunt Yu insisted. Yunwan realized the wisdom in this. The mountains were high and the roads long, and she could not return without a pair of shoes. She accepted the sandals and secured them to her backpack. Be careful in town. Don't wander off, Uncle Yu advised as he took the copper coins. Understood. Although she knew it was unlikely, she nodded obediently. Without disturbing the 2 elders, Yunwan set off towards the village with her backpack. Halfway there, she encountered Wu Linghong, who was leading a donkey cart. Where are you headed, girl? He inquired, noticing the heavy load she was carrying. I'm going to town. What about you? As it happens, I'm heading to the county for supplies. Come, hop on. Wu Linghong replied, setting down the reins to help her with her burden. Yunwan smiled shyly. Am I being too much of a bother? Not all. Thus, Wu Linghong led the donkey while she took a seat on the cart, which also carried a basket of rabbits, around 10 in number, presumably for sale in town. The 2 exchanged a few words along the way, but soon fell into silence. Yunwan carefully observed the terrain as they left the mountains. Though the path to town was less than 2 meters wide, it was well-trodden and relatively smooth. However, there were challenging sections with deep potholes. If it rained, this route would surely become riddled with puddles. Watching the steady pace of those walking ahead, she abandoned her earlier thought of walking and decided to remain on the cart, particularly since she was unfamiliar with the path. As the morning light broke, they finally arrived at the newly returned town. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of vendors calling out their wares. Stalls of various sizes lined the streets, clustered together in vibrant displays. Xiao Wu, where can I catch a ride to the prefecture? Yunwan asked as she jumped down from the donkey cart and approached Wu Linghong. Seizing the moment while it is still early, one must hasten towards the capital city. Wu Linghong was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. Have you lost your senses? It takes an entire day to reach the capital from here. What on earth would a young girl like you want to go there for? Yunwan chuckled playfully. Naturally, I have matters to attend to. Have you and your father made arrangements? Wu Linghong, not one to pry into personal affairs, was merely concerned about her safety. Yunwan scratched her head, unsure of how to respond when Wu Linghong spoke again. Let us go. I need to head to the county city. Once we arrive, you can decide whether or not to proceed to the capital. After a moment's consideration, Yunwan readily agreed. The county city would suffice. Are you hungry? I shall go buy some buns, she suggested, glancing at the nearby bun shop. Having left without provisions, her mother had advised her to purchase something she desired in town. No need. He began to say he would treat her to lamb soup in the county city, but to his surprise, the girl had already dashed off. What fillings do you want? Meat buns are 2 coins each, vegetable buns 2 for 1 coin, and steamed buns 2 for 1 coin. The proprietor of the bun shop cheerfully greeted the throng gathered outside. How exorbitant! Why are the meat buns so dear? She lamented, reluctantly producing 4 copper coins. Boss, I'll take 2 meat buns and 2 steamed buns, please. Certainly. The owner swiftly retrieved several buns from the steamer, wrapping them in appropriately sized leaves. Yunwan accepted the package, the buns appearing soft and delectable, while the steamed buns had a hint of yellow amidst their whiteness. They were likely not made from pure flour, and the wrapping leaves appeared familiar, resembling banana leaves. She hurried back to Wu Linghong, offering him 1 meat bun and 2 steamed buns. Wu Linghong chuckled helplessly. I cannot possibly eat right now. Let us eat as we walk. With that, he returned the buns to her leaf wrapping. Yunwan found it somewhat peculiar that someone of his stature could claim not to be able to eat. Leaving his portion aside, she walked alongside the carriage, munching on her food while surveying her surroundings. The town was quaint and antiquated, yet the buns were delicious. The meat bun surprisingly filled with pure beef. Was it not said that in ancient times, working cattle were not slaughtered? With this puzzling thought, she ambled along, occasionally stopping to chat with Wu Linghong. From him, she learned that there was no outright ban on consuming beef, but typically only cattle that had died naturally were used for food. It seemed that encounters with beef in the bun shop were rare, as pork was the usual fare. Pork buns were cheaper, yet their unappetizing taste made them hard to sell. Moreover, Yunwan inquired about the pharmacies in the county city. She discovered that he would trade deer antlers and similar items he had hunted at the pharmacy for medicine to treat his mother's ailment. He was aware that the largest pharmacy in the county city was a branch of one in the capital called Zhongjing Pharmacy. It served both as a pharmacy and a clinic, boasting numerous establishments across various locales, with fair pricing. Are you there to fetch medicine or to sell it? Wu Linghong glanced at her. The young girl carried a large bundle of miscellaneous herbs in her backpack. Could she possibly intend to sell these in the capital? Yunwan raised an eyebrow at his teasing expression. I dug up some medicinal herbs. I wish to take a look at the pharmacy. Ahem, how fortuitous. I shall escort you there. It happens to be on my way. Although Wu Linghong found Yunwan to be somewhat naive, he refrained from dampening her spirits. Xiao Wu, I have heard of a type of heated bed, one that can burn fire beneath, allowing one to sleep warm throughout the entire winter. Is it truly so? Upon hearing this, Wu Linghong's face brightened, and he paused to gaze at Yunwan. Observing the anticipation in his eyes, Yunwan nodded earnestly. When he mentioned the construction of a bed, it reminded her of Wu Mu's rheumatism and her fear of the cold, prompting her to mention it with genuine concern. Wu Linghong did not doubt her words. The novelty of the unfamiliar concept naturally incited a desire for verification rather than skepticism. Thus, as they continued on their journey, Yunwan began to mentally explore the process of constructing a heated bed. While she grasped the basic principle, given that it was for the Wu family, it had to be executed flawlessly. She chattered on, determined to provide thorough assistance. Where did you hear about this? She had scarcely finished speaking when Wu Linghong, with a hint of curiosity, inquired. I heard it while browsing videos. Do you believe me? I once listened to itinerant merchants at the market, Yunwan replied, her eyes darting nervously, aware that he likely did not know she had never been to a market herself. Wu Linghong retained a sliver of suspicion. The girl spoke with reason and conviction, Perhaps it was worth trying? Chapter 23. The first substantial sum of money. The journey from the town to the county city by donkey cart took less than 2.5 hours. The roads on the pipeline were much smoother, allowing for greater speed. Upon reaching the city gate checkpoint, a square, 2-square-meter booth housed a toll collector. The entrance fee was 1 won per person. Wu Linghong casually paid for her, and she handed over a copper coin, which he declined to accept. He merely patted his stomach, remarking, "I'm a bit hungry." Upon hearing this, Yunwan promptly handed him the steamed buns she had carried all the way. "I'll treat you to a couple more later." The county city was even more bustling, with stalls arranged neatly. Wu Linghong halted at the entrance of a traditional medicine shop. "This is it. Once you've sold your goods, feel free to wander nearby. We shall reconvene at this intersection." He placed her bundle at the shop's entrance, gesturing towards the fork in the road as he instructed her. "Understood. I will wait for you." Yunwan waved to him and entered the medicine shop. The shop exuded an ancient charm, filled with a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs. Behind the counter stood rows of vermilion medicine cabinets, their doors adorned with various herbal names. The medical clinic was adjacent, with a connecting passage between them. Consultations occurred within, while the dispensing of medicines took place here. A few patients were waiting in small groups, and 2 pharmacists busily traversed the aisles between the cabinets. After quite some time, the crowd finally dispersed. Seizing the opportunity, Yunwan hurried forward. "Master, do you purchase medicinal herbs?" The 2 pharmacists, absorbed in their writing, did not lift their heads but inquired, "What kind of herbs?" "Ordinary ones. We buy at a very low price. We do not accept the 2 common varieties." "Not common? Well, perhaps you should take a look first." Yunwan hesitated, wanting to assert that it was not common, yet the plant she had brought indeed appeared quite ordinary. Noting their disinterest, she added, "This is a fine medicinal material." "Oh." One of them raised an eyebrow at her words. The pharmacist noticed a 13 or 14-year-old girl before him, clad in patched straw sandals, with a bundle resting at her feet, covered by a tattered hemp cloth. Cloaked in mystery, the apothecary paused from his tasks and stepped out from behind the counter. Upon hearing his words, young Yuan hastily lifted the burlap and presented a sprig to him. The apothecary scoffed, refusing to accept it. "Little girl, are you trying to deceive me? What sort of weeds do you dare to offer in exchange for money?" With that, he turned his back and returned to the counter, ignoring her completely. Holding a sprig of atractalodes, Yuan approached the counter with measured steps. "This is a valuable herb. Perhaps you should call a doctor to take a look. What does a little girl know about medicinal plants? Surely, the apothecary, cannot be less knowledgeable than you," he retorted impatiently, his face cold as he dismissed her. "We do not buy this. Go home." "Manager Liu! Manager Liu!" Yuan suddenly leaned forward, calling out into the counter. The 2 apothecaries, taken aback by her unexpected shout, emerged from behind the counter, their expressions darkening. They displeasingly tossed her and her basket out of the shop. "Hey there!" As Yuan sat on the ground, preparing to rise, a resonant voice rang out. Wu Linghong had just returned from the brick kiln after delivering a rabbit to the largest tavern in the county. Seeing her thrown out, he hurried over to help her up. "Come, let me take you inside." He turned to secure the donkey cart, and, with one hand holding her basket, he pulled her along with the other. "Do you think the apothecary will let Yuan back in?" She wondered aloud, but as she glanced over, she noticed Wu Linghong holding something and realized it was indeed the little girl from earlier. The apothecary's expression changed. Could this girl truly be related to him? She didn't resemble him at all. "You may let go of me now," Yuan murmured softly, feeling the grip on her collar loosen. Wu Linghong, suddenly reminded of his hold, released her, causing her to sway slightly before regaining her balance. "Brother Wu, are you looking for Manager Liu?" The apothecary wore a smile, though inwardly they held disdain for hunters. However, Wu, being tall and robust, emanated a fierce presence that they did not wish to provoke. Furthermore, he frequently brought in fine herbs, establishing a somewhat familiar rapport with the manager. "Yes, summon Manager Liu," Wu Linghong replied with a stern tone. "Ah, young Wu, do you have goods?" A middle-aged man soon emerged from the back, his voice preceding his arrival. "Could you assist my sister in understanding how to use these herbs?" Wu Linghong did not explicitly state his intent to sell, but Manager Liu, astute as he was, understood the implication behind his words. Yuan retrieved several sprigs of atractalodes from her basket and handed them to him. Manager Liu, please take a look. Manager Liu regarded Yuan with a glimmer of appreciation. She was indeed clever, prompting him to chuckle heartily as he accepted the herbs from her. At first glance, they appeared to be mere weeds. Yet, the saying that there are no weeds in the mountains holds truth. Many medicinal plants are not to be judged by their appearances. To be prudent, he called for an elderly physician from the adjacent room. This doctor, sent from the capital, was well versed in his craft. The old physician examined the atractalodes carefully, inspecting every part from flower to root, even breaking off a small piece to taste. Moments passed. His eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "The humble herb of the deep mountains aspires to greatness. This is the essence of the Shining Heart." Both the apothecary and Manager Liu were momentarily taken aback. The old doctor enthusiastically recounted the uses of the herb, Yuan Ji. Upon finishing his discourse, Manager Liu was overjoyed, declaring, "This is precisely what the capital city is in dire need of. Everyone there refers to it as a miraculous medicine. The scholars call it Yuan Ji. Yet this herb is scarce in the south, and our pharmacies procure it exclusively from the north. The journey is long. The transportation is arduous, consuming both time and effort. Moreover, being a perennial herb, it can only be harvested every 3 to 4 years. Given that few are aware of its value, it remains a coveted commodity during the annual examinations, often in short supply." Even the old doctor admitted this was the first time he had encountered fresh Yuan Ji. "Harvesting herbs is exhausting and perilous. I have not set foot in the mountains for many years. The last time I saw this herb was several years ago from a farmer outside the capital. After that farmer passed away, no one dared to dig for it again." "What is the price?" Wu Linghong inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Observing the two's uncontainable joy, he reminded them, "Oh, my apologies. Let's discuss the price." He pondered silently. Fresh Yuan Ji is worth far more than its processed equivalent, possessing greater nutritional value and a delightful taste. The affluent families do not concern themselves with mere trifles. They seek true worth. After contemplating, he instructed the apothecary to bring a scale. "This large basket weighs no more than 17 jin. It is a fair measurement." "Miss, the total is 17 jin. How does 400 won per jin sound for such quality?" Upon uttering these words, Manager Liu was met with Wu Linghong's astonishment. "Is this herb truly so valuable?" "Manager Liu, that may be insufficient. If I were to sell it at the academy in the capital." Yunwan smiled cunningly. Manager Liu gritted his teeth, cursing the old doctor for revealing the herb's medicinal value so liberally. The old doctor remained unfazed. He was merely a physician, not a merchant. Noticing Manager Liu calculating in his mind, he turned to leave. "May I inquire, Miss, are you a herbalist?" He was intrigued as to how she knew this was a medicinal herb. "Not at all. We are merely villagers who rely on the mountains for sustenance. Many things we have discovered through our own exploration." Wu Linghong cast a glance at Yunwan, finding her demeanor quite earnest, as if she were well versed in her craft. "Manager Liu, if you are sincerely interested, why not propose a fair price? Should you require this herb in the future, I shall ensure you receive it." "Very well. 480 won per jin. Miss, this is the highest price I can offer you. In total, that amounts to 161 for the 8 liang. In the future, should you supply me with more, and if the quality is exceptional, I shall raise the price." Manager Liu grinned heartily, casting a glance at Wu Linghong as he presented a solid offer. "Agreed." Yunwan chuckled, for this was no small fortune. She had taken a significant step closer to her grand house. Chapter 24. Purchasing sheep. Wu Linghong was once again astonished. Although his hunting prices were high, they could not compare. He risked his life capturing living creatures that could flee. Nevertheless, it was indeed rare for her to be so bold and meticulous, inadvertently stumbling upon such a precious herb. Despite his surprise, he felt genuinely pleased for the Yu family. Among the two families, he was at least a pillar of strength, and it was no small feat for the Yu family to rely solely on a young girl. After receiving the silver, Yunwan inquired about the price of star anise. How much of the dried fruit sold for? She was aware that such spices as star anise, grass fruit, and Sichuan pepper were generally available in ancient apothecaries, and spice shops also stocked them, as some spices become more fragrant with age. They were even comparable to gold, having become luxury items. She wondered if they were exorbitantly priced here as well. Star anise, you say? Shopkeeper Lou glanced at her with suspicion, sensing that she did not strike him as a typical buyer. Ah, indeed. It's 81 per chien. Very well, esteemed shopkeeper. I take my leave. Shopkeeper Lou added, 81 per chien, with 1 chien weighing 5 grams. Amounts to merely 3 or 4 pieces of star anise, 8 taels of silver per pound. It's truly unaffordable. As Yunwan exited the apothecary, her smile remained unwavering. Although she had not purchased any spices, the pouch in her garment brought her immense joy. This pouch, a gift from shopkeeper Liu, was crafted from fine satin, a true treasure. Profit indeed. Wu Linghong, trailing behind her with a donkey, couldn't help but join in her mirth. After laughing for quite some time, nearly at the city gates, Yunwan suddenly remembered the need to shop. Having ventured out with such difficulty and earned a fair amount of money, it was only fitting to make some purchases. Besides, with a free laborer at her side, she ought to have him carry a couple of bags of grain. Xiao Wu, do you know where the granary is? I shall lead you there. The two retraced their steps, and as they passed the apothecary once more, she broke into another fit of giggles. Upon arriving at the granary, the attendant did not regard her with disdain. He greeted her with a warm smile, unaware that the formidable presence behind her bolstered his demeanor. Young sir, young lady, what may I assist you with? How much for rice? Yunwan queried, pointing to several bags of grain on the ground. Miss, new rice is 10 won per pound. Aged rice and brown rice are 5 won per pound. Cornmeal is 5 won per pound, and white flour is 8 won per pound. It seemed that cornmeal was a bit cheaper in town, but she thought better of it considering the time they had. We shall return to the market in town to purchase. Wu Linghong agreed with a nod. The attendant's smile faltered at this. He was aware that a considerable number of people coming to the county town hail from nearby villages. Each time they purchased grain, they opted to buy in town, where the prices were aligned with those of the county. Thus, their granary lost a significant portion of clientele. The shopkeeper had long instructed that if townsfolk came to buy, they should quote the same prices. It was a matter of seizing every opportunity, and should they encounter someone knowledgeable, they could negotiate a more favorable price. Originally, he had perceived Yunwan and Wu Linghong as easy prey, yet little did he know that this young lady possessed shrewdness. Miss, it is only prudent to compare prices across several shops, and it is not impossible to haggle. If you intend to purchase in bulk, I might dare to offer you a slight discount. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Yunwan's lips curled into a smile. I plan to buy quite a bit. Should your prices be reasonable, I will return to you for future purchases. The attendant secretly rolled his eyes at her with this shabby appearance. How much could you possibly buy? I will take 50 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of white flour, and 30 pounds each of aged rice and brown rice. With that, she concluded her request. The young attendant immediately put on a different expression, having learned once again today that appearances can be deceiving. Miss, I'll reduce the price of both the jasmine rice and the rough rice by 1 won each. That's a total of 60 won off for 60 pounds. For such a large purchase, surely you can offer a discount? The attendant, wincing from a toothache, added, how about I reduce the price of the rice by another one and throw in 5 pounds of white flour? The deal was struck. After arranging the grains, she proceeded to a grocery store to purchase soy sauce and vinegar. The soy sauce was significantly more expensive than the vinegar, costing 51 for a pound, while the vinegar was only 25 per pound. Next, she visited a fabric shop, where she acquired a bundle of aged cotton cloth for 21. Seeds were also essential, a fact that Wu Linghong was not entirely aware of, prompting the two to inquire along the way. Noticing her eagerness to buy various items, Wu Linghong felt the urge to offer a timely reminder. Yet, the words faltered on his lips. Forget it, who knows when we'll come again. Seeds for cucumbers, garlic, eggplants, greens, loofahs, white radishes, tomatoes, and spinach cost a total of 15 won. She had initially intended to purchase ginger seeds, but Wu Linghong wisely intervened, assuring her that he had plenty at home and would dig up some for her to use as seeds. Wu Linghong had little he wished to buy. Once Yunwan had finished her shopping, the two finally made their way to the city gate. Will you sell it for 700 won? Brother, this sheep weighs at least 60 pounds. Your offer is truly unreasonable. protested the sheep seller, a middle-aged man in his 40s with an unkempt beard and a troubled expression. A few onlookers gathered around him. The sheep he held had a sagging belly, reminiscent of two large buns. Yunwan suspected it was neither pregnant nor sick. Just a pure dairy goat, similar in shape to a cow, but with sagging skin that dripped a yellowish liquid. Unsure if it was ill, she activated the search engine in her mind, scanning the goat. Dairy goat mastitis. What is wrong, little girl? Wu Linghong, having led the donkey a short distance, turned back to find Yunwan frozen in place, quickly retracing his steps. Noticing her intense gaze fixed on the sheep, he wondered if she was craving mutton. Xiao, wait for me, she exclaimed, stepping closer to scrutinize the animal. She swiftly searched for remedies to treat mastitis in dairy goats. The answer came forthwith: honeysuckle and dandelion. Although she hadn't spotted any honeysuckle, dandelions were plentiful along the field edges. She had even contemplated harvesting some to cook just the other day, but had forgotten. Just sell it. Even if you slaughter this goat, the meat won't be palatable. No one will buy it. Add a bit more to the price, will you? If you won't sell, then stop wasting my breath, the man retorted, flinging his sleeve and turning away. The two onlookers, seeing nothing of interest, also began to leave. The sheep seller, watching the man retreat, was about to call out when Yunwan interrupted. Sir, how much do you want for it? The sheep seller cast her a sorrowful glance. Naturally, I wish to sell it for a fair price. Yet, seeing that Yunwan was merely a young girl, he bent down to touch the sheep, remaining silent. The previous man offered you 700 won. I'll give you a tael of silver. Will you sell it? Yunwan sensed his reluctance, realizing he was rather fond of the sheep and did not wish to drive a hard bargain. Really? The sheep seller hastily lifted his gaze to glance at Yunwan, then turned towards Wu Linghong behind her. Wu Linghong, feeling inexplicably flustered, thought to himself, it's not me buying. He pulled Yunwan aside and whispered, this sheep is ill, and 1 or 2 silver coins are far too pricey. He had intended to advise her to spend sparingly, much like his mother would, but found himself at a loss for words. Dog Wang needs milk. He is my little brother. But this sheep, I trust my instincts. Upon hearing this, Wu Linghong was rendered utterly speechless. 1 or 2 silver coins for a mere hunch. Good sir, will you sell it for 1 or 2 silver coins? Sell, sell, sell. Yunwan cheerfully handed over the money. The sheep, upon inspection, appeared to be relatively young and based on modern dairy sheep standards. It should produce at least 5 to 10 pounds of milk each day. This was splendid news as Dog Wang's appetite for milk seemed to grow daily, requiring at least 5 feeds a day. Sometimes he drank more, sometimes less. If she ventured into the mountains, it would only necessitate feeding him a bit more. Having sheep's milk would resolve many issues. Moreover, sheep's milk is not inexpensive. Any surplus could be transformed into dairy cakes or similar products. In short, it was a foolproof investment. After concluding the transaction, the man cast several lingering glances back before hastily departing. Chapter 25. Astonishment placed it on the cart. Wu Linghong glanced at Yunwan, then cast a sidelong look at the dairy sheep. In his perspective, it resembled a nearly decrepit, sickly creature, frothing at the mouth, emaciated, and oozing pus. I appreciate your assistance, Yunwan replied without hesitation. The journey from the county town to Fanyuan village would take at least 2.5 hours, and this sheep could not possibly traverse such a distance. With that, she packed the cloth and flour she had just purchased in her basket, clearing a space for the sheep. Its eyes glistened with a watery sheen, its body limp, as it allowed the two to handle it. Ultimately, Wu Linghong lifted it onto the donkey cart, while Yunwan assisted in laying the sheep down flat. After taking a few steps, Wu Linghong returned to her side and lifted the basket. No, no. Yunwan understood his intention and felt embarrassed to allow him to carry it. You'll walk slowly with it. Ignoring her protests, Wu Linghong hoisted the basket onto his own back. Despite his robust physique, he displayed a surprising attention to detail. Yunwan, unable to resist his insistence, thought that if he ever needed her assistance in the future, she would not be stingy. The most difficult debts to repay are those of human kindness. The two hurriedly made their way to the village, arriving in the darkness. Most of the villagers had already retired for the night. This was advantageous. Wealth should remain concealed to avoid attracting unwarranted troubles. Yunwan, both exhausted and famished, felt a fiery pain in her feet, which had developed blisters and were now raw. In the future, she resolved to purchase a cart, one larger than the donkey cart, capable of accommodating several people. Wu Linghong guided her around the bend, escorting her back to the Yu family home. As Yuan approached the courtyard, she noticed a fire crackling in front of Yu father's dwelling. Yu mother and Yu father were conversing beside the flames, with Yu mother stitching garments. Yu father, hearing the commotion, quickly rose. Yanyo, father, I'm back. Under the moonlight, Wu Linghong's tall figure entered the courtyard, greeting Yu father. One hand carried a bag of grain, while Yuan led a sheep. Yu father was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped as he hurriedly approached to assist. Wu Linghong did not allow him to take it, merely inquiring where to place the grain, ultimately depositing everything into Yuan's room. Your mother set aside her work and went to the kitchen to retrieve 2 yellow steamed buns, which she handed to Wu Linghong. Despite his polite refusal, he had no choice but to tuck them into his clothing. Xiao Wu, I shall treat you to a meal another day. All right, do return home and rest. Be cautious on your way. Yongwan offered him a stick of firewood. He glanced up at the moon, luminous as day, and waved his hand in refusal. Once the person had walked far down the slope, Yongwan dragged her weary body back home. You foolish child, why did you return so late? Your mother chided gently as she handed her a still warm bun. She had not noticed the items in the house, so she remained unperturbed, assuming that the little girl had merely lost track of time while playing in town. However, Yu father had observed, noticing several bags of grain and even a sheep. Although the sheep appeared sickly, it was indeed a living creature. Could it be that the weeds truly held some treasure? Yongwan took the bun and bit into it, saying, Father, mother, please go to bed. We can discuss matters tomorrow. I'm so tired. Hearing her words, Yu father swallowed the words he had intended to say, though the tremors in his chest did not diminish. Noticing her limping gait, he feared her feet might be injured. All right, from now on, you must not return home so late. Do you understand? Once assured that Yongwan had safely arrived, their anxious hearts were finally at ease. After speaking, Young Mother gathered her small basket filled with needlework materials and retreated indoors. Yu father crushed some dried medicinal herbs in his palm and handed them to her, saying, Apply this to your blisters and rest after eating the bun. Yongwan accepted without hesitation, extending her hand. Father, you should also go to sleep. Yu father sighed, casting another glance at the grain bags in Yongwan's room before covering the fire pit with soil. He then returned to the yard to check the rope tied to the sheep, scattering some grass beside it before heading back inside to sleep. Meanwhile, Yongwan remained in her room, engaged in her discreet activities. She poured more than half a bag of rice from her space into the grain bag and mixed it. Though this era's white rice was called big rice, due to the underdeveloped processing techniques, a portion of it remained unhulled. She then added all the flour from her space into the bag, blending it with what she had purchased. Afterward, she poured the lard into the oil container. Upon returning from the kitchen, she lay on her bed and checked her feet with a lighter. One foot had 2 or 3 blisters. She hastily took out some antiseptic spray and applied it, wincing at the sting. Finally, she dusted on a layer of Yunnan Baiyao powder. With her feet dangling off the bed, she realized her throat was parched, reminding her that she had forgotten to drink water and wash her face and feet. However, she felt too lethargic to move. Glancing at the half-eaten bun on her bedside, she recalled childhood memories of her grandfather lamenting the toughness of the dumplings, which could even be lethal to dogs. Dumplings? Oh, there were some leftovers from a few days ago in her space. She quickly retrieved them and swallowed a couple of bites. Then, she remembered something and took out a milk bottle from her space, placing it atop the grain bag. The bottle was made of transparent silicone glass, devoid of any patterns, with all components made of the same material. Would her father and mother believe her if she claimed it was purchased from a traveling merchant? Lost in her thoughts, she had already succumbed to slumber. The following day, the gentle patter of rain roused her from her dreams. She turned over, yearning to continue her rest. But the sound of rain mingled with the wails of a child pierced through her ears. Sitting up in bed, she cast a glance outside. The rain fell softly, shrouding the world in a misty veil. Her gaze fell upon the dried wound on the sole of her foot, retrieving a few band-aids from her belongings. She carefully applied them. It was difficult to see the Sauls, so she hoped all would be well. Having done all this, she donned her shoes and stepped outside. Her mother was already pacing with the dog, Wong, in the yard. "Mother, let me have a look," Yunwan said as she took the dog into her arms. The little creature pouted, displaying a pitiful expression, its eyes still not quite adept at focusing on faces. Yet, it could not help but gaze up at Yunwan with curious little glances. Seeing this, Yunwan could not suppress a smile, thinking, "This little rascal is becoming rather spoiled. Little girl, Wong hasn't he touched the sweet water since yesterday? Is he unwell?" Her mother pondered, uncertain. Without nourishment, the little one could not be coaxed to consume even thin porridge. Such a lack of sustenance was indeed alarming. It had troubled her throughout the night, leaving her restless. Yunwan understood. It was likely that the little fellow had been restless the previous night, but she had been so exhausted and deep in sleep that she had not heard a thing. "Mother, yesterday I purchased something from traveling merchant, a bottle purportedly used by affluent families to feed their children, along with a packet of rice flour that tasted of milk. Shall I prepare a bottle for him to try?" Yunwan spoke to her unseen mother with a steady demeanor. Her mother frowned at the suggestion. "Can such imported goods be consumed indiscriminately?" "I tasted it, and it was quite delightful," Yunwan replied reassuringly. "Very well, let us give it a try. It is no solution to let him go hungry," her mother conceded, adopting a nothing ventured, nothing gained attitude. Yunwan calmed Wong, then retrieved a clean, large bamboo tube from her mother's dwelling. Inside, she took out the milk powder from her belongings and poured it into the bamboo tube, filling it to the brim. This should suffice for several days of nourishment for Wong. By the time this batch was consumed, she hoped the milk goat would be ready to produce milk as well. "Milk goat?" Yunwan suddenly paused, setting down the bamboo tube and stepping outside. The yard bore no trace of the goat. "Mother, where's my father?" Before her mother could respond, her father emerged from the storage shed. "Father, where's the milk goat?" "It's raining, so I've put her in the storage shed. Half of it is filled with firewood, and the other half is just enough to accommodate the goat," her father replied, clad in a raincoat as he approached. "Thank goodness. If she had been caught in the rain, she might have fallen ill," her mother remarked, her concern mirrored in her expression. "That is a living goat. How much silver could it fetch?" Yunwan's mother mused, realizing their shared anxiety. However, they needed to prioritize Wong's nourishment. Returning indoors, she gathered the bottle and milk powder, demonstrating to both of them how to use these items. She then retrieved a bamboo spoon that her father had fashioned days prior. Offering an excuse to wash the spoon, she headed to the kitchen, using it to scoop a measure of milk powder into the bamboo spoon, just enough to resemble a typical serving. "Father, we only need this amount at a time." As the merchant instructed, she explained upon returning, ensuring to reiterate the merchant's words after each statement. The primary focus is on ingraining the peddler deeply into people's hearts, leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 26. Oh, the chicken fungus. Initially, Father Yu was skeptical, then somewhat convinced, and ultimately, he became fully persuaded. This transformation occurred when he witnessed the way the dog, Wong, ravenously devoured the milk powder that young Nuan had prepared for him, as if he had never tasted anything of quality in his entire life. The wandering peddler truly possessed remarkable skills, Father Yu mused to himself. Then, a sudden thought struck him. How much did this cost? Where did young Nuan acquire such wealth? And what about that large sack of goods from last night? Father, Mother, please come into my room. I have something to discuss with you. Young Nuan interjected before he could voice his inquiries. Father Yu and Mother Yu stiffened and followed her inside. Father, Mother, that herbal medicine is truly a treasure. She paused dramatically, heightening their anticipation before revealing, I sold it for a full 7 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the expressions on the elderly couple's faces shifted dramatically, leaving them speechless for a moment. Young Nuan, are you saying that herb is worth that much? Father Yu asked, his hand trembling as he spoke. Mother Yu tightened her grip on Wong, nearly choking him with excitement. She had no intention of hiding the truth from them, especially since they would need to procure more supplies in the future. Otherwise, explaining the origin of their wealth would prove troublesome. Moreover, it was a matter of open communication. Wu Linghong was already aware of it. Indeed, Father, this time I stumbled upon it by chance. The herbal medicine is valuable, but but I wonder if it will still be available in a month or two." Upon hearing young Wan's affirmative response, the doubts in Father Yu and Mother Yu's hearts dissipated. This was pure silver, and Father Yu was eager to venture out in the rain to seek more, with Mother Yu equally eager to assist. "Father, Mother, this herbal medicine is precious. If anyone inquires, direct them to me. There's no need for you to say anything unless specifically asked," young Wan advised. At this stage, she had not yet reached the realm of altruism. As the saying goes, in times of poverty, one must prioritize self-preservation. Some wealth should be kept discreetly and guarded. Otherwise, envy could lead to the loss of one's means of income and invite malicious gossip. As for Wu Linghong, to her knowledge, his family was not prone to gossip. They had remained aloof in the village for many years, never meddling in others' affairs. She trusted him completely. If anyone were to discover this, it would not matter much. The resources of the earth are not solely hers. However, she could not be so indiscreet as to announce her fortune, as she still considered herself pauper. Father Yu and Mother Yu understood the importance of discretion regarding wealth and nodded gravely. "We understand and will not speak of it carelessly. This herbal medicine is not something that is always available, nor is it as common as dirt. Even if we manage to gather some, it won't make us wealthy overnight." Following this, they discussed the matter of grain. The elderly couple felt a pang of regret at the thought of spending 2 taels and 201, realizing that over the years, their savings had amounted to only 20 or 30 taels, primarily for the marriages of their sons. Yet, they recognized that young Wan was not spending the money on herself. Having grain stored at home was a prudent measure. This child was resourceful, and they felt reassured, ultimately coming to terms with the expenditure. Thus, the household's provisions were temporarily secured. Young Wan felt a sense of joy upon realizing that the two adults comprehended the situation. After all, in this era, every penny earned was solely for the adults to utilize. Not to mention, she had taken the initiative to spend such a considerable amount. She had yet to account for the cost of the milk bottle and flour, but she summed up the total expenditure. Handing over the remaining 5 taels and 961 to her father, she said, "Father, please keep the money." Her father, filled with delight, accepted the 5 taels of silver. He returned the remaining 9 strings of 61 to her, saying, "You keep this. You can decide how to use it for the household. Father, once the rain stops, I will venture out to gather herbs. You should look for 2 individuals in the village to construct a couple of grass huts. In the future, when the chickens and rabbits grow, they will also require shelter." Upon hearing this, her father nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the roof needs some repairs to endure this rainy season. If we manage to save some money, I must hasten to build a proper house. After finalizing their plans, she donned a raincoat and straw hat and headed towards the woodshed. Spotting the milk sheep huddled in the corner, she quickly opened the door and entered. The sheep, half-closed eyes and listless, did not move. She examined the sheep's abdomen, noticing 2 swollen areas, oozing with clear pus. According to her research, it was essential to first relieve the engorgement. She tentatively squeezed a couple of times, but the sheep did not lift its head, perhaps numbed by the pain. Observing the sheep's stillness, she gathered her courage and continued to massage and squeeze. There were a few hard lumps, but fortunately, it was not the worst case. If left for a few more days, it might have been beyond salvation. After extracting sufficient milk, she hurried to the kitchen to boil a large pot of water. She diligently cleaned the inflamed area and applied hot compresses several times. Noticing her father seemed to have gone to the vegetable garden, she took out some disinfectant alcohol from her supplies and sprayed it on the infected area. She then carefully applied iodine to the entire inflamed region. Ideally, penicillin or tetracycline would have been best, but since Xiaojin hadn't provided her with any, she resorted to using a tube of erythromycin, applying it once more. Using a chip bowl, she offered the sheep some warm water and then tidied up the woodshed. She retrieved a large bundle of dry straw from the other side to place beneath the sheep before finally exiting the shed. After tending to the sheep, she checked on the rabbits and piglets. They were cozily huddled together, quite content. The thatched roof kept the enclosure secure, alleviating any concerns about leaks for the time being. After ensuring the well-being of the pigs and rabbits, she slung a basket over her shoulder and set out to the fields in search of dandelions. The rain continued to fall steadily, and the path on the slope had become slick and muddy. Yonwon contemplated removing her shoes to walk barefoot, but her feet had yet to fully heal. The straw sandals were thickly caked with mud, making each step a challenge. In this southern, clingy soil, once entangled, one could only rely on external means to free oneself. She stumbled along like a stilt walker, yearning at that moment for tools to repair her shoes. Eventually, unable to bear the weight of the sandals any longer, she discarded them into the ditch to soak. Walking barefoot, she was fortunate that the field path was soft and gentle underfoot. Otherwise, she might have caused further injury to her already bandaged feet. The adhesive strips having long since lost their grip. After a brief search in the fields, she managed to gather half a basket of wild greens and deftly cut a handful of grass. As she passed by her cornfield, she ventured inside, recalling that there were plenty of dandelions within. Indeed, there were many, and she filled another basket, preparing to head home. While crossing the ridge, her keen eyes spotted the mushroom caps peeking through the red soil. Oh, chicken mushrooms. It was indeed true that chicken mushrooms could be found in the cornfield. In the past, every section of her family's cornfield yielded chicken mushroom nests, producing several harvests each year. Ignoring the dampness on her face from her straw hat, she gently scraped away the top layer of soil with her sickle. The mushrooms had yet to bloom, merely budding, yet those chicken mushroom buds were quite valuable. The soil was soft, and as she dug with her hands, she discovered 3 or 4 more buds nearby. The flavor of these chicken mushrooms must be exquisite. She muttered to herself, lost in her thoughts, unaware of the figure approaching from behind. Cautiously, she pried at the base of the mushrooms. With a gentle tug, a crisp crack echoed, and a small segment of the root remained. She pulled out a chicken mushroom approximately 15 centimeters long. Then came 2, 3, and 4 more. Oh no, this is a poisonous mushroom, suddenly exclaiming startled the blissfully immersed Yunwan, causing her to stumble backward and fall into a muddy pit. You scare me to death. Yu Xiaosheng, taken aback by her shout, hurried forward to help her up. I'm sorry. I just passed by and wanted to warn you about the poisonous mushrooms. They won't kill you. Go on with your business and don't let me disturb you. Yunwan, brushing off the mud from her backside, shot him an annoyed glance. You really shouldn't eat them. People in the village have died from them. I know. They must have eaten something that looks similar to chicken mushrooms, like the death cap, right? But they cannot be compared. Although both might lead to an untimely end, chicken mushrooms are delicious enough to make one feel as if their soul has departed, while death caps take both body and soul away. Chapter 27. Discovering the Sichuan Pepper Tree. Yu Xiaosheng, seeing that she agreed not to eat them, shouldered his hoe and headed toward his own plot of land. He still had to weed. If it weren't for the fact that she was his little aunt, he wouldn't have bothered to stop. Yunwan filled the hole back at the chicken mushroom nest, knowing it would sprout again in a few days. It was mid-June, likely the earliest chicken mushrooms to emerge. Starting from July, the mountains would gradually yield more. She scooped some water from a puddle to wash her hands. Her trousers were covered in mud and water, and although she understood that the boy meant well, the chill emanating from her backside was quite uncomfortable. The next moment, spotting a few chicken mushrooms lying on the ground, she grinned widely, tying her basket securely. She placed the chicken mushrooms on top and covered them with several pumpkin leaves. The cornfield was intertwined with numerous pumpkin vines. In this era, pumpkins were referred to as fangua. However, they only produced leaves with very few fruits, perhaps due to a genetic flaw. Even if seeds were available, no one was inclined to plant them. The ones at her family's cornfield were also wild. By the time she laboriously arrived home, the joy of foraging for chicken mushrooms had been somewhat diminished by the slips and falls along the way. Nevertheless, she had protected her precious mushrooms well, undamaged. Setting the basket down, she went to the spring to wash her face, hands, and feet, discarding her battered straw sandals aside. Now that the rain has ceased, it appears the sun will emerge. She merely awaits the sun to thoroughly dry her shoes, for the mud will easily fall off with a gentle tap. In a whimsical turn, she decides against wearing shoes altogether. She returns indoors to don a set of clothes that have been washed to the point of distortion. With a light-hearted gait, she sets off to gather some chicken mushrooms. As she passes by the woodshed, she glances at the motionless nanny goat, but chooses to place the chicken mushrooms by the spring before fetching some dandelions. The urgency of the situation calls for immediate action. After washing a handful of dandelions, she finds a clean stone slab. With a small hammer, she crushes the dandelions to extract their verdant juice. Then, she retrieves some anti-inflammatory capsules and a powder for detoxification from her supplies, mixing them thoroughly with the dandelion pulp. She is uncertain of the efficacy of these remedies, yet they are intended for external use, which should pose no significant concern. Once prepared, she transfers the mixture into an open bowl and carefully applies it to the affected area of the nanny goat, while offering a handful of dandelions near the goat's mouth. It is said that goats enjoy consuming dandelions, which are known to alleviate heat and swelling, serving as a remedy against mammary gland nodules. By employing this dual approach, she anticipates a complete recovery in a few days. Upon returning to the kitchen, she finds her father, Yu, has already ladled out some yellow flour. "Father," she exclaims excitedly, startling him. Young Wan, with a simple smile, suggests, "Father, let us forego the flour and have some plain rice instead. After all, we have plenty of grain at home." Yu casts her a disapproving glance. Although their grain supply has increased, it is not prudent to indulge in rice at every meal. Yet, seeing her eager expression, he refrains from further objection, conceding, "Very well." Young Wan beams with delight, knowing well her father is the most agreeable. She promptly takes the wooden basin from him, saying, "Father, please take a rest. I shall prepare the meal." Yu nods, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the meals prepared by his daughter as of late, even if they tend to be extravagant. As young Wan returns the yellow flour to Yu's room, she notices her mother feeding the dog Wan with a milk bottle. The dog drinks eagerly, pausing occasionally to whimper. "Mother, it seems you haven't mixed the powder sufficiently," she remarks, observing the bottle in her mother's hand, which is as clear as water, and feels a twinge of exasperation. "Your father mixed it, thinking it wise to conserve." Young Wan shakes her head in dismay. The older generation often adheres to such frugality. While some things can be economized, this is milk powder. The scientifically formulated mixture must adhere to the specified ratios. An improper dilution could upset the child's stomach. An idea strikes her. "Father, mother, do you know what kind of goat I purchased?" Seeing her parents momentarily at a loss for words, she continues, "I have heard it is a dairy goat, specifically bred for milk production, capable of yielding several pounds a day. The reason I acquired it at a low price is that it was ailing and, conveniently, the seller was near a pharmacy. I inquired with the shopkeeper, who assured me it could be treated, prompting my purchase. In a couple of days, once the goat recovers, one will not have to worry about his milk, and this powder, if left uneaten, will expire." She rambles on, and her parents, though skeptical, gradually begin to accept her explanation. This powder must be mixed precisely as she instructed, neither too much nor too little. Otherwise, one may suffer from diarrhea. Upon hearing this, Yu hastily rises to prepare a fresh mixture in the kitchen. Once he heads off to mix the milk powder, she turns and enters her own room. It is imperative to promptly repair the roof. Upon her entrance, she was greeted by puddles accumulating in various corners of the room. She hurried to inspect the grain storage area, relieved to find that it had narrowly escaped flooding. She scooped a bowl of fresh rice, setting aside the husk grains in a separate bag. Passing by Uncle Yu's house, she requested him to place a few wooden supports in her grain storage. Noticing the kitchen was also leaking profusely, her enthusiasm for cooking waned. She prepared a pot of rice, selecting the tenderest dandelions to blanch and chop finely. She then peeled a few cloves of garlic from the seed garlic and crushed them. From her supplies, she retrieved 2 eggs, adding a spoonful of lard. She fried the eggs until golden before incorporating the dandelions and minced garlic, tossing them together with a drizzle of traditional soy sauce. The ancient soy sauce, devoid of additives, was naturally fragrant and inherently salty. A mere few drops imparted a rich, savory flavor to the dish. Due to the kitchen's discomfort, the 3 of them opted to carry their bowls of rice and vegetables back indoors for their meal. Uncle Yu gazed at the eggs in his bowl, feeling disheartened. Such extravagance. The elderly couple sampled the dish, appreciating the dandelion's bitterness harmonized with the aroma of egg and garlic. It was delightfully rich and complemented the rice splendidly. As the rain subsided, Yunwan meticulously cleaned the soil from the chicken mushroom roots and dried them off. She wrapped them in 2 large pumpkin leaves and placed them in a cool, shaded area of the kitchen, ensuring the unopened buds could last a few more days. She planned to gather more of the far-reaching grasses in the coming days to sell, aiming to buy a pot with the proceeds and invite Wu Linghong's family for a meal. Returning to the courtyard, Uncle Yu with his basket on his back intended to venture into the mountains for far-reaching grass. Yunwan halted him, recognizing the mud-slick paths posed a risk given his mobility challenges. Instead, she suggested he summon someone from the village to assist in repairing the roof, offering them a modest wage or a meal in return. Other matters could wait, but the roof could not. The rainy season had already commenced, and it seemed inevitable that the deluge would soon transform the inside of the house into a veritable downpour. Uncle Yu paused momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. Yunwan placed the sickle in the basket and found a stick to use for support. On the dirt slope, she encountered Wu Linghong and a laborer from the village. Noticing her basket, he pulled her aside, saying, "The mountains flanking your home are part of my family's land. Feel free to venture in." With that, he flashed her a bright smile. Delighted by the neighborly gesture, Yunwan reciprocated with a warm smile of her own. Wu Linghong chuckled in response and proceeded with the laborer to work on the house. Yunwan felt a surge of joy. Indeed, what a good neighbor. Upon entering the forest, she inhaled the refreshing post-rain air, mingled with the earthy scent of the soil. She did not revisit the spot she had excavated earlier. Even if remnants of roots remained, regrowth would be challenging. Following the slope, she scoured the area, gathering a large basket of purple alfalfa and finding merely a pound of far-reaching grass. Remembering Wu Linghong's words, she set her sights on another mountain. As she ventured further, she soon spotted a narrow path, clearly well-trodden by Wu Linghong. Following the path, she discovered an abundance of wild vegetables thriving abundantly. One slope was teeming with dense clusters of fern shoots. Yunwan collected a handful of peppercorns before pausing, mindful that she would soon need to find Yuanji. She feared she might not be able to retrieve them later. Venturing deeper into the woods, a rain-soaked leaf snapped under the weight of raindrops, cascading onto Yunwan's face. Unbothered, she rubbed her face and took a few steps forward, only to suddenly feel a peculiar tingling heat on her skin. Could it be a poisonous leaf that seals one's fate? To be cautious, she quickly turned back to investigate. As it turned out, her concerns were unfounded, for she stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. 3 pepper trees, each towering over 3 meters with a canopy exceeding a meter, stood in close proximity. Their verdant branches were adorned with thumb-sized thorns, indicative of several years of growth. No wonder even the leaves could induce a tingling sensation. The wild, purebred peppercorns were truly exceptional. One could only imagine the fragrant aroma that would envelop the area once the peppercorns ripened. Although the scent was not as pungent after the rain, the peppercorns appeared glossy and vibrant. She simply had to gather a few handfuls to savor their flavor. Resolute, she plucked 2 handfuls from the lowest branches. The mountains were indeed a treasure trove. Chapter 28. Rice mixed with lard. 3 days swiftly passed. Each day, Yunwan ventured into the mountains before dawn, clutching 2 homemade, steamed buns, often missing lunch entirely. She had risen early to feed Dog Wang extra rations, ensuring he received 2 meals in the morning and another in the afternoon. As the sun set, she tirelessly transported Yuan Ji grass back home, yielding some unexpected bounty. During her grass cutting, she inadvertently severed a thick vine. The cut oozed a vibrant, blood-red sap, characteristic of the southern chicken blood vine. Having encountered it before and even brewed it for medicinal tea, she recognized it as a precious herb beneficial for regulating menstrual cycles. To her surprise, such a treasure existed in these mountains as well. She harvested several strands, carefully bandaging the cut ends with leaves, intending to visit the apothecary to inquire about their value. Truly, these were gifts from nature. It seemed prudent for her to make the most of her fortunate abilities. She scanned every unfamiliar sight, treasure hunting with fervor. She was as busy as a whirlwind, and her home was no less active. Father Yu sought 4 laborers from the village, constructing 2 pig pens. The kitchen was rebuilt with new earthen bricks, creating a spacious and bright area. Additionally, a storage shed was erected beside Yunwan's room. Father Yu and Yunwan's thatched roof was also repaired and refurbished, even mending the cracked walls. Each laborer earned 20 won a day. The construction of the kitchen required the purchase of over 200 bricks from the village, costing 85 won. Thus, the total expenditure for the renovations reached 321. Moreover, they hired the village's finest craftsmen to build a large stove, which cost an additional 31. In just 2 to 3 days, they had depleted years of savings, causing them both considerable distress. Initially, the laborers had claimed that providing a meal would suffice without any payment. However, Yunwan, preoccupied with her herbal foraging, had no time to prepare meals. Additionally, she feared others would gossip if she relied on the food prepared by Father Yu and the others. While she worried about idle chatter, she was also concerned that they might cut corners and produce subpar meals. Therefore, she insisted on compensating them for their work, believing that money was far more valuable than a single meal. The last few individuals cheerfully accepted their wages, expressing their willingness to be called upon again in the future. Observing the nearly 10-square-meter kitchen, Yunwan felt a sense of relief. That night, she stoked the fire in the kitchen, keeping it alight throughout the night to warm the house. Over the past 2 days, the nanny goat had regained much of its vitality. The inflammation had gradually subsided, allowing it to eat and drink. Nevertheless, Yunwan continued to apply dandelion ointment to it twice daily. Yao Niao, a voice called from outside the courtyard. Yunwan set down the plantain and rose to walk towards the gate. Ah, here you are, Jiang Zhong. I've been so busy these past few days that I almost forgot. Wu Linghong handed you a basket filled with yellow ginger. It's quite all right. I had forgotten about it myself, Yunwan replied, promptly inviting Wu Linghong in. Surely, you must have exhausted all the herbs from the mountain. Wu Linghong peered inside and, seeing a small hill of medicinal herbs piled in the yard, teased her. Indeed, this should be the last harvest of the year, Yunwan admitted. Wu Linghong did not press further. How will you get to the county? If you'd like, I could bring the donkey cart over for you. Yunwan's eyes lit up at this suggestion. She had been fretting over this very issue. With the village preparing to harvest crops, there were no idle ox carts available. She had originally intended to rent one from the village. Aren't you transporting bricks? The bricks were all delivered long ago. If you're going tomorrow, I can bring the cart over shortly, Wu Linghong replied. Yunwan no longer hesitated. That would be a great help. I truly do not know how to repay your kindness. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. It's merely a small matter. Do not dwell on it. It's getting dark. I shall fetch the donkey cart for you now, Wu Linghong said, waving his hand dismissively as he headed home with the basket. Father, will you accompany me to the county tomorrow? After Wu Linghong left, Yunwan bundled the plantain into several small bundles and called out to Elder Yu. Elder Yu, who was busy sanding a table in the storage room, paused upon hearing her voice. He had overheard the conversation between Yunwan and Wu Linghong and was concerned about her going to fetch the donkey cart alone. He had been thinking the same. Of course, I will take you tomorrow, he replied. Ha, sounds good. The next day, while it was still dark, Yunwan heard Elder Yu and her mother making their way to the kitchen. They're going to make those hard-steamed buns again, are they? She quickly got out of bed, not wishing to endure such unpalatable fare once more. She hurried to the kitchen, where a small fire flickered, illuminating the space. In the dim light, she saw her mother preparing to scoop water to knead the dough, while Elder Yu had already begun stoking the fire. A small, battered pot sat atop the large stove, which was quite mismatched. Initially, Elder Yu intended to use a smaller stove, but Yunwan insisted on building a larger one. She preferred cooking over a big stove, unafraid of any potential mess. She had heard that iron pots here were quite expensive, but she resolved to purchase one regardless, as earning money was about acquiring household necessities. Father, mother, what are you making? Yunwan took the basin from her mother, preventing her from pouring water into it. Yanyo, your mother is preparing some buns for you and your father to eat on the way. I've heard that food in the town is quite expensive. Her mother explained. All right, mother, I will handle it. You go keep an eye on Wang the dog, Yunwan insisted, stopping her mother from kneading the dough. Father, please light the fire and then take a rest, she said, before swiftly entering her room with a basin. She poured the flour into a bag and then scooped a bowl of rice from the rice sack, carefully making her way to the kitchen. Upon seeing her intention to steam rice, Yu father felt a pang of discomfort in his teeth. After days of consuming rice, he had grown somewhat numb to it. Yet the heartache lingered. Despite the food filling their bellies, they were accustomed to days of hunger. Suddenly indulging in such abundance left the couple feeling uneasy, as if something was amiss. Yaonyo, I senti it cumbersome to carry rice on the road? Yu father hinted indirectly. Father, let's eat more now and leave the rest behind, Yeonwon replied, having no intention of taking it with them. Yu father had only ventured as far as the town in his lifetime, and she intended to treat him to some delicacies from the county. Noticing her disregard for his suggestion, Yu father, who was not one for many words, wisely chose silence. They would endure hunger together when their supplies ran low. Yeonwon busily boiled water and cooked the rice, keeping an eye on the steaming pot, making a mental note to purchase a steamer. Once the rice was cooked, the horizon began to brighten. Yeonwon swiftly served 3 bowls of rice, adding 3 generous spoonfuls of lard from the oil jar on top. A splash of soy sauce followed, transforming the dish into a fragrant bowl of lard-infused rice. This lard, procured by Xiao Jindo, was remarkably pure. If not for the era's characteristic porky scent, it might have surpassed even what Xiao Jindo provided. The kitchen was spacious, with a stove built into a countertop measuring 1 meter by 1.5 meters, ample enough for all their cooking utensils and leaving a significant area where Yeonwon planned to place tables and chairs. Soon, they would be able to dine comfortably in the kitchen. However, as Yu father had yet to prepare the table, the 3 of them leaned against the counter, bowls in hand, devouring their meal. This rice is truly delightful, Yu mother remarked, having never tasted soy sauce before. She found that soy sauce mixed with rice was incredibly fragrant. Having seldom encountered lavish dishes, she felt that this simple meal was akin to a banquet. Unbeknownst to her, the glistening grains of rice contained lard, a fact that Yu father also overlooked, as he could not associate the flavor with lard. Yeonwon refrained from clarification, allowing them to believe it was merely vegetable oil mixed with soy sauce. After all, the jar of oil on the counter had already been transformed into a blend of lard and vegetable oil, no longer in a solid state, making it difficult to discern its origin. Meanwhile, she savored every bite. In her childhood, during busy farming seasons when no one was available to cook, her grandmother would steam rice for her upon her return from school. A bit of lard, some salt, or soy sauce mixed in, and that was her meal. And let us not forget the lard-steamed egg custard. No, she must remember to buy a few hens today. Classic dishes never lose their charm. Chapter 29. Taking Yu father into the city after breakfast, the sky had yet to brighten significantly. Only when Yu father had harnessed the donkey cart did she gleefully follow behind. She dared not drive the cart herself, fearing a kick from the donkey. The cart was already loaded with medicinal herbs from the previous night, as they descended a small slope and veered left. It wasn't long before they reached the main road leading from the village to the town. Yu father, somewhat unaccustomed to driving, struggled slightly due to his injured leg, which made it difficult for him to manage the donkey. The 2 individuals ventured through the winding paths and lively shouts until they arrived at the town. Upon entering, Yeonwon took the rope from old Yu's hands, steering the donkey to the roadside. She then gathered a bundle of fresh grass from the cart to feed the donkey. After exchanging a brief greeting with old Yu, she slipped into the bustling market. Old Yu watched her disappear in an instant, wishing to impart some advice, but ultimately refrained. She intended to inquire about grain prices at the store, hoping to avoid the inconvenience of transporting it all the way from the county. The grain store in the town was considerably smaller than its county counterpart, with only the shopkeeper attending to it. "Little girl, what grain do you wish to purchase?" he asked, taking a puff from his pipe, the acrid smoke wafting through the air. Yeonwon clicked her tongue in surprise. What chaotic era this is. And already there is such tobacco. She boldly inquired, "How much for rice, aged rice, and brown rice?" The shopkeeper appraised her for a moment, noting her demeanor akin to that of a wealthy household's steward sent to procure supplies. "Rice is 10 won. Aged and brown rice are 5 won each, same price as in the county. But if you buy in larger quantities, it could be significantly cheaper," he declared, tossing his pipe on the counter. He reached into a sack of rice, pulling out a handful and presenting it to Yeonwon. "Look, large grains, meticulously sifted for your peace of mind." Yeonwon glanced at it, then approached the grain sacks. She plunged her hand into one, retrieving a handful to inspect. The husk content was indeed minimal, and the quality closely matched that of the County S. If I were to purchase 50 pounds of each, how much could I save? She inquired. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper realized she was a considerable customer and hastily stepped forward. You truly have a knack for bargaining, young lady, he responded, his mustache twitching with delight. I'll reduce the price of rice by 1 won. Young Won hesitated, calculating in her mind that even with the discount, it would still be more economical to purchase in the county. Noticing her silence, the shopkeeper added, if you wish to buy other items, I could offer further reductions. He gestured toward a large sack of cornmeal. Cornmeal was considered a staple, but compared to rice and white flour, it seemed less favored in this era. Not being ground into flour made it difficult to sell, and when milled, the price could not be too low, leaving it in a precarious position. In modern times, cornmeal is also recognized as a coarse grain. In pursuit of health, brown rice often commands a higher price than white rice. Give me 30 pounds of cornmeal. What discount can you offer? Young Won requested. Such finely ground cornmeal could be used to make nourishing corn porridge, suitable for when Dog Wong begins to eat solid food. Of course, there was also golden corn rice. Though she had never acquired a taste for it, the elders claimed it was delicious, and it would be unfair to dismiss it outright. The shopkeeper scrutinized her carefully. How about this? I'll reduce the price of both aged and brown rice by 1 won, and for the cornmeal, I propose you take a bit more at 4 won per pound. He was eager to clear out his stock, as the new corn harvest was about to arrive. His shelves were overflowing with cornmeal, and he had been troubled by the lack of demand from the nearby villages, where corn was a staple crop. You're not giving me much of a discount on all this cornmeal, are you? Young Won raised an eyebrow, observing him keenly. Upon hearing her words, the shopkeeper straightened his demeanor. This clever girl was not easily swayed. Very well, I shall reduce the cornmeal price by yet another one, he conceded. Young Won observed his eagerness to make a deal, realizing that one who does not seize an opportunity is indeed foolish. All right, but I am unable to take it now. May I come by later? Certainly. Do remember to come. Don't forget. On her way back, she detoured to the market to glance at the pork stall. On non-market days, there was not a soul in front of the pork vendor. After inquiring about the price of pork, she discovered it was quite inexpensive compared to other meats. The locals referred to pork as the cheap meat, with lean cuts available for merely 15 won per pound, while 18 won could procure a delightful mix of fatty and lean pork belly. Upon returning to the donkey cart, she led the donkey and helped her father onto the vehicle. There was but a single road from the town to the county, devoid of significant forks. The few branches were merely paths splitting from the fields, so even a person as directionally challenged as she could navigate. They traveled without pause. Whenever fatigue set in, she would perch on the axle for a brief respite. After more than 2 hours of travel, they arrived at the city gate as afternoon approached. After paying 2 won, they proceeded smoothly to the apothecary. Father, we have arrived. Yeonwon secured the donkey to a post at the entrance of the apothecary. She lifted a heavy basket from the cart, filled to the brim with chicken bloodvine. Ah, the young lady has come. Just then, Mr. Liu, who was calculating at the counter, heard the commotion and looked up to see Yeonwon. He approached with a smile. You two have come to carry the goods. He waved to the 2 pharmacists. Hello, Mr. Liu. She set down her basket and greeted him obediently. Father, this is Mr. Liu. This is my father, Yeonwon introduced. Mr. Liu appeared taken aback momentarily, then chuckled. The elder is indeed as vigorous as ever. When all the herbs from the cart were finally unloaded, Mr. Liu was astonished. He had anticipated a substantial amount, but was unprepared for this volume. The quality was exceptional as well. He picked up a piece, bending it, noting its high extraction rate. And it was even thicker than his thumb, truly a premium specimen. Yeonwon, observing his expression, feared he might not be able to accept such a bounty. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, alas, this distant herb may not be harvested for another 3 years. Mr. Liu, recognizing her concern, jested, you should be grateful. This quantity could sustain others for many years. However, I must clarify that the leaves of this herb have little medicinal value. So today, I shall need to trim a portion, retaining only the roots. Although Yeonwon felt a hint of reluctance at his words, She understood that one cannot always take advantage of a bargain. She readily accepted this, acknowledging that receiving a fair payment was already a fortunate outcome. The two pharmacists and her father retreated to the back to process the herbs, while Yunwan inquired further about the chicken blood vine with Mr. Liu. Did you discover this herb yourself? How does this young girl possess such skill in foraging? I wouldn't believe she isn't a herbalist, Mr. Liu mused, half convinced. Well, my ancestors had some knowledge of herbal medicine and were familiar with common varieties, Yunwan replied, though Mr. Liu remained skeptical, recognizing that while these herbs did grow in the mountains, few could identify them. The medicinal vine is not a seasonal product. He selected several thicker specimens, with the finest appearance, a deep red hue, and straight nodes. For this batch, I can offer you 220 won per gene. He gestured towards the remaining pile of varying thickness and added, this lot, I can give you 60 won per gene. Yunwan was overjoyed, realizing that there was still an abundance of chicken blood vine in the deep mountains. It seemed that even after losing the income from the gentian grass, there would be another source of revenue. Is there a minimum quantity you will accept, Master Liu? She inquired. You child, it sounds as though my shop cannot accommodate your offerings. As long as you have it, I will buy it. Master Liu chuckled inwardly. Over the years, very few farmers had come to sell medicinal herbs. Most of the medicines in their shop were sourced from various places. The gentian grass that this girl delivered last time was genuinely in high demand. Anyone in the family with a scholar would undoubtedly wish for good fortune. They could barely keep up with the sales. This time, he estimated she could bring in around 100 gene, which should suffice to distribute to other shops as well. Well, that is splendid. It would be even better if you could purchase in town. It's quite a trek to the county every time, she remarked. I was just about to tell you, the newly opened clinic in town is affiliated with our establishment. I visit there once on market day to check the accounts. So in the future, you won't have to travel so far with your herbs, he replied. Yunwan was elated. After 2 trips to the county town, she felt as though she might be sick from the journey. All right, I'll take them to the town pharmacy from now on. After finalizing their agreement, they noticed that the apothecary and old Yu had yet to emerge. In a good mood, she requested an old wooden barrel from Master Liu and fetched 2 buckets of water to feed the donkey. Chapter 30. A grand purchase after a while. Old Yu and 2 apothecaries emerged from the back courtyard, each carrying a bamboo basket about half a meter deep. After weighing it, the gentian grass amounted to just over 89 gene, rounding it to 90. Young lady, as I mentioned last time, I will pay based on the quality of your gentian grass. This batch is indeed top quality. The price I can offer is this. Master Liu stated as he picked up the abacus and began calculating. Unfortunately, Yunwan could not comprehend his calculations, so he announced, 510 won per gene. Hearing this, Yunwan nodded in satisfaction without attempting to haggle. After this transaction, the gentian grass would require at least 3 years before it could be harvested again. She hoped to sell the herbs from her family's mountain in the future, so she did not wish to be overly stringent on the price. The finest chicken blood vine weighed 26 gene, while the inferior quality was 25 gene. She also brought along a piece of shed snake skin, which she directly gifted to Master Liu. The skin appeared to be of good quality and could fetch several dozen won. Master Liu smiled at her cleverness and began tapping on the abacus. Little girl, altogether this amounts to 532 taels and 381. Hearing this from behind Yunwan, old Yu was nearly faint with shock. Such a small quantity of herbs could yield over 50 taels of silver. He had never heard of such a substantial figure in his life. Yunwan, noticing her father's alarmed expression, teased, Father, look. She waved the money pouch before him. Old Yu gazed at the large bag brimming with silver coins, swallowing hard in disbelief. You may hold on to this for now. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. Your kindness is remarkable for bestowing such a generous sum. My dear brother, your daughter must be quite fortunate. Young one chuckled softly, turning to Mr. Liu. She tucked the silver into the money pouch her mother had stitched, supporting her father, whose legs felt weak as they exited the shop. Once outside, her father plopped down onto the stone steps, gazing at young Wan in disbelief. My dear girl, am I dreaming? How could this money be so easily earned? Young Wan, unaware of her father's thoughts, would surely have retorted that such earnings were not as effortless as they seemed. These past few days, Her fingers had nearly worn down from toil. She now found it difficult to exert strength. Additionally, the steep, slippery terrain of the forest had caused her to fall multiple times, leaving her waist bruised. Yet, compared to a lifetime of subsisting on farming like the villagers, this indeed felt like a stroke of luck. With a smile, she reassured him, "Father, we have not engaged in any illicit activities. Why shouldn't we prosper?" Her father replied, "Is that a valid reason? Perhaps, dear girl, you've simply stumbled upon good fortune." Seeing a smile gradually grace his face, she turned away, moving toward the corner to separate a few taels of silver and stow some scattered coins into another pouch. "Father, let us purchase some chicks." Young Juan gently patted the donkey's neck, which pricked up its ears and glanced at her, not kicking as the rumor suggested. "Ah, splendid." Her father, filled with enthusiasm, climbed onto the donkey cart. Though young Juan was not well acquainted with the county town, she had circled it with Wu Linghong previously and had a general sense of its layout. First, she took her father to the most popular mutton soup restaurant in town, where they enjoyed 2 bowls of mutton noodles, both heartwarming and satisfying. Her father relished the meal, and young Juan even packed an extra serving to take home. The total cost was 31, and she discreetly paid while shielding her father from the expense, fearing he might feel distressed. Next, they purchased 5 large steam buns from the stall adjacent to the soup house. It would surely be late by the time they returned, and she was not particularly inclined to consume the cornbread her mother prepared. "Madam, how much for this hen?" Young Juan inquired as she approached a chicken stall at the market. "Little girl, this hen has already begun laying eggs, 2 a day, every day. If you want her, it will cost this much." The vendor held up a hand for emphasis. 51? Isn't that reasonable? You should ask your grandfather if this chicken is worth that price," she added with a smug glance at young Juan's father. Her father, caught off guard, coughed slightly. "Not worth it? Oh, you old man." He chuckled, his beard shaking. "Young Juan, I will tend to the donkey cart. Come find me once you have made your purchase." With that, he leaned on his cane and ambled away. Young Juan chuckled and shook her head. "Since my father says it's not worth it, I shall look elsewhere." "It is worth it. Do not heed your grandfather's nonsensical remarks," the vendor exclaimed, astonished by young Juan's boldness. The little girl was so young, and the old man so aged. Young Juan, undeterred by the vendor's incredulous expression, picked up a hen to examine it. Though she lacked expertise in poultry, she noted the hen's glossy feathers and estimated it weighed about 2 gin. "If I buy several, could you lower the price?" After a round of haggling, Yun Juan returned home, burdened with 5 hens and a rooster. "How much did it cost?" Old Yu stepped forward to take the tied chickens. "At 40 each." This was indeed the price, as the rooster weighed at least 6 pounds. Subsequently, Yun Juan took a stroll around the pig market, and she soon sensed something amiss. Regardless of size, all the pigs here were breeding stock. None had been castrated. The pair then detoured to the blacksmith's to purchase a large pot with 2 ears. Old Yu could scarcely hold her back. Alas, this girl spent money as if it flowed freely. The pot was quite expensive, being the largest with a diameter of 70 centimeters. The initial asking price was 3 taels of silver, but she managed to negotiate it down to 2 taels and 31, securing an iron pot, a ladle, and a steamer. She even had the audacity to request the shopkeeper to include a wooden lid for the pot. She had expected it to be quite heavy, yet it weighed similarly to traditional pots of modern times. The thickness was comparable as well, indicating that the blacksmithing skills were indeed remarkable. After purchasing the pot, Old Yu was disinclined to accompany her further, primarily out of concern for his heart. Reluctantly, Yun Juan helped him place the pot onto the donkey cart before venturing off to shop alone. Her first purchase was a thick piece of cotton fabric for 51. She then procured 2 packs of egg biscuits for 161, a bag of bath beans for 31, a tube of fire starter for 101, but she decided that a flint was more effective, an oil lamp and lamp oil for 101, and 2 thick palm mattresses for 81. With the blankets acquired, a mattress was essential. Placing a palm mattress atop straw would undoubtedly be far more comfortable than the current arrangement. She then inquired about the prices of grains, oils, and salt. Vegetable oil was priced at 71 per pound, as its production was more intricate than that of lard, which had an unpleasant odor, thus making vegetable oil comparatively more expensive. Coarse salt was 21 per pound, while refined salt soared to 5 times that, costing 100 per pound. After consideration, she decided to buy a pound of refined salt and a pound of vegetable oil. Throughout this, Old Yu guarded the donkey cart, unaware of her purchases. When he finally saw her return with numerous bags, he winced at the sight. This child still had a tendency to squander money. By the time they returned to the town, the sun had begun its descent. As Yunwan drove the cart to the grain shop, the shopkeeper was eagerly awaiting her arrival. Upon spotting her at the entrance, he tossed aside his pipe and hurried out. "Ah, my dear girl, I have been waiting for you. Look, everything is packed for you." The shopkeeper gestured grandly at the bags on the ground. Yunwan approached and meticulously checked each one. Considering that the grains amounted to less than a tael of silver, she inquired further. "Shopkeeper, I would like 200 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of old rice. And the rest remains unchanged. Could you offer me a better price?" The shopkeeper clapped his hands in delight. "Ah, splendid. I will throw in an extra 5 pounds of white flour for you." After some back and forth, they settled on a total of 8 pounds. Yunwan counted out 2 taels, 551 to him. The shopkeeper grinned widely. "My dear girl, next time you come to purchase, I'll honor today's prices for you." Finally, the shopkeeper loaded the cart, and upon noticing its contents, he was taken aback. This young girl seemed affluent, yet her attire was quite shabby, including the old man accompanying her. If she was indeed wealthy, why did she appear so impoverished? Conversely, if she had no money, how could she spend so extravagantly on such expensive items? With the shopkeeper's skepticism lingering, Yunwan and Old Yu guided the donkey cart homeward. Walking to a less populated area, Yunwan pulled out a brown mattress and covered the belongings on the cart securely. "Oh, Dad," she exclaimed. "Just moments ago, in front of outsiders, he had held his tongue. Now, with just the two of them, he found himself itching to speak." "Father, do tell." Yunwan adjusted her posture, smiling as she turned her head to look at you, Father. "This money is to be kept by you, but some of these items are not absolutely necessary to purchase." "Are they?" "Not at all," he retorted. "Why not? Once bought, they are intended for use. We are not acquiring them for waste." That's not quite the point. Father, which items do you believe we can forego purchasing?" "Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are fundamental needs, are they not?" "Indeed, that is true." You, Father, pondered for a moment. "Ah, but it feels fundamentally wrong." Chapter 31. Yu Baohua Yunwan began to tally in her mind. Today, they had received 53 taels and 381, while expenditures amounted to 5 taels and 544 won. This left them with 47 taels and 836 won. Adding the previous balance and the money in Yu Father's possession, their household assets had accumulated to over 50 taels of silver. A larger brick and tile house would cost over 100 taels, requiring further savings over time. The return journey felt particularly light. Even Yu Father, who typically remained unmoved by material possessions, seemed filled with joy. With over 50 taels of silver, they could be considered a modestly wealthy family. Suddenly, the drabness of life seemed to illuminate with a glimmer of hope, inspiring him to wish for a few more years of life. As they approached a small dirt slope, the sun had fully set. However, the courtyard was far from its usual tranquility. Intermittent sobs echoed through the air. Yunwan halted the donkey cart at the slope's base, eager to ascertain the situation. Yu Father also dismounted, guiding the donkey's lead around the slope to park the cart outside the courtyard. "Mother, please stop crying. Woe is me. My unfortunate child. That wretched man. How could he treat you so cruelly?" Yunwan peered into the courtyard. In the center, a fire blazed, while a nearby ox was tied to a cart, pacing restlessly, attempting to break free from its tether. Yu Mother sat on a grass stool, one hand wiping away tears, while the other embraced a woman kneeling before her. Behind her were 2 girls and a boy, all kneeling and appearing younger than Yunwan, dressed in tattered clothes. "Baohua!" Behind Yunwan, Yu Father was the first to speak, hesitantly calling out to the woman. "Oh, Dad, Yaonyo, Grandfather, Aunt." The woman on the ground, upon hearing Yu Father's voice, quickly lifted her head, wiped her tears, and stood. Only then did Yunwan clearly see her face. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a prominent nose and large eyes, bearing the marks of hardship and weariness. Her eyes were swollen, and her lips cracked and bleeding. Her hair, resembling straw, was carelessly tied in a braid, with loose strands looking more chaotic than the grass stool woven by you father. The children kneeling behind her timidly glanced at Yunwan and you father, each appearing pallid and frail, their eyes devoid of light. Yunwan recognized the woman, or rather, the original owner of the body had a recollection of her. This was Yu's third daughter, Yu Baohua. When the original owner was born, Yu Baohua was 13 years old and had taken care of her until she was 3 years old. At the tender age of 15, she entered into matrimony, and for the initial years, she would occasionally return to visit her parents, you father and you mother. She would bring back a portion of honeycomb from the bees her family kept, sharing it with her original home. In moments of financial ease, she would discreetly slip a few coins into you mother's hand. However, it has now been over 7 years since she last set foot in the Yu household. What could have happened to third sister? Young Wan harbored a deep fondness for her straightforward sister, feeling an innate sense of warmth and familiarity. With a choked voice, Yu Baohua struggled to articulate her feelings, unsure of how to express herself. Third sister, please do not cry. Help me unload the items first, young Wan interjected, awkwardly interrupting the melancholic atmosphere that had enveloped them. Yu Baohua, unable to contain her emotions, let out a sobbing hiccup. I'll be right there. The ambience shifted to an oddly tense one. Yu mother, still enveloped in her sorrow, wiped away her tears and urged the children. Why aren't you helping your mother? Lok Jun, Lok Mei, and Xiao Tsong exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to grasp the current situation. Young Wan guided the donkey cart into the courtyard and lifted the burlap mat. The Yu family stood in astonishment, as her purchasing power resembled that of a wealthy household. She momentarily forgot her sorrow and hastily called the children to assist in bringing the goods inside. Once everything was settled, her own sadness faded away, overshadowed by the joy she felt for her parents' and siblings' current lives. Returning to the courtyard, the group gathered around the fire. Young Wan broke the silence. Third sister, have you eaten? I have, replied Yu Baohua. Young Wan pursed her lips at this response, having distinctly heard the sound of several children swallowing when she brought the lamb offal noodles to the kitchen. Father, and I haven't eaten yet. I'll go prepare something. Come with me, young Wan announced, once again interrupting the somber mood. Yu Baohua, bewildered, thought to herself how young Wan seemed rather headstrong. Young Wan placed a small pot over the fire, poured a ladle of water into it, and added the dried lamb offal and spices to cook, while placing a few buns at the edge of the pot to warm. Third sister, keep an eye on it. I'm going to wash the pot, she instructed. Yu Baohua, momentarily taken aback by the lamb offal soup, readily responded, all right. Having scrubbed the iron pot thoroughly with plant ash, she retrieved a jar of leftover pig fat and, with the help of the children, applied a couple of spoonfuls to grease the pot. Young Wan, it's ready to eat, Yu Baohua called out, rising to assist her with the pot, only to be stopped by young Wan's assurance. It's already clean. Young Wan returned to the fire and fetched several bowls. She first served 2 bowls of noodles to you father and you mother, dividing the lamb offal soup between them. The dry noodles she purchased in the morning filled a generous bowl, just enough for the elderly couple. Next, she ladled a bowl of soup for Yu Baohua and the 3 children, giving each a large dumpling. As the group, like marionettes, brought the dumplings to their mouths, they suddenly realized something was amiss. I've had this before, young Wan. Yu Baohua was the first to react, staring at the dumpling she had just bitten into, feeling somewhat at a loss as she looked at young Wan. The children, too, were caught between chewing and swallowing as they held the dumplings in their mouths. Young Wan, observing their expressions, could not suppress a chuckle. With a scoff, she urged, hurry and eat. I certainly do not wish to consume what you have touched. At her words, several pairs of eyes turned in unison towards Father Yu and Mother Yu. While Mother Yu could not see, Father Yu was momentarily taken aback. Young Wan spoke again, Father, Mother, you shall not eat either until we have finished our meal. Only after they had dined did young Wan broach the subject of Baohua, whose earlier melancholy resurfaced. As she spoke passionately, she pounded her thigh in distress, lamenting, that rascal, I shall take care of him. Upon hearing the details, Father Yu's hands trembled with rage. Young Wan cautioned, do not. It turned out that initially, Baohua had developed an affection for Zhao Ming, the nephew of her sister-in-law. While assisting her, at her maternal home. With the encouragement of her sister-in-law, she married Zhao Ming and moved to the nearby village of Shaotian. In the first year of their marriage, she bore him a son, Zhao Xiaocong, and the following year, twin daughters, Suo Jun and So Mei. Their lives were meant to flourish in harmony. However, 7 years prior, Zhao Ming, while working in the town, became acquainted with a widow who had lost her husband early on and was raising a daughter alone. Coincidentally, Zhao Ming's close friend, Tang Liang, came from a poor family with many siblings. Having married off several brothers, he lacked the means to wed. This delay left him a bachelor well into his late 20s. Zhao Ming, with good intentions, sought to match the widow with Tang Liang. Yet, as the saying goes, widows attract trouble. In an era devoid of modern communication, Zhao Ming found himself mediating between the two. As fate would have it, the widow and Zhao Ming found themselves drawn to one another, entwining their fates. Zhao Ming, unable to resist temptation, engaged in a secretive affair with her, a scandalous connection that rapidly intensified. It was nearly a year before Bao Hua sensed something amiss, as Zhao Ming's frequent absences became increasingly conspicuous. After discreetly following him to the widow's abode, she returned home, utterly distraught. It became clear to her that Zhao Ming had betrayed her. Chapter 32. Together, let us live well, yet Bao Hua dared not voice her grievances. Fearful of ridicule and the potential harm it would bring to her 3 children, she endured in silence for 3 long years. During this time, she subtly urged Zhao Ming to sever ties with the widow, but he persistently deflected her concerns by invoking Tang Liang's situation. Before long, Tang Liang married, but not to the widow. Rather, he wed an older, unmarried woman from a neighboring village. When Zhao Ming returned to the widow's home, Bao Hua could no longer contain her fury and unleashed a torrent of invective. While she expressed her anger, Zhao Ming, undeterred, declared that the widow had borne him 2 sons, whom he was raising elsewhere. This shocking revelation nearly drove Bao Hua to violence, yet she restrained herself, for her children were observing. Her restraint only emboldened the shamelessness of the two. The widow brazenly appeared at Bao Hua's home whenever she was occupied with her chores, even managing to charm Bao Hua's difficult mother-in-law. Consequently, whispers began to circulate throughout the village. Zhao Ming aspires to emulate the high-ranking officials by taking a concubine, which leaves his legitimate wife in a precarious position, forced to endure her plight for the sake of their young children. She grits her teeth, maintaining a facade, afraid to leave entirely. The saying goes, once there is a stepmother, a stepfather is not far behind. How could she bear to let her children suffer under such a wretched fate? Today, a widow entered her home with her 2 young children, addressing her as sister. This repulsed her to the core, and in a moment of impulse, she pushed the woman away, only to discover that the widow was pregnant with another child, resulting in chaos for the Zhao family. The incident quickly drew the attention of the entire village, prompting the village chief to intervene. Zhao Yang, with audacity, accused her of jealousy and malice, declaring his intention to divorce her and renounce their 3 children. In Shaotian village, she had no relatives. Although the Zhao family was her sister-in-law's kin, it was clear where her sister-in-law's loyalties lay. The villagers, aware of Zhao Ming's affair with the widow, looked down upon the Zhao family. After exchanging a few words of counsel, the recently miscarried widow emerged from her home, clutching Zhao Ming's pant leg and weeping inconsolably. Zhao Ming, unable to bear the sight of his beloved in such distress, insisted on the divorce. The village chief, helpless, realized that a man of such loose morals could not be retained. However, forcing the 2 women to coexist could lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, Zhao Ming presented Yu Baohua with a divorce decree, abandoning all 3 children. The village chief, unable to stand idly by, allocated the Zhao family's sole valuable possession, a cart and ox, to Baohua. The Zhao family vehemently opposed this decision, leading to a commotion. The village chief commanded a few onlookers to assist in removing the Zhao family's ox and cart, allowing Baohua to gather her belongings and return to Fanyuan village. Truly, it was a disgrace. Young Wan was infuriated by the events, feeling it was utterly unjust to abandon family for personal gain. In her heart, she cursed the ancestors of the Zhao family. How could Zhao Ming not reflect upon his own shortcomings while aspiring to take a second wife, especially with such meager means? Were it not for Yu Baohua's diligent management, they would not have been living in 3 stone rooms. She was seething with anger. Yet, despite her frustration, she would not allow Baohua to return to that wretched environment. That brute would only exacerbate the suffering of her third sister. Sister, you can stay here peacefully. This will always be your home. Young Wan, with contemporary ideals, felt no shame in this arrangement. One need not endure hardship unnecessarily. A temporary setback should not dictate a lifetime of suffering. Thank you, young Wan. Yu Baohua was moved to tears, embracing her friend and weeping profusely. Yu's parents could not help but shed tears as well. Even though she was married off, they still remembered the years spent nurturing her. How could they bear to see her mistreated? Father, mother, young Wan, I shall build a straw shed at the foot of the mountain tomorrow, so as not to burden you, she said after a prolonged weeping session. Yu Baohua understood that a married daughter is akin to spilled water. She cannot return to burden her aging parents and younger siblings. A divorced woman would tarnish her family's reputation. Yaonyo has reached the age of 16, on the cusp of starting her own family. Who would dare to accept a sister who has been cast aside? Moreover, there is her young brother, whose arrival left her utterly astonished and deeply impressed. Had she not returned this time, she might have found herself believing that her own little brother was her child. Yunwan, however, let out a quiet sigh. Such are the shackles of this era. How could one person manage 3 children? The foolish child, Yu Mu, wept inconsolably. Indeed, Yu father was in such a state of distress that his hands trembled beneath his sleeves. The 3 children silently shed tears. Sister, do not dwell on such matters. Stay with us, Yunwan urged. If you truly feel guilty, help me with the chores. There's so much to do at home, and I am in desperate need of assistance. Our parents are aging, and Go Wong is still so young. Since you have returned, lend a hand to your sister. After speaking, Yunwan sighed. Moreover, this is not your fault. Do not feel ashamed. The disgrace lies with the Zhao family. Yu Baohua, with swollen eyes, reflected on how her usually taciturn younger sister had grown so articulate and capable of offering comfort. After 7 years apart, she had indeed matured. While it was she who was receiving help, Yunwan framed it as her sister assisting her. She glanced at her 3 children. If it were solely up to her, she could endure by relying on her own 2 hands, even if it meant living off the earth. Yet, seeing her 2 elderly parents, she could not help but feel selfish. Father, mother, thank you, Yanyo Yu Baohua nodded. Upon hearing her words, Yunwan and Yu father and mother let out a sigh of relief. They feared she might wander aimlessly into despair. It would not be easy for her to seek sustenance while caring for 3 children. Yu father and mother believed it was best that Baohua had returned, escaping the trials of the Zhao family. How many women have perished under the burdens imposed by their in-laws? Yaonyo had single-handedly supported this family for so many years. Now, with Baohua, the 2 sisters would support one another. The 3 siblings relaxed as well. The prospect of going to the foot of the mountain was daunting. After the moment of sorrow, Yunwan began to assign tasks to her siblings. Lok Zhen, Lok Mei, Xiao, Song. Go move the items from the storeroom to the firewood shed. We have built 2 pens, just enough to house the milk sheep in one. In the other, I will place the wild chicken cage. We need to clear out the cluttered room to make a space for Xiao Tsong to sleep. For now, the 2 locks and Baohua will sleep on the floor in my room. Tomorrow, we can call someone to construct 2 thatch cottages. After sorting through the items bought today, 2 palm mats were laid out for them. There was also a quilt. Xiao Tsong refused it, claiming it was too hot to cover. So, it was given to the locks, while Baohua temporarily shared a bed with Yunwan. Early the next morning, before dawn, while Yunwan was still asleep, Baohua quietly woke the 2 locks. She sent Xiao Tsong to gather firewood, while the locks went to cut tender grass. She rummaged through the small quilt retrieved from the Zhao family, and carried Go Wong to tidy the yard. Yu father had already gone to the village to enlist 3 laborers to build the thatch cottages. The 3 village workers whispered among themselves. Has the Yu family struck it rich? They just built a pen and are now constructing houses. By the end of the morning, 2 thatch cottages and a cow pen were erected. The Yu family's yard was spacious, allowing for the construction of several more rooms without any issue. The atmosphere has shifted from a sense of desolation to one brimming with vitality. After bestowing 60 coins upon the hired hand, the worker beamed and complimented, "Old you. Your life is truly flourishing. Indeed, just look at the livestock, sheep, cattle, and all manner of fowl and rabbits filling the yard. It is undeniably prosperous." Once the hired hand departed, Bao, accompanied by her 3 siblings, set about tidying the thatched house. Gazing at the spacious dwelling, they found themselves increasingly enamored, even conjuring the illusion that it surpassed the stone house of the Zhao family. The one who suffered the most at Zhao's was the Tulaks, constantly berated by her grandmother, leading to a most distressing existence. After the widow bore 2 sons, she managed to sway Zhao Ming's mother to the point where she scarcely acknowledged Xiaozong, treating him like a beast of burden. Now returned to their maternal grandfather's home, where their grandparents and aunt greeted them with warmth, their hearts brimmed with joy, feeling the oppressive weight within them dissipate. Chapter 33. Chicken mushroom soup. As spring warmed the air, the well-tended yard came into view, with haystacks piled like small hills. Xiaozong was chopping wood in the yard, and they had even acquired a robust young water buffalo. The inflammation in the nanny goat had subsided, and signs of milk were beginning to emerge. Everything was improving, and with the addition of Bao's family, she felt a lightness envelop her. Upon her arrival, the novelty had invigorated her, making her as busy as a spinning top. Yet, the strength and abilities of one person are limited. Now, with Bao's family joining, although there were 4 more mouths to feed, there were also 4 more hands to help. With a modest surplus of coins, she felt little worry for their future. With the vast mountains surrounding them, how could they fear hunger? Not only could they eat their fill, but they could also enjoy good meals. Now she could afford to be a little lazy and no longer had to embody the tireless spirit of a rice snail girl. As mealtime approached, the leisurely Xiaowan planned to indulge in a hearty feast. First, she dashed to the cornfield to check on the chicken mushroom nest. "Auntie, I'll come with you." Sua Zhen, having finished feeding the livestock, quickly trotted over to take Xiaowan's basket and followed closely behind. Xiaowan smiled at her. "All right, I'll show you something interesting." Sua Zhen, unsure of what she was to learn, simply followed her aunt without question. Upon reaching the cornfield, Xiaowan plunged into the greenery, searching diligently. Suozhen, recognizing this as her grandfather's land, rolled up her sleeves and began to pull weeds. Ignoring her, Xiaowan made her way to the chicken mushroom nest from that day. As expected, 4 or 5 chicken mushrooms emerged, all in full bloom. She also discovered several flowering ones in the grassy patch nearby, all clustered together. How bountiful! As a child, she had no concept of the chicken mushroom's rarity. She merely knew that whenever her grandfather ventured out during the season, he would always return with no fewer than 2 mushrooms in hand, regardless of their size. Thus, she had thought them commonplace. Only upon leaving her hometown for the bustling city did she realize that chicken mushrooms are indeed a culinary treasure. Reflecting on her childhood, she recalled how she would only wash the mushrooms, dismissing any that had maggots hiding beneath their floral caps. "Annie, what do you intend to do with this poisonous mushroom?" Sua Zhen suddenly emerged from the corn stalks, her large, inquisitive eyes fixed on the chicken mushroom wrapped in melon leaves. "Has anyone in your village ever perished from it?" Yongwan had initially intended to tease her, but was taken aback as Sun nodded earnestly several times, much like a chick pecking at grains. "Andy, there's a family in our village that doesn't believe in superstitions. They claim this mushroom is quite delicious. They cooked a large basket of it after having consumed it once without issue, and the entire family ended up as victims of gluttony." Sua Zhen regarded her with utmost seriousness. "Andy, we are the ones who believe in this superstition. I certainly do not wish to meet the same fate." The mere thought of the fate that befell that family sent shivers down her spine. It was said that the next day, when the villagers discovered them, the yard was left wide open. 5 or 6 individuals lay scattered from the door to the courtyard, their faces contorted, bodies curled up, a foul substance strewn across the ground. Simply a horrific sight. The mushrooms they consumed are not the same as what we eat. This type is easily confused, but I assure you, the ones I picked are definitely not poisonous. I shall demonstrate this to you tonight. Sua Zhen felt a pang of sorrow. Had they not promised to live well together? Why was she suddenly filled with doubt? As they made their way back, Suojin's brow remained furrowed while carrying her basket. "Auntie, have we caused trouble for you and mother?" She gazed at Yongwan's back, hesitating several times before finally summoning the courage to voice her concern. It must be true. Otherwise, why would she risk her life to eat this poisonous mushroom? Yongwan was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into laughter. "What do you take your aunt for? Besides, we have enough grain at home." With a final word, she added, "This is not a poisonous mushroom." "Never mind. It's futile to explain this to a child like you." Yongwan kicked a stone from underfoot, which splashed into the ditch, sending water splattering onto her legs. Suojin watched her retreating figure, murmuring to herself, "I hope that's the case." Upon returning to the courtyard, Yongwan carefully stored the chicken mushrooms in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Suojin hurried off to find Suan Mei and Xiao Tsong, whispering excitedly about something. The courtyard was filled with sounds of gasping breaths. "Hey, little girl, your third sister is here. Why don't you go play with Suojin and the others?" It was mealtime, and with little to do at home, the three siblings wandered about the courtyard. Just returning from the vegetable garden, Bao Hua dashed straight to the kitchen, eager to take on all the chores inside and out. "Third sister, let me handle the cooking. You take a break," Yongwan said with a gentle smile, swiftly rinsing rice and boiling water. Gazing at the bowl filled with pristine white rice, Bao Hua was taken aback. "Is this really how you wash rice? How much porridge can we make with this much? You silly child, who can eat that much? That amount would require boiling a sizable pot." Bao Hua exclaimed, snatching the wooden basin from Yongwan's hands. Hey, third sister, I want to steam the rice." "Are you saying you want to steam dry rice?" Bao Hua's voice rose an octave at the question. "What kind of holiday is it to eat dry rice?" "Indeed, we have plenty of grain at home and several bags of old rice. If we don't consume it, it will turn moldy," Yongwan exaggerated, although it was unlikely to spoil. No. Bao Hua's face blanched, immediately adopting the authoritative tone of an elder sister, refusing to let Yongwan touch the basin. "Sister, I understand. If you could assist me in constructing a chicken coop, simply delineate a patch of land and encircle it with a bamboo fence. A few chickens are currently cramped in a single cage, and this morning, one of the 3 eggs was shattered. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I shall tend to it right away." Upon hearing that an egg was broken, Bao Hua's expression was one of heartfelt sorrow. She set down the wooden basin and stepped outside, reminding me to soak the remaining rice for tonight's cooking. Yongwan smiled softly at this. The 5 hens purchased yesterday laid 3 eggs, which, in truth, were not broken. She had collected them all. In the courtyard, Bao Hua and the twins Esau and Xiaozong were chattering animatedly about the ownership of the chickens. Mother Yu sat at the door with the dog Wang, her face beaming with joy. The lively atmosphere filled her with delight, for the more bustling it was, the more prosperous life seemed. Father Yu entered, leaning on his staff to tend the fire for her. The two shared no words. Father Yu had long grown accustomed to Yongwan's generous cooking style. Boiling water for rice, she drained it when it was half cooked. The broth from cooking for 6 or 7 people filled a large bowl. If only there were fermented tofu or pickled vegetables to accompany it. In the sweltering summer, a couple of bowls of rice soaked in broth would be delightful. The large steamer purchased yesterday proved quite useful, and the oiled iron pot was remarkably effective. Yongwan relished cooking and naturally adored kitchenware. The saying that one must sharpen their tools to excel in their craft holds true. Father Yu continued to ignore the doubts that lingered in his mind. She retrieved the chicken mushrooms she had preserved a few days prior. Although they were no longer fresh and somewhat wilted, they still retained a robust flavor and showed no signs of infestation. The mushrooms were difficult to tear apart, so she sliced the 4 or 5 of varying sizes into a generous dish, heating oil in the pot. She briefly sauteed the mushrooms to release their aroma before adding a ladle of water to simmer. This was indeed top-quality black-feathered chicken mushroom, and such a broth felt almost wasted. Any chicken prepared for soup would be exquisite. Unfortunately, quality ingredients were scarce at the moment, and for now, this was how it had to be cooked. Nonetheless, the allure of mountain delicacies could not be overshadowed. The entire kitchen was filled with the fragrant aroma of chicken mushroom. And just before serving, she sprinkled a touch of salt to enhance its savory essence. Ah, a simple yet delightful meal. Chapter 34. Astonishing everyone, mother. It smells wonderful. The siblings, laboring with wooden hammers to erect the fence, could not resist inhaling the fragrant air several times. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma, Bao recognized it as oil-fried dishes, reminiscent of the village head's home, which cooked with oil 2 or 3 times a month. Every time she returned from the fields, she would catch this scent. Mother, third sister, Isuo, Shoutsong, dinner is ready. Yongwan called out from the kitchen, ladling the soup clean from the pot. She casually poured the water used for washing dishes, which she had set aside beneath the stove, back into the pot. Then, she added several ladles of water, intending to simmer some wild vegetables and weeds that the sisters had gathered today to feed the piglets. The 2 local pigs were growing rapidly in fur, although their size remained unimpressive. Once the corn was harvested, she planned to grind the corn stalks in a mash to feed the pigs. The chickens could partake as well. And let us not forget the cattle and sheep. The wooden table, which Bao had placed in the kitchen that morning, was now set with bowls and chopsticks. Awaiting the others, Uncle Yu sat by the table, glancing at the rice and vegetables, then at the nimble Yunwan, who was boiling water and preparing wild herbs. There were questions swirling in his mind, yet he hesitated to voice them. However, the next moment, someone spoke for him. "Little girl, is this dinner?" As Bao entered, she immediately noticed a large pot of soup and several bowls of white rice on the table. Before she could exclaim in surprise, she saw Yunwan stirring a big pot of wild herbs. While the soup made with wild vegetables was acceptable, the sheer quantity of herbs raised her concerns. Surely, they were not resorting to eating grass. "Third sister, hurry and wash your hand for dinner." Yunwan did not respond, fearing that if she revealed what she was cooking, Bao would lose her appetite. In these times, which family would waste firewood cooking pig food? Besides, with piglets not selling well, few families even raise them. Hearing this, Bao quickly led a group of children towards the spring to wash their hands. After a couple of washes, she began to silently wipe away her tears. It dawned on her that her parents had been subsisting on such meager fare all along. She felt utterly unfilial, having never realized this over the years. Although her life in the Zhao family had also been frugal, at least every meal included some bread or a bowl of thin porridge, not reduced to mere grass. She conveniently overlooked the several large sacks of grain she had seen earlier while cleaning the yard. Unbeknownst to Yunwan, the Yu family harbored such intricate emotions. She merely noticed that Bao Hua's eyes were red upon entering, and the children were unusually quiet. Puzzled, she glanced at them and beckoned them to eat. "You don't need to go out of your way to cook plain rice for us. Save it for yourself. We won't starve." Seeing her prattle on, more persistently than a nagging mother, Yunwan did not allow her to finish speaking before ladling a generous scoop of chicken mushroom soup into her bowl. Bao Hua's sobbing momentarily halted, but the next instant, tears streamed down her face. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Mother Yu quickly set down her utensils and grasped Bao Hua's hand, asking with concern, "Oh, mother, father, little Yuan, you have suffered. How could you dare to eat these poisonous mushrooms?" The eager hands of Er Suo and Yi Song froze in their tracks. They had not anticipated that these poisonous mushrooms would be so fragrant. It was no wonder that some would risk their lives to consume them. The siblings exchanged nervous glances, nearly succumbing to temptation. Yunwan observed them briefly, wondering what was amiss. Before they could process their thoughts, she scooped a large spoonful of soup, lifted her bowl, and consumed it eagerly. Bao Hua's tear-streaked face twitched visibly. The next moment, Yunwan squinted her eyes in enjoyment, exclaiming, "This is delicious. So fragrant, third sister. This is not poisonous at all. There are many types of mushrooms. This one is called chicken mushroom, and it's quite rare. I would give it to just anyone. Is this truly edible?" Bao Hua wiped her tears, staring at Yunwan in disbelief. "Yes, it's delicious. So fragrant." Bao Hua was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, she spotted her father indulging in the dish as well. Come, let me serve you." Yunwan took the bowls of the others, starting with Mother Yu, serving each a generous spoonful of chicken mushroom soup. After distributing the soup, she paid no heed to whether they ate or not, as she relished her own bowl, lost in blissful enjoyment. The trio of siblings watched as Uncle Yu and Yunwan savored their meal with delight. Their throats felt like a floodgate had been opened, and they could not swallow their saliva fast enough. Unable to contain themselves, they lifted their bowls and took small bites. Soon, the table was filled with the sounds of eating, their heads too lazy to lift. Yunwan glanced up and caught Bao Hua a sigh. Bao Hua cast a glance back, her heart resolute. If death was imminent, let be shared. Thus, she succumbed to the delectable flavors before her. It was already a rare delight to dine, but the chicken mushroom soup, a dish they had never savored before, elevated their experience to an extraordinary level. To call it a culinary marvel would not be an exaggeration. The group reassured themselves, such exquisite taste. If we must perish, so be it, while silently praying, please, let's not die. We haven't had our fill yet. Before long, the chicken mushroom soup was nearly finished. In the end, even the basin that had contained the soup was half filled with rice porridge, which Bao Hua poured into a bowl for one of her companions. They all feasted with satisfaction, their hunger thoroughly appeased. The children were the most delighted, for their grandfather's home was a paradise compared to their own. They could eat freely without fear of judgment, indulging in such delicious fare. This was the luxury they had once longed for. They would have gladly endured a diet of husks for the chance to experience this. Yu Dai mused inwardly. Indeed, fortune favors the bold while the timid perish, commending Yao Niu for her bravery. The two locks busied themselves clearing the table and washing the dishes. There was still boiled pig feed in the pot, which Yunwan directed them to rinse in the feed before washing thoroughly at the spring nearby. The two locks wondered to themselves, what an incomprehensible aunt we have. Why wash the bowls in the very porridge meant for consumption? Yunwan secretly added a spoonful of lard brought by the Yu brothers into the pot they had just washed. It was too pungent to discard, so she mixed it into the pig feed to enhance its nutritional value. Bao Hua, with a heart full of trepidation about potential poisoning, led Xiao Tsong to the fence. Meanwhile, Yunwan returned to her own room to retrieve the pouch containing the silver coins she had set aside the previous day, counting them once more. She surveyed her surroundings, contemplating the best hiding spot. If only she had a space to store the silver. As she thought this, she acted on it, tossing a copper coin into the space. To her surprise, it truly vanished within. The rules of this space were indeed peculiar and enigmatic. Elated, she stored all her silver there, utilizing the milk powder she had emptied last time to contain it. This resolved her concerns about the safety of her newfound wealth. She glanced at the remaining 30-some cans of goat milk powder and pondered whether to sell some. Outside, Yumu deftly maneuvered her needle and thread. She had already crafted a complete outfit for Yunwan and was now sewing for the little dog, Wang. Wang was an easy pet to care for, eating, sleeping, and remaining healthy. Yunwan playfully poked at Wang's rosy cheeks, teasingly commenting that he looked like a little girl. Just the other day, she had heard Yu Dai mention that Wang's rear was red from being soiled. In this era, there were no soothing powders. However, the elderly had their own methods for raising children. Yu Dai had ventured into the hills to gather some purple herbs to brew a wash for Wang. And by the next day, the redness had diminished significantly. Yunwan lifted her garments to find she too was in need of cleansing since her last quick wash. She had remained unwashed, resembling a wildling. Fortunately, she had specifically requested the new kitchen to be spacious. At the far end of the stove, she had asked for a recess of about 1 square meter, topped with 2 large stone slabs, while a narrow water channel was carved out beside it. The path leading from the kitchen is paved with river stones, extending directly outside to the woods on the back mountain, where the bathwater flows freely into the forest. A bath is essential tonight. Chapter 35. Cooking chicken with brew mushrooms suddenly reminded of an unfinished task. I slipped back into my room and rummaged through my belongings until I uncovered a packet of pastries. After exchanging greetings with Mother Yu, I asked Father Yu to assist in harnessing the donkey cart. Then, I made my way to the new house of Wu Linghong next door. The construction was impressive, with the Wu family employing numerous workers, not only from our village, but also from neighboring ones. It was said they were earning 30 coins a day, and in just a few days, the majority of the structure had already risen. As I approached with the donkey cart, Wu Linghong was just returning to his old house. "Little Wu, thank you for the use of the donkey cart," I said as I handed the reins to him. Wu Linghong responded with a hearty smile. "Next time." Just come over to borrow it. Unbeknownst to him, I had just sent for a bull cart, so he was unaware of Yu Baohua's arrival. Come over to my house for dinner tonight, and bring your aunt and niece along, I invited. Hearing this, Wu Linghong's smile widened. For the past few days, his mother had been preparing nothing but plain porridge and pickles, and he was on the verge of collapse from hunger. Only moments ago, he had caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma wafting from the Yu family kitchen. Despite his indifference to food, he couldn't resist inhaling the enticing scents. At the mention of dinner, the cravings in his stomach were instantly awakened. All right, I'll let my mother know when I get home. By the way, do you have green peppers at your house? I had been longing for stir-fried chicken with green peppers for quite some time, thinking that since they had ginger, they might also have green peppers. Yes, I'll bring some over, I assured him. His mother, who favored spicy flavors, had indeed planted some in their garden. After handing over the donkey cart, I returned home, calling for Ursula to join me in the mountains, where we cut 2 sections of chicken bloodvine. I instructed her on how to identify them and what qualities to look for. Auntie, can this really be exchanged for money? Ursula asked, gazing skeptically at the wood dripping with red sap. Of course, just trust me, I replied, and with that, I turned and walked deeper into the woods. Ursula exchanged glances with her companion, understanding that it was best to listen and ask fewer questions. What I said was surely correct. Just earlier, we had enjoyed those exquisite mushrooms. Oh no, I meant the fairy mushrooms, which were simply delightful. As I ventured into the Wu family's mountains, I picked a handful of tender shoots from the prickly ash tree. The prickly ash had begun to bear fruit, and the green prickly ash was a culinary treasure. I wondered if the Wu family had discovered this bounty over the past few years. Tomorrow, I must remind them, as selling this could yield a handsome profit. Ursula followed me, gathering everything from fern shoots to bitter greens, wild mint, and even a couple of broom mushrooms. She was delighted, as nearly everything in sight was edible. Previously, we only dared to pick what villagers commonly consumed, but now, under my guidance, even the leaves seemed fair game. Auntie, can this be eaten? Auntie, surely this is edible, they exclaimed. Enough, we can't possibly eat all this, I reminded them. Upon returning home, I began preparing dinner. Ursula was sent to wash the vegetables while I took a large basin of chicken mushrooms, for the traditional way to clean them was by scrubbing them with gourd leaves. Father, could you please help me with the chicken? She called out to her father, Yu, who was weaving a bamboo basket in the yard, holding the rooster she had purchased the previous day. Oh, Yu chuckled, initially thinking she intended to buy it for raising chicks. I've invited the Wu family over for dinner, young Wan said, her eyes squinting in a charming smile. Yu, being rather soft-hearted, never had the heart to scold her. Upon hearing this, he felt a sense of agreement. They were neighbors after all, and it was only proper to reciprocate their kindness. Yu carried the chicken to the spring, ready to dispatch it, when young Wan approached from the kitchen, holding a bowl of fresh water. Father, let us not waste the chicken's blood. 2 little girls also gathered to watch you slaughter the chicken, and upon hearing young Wan's words, one of them frowned, unsure how to consume the blood. In truth, young Wan had added salt to the water, which would eliminate the gamey taste. The chicken's blood, dipped in water, was a delightful complement to the meat. Of course, some might find it unpalatable, but she had grown accustomed to it and found it delicious. You had long since gotten used to her peculiar requests. Young Wan held the chicken by its legs, its head hanging down, and deftly plucked its feathers before you could bring down a knife. You cast her a silent glance, bemused by her elaborate rituals surrounding the simple act of killing a chicken. She instructed Suajun to bring a large bucket of boiling water from a stove. The freshly slaughtered chicken was submerged in the bucket to facilitate feather removal. She delegated the task of plucking the feathers to her 2 sisters. When it came to cleaning the chicken's innards, you felt compelled to oversee the process, as the offal was also a prized delicacy. He stood nearby, wary that young Wan might carelessly discard them. Unbeknownst to him, young Wan was a connoisseur of chicken offal. Naturally, she savored all sorts, including pork and lamb offal. After you had rinsed the innards once, she stealthily added a few spoonfuls of salt and vinegar from her storage space, scrubbing them clean to eradicate any unpleasant odor. Otherwise, it would be difficult to enjoy. She also asked you to chop the chicken into smaller pieces, as she struggled with cutting through bones, often resulting in a mess. She fetched 2 large bowls of aged rice and 2 bowls of brown rice. opting for steamed rice as her staple. In the future, aside from steaming buns, she would need to experiment with making noodles and other dishes. After washing the rice, she began preparing the vegetables as the rice steamed. She brought a pot of water to a boil, adding a significant portion of chicken along with a piece of ginger, allowing it to come to a vigorous boil. Then, she tossed in some broom mushrooms to cook alongside it, simmering for 20 to 30 minutes. The remaining chicken pieces were seasoned with salt and soy sauce for marination. Suozhan tended to the fire, while Young Wan ventured into the backyard to check on Bao Hua and Shao Kong's sister. You've done quite well with the fence. 50 chickens should fit comfortably, right? From a distance, she noticed the mother and child deeply engrossed in their weaving. The larger, the better. If we decide to raise ducks or geese later, we can simply separate them. Bao Hua wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling accomplished after a day of labor. All right, you all continue. Take a break when you're tired. With that, she stepped into the vegetable garden, glancing at the wind chimes and scarecrow that stood steadfast. The chimes danced gently in the breeze. The budding chili and cabbage plants remained untouched, while the wild onions thrived the quickest. She had yet to plant the seeds she had purchased, but she planned to sow them in the next couple of days, fearing that if she delayed, the impending rainy season might drown the roots. She picked a handful of wild scallions and then went inside to fetch 2 cloves of garlic. In the kitchen, the 2 sisters whispered incessantly. Sister, do you like grandfather's house? Of course, at home, our grandmother often pinches and scolds us, but at grandfather's, we are spared such hardships. Me too. And Aunt seems quite impressive. She knows a bit about everything and even digs up herbs to sell. So from now on, we are family. So please do not mention the herb selling outside. Understood, am I that foolish? While the chicken smells so delicious. Outside, the young girl Yongwan smiled, pleased that they were sensible children and not troublesome brats. Go wash the scallions and peel some garlic. Yongwan entered and handed the scallions and garlic to the standing Somei. Children are meant to be helpful, she said, while Somei looked at Yongwan with admiration. Yongwan skillfully shredded and chopped the chicken mushrooms. The blooming ones were more fragrant than the buds. The budded chicken mushrooms were tenderer, yet both varieties possessed a delightful freshness. She planned to stir-fry all the chicken mushrooms, believing it was the best method of preparation. As the chicken soup simmered, evening approached, and she swiftly prepared the other dishes. She first picked out the chicken giblets from the soup, cutting them to dip in the chicken blood. A light broth of bitter greens was made. The fragrant, crispy Sichuan pepper sprouts were coated in a flour and egg mixture before being fried. However, this required skill. The heat must not be too high, and they should not be overcooked. Grandfather, Uncle Yu, great-grandfather. At that moment, several voices resonated from the courtyard. Quick, sit down. Grandfather Yu set aside his work. Hearing the commotion, Mother Yu came out of the house with the little dog, Wang. Aunt Yu, is this little Wang? Aunt Wu handed a small bag of sugar to Mother Yu, excitedly receiving the little dog in return and playfully teasing it. Little Wang's eyes sparkled, and his rosy cheeks surprised Aunt Wu. He was indeed well cared for. Since entering the courtyard, she had taken a cursory glance around. The Yu family raised livestock in several pens, and the courtyard was well maintained. This family truly worked hard to make a living. Yu Linghong led little Tian Tian into the kitchen to find Yongwan. Little girl, Chili Yu Linghong, halfway through his sentence, spotted the hearty dishes on the kitchen table. The aroma was enticing. Delicious, you picked too many. Yongwan chuckled, glancing at the basket brimming with green peppers, wondering if she had harvested all that were planted at home. Is this your little niece? She turned her gaze to Tian Tian, who was nestled beside Yu Linghong. Tian Tian, can you call me Annie? Yu Linghong was momentarily puzzled, as the generational titles were quite mixed up. Logically, Yongwan and his mother were of the same generation, so he should call her little aunt or aunt. However, she was too young for him to address her that way. So, did that mean Tian Tian should call her great aunt? Or perhaps aunt? It seemed appropriate for Tian Tian to call her little aunt. Hello, little aunt. Tian Tian called out sweetly, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling. Yunwan smiled gently at her, saying, this little girl is truly beautiful. Suozhan, it's a bit overwhelming inside. Why don't you take Tian Tian to play in the yard? For the first time, the usually inconspicuous Suozhan felt a sense of existence. She hurriedly approached and took Tian Tian's hand, Tian, sister will take you to see the nanny goats. Tian glanced at Wu Linghong, and upon receiving a nod from him, she followed Saw Zhen outside. Once they left, Wu Linghong naturally settled into Suo Zhen's warm nest and began to add firewood. Little girl, are these sisters your relatives? He recalled that her family had little interaction with the Yu brothers from the village. They're my third sister's children, Yunwan replied, carefully selecting her words. After all, family disgrace should not be aired in public, so she spoke only in generalities. Upon hearing this, Wu Linghong furrowed his brow, noting his troubled expression. Yunwan slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten about his irresponsible brother-in-law. There was an inexplicable sense of shared sympathy. Yunwan rummaged through the basket and discovered not only green peppers but also red ones. The green peppers resembled modern-day Tiao, while the red ones bore a striking resemblance to contemporary millet peppers. To her surprise, there were even sun-dried chili peppers, which were indeed a prized find. At the bottom of the basket lay 2 small clay jars. Yunwan picked one up and turned to Wu Linghong. This is pickled vegetable my mother made. We have plenty at home. I'll bring some to your house for you to taste. My mother's pickles are exceptional. Wu Linghong raised an eyebrow in pride as he spoke. Yunwan chuckled. Really? Absolutely. She grabbed a handful of chili peppers and rinsed them by the spring. The 2 sisters, along with Tian, wandered from the courtyard to the outside, playing with sheep and teasing rabbits, their laughter ringing out periodically. Let me do the cutting. When Yunwan picked up a knife to chop the peppers, Wu Linghong stepped forward to take the knife from her. These peppers are quite sharp. Yunwan was momentarily taken aback by his action, fully aware of the sharpness associated with cutting millet peppers. Can you cut? I can, though not very well, he replied, observing the haphazard shapes of the chopped peppers and realizing just how poorly he could cut. Ultimately, she took back the knife and resumed her task. The first dish, cold mixed fern with millet peppers. Then, she heated the pan with oil, and once hot, added the marinated chicken, frying it until golden brown before removing it. In the same pan, she left some oil to saute dried peppers, green and red peppers, garlic, and Sichuan peppercorns until fragrant. She tossed in the fried chicken and stirred it briefly before adding chopped green onions and a suitable amount of soy sauce before serving. Wu Linghong stood beside her, his gaze fixed intently on her movements, eager to learn a few skills to impress his mother and Tian. Following this, Yunwan picked up the unchopped green peppers and swiftly began slicing them. Wu Linghong's mouth, which had been slightly agape, closed in awe. Her knife skills were far beyond what his rough hands could achieve. After slicing the green peppers, she proceeded to chop the remaining garlic into slices. In the pan, she added oil, followed by the green peppers and garlic to saute, before adding the chicken mushrooms and a pinch of salt, cooking until the mushrooms softened and then removing them from the heat. No soy sauce was necessary, as the chicken mushrooms themselves did not require much enhancement of flavor. Wu Linghong watched, captivated. The amount of knowledge in this single pot was overwhelming. I'll serve it. Wu Linghong swallowed hard and stepped forward to take the dishes from Yunwan. Xiao Wu, could you please carry the table outside? I'll go call them for dinner, Yunwan remarked, noticing his diligence. Father, mother, this is Aunt Wu, Sister Wu. Yunwan was aware that her inquiry might be perceived as somewhat impolite. Yet she felt compelled to ascertain Wu's mother's willingness, especially considering that she appeared to be in her 40s. Aunt, you may call me whatever you wish. Wu's mother affectionately grasped Yunwan's hand and patted it, saying, My son mentioned you might have worked hard today, and upon seeing you, I can attest that you are indeed quite clever. Ah, no need for such formalities. Let's go eat. Yunwan offered an awkward smile, understanding that her inability to articulate was due to her social anxiety. While she could manage a few sharp retorts, engaging warmly with others left her feeling quite vulnerable. Father, mother, please take Aunt and the others to the kitchen. I shall fetch my third sister, she declared before darting away. In the backyard, Xiao Tsung found himself at a loss as to how many mouthfuls of saliva he had swallowed. The aroma was simply irresistible. Bao Hua was equally intrigued, wondering what delightful dishes Yao Niu had prepared that smelled so divine. She could hardly resist the temptation to sneak a peek in the kitchen. Third sister, what are you looking at? It's time to eat. Upon entering the backyard, Yunwan spotted the 2 mother and son duo gazing toward the courtyard. Their expressions were indeed quite endearing. We're here, we're here. Bao Hua and Xiao Song eagerly awaited this announcement. Setting aside their bamboo strips, they hurried to Yunwan's side. Little sister, what have you made that smells so wonderful? A feast. As they stepped into the courtyard, the sight of a table laden with dishes made Xiao Song feel as though he could hardly swallow any longer. Observing their eager expressions, Yunwan quickly urged them to wash their hands. The long table was filled to capacity, accommodating 10 people, albeit snugly. Wu's mother stared at the abundant spread before her, first in astonishment, then with a hint of anxiety. Surely, the Haven Tea exhausted their resources merely to treat us to a meal? Tian timidly nestled in Wu's mother's embrace, her wide, glistening eyes darting toward the delectable dishes on the table. How delightful! But I mustn't salivate. Zuozhen and Zuomei were firmly seated on the grass bench, as Yunwan insisted that no young lady should be left off the table in her household. The two were apprehensive. Their aunt had previously allowed them to dine at the table, but tonight, guests were present. Dinner is served. Yunwan was unfazed by their concerns. She had long yearned for this chicken mushroom dish. As Yu's father extended his chopsticks, she encouraged the Wu family to partake as well. Noticing that Wu's mother seemed hesitant to begin, she thought it proper to attend to her as a guest. Immediately, she fetched a bowl for Tian, ladling rice and chicken soup, while also serving a helping of vegetables to the restless Wu's mother. Glancing at Wu Linghong, she reasoned that as a grown man, he likely required no such attention from her, and thus focused on her own plate, eagerly savoring a bite of chicken mushroom with rice. The fragrant taste flooded her senses, transporting her back to her childhood, leaving her momentarily spellbound. This chicken mushroom was imbued with nostalgia and surpassed any she had previously tasted. Perhaps it was indeed the untainted bounty of the mountains in this era that rendered it exceptional. The table fell silent for a few moments as everyone observed her rapturous enjoyment of the meal, harboring their own curiosity about her culinary prowess. Yunwan caught their inquisitive gazes and felt a flutter of apprehension. Could it be? I never imagined these wild vegetables could be so delightful. What luck I have. The words seemed feeble, yet for the moment, the others were captivated by the spread before them, deferring further inquiry. Yu's mother remained oblivious to the unfolding scene. However, poor eyesight does not equate to a lack of olfactory ability. The mingling aromas wafted tantalizingly towards her nostrils. Bao Hua hurriedly served her a pair of chopsticks filled with each dish. The others began to partake in the meal as well. Shuo and Yi Song hesitated to serve themselves, relying on Bao Hua to provide them with a taste of everything. As they simultaneously sampled the stir-fried chicken mushrooms, they were enveloped in a fragrant haze. For the Wu family, it was their inaugural experience with these flavors, leaving them utterly astonished. The Yu family, having relished a bowl of chicken mushroom soup earlier in the day, found the current dish even more delectable. The taste was indescribable, an extraordinary delight. Their culinary aspirations were modest, yet this bowl of stir-fried chicken mushrooms dramatically transformed their perception of ingredients. The Wu family could not identify the type of mushroom, only that it was incredibly delicious. Bao Hua initially intended to make a comment about the spread before her, but with guests present, she refrained. After a few bites, her thoughts dissipated, for her 3 little ones wielded their chopsticks with remarkable speed, compelling her to match their pace. Delightful. Yao Niu is truly impressive, Wu Linghong exclaimed, indulging heartily in the feast, unable to resist praising Yunwan. Wu Mu and Tian nodded in agreement as they savored their meals. The peppered chicken retained the unique fragrance of green Sichuan pepper while remaining delightfully spicy. The elderly couple consumed less due to their dental limitations. Yet they too savored the flavors. The fern shoots offered a tender, crisp texture. The fried pepper sprouts were fragrant and crunchy. The broom mushroom stew with chicken was rich and flavorful. The meat was cooked to perfection, much to the delight of Yu father and Yu mother. Even Yunwan could not resist indulging in an extra bowl of chicken soup. So fresh and delightful was it. It was no wonder that modern individuals pursued natural foods. The chicken blood served with dipping sauce was well received by everyone except Bao Hua and Shaw. Its tender, silky texture, enhanced with ample garlic, masked any fishy taste. Reminiscent of soft tofu, this grand feast was truly a sumptuous banquet. Though Wumu typically had a modest appetite, she shamelessly enjoyed 2 bowls tonight, as the spicy fare suited her palate perfectly. Tian particularly relished the chicken soup and fried pepper sprouts. Ahem, let us focus on our meal. Just as they were thoroughly enjoying their feast, a voice rang out. The entire group looked up in unison. It was Yu Laosan's wife and her daughter. From a distance, they were drawn in by the enticing aroma of the meal. Initially, Zhao Qin, Yu Laosan's wife, could hardly believe the fragrance emanated from the Yu household. She assumed it belonged to the neighboring Wu family. Yet, as she stepped into the Yu courtyard, she found it impossible to doubt. The newly erected thatched cottage and pen greeted her, with piglets, rabbits, goats, wild chickens, and cattle visible from the entrance. The cacophony of clucking chickens in the backyard signaled a transformation. Indeed, a change had occurred. Upon observing the large gathering of people enjoying their meal, she noted the rice, a rarity for her throughout the year, and the table laden with 5 or 6 dishes, all served on wooden platters. Her keen eyes spotted a generous serving of chicken. The colorful and flavorful array of dishes enticed her, igniting a desire to partake. Shaking her head, she reminded herself that this was not the crux of the matter. The true question was how they could afford such a lavish meal of rice paired with meat dishes. Preparing 4 to 5 dishes was a luxury few families could afford. Even the wealthiest in town might not enjoy such a feast. Amidst the unremarkable days, the lavish meal laid before her raised suspicion. Could it possibly be pilfered by her sister-in-law from the Zhao family? She cast a wary glance at Baohua, who stood there with a bowl in hand, fixated on her. Following closely behind was her daughter, Yu Yulan, a girl of 16 or 17, whose wide eyes darted around in disbelief at the scene before them. Was this truly the home of the most impoverished elder couple in their village? "What's the matter with you, old Third's family?" Yu's father inquired, taking a bite of food while eyeing her. Wu Mu and Bao Hua contemplated setting down their bowls, but were urged by Yunwan to continue eating. "I shall go greet them," Bao Hua said with an awkward smile, her face pale. Having just returned to Fanyuan village, she surmised that the Zhao family had likely sent word. "Third sister," Bao Hua called out to Zhao Qin as she rose. Zhao Qin glanced at her, her eyes conveying an ambiguous message. With a dismissive twist of her lips, she retorted, "Bao Hua, how old are you? Running back to your maternal home without a second thought. Don't you fear the ridicule of outsiders?" She turned her gaze, sauntering leisurely around the courtyard before adding, "Do you know that the Zhao family is in utter disarray?" With a flick of her sleeve, her demeanor shifted to one of feigned cheerfulness. "You are no longer a mere girl. Life cannot be so easily abandoned. Your grandparents, don't you agree?" She continued, approaching the table and surveying the dishes. Then, as if just noticing the Wu family, she exclaimed, "Oh my Wu sister, you are here too?" Wu Mu offered an awkward smile, and then lowered her head to feed her daughter, Tian. "Third sister, have you eaten?" Yunwan interjected at just the right moment, aware that her third sister-in-law was as sharp as a needle concealed in silk. Zhao Qin's expression darkened at the mention. Recalling the last time she had suffered a loss in the division of inheritance at the hands of this impudent girl, she wished to avoid conversation, wary of being ensnared in her cunning. "Ah, little aunt, we have heard about third aunt's situation and came straight here after finishing our chores in the fields," Yu Yulan remarked, displaying keen awareness to ease the tension in the air, noticing her mother-esque silence. "Oh, you are quite considerate," Yunwan replied, finishing the last drop of soup in her bowl with a smile. Indeed, Yu Yulan feigned innocence, though her gaze subtly lingered on Wu Linghong. This fleeting glance did not escape the notice of Yunwan and Wu Mu. Wu Mu's face brightened momentarily, only to dim again as she reflected on the Yu family's affairs. She had heard some rumors, though the Yu family's old third was known to uphold their reputation. Even in matters concerning Yu's father and mother, it was said to be instigated by the first and second families. The old girl from the Yu family, though residing in the same village, was not often seen. She appeared delicate, yet Wu Mu's thoughts were tumultuous. Yunwan spoke up, "Since you haven't had your meal, do hurry back to eat before returning. You see, with our large family, it would be inappropriate to impose on you." Her words caused a shift in expression among Zhao Qin and the others, particularly Yu Yulan, who had initially intended to make an impression before the Wu family and had no desire to stay for a meal. Now, with Yunwan's statement, it seemed as if they were the ones seeking to impose upon them. However, Zhao Qin had a different perspective. As she gazed at the bountiful spread laid out on the table, her heart yearned for the Yu family to invite them to stay. Though villagers typically refrained from visiting during mealtime, her thoughts were solely focused on whether this family, beset with the elderly and ailing, could enjoy a decent meal. Little did she anticipate that this time, she would be met with a harsh reality. With such an abundance of food, how could it not choke your entire family? Baohua, you are so single-minded. We are indeed family. If there is anything amiss, you should inform us. How could we let outsiders bully you? Zhao Qin did not respond to Yunwan's words, but instead turned to unleash her frustrations upon Baohua. Baohua found herself at a loss for words, her face alternating between red and pale. As for the affairs of the third family, let's discuss them tomorrow. It is late now, and your family is waiting to prepare dinner. Yu father finally interjected, unable to contain himself. He understood they were family. There was no way she could be oblivious to the reckless actions of her nephew from her maternal side. Moreover, with the Wu family present today, she expressed her thoughts candidly, unafraid of inciting laughter at Baohua's expense. Observing the change in Yu father's expression, Zhao Qin was once again taken aback. How had the situation shifted so dramatically? Even the old helper had changed her tone. Is it really such a pressing matter to rush this meal? Upon hearing this, Yu mother became incensed. It was disgraceful that her own daughter had to endure such hardship after marrying into the Zhao family. She promptly retorted at Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin exclaimed, "It is all this family's fault. Father, mother, my mother summoned us here to seek justice for third, Aunt." Yu Lan interjected from the side. "Ahem. Aunt Yu, it is nearly dark. We should take our leave," Wu mother said, leaning towards Yu mother to bid farewell, awkwardly smiling as she led Tian away. As Wu Linghong departed, he leaned closer to Yunwan and said, "I am just next door. Call out if you need anything." Chapter 38. Shamelessness Young Man. What is the matter with Yunwan's third sister? As soon as they exited the door, Wu mother could no longer contain her curiosity. She had picked up on the undertones from the words of Yu's third daughter-in-law, while she felt it inappropriate to meddle in their family affairs. The Yu family had left a favorable impression on her, sparking her interest further. Her third sister is a good person. Her brother-in-law, however, is not decent. Wu Linghong wiped his mouth, savoring the meal they had just enjoyed. Had they not been interrupted, he could have indulged a bit more. Noticing the implications in his words, Wu mother realized that Yunwan must have confided something to him, but she refrained from prying further. Secrets in the village were seldom kept. By tomorrow, the truth would likely be revealed. "What about the Yu girl?" she cautiously inquired. "What about Yunwan?" Wu Linghong replied. "Nothing, just wait and see." She believed wholeheartedly that her son was a rare gem, capable of hunting in the mountains and cooking at home, managing both finances and household affairs. Yet, she lamented that he was somewhat delayed in age. With a heavy heart, Wu mother returned to the old residence. Wu Linghong escorted the two women home before retracing his steps. "Mother, I must check on the new house," he said. Wu mother shook her head as she watched his hurried retreat. No sooner had the Wu family departed than Zhao Qin dragged a straw stool to sit at the dining table. "Baohua, your father and I have spared no expense in treating you to such a sumptuous meal. After this, you should hurry back home." "Home? It appears that the ox cart is the focal point of the matter," thought Yunwan with a cold laugh. Observing the atmosphere dampened, the others lost their appetite, prompting her to call for Er Suo and Yi Song to remove the dishes back to the kitchen. Zhao Qin, though begrudgingly accepting of Yunwan's arrangements, understood the pressing importance of the situation and refrained from further dwelling on the meal. "Sister-in-law, how should I respond? Is the Zhao family still my home?" Baohua furrowed her brow, recalling the Zhao family's misdeeds, igniting a flame of indignation within her. You simply lack composure. Ultimately, you were wrong. You allowed him to associate with that widow, and you couldn't even manage your own husband." Zhao Qin grasped Baohua's hand, urging her to sit down, then brazenly continued her tirade. Upon hearing these words, Father Yu and Mother Yu's expressions darkened. How could it be that their daughter suffered and toiled, managing the Zhao household, only for that heartless man to cavort around. And somehow it became Bao Hua's fault? Yunwan remained silent, attentively listening to the shameless rhetoric that Zhao Qin continued to spew. Indeed, as the conversation progressed, Zhao Qin abruptly shifted her tone. My maternal family is frail. My elder brother passed away early, and my sister-in-law has had her share of struggles. Now, with you all causing such a ruckus, what do you call this? Sigh. You're my sister-in-law, and Zhao Ming is my nephew. The heart and the back of the hand are both flesh. While you may not regard my face, those three children must recognize their father. She paused briefly, then continued. Even if you are resolute in not returning to the Zhao family, the ox cart is the only valuable possession of the Zhao household. They spent 3 taels of silver to marry you, which was a bride price meant for a lifetime together. You cannot just walk away in the middle of it all and take something of value with you. It is simply unreasonable, don't you think? At these words, Bao Hua's mind began to clear. Initially, when she got married, the bride price was a minimum of 5 taels of silver. However, Zhao Qin insisted that her family was struggling and that her brother was the only child. Even if she did not marry, the connection remained, and since they were family, the bride price was inconsequential. Yet, the other brothers and sisters-in-law disagreed, as they were all still sharing the same pot of rice at that time. Ultimately, Zhao Qin managed to suppress the bride price to 3 taels of silver. Throughout the entire process, Bao Hua had not been allowed to voice her opinion on her own marriage. Thus, she was married off in a haze of confusion. Now, the Zhao family had turned against her, implying that she should compensate them with 3 taels of silver. Sister-in-law, the ox cart was earned by my own toil, day in and day out. You know the condition of my mother-in-law. Since my 3 children began to crawl, has she ever set foot in the fields to cut grass? Furthermore, as for your nephew Zhao Ming, these past years he has only concerned himself with that widow outside, contributing nothing to our household. Additionally, the ox cart was assigned to me with the village head's approval. Bao Hua's eyes glistened with tears, her years of dedication seemingly reduced to naught. All her grievances surged to her throat, rendering her heart heavy with bitterness. Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback by Bao Hua's retort, realizing that the woman before her was no longer the obedient girl who had once followed her every command. The thought that an ox cart, procured for over 10 taels of silver, could be relinquished so easily gnawed at her insides. Just the previous night, Zhao Ming had rushed her home, weeping and lamenting that their household was on the brink of starvation. Bao Hua had even taken away the only valuable ox cart. Her sister-in-law fainted from anger. Was this not the epitome of a shattered family? How could she refrain from fighting for her brother and sister-in-law? Could she merely stand by and witness the Zhao family's descent into misery? Do not argue about who has done more or less. Do you not regard my Zhao family as kin? If we are indeed family, why quibble over such trivial matters? Bao Hua was exasperated. Third sister-in-law, you claim to be a member of the Zhao family, yet feast upon the sustenance of the Yu family. Is that not rather inappropriate? Yunwan, having listened to Zhao Qin's incessant drivel, felt as though her ears had been filled with excrement in just these few minutes. Is this what I am speaking of? I am referring to your third sister. Do not drag me into this. Do not presume that your generous hospitality towards Bao Hua will result in the ox cart falling into your hands. Zhao Qin ceased her pretense and began to provoke the elderly couple in Yunwan. She had been pondering how this elderly couple had suddenly transformed. Perhaps Bao Hua was hiding a stash of money to honor them. Do not resort to desperate measures, for the human heart is inscrutable. As she attempted to grasp Bao Hua's hand, Bao Hua brushed her off. I do not require your concern for my well-being, third sister-in-law. You should return to your own Zhao family and tend to your own matters. Bao Hua's demeanor grew entirely cold as she rose and sat beside Mother Yu, taking her hand to offer comfort. She was well aware of her own parents. It was not her place to gossip. It was truly for her benefit. Now she understands. It is all about that ox cart. You, Bao Hua, your parents are aging, and the little ones, Yao Niu and Go Wang, are still young. After your arrival, what will you all eat? If it comes to it, you may accompany me back to my home. I assure you will not go hungry. Zhao Qin gritted her teeth. Indeed, the world had turned upside down. This family of spineless creatures had suddenly found their backbone. Yunwan scoffed. Your altruism should compel you to have the entire Zhao family relocate to your home, should it not? You surely care more for your nephew than for my third sister, do you not? Truly shameless, playing your cards so audibly. Do you think everyone is a fool? TSK. TSK. Yaonyo, I never realized how sharp your teeth had grown. Even a cunning fox could not compare to you. What nonsense are you chattering about? Zhao Qin could hardly remain seated. She had expected this journey to unfold according to her wishes, yet here everyone was akin to foul stones in a cesspit. The only reason I can address you as third sister-in-law with courtesy is due to the shared surname of your husband and mine. Who do you think you are, coming to my home to cause disgust, forsaking even the last shred of modesty? Truly, you're like a dog that has overeaten, burping in excess. Since you so eagerly wish to be a lapdog of the Zhao family, Xiao Tsong, fetch the stick for chasing dogs and drive her away. Xiao Tsong suddenly called out. Sayanwan sprang to her feet and hurried to the kitchen to retrieve a broom. The two locks and Xiao Tsong stood up as well. The atmosphere charged with tension, prompting Yu Yulan to step forward and intercede. Little aunt, please, my mother only wishes well for both families. She did not intend to cause harm. Let's return for now. Yu Yulan pulled Zhao Qin along. Zhao Qin, her forehead throbbing with rage, seethed. To insult her as a dog? To even think of striking her? The world had truly turned upside down. She wanted to retort, but was forcibly dragged out of the Yu family by Yu Yulan. Bao Hua called out to the two figures retreating in the distance. I shall never be able to pull the ox cart back, if we need one. It must be with the village chief's seal from Shaotian village. Chapter 39. Oh, the embarrassment. Why are you pulling me? With a mouth like yours. How can you remain silent? Why not scold that little rascal a bit? Upon exiting the courtyard, Zhao Qin abruptly shook off Yu Yulan's hand, took a deep breath, and reproached her. Mother, the Wu family next door is still around. If they overhear our quarrel, it will surely be misrepresented. Do you wish for your daughter to find a good match? Yu Yulan cautiously cast a glance at the wall of the Wu family. Just a moment ago, she believed she had seen Wu Dage squatting by the fence that separated their homes. Who would have thought he enjoyed lurking in corners? Was it perhaps to catch a glimpse of her? Recalling their unintentional eye contact earlier, Yu Yulan's heart raced. Zhao Qin, feeling puzzled, noticed a faint blush on Yu Yulan's face. Her thoughts shifted, and she grasped a hint of something. Are you interested in the Wu family? Mother Yu Yulan stamped her foot and ran away. Zhao Qin turned to glance back at the newly built house of the Wu family, her eyes flickering with thoughts. Father, mother, third sister, do not overthink this. They're merely trying to provoke us. If we fall into their trap, we would be playing right into their hands. Yunwan observed the three troubled individuals and spoke calmly. Yes, I understand, little sister. Thank you all. Bao Hua's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had numerous words to express, yet they crystallized into a simple thank you. After a long day of toil, Yunwan did not wish to become entangled in the affairs of such despicable people. She encouraged the others to rest early, then prepared a large pot of water for a quick bath. The eucalyptus leaves she had prepared a couple of days prior were steeped in the hot water. Before long, a faint layer of eucalyptus oil formed on the surface of the basin. This was a precious remedy, particularly effective for skin inflammation. A bath would be ideal, yet a large wooden tub was still needed. After enjoying a refreshing wash, she lay on her bed, deep in thought. It was essential to develop an inconspicuous yet effective endeavor to silence the gossip. One must maintain a facade, regardless of its utility. Moreover, with the arrival of the Yu Baohua family, many opportunities were now available. What should she pursue? Sister, are you asleep? Baohua knocked on her door. Not yet, come in. Third sister, came the reply as Yunwan sat upright. The room was lit by an oil lamp. Although night had fallen, the surroundings were still discernible. Baohua glanced at the sacks of grain piled at the foot of the bed, and the slight discomfort she felt earlier dissipated. What dilemma could possibly be more challenging than having enough to eat and wear? What do you have there? Seeing Baohua holding a cloth bag filled with something, Yunwan inquired with curiosity. These are peas and soybeans. I saved these seeds deliberately. They are of excellent quality, yielding large and plump grains. Baohua settled at the bedside, untied the cloth strips that bound the bag, and handed a handful to Yunwan. I thought you all gathering today, but since you were still asleep, I did not bring them to your room. I just remembered upon returning home. These grow quickly. We haven't saved any seeds, have we? Yunwan was somewhat aware of the Yu family situation. At most, they save a little corn, but peas and soybeans were likely not among their preserved seeds. When she emerged from the Zhao household, she received little in the way of provisions, but in the midst of the chaos, she discreetly took a bag of seeds. Upon inspection, it was indeed peas and soybeans, and she had heard that the village also cultivated broad beans. These varieties are known for their early maturation. It seemed these grains were quite common in the area. She wondered why she had not thought of this sooner, since she intended to settle in the village. A plan was beginning to take shape in her mind. Sister, let us plant some peas in the garden, she mused. She relished the thought of tender pea shoots, fresh pea pods, and snow peas. Once the corn is harvested, we can sow some in the cornfield. Sister, you decide, she added. Though she spoke little, her heart fluttered with excitement. After Baohua had stored the beans away, she rolled over on the bed, exclaiming, Heaven bless me! Pea jelly, nest jelly, soybean milk, tofu pudding, tofu blocks, stinky tofu, fermented black soybeans, and yellow soybean paste. All of these can be sold. It's perfect. The next day, Baohua busied herself preparing breakfast early. She reheated the leftover rice in chicken soup, accompanied by crispy pepper leaves that had yet to soften. After breakfast, Yonwan moved a stool to sit by the pig pen, her back to the sun, her chin resting on her knees. The morning sun was warm and inviting, unlike the harsh afternoon rays. Soaking in the sun, avoiding petty people, she thought. The two Lox and Song were carrying the small baskets prepared by Uncle Yu to gather pigweed in the mountains. As they passed the pig pen, they heard Yonwan murmuring to herself, causing them to pause. Is Annie talking to us? Loxen whispered. Auntie, we're off, Yonwan replied without lifting her head, continuing her observation of the piglets. During her last trip to the county and town, she noticed that in this era, pigs were not castrated at all. It was indeed a bewildering time. No wonder the pork here had a strong, gamey odor. She had heard that most people avoided pork, preferring instead to spend a bit more for mutton soup. Some even gagged at the taste of pork, as the smell of pig meat was entirely different from the gaminess of beef or lamb. In her childhood, she had secretly watched as a butcher castrated the piglets on her family's farm. The process came to mind, simple enough to understand. Castration involved the removal of both the testicles and the reproductive organs, while the latter only required the removal of the testicles. Both male and female pigs could be castrated, as long as they were not intended for breeding. Naturally, the outcomes of the two procedures differed. It was well known that castrated or butchered pigs had a milder flavor, higher survival rates, were less aggressive, and grew more flesh. Pigs that typically took a year to reach market size could be ready in just 6 months. However, castrated pigs were slightly superior, growing faster and gaining weight more easily. As she observed the piglets growing larger, she felt a sense of helplessness. Surely, she could not let them escape her grasp. The theory was easy to grasp, yet the practice seemed daunting. She felt neither the courage nor the capability to proceed. But if she did nothing, wouldn't it be a waste of her efforts? Furthermore, the younger the piglets were, the easier they would be to manage. The larger they grew, the less inclined she would be to intervene. What to do? When the two Lox and Song returned with the pigweed, she remained in her position, unmoving. Hearing the commotion, she glanced at the courtyard, where only Mother Yu was sitting in front of the house, sewing clothes. At once, she called a few people over. Come help me catch a pig. Although the two, Lox and Clever, were puzzled, they set down their baskets and approached. After a flurry of commotion, they finally managed to catch a slightly smaller piglet. Once secured, she gently patted the piglet's belly, feeling it was quite well fed, then proceeded down the path. Young Wan raised her hand to touch the piglet's small abdomen, measuring it with her fingers. Where should the knife go? Lox and Clever were stunned, staring at her with wide eyes. You all, turn your heads away. The group promptly averted their gazes, too timid to look any longer. Why does Annie want to touch the piglet? The piglet, feeling anxious, squirmed and tightened its belly, making soft grunting sounds. With a swift motion, she slapped it and pinched its snout, irritated by its noise. The piglet twitched a few times but dared not move further. She mentally searched for the steps involved. Well, today, she would try to get a feel for it first. After contemplating the literal meaning several times in her mind, she decided to practice. She rubbed her hands together and instructed the others to place the pig inside the pen. Then she rushed to the spring to wash her hands. The smell was rather overwhelming. What's going on? Bow Wow came running from the vegetable garden upon hearing the commotion. Nothing, nothing. Lox and Clever quickly waved their hands, unsure if they could say Annie was playing with the piglet. Young Nuan sat on the stone by the spring, lost in thought. How to wield the knife. It was true that the bold thrive while the timid perish. She ultimately resolved to give a try. It turned out that butchering was quite challenging. Should she seek out a pig farmer at the pig farm for assistance instead? Chapter 40. Lotus pods are treasures. Yunyu, come here. Mother Yu shouted from the doorway, holding onto her dog, Wong. Mother Yu's call successfully pulled her thoughts back. Coming. As she entered, Mother Yu handed her a handful of candy. This is from yesterday's Mother Wu. Take it, shared among the kids. Young Wan accepted and opened it, revealing golden, thumb-sized rock candy. It resembled Maya stones and was authentic old-fashioned rock sugar. Taking the candy, she suddenly recalled she had bought 2 packets of egg biscuits the other day. She had given one to Wu Linghong, leaving one for herself. Returning to her room, she rummaged around and found the slightly deformed packet of egg biscuits in the corner. Upon opening it, a rich aroma of egg wafted out. It was all pure ingredients without any high-tech additives. Lox, Clever, come here. She hung the rock sugar on the stove, above which was a cloth bag containing the brown sugar exchanged by Father Yu. There was still more than half left, hardly touched. She wondered if Father Yu had noticed. She made a mental note to buy some brown and white sugar next time, mixing the remaining supplies together to create a little confusion. Exiting the stove room, she called over Lox and Clever, sharing a piece of the not-quite-whole egg biscuit with each. The 3 looked at the treats in young Wan's hands, somewhat at a loss, hesitant to reach out, especially Lox, who had never tasted such sweets or candies since childhood. Andy, save some for Uncle. They hesitated, feeling a pang of sweetness in their hearts. Annie truly regarded them as her own, even willing to share treats with them. He's still young. He can't eat this. You all eat it. It'll help you work better, young Wan insisted, pushing the biscuits into their hands. She distributed a piece to both Mother Yu and Father Yu, as well as to Bow Wow. In the end, a small intact piece and a handful of broken fragments remained in her bag. She did not mind, shaking the bag and taking a couple of bites. Throughout the morning, Yu Laosan's wife did not come over. No matter what was said, she ignored it. It seemed she would not seek trouble for the time being, unless her temper flared. In the afternoon, Yongwan, accompanied by Zhua and Song, ventured into the mountains in search of chicken bloodvine. She planned to scour for 1 or 2 days and sell her findings in town, while also inquiring about the pig-raising situation. The group wandered through the mountains, stopping intermittently, yet they failed to locate a single vine. Yongwan squatted on the ground, gazing at a tree that bore a striking resemblance to the chicken bloodvine, but was not, falling into deep contemplation. She had initially thought the chicken bloodvine would be abundant. After a whole afternoon of scouring, they had only managed to gather half a basket. Reluctantly, they decided to split up. Yongwan continued her search for chicken bloodvine while heading towards a lotus pond she had discovered days prior. After climbing over a small dirt slope, she was greeted by a lush expanse of greenery in the pond. The lotus pods were remarkably large. She descended the slope and reached out to grasp a lotus stem, pondering the oversized pod in her hand. Its growth rate was astonishing. By late summer, the pods were nearly ripe. It seemed that finding chicken bloodvine tomorrow would be futile. She needed to harvest the lotus pods quickly. The large pods would consume a significant amount of nutrients from the lotus roots, necessitating the preservation of nutrients for the rhizomes. Otherwise, the lotus would not thrive. She peeled open a lotus seed, round and plump, with a translucent white hue tinged with yellow. She mused that this could also be a source of income. She decided to gather more. Circling the pond, she filled her basket with lotus pods. On her way back, she stumbled upon 2 decent-looking chicken bloodvines. At the foot of the mountain, Zhua and Song were already waiting, their baskets containing a sparse collection of chicken bloodvines. Yongwan assessed the situation in her mind. Chicken bloodvine was valuable. Tomorrow, it seemed prudent to send one person to search for chicken bloodvine, while the others accompanied her to harvest lotus pods. "Aunt, what is this?" So Zhan inquired, eyeing the lotus pod in Yonwan's hand. Zhuamei and Song looked equally puzzled, having never seen such a thing. If you peel it open, you can eat this. Yonwan casually poked a lotus core and showed it to them. Upon hearing this, the three were eager to try. Wow, it's so sweet, Zhuamei exclaimed, furrowing her brow and taking a breath. Zhuamei and Song hastily peeled one and popped it into their mouths. And it's so bitter, Zhuamei accused. Both Song and Zhuamei grimaced at the bitter taste. Ha ha ha, Zhuamei laughed heartily, clutching her belly at their misfortune. Yonwan was amused by their antics. Ah, I forgot to mention, the green sprout inside should not be eaten, but don't discard it. Peel the tender sprout for me. Upon returning home, Baohua had already come back from the cornfield, even having harvested a basket of dandelions. Seeing no signs of distress on her face, Yonwan felt a little more at ease. She was worried that Baohua might encounter gossips in the village. However, as a mother of several children, she had likely developed a different mindset after facing such sordid matters. Yonwan noticed that Baohua had not shown any signs of weakness in front of others in recent days. Some matters she must confront and digest on her own. The agricultural chores at home are few. Father Yu weaves various bamboo baskets in the courtyard, while Mother Yu, taking advantage of the sleeping dog, busies herself with sewing clothes. After observing the attire of Baohua's family, Yonwan resolves to purchase 2 batches of fabric on her next shopping trip to craft garments for them as well. What is this? Baohu Ingui, puzzled by the lotus pods held by several people. Yonwan explains, this is edible. I found in the mountains just now. Yes, mother. These lotus seeds are crisp and tender, but the green sprout inside is bitter and should not be consumed. Xiao Song interjects, stepping forward to enlighten Baohua. After a glance at Xiao Song and then back to Yonwan, Baohua waits until the group sets down their burdens before pulling Yonwan aside. Why do you keep putting everything in your mouth? What if you get poisoned? She expresses her concern with a worried look. Yonwan feels a warmth in her heart. I'll be more careful in the future, she replies, playfully offering Baohua a seedless lotus pod. Baohua instinctively chews on it, finding it both crisp and sweet. Dinner is arranged by Baohua. She reheats yesterday's leftovers with great ingenuity. The fried pepper leaves and cold fern salad were consumed in the morning. What remains is a bit of stir-fried chicken and half a bowl of stewed chicken. The stewed chicken is tender, and she adds some water to create a larger portion for the elders. The remaining stir-fried chicken is served with the porridge she prepared, divided among Yonwan, Xiaosong, and Xiaokong. Once the bowls are emptied, only a bit of seasoning remains, which she combines with half a bowl of porridge for her own meal. In truth, Yonwan yearns for that bowl of seasoning, as the green peppers have absorbed the flavors and are comparable to spicy green peppers, making them delicious accompaniments. Zhuamei attempts to offer her chicken to Baohua, but Baohua stops her, saying, "You all are still growing. You should eat. It will help you assist your aunt better. Do you understand?" Xiao Suo and Xiao Song nod obediently. Ultimately, Mother Yu places a piece of stewed chicken on Baohua's plate, and the matter is settled. While the scene is undeniably heartwarming, Yonwan feels somewhat helpless. She prefers an atmosphere where one can simply eat what they desire without the need for such polite exchanges. Thus, she speaks up, "Third sister, let us be more relaxed about our meals in the future. There is no harm in using the oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar stored in the kitchen. We can use a couple of eggs each day. And we have some surplus money. With more mouths to feed now, I can't be at the stove all the time, so we should agree on this. Currently, our 5 hens lay at least 4 eggs a day, so consuming 2 is not excessive. Yanyo, we should save the eggs to sell. Money must be spent wisely, as it accumulates bit by bit," Baohua counters, disagreeing. For her, it is sufficient that they are not going hungry, and she sees no reason to splurge on oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, or eggs. Yonwan sighs, aware that further discussion at this moment would be futile, and chooses to remain silent. In the long run, she intends to gradually shift Baohua's perspective. Chapter 41. A brief experience as the pond master the next day. Yonwan rises early to supervise Baohua in preparing breakfast. Under her numerous interventions, Baohua endures a toothache as she cooks a pot of mixed grain rice. Ignoring Baohua's complaints, Yonwan cracks 4 eggs and whisks the yolks together. A generous tablespoon of lard was placed at the bottom of the steamer, accompanied by a spoonful of salt for steaming. Once removed from the steamer, a sprinkle of chopped scallions adorned the silky egg custard. She had almost forgotten the pickled vegetables, which she promptly retrieved from a small bowl. Yesterday, she had refrained from cooking, and the 2 jars of pickles brought by Aunt Wu had slipped her mind. Upon opening one jar, she was taken aback. One contained spicy pickled cabbage, marinated with finely ground chili peppers, while the other held finely chopped greens that had deepened in color, perfect for stir-frying or serving with rice. She pinched a bit of the pickled vegetables and tasted the tangy spiciness. Adding a touch of brown sugar would transform it into a sweet and sour delight, a flavor both familiar and nostalgic. It is no wonder that hunters are said to earn a good living. Pickling vegetables is no ordinary endeavor. If insufficient salt is used, the entire batch could spoil. The Yu family had never savored such a smooth and fragrant egg custard. Not only did the elderly and children relish it, but even Baohua herself found it irresistible. Feeling a twinge of guilt yet unable to resist, she ate her meal awkwardly. After breakfast, Baohua insisted on accompanying them into the mountains to search for chicken blood vine. With limited chores at home, they had little choice. Once in the mountains, she instructed Xiaocong to lead Baohua in the search for the vine, while she took 2 baskets to collect lotus seed pods. "And is this the place?" Loxen's voice, a gentle inquiry, broke the silence. At that moment, she passed them, guided by Youngwin, and arrived at the pond ahead of them. She cheerfully called back, "Yes. Roll up your sleeves and pant legs, and use a tree branch to probe away." The morning air in the mountains was cool, but the water felt pleasantly warm. Youngwin was the first to step into the pond, using a branch for support as she collected lotus seed pods, placing them into the basket on her back. Loxen understood immediately and followed suit, picking up a branch to wade into the water. The pods were abundant, and before long, Youngwin had filled her basket and dumped its contents onto the shore. The rest of the group had a smooth experience, though Loxen occasionally exclaimed, "Aunt, something is prodding my foot. And Aunt, there are fish." After a while, Loxen remarked, "Aunt, there is another patch behind us." Lakmei was swift in her gathering, moving in a straight line to the opposite side of the pond. She believed she had reached the end, as tall aquatic plants obstructed her view. Just as she was about to push through the foliage to the shore, she discovered a winding waterway, a meter wide, extending behind her, leading to a larger pond. Youngwin was taken aback and quickly made her way to the bank, walking a few meters down from the adjacent woods. A vast expanse of water came into view, much larger than the one she had initially discovered, filled with lotus leaves and pods. Youngwin was overjoyed, exclaiming, "What a treasure!" This wild lotus pond rivaled even the largest modern farms. Little did she anticipate that she would one day become the owner of such a pond. The group hurriedly gathered for the entire morning, managing to harvest merely a third of the pond, illustrating its immense size. Exhausted, she called Loxen and Lakmei to the shore for a rest, her stomach grumbling. "Which of you remembers the way back?" she inquired. "Aunt, I remember," Lakmei replied confidently. "All right, you go have your meal first, then bring your mother and Xiaocong over to help us. By the way, ask your grandfather if there's any work to be done. I'll join too." Loxen quickly interjected, "That works. Just be careful on your way." Yunwan waved her hand at the two, feeling utterly exhausted. She had come to a realization. She truly cherished the pastoral life, but not the labor associated with it. "Understood. Andy, you rest here while we return." With that, the two of them picked up their baskets of lotus pods and headed back. After they left, Yunwan picked up a lotus pod and began to peel it, munching as she worked. Indeed, physical labor made one ravenous. The watery porridge from the morning had long since dissipated. About half an hour later, she heard a rustling sound. Baohua, carrying a burden, spotted Yunwan lounging on the ground, soaking up the sun, and softly called out, "Little girl, get up and eat." Startled from her reverie, Yunwan scrambled to her feet. The sun was so warm that she nearly dozed off. Fortunately, no large wild animals had appeared on the mountain, nor had she encountered any venomous snakes. Otherwise, she might have regretted it in her dreams. Third sister. She accepted the yellow steamed bun and water that Baohua handed her, feeling a mix of despondency and amusement. Noticing the grimace on her face as she stared at the bun, Baohua chuckled. "I was busy searching for chicken blood vine. Father has prepared a meal back home. Here, I even brought you some pickles. Bao Hua pulled out a small bamboo tube containing some pickles from her basket. Indeed, there is work to be done at home. Yunwan ceased her complaints, taking a bite of the bun with the pickles, and to her surprise, it was quite flavorful. Father had somehow unearthed it, though the bottom of the basket was somewhat decayed. As they conversed, the two had already brought Xiao Song down to the pond. Xiao Song held an old fish basket, and the three of them chattered excitedly as they fished. Wow, look, there are fish, Xiao Song exclaimed, peering into the basket to find several small fish wriggling about. Yunwan smiled. Let us gather the lotus pods first, but be careful not to step too firmly in the mud. We can fish later. Little girl, how did you discover this treasure? Bao Hua asked, rolling up her pant legs. This is the farthest edge of the Yu family S-back mountain. I wonder how you stumbled upon this place. Beyond this mountain lies the danger zone. Cough. I found it while searching for wild vegetables. Third sister, I have a secret to share. Somehow, I feel as if I've suddenly gained insight into many things, knowing how to prepare delicious dishes. Oh yes, it seems to have begun after I bumped my head last time, gaining knowledge without a teacher. Yunwan raised her hand, mimicking a gesture of touching her forehead, which had healed but still bore a faint mark. She understood that when a person transforms significantly from their former self, it creates an uncanny feeling. She had no effective way to conceal it. However, most ancient individuals tended to be selective in their beliefs about peculiar occurrences, so she could only mention it ambiguously. Others might not realize, but the original owner and Yu father, Yu mother, and even Bao Hua were close acquaintances. It was impossible for her to change so inexplicably. Of course, she had no intention of explaining herself to others. Those people had not lived alongside her and would not speculate excessively. However, this entire family must live together. They are not fools. It is essential to provide a rationale that will soothe their hearts. Upon hearing this, Bao Hua suddenly realized that she had harbored some doubts since the day she arrived. Change is a peculiar phenomenon. One cannot articulate it. Yet one instinctively knows that things are different. Though her parents remained silent, she felt reluctant to inquire further. All she knew was that after Yuniu bumped her head, fortune began to smile upon their household. Could it be that they had indeed encountered the blessings of the Mountain Lord? It is a blessing, not a curse, dear Yuniu. No wonder our family has gradually improved. Perhaps you have encountered our mountain deity. Bao Hua took Yunwan's hand, caressing it gently while inspecting the mark on her forehead. Upon closer examination, the injury was hardly visible. Her younger sister had endured much. Now, from misfortune springs fortune, which she rightly deserves. Just look at this rare lotus root. She had never seen nor heard of such a thing, yet Yuniu knew it was edible. She could even prepare a magnificent feast that Bao Hua had never encountered before. Furthermore, all the medicinal herbs sold in their home were sourced by Yuniu. It must be true. The mountain deity could not bear to see the Yu family suffer and bestowed blessings upon Yuniu. Sister, it's sufficient for our family to know, Yunwan replied, withdrawing her hand, feeling quite uncomfortable with Bao Hua's overly affectionate demeanor. Suddenly, she stood up, grabbed her basket, and hurried towards the pond, feeling an inexplicable turmoil within her heart. The original owner was a good child. She must be enjoying herself elsewhere now. Chapter 42. The whole family mobilizes to peel lotus seeds with the addition of Bao Hua and Xiaocong. Their efficiency markedly improved. In the late afternoon, Yunwan instructed Liu Suo and Xiaocong to carry the lotus pods to the woods at the foot of the mountain. Yuniu, you should take a break on the shore, Bao Hua suggested. Yunwan lifted her gaze towards the lotus pond. The sun had already set, and there was still one corner left to harvest. If they were to finish all the picking, they would likely have to return in the dark. Though she had never spent a night in the mountains, she understood the inherent dangers. Sister, let us just gather what's in front of us for now. We still need to take that pile back from the foot of the mountain later. Why don't you head back first? I'll finish this and then return. Bao Hua was unconvinced. Yunwan firmly disagreed. No, we can come back tomorrow to pick the rest. It's not safe in the mountains. Upon hearing this, Bao Hua relinquished her thoughts of leaving. The idea of being alone in the mountains frightened her as well. As the two made their way back to the shore, Liu Suo and Xiaocong caught up with them for the final trip. They filled the baskets with lotus pods and hurried back. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, darkness had already descended. At this hour, the laborers from the Wu family had all returned home. Seeing the mound of lotus pods piled high, Yunwan rubbed her aching back. She truly felt more exhausted than a bull. Wait, we have a bull cart at home. Sister, could you please go back and bring the bull cart? This endless carrying will take forever. All right, we do have a bull cart. Just wait. With the arrival of the bull cart, their workload significantly decreased, and they completed the transport of the lotus pods in just 3 trips. Upon returning home, Yunwan was so exhausted that she only wished to lie down. She rushed to the spring to wash herself from head to toe, cleansing the mud before slipping inside the house. So fatigued that she had no appetite for dinner. She examined her toes, now wrinkled and pale from soaking, as well as the several cuts inflicted by sharp objects, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over her. She took out the alcohol disinfectant and proceeded to spray it haphazardly on her wounds. When it was time to dig up lotus roots, she insisted on calling for help. Yaonyo, have a bite to eat before you sleep, came the voice of Father Yu. Father, you all eat, I'll rest for a bit, she replied as silence enveloped the outside. After a few minutes, Bao Hua's voice echoed again. Yaonyo, I'm coming in. Without waiting for a response, Bao Hua entered, carrying a bowl of rice and a torch. Eat first, then sleep. Rest well tonight, and don't go out tomorrow. Oh, it's so nice to have a sister, she thought. All right. The meal prepared by Father Yu consisted of thick porridge from Chaozhou, accompanied by egg soup and a pair of chopsticks filled with pickled vegetables. Yaonwan devoured a few mouthfuls before abandoning the bowl and sinking into slumber. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Yaonwan awoke only to fall back asleep. When she finally roused again, it was well past noon. The weather was cool, devoid of harsh sunlight. Bao Hua had yet to return from the mountains with the children. Father Yu was once again in the yard weaving bamboo. Noticing her emergence, he remarked, "There are dumplings in the pot." "I know, Father," Yaonwan nodded. "By the way, Yaonyo, go check on the milk sheep. I believe they are about to start lactating," he added. It was not customary for him to discuss these matters with her, but she was the only one in the household who understood. I'll go take a look," Yaonwan exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. The milk powder for the dog had run out yesterday, and she had not wanted to procure more at the last minute. Now, if the milk sheep began to produce milk, all would be well. Entering the sheep pen, she found the milk sheep grazing calmly. They showed no fear as she opened the door. Crouching down, she gently stroked the sheep's head. They were quite docile. She glanced at their swollen udders, which were noticeably enlarged. Having never milked a sheep before, Yaonwan hurriedly searched online for instructions. After absorbing the necessary information, she went to the kitchen to heat some water, fetched a clean piece of cloth, and grabbed a large bowl before returning to the sheep pen to milk. Her first attempt was clumsy, yet fortunately, the milk sheep remained still, allowing her to fumble through the process. As Bao Hua and the others returned with the lotus pods, they spotted Yaonwan with a large bowl of sheep's milk emerging gleefully from the pen. "Wow, Annie, is this sheep's milk?" asked Suodzin, setting down her basket to get a closer look. "Yes, I'll teach you all how to milk the sheep later," she replied, secretly hoping to delegate this task to them in the future. She asked Saojan to bring the dog's bottle, filling it halfway with the freshly produced milk, uncertain if the dog would accept the new flavor. It had a faint milky scent devoid of any unpleasant odor. She then covered the remaining milk with a piece of cloth and placed it by the spring to keep it fresh. Today marked the first day of the milk sheep's recovery, and she was concerned that not milking thoroughly might block the ducts, so she had extracted a substantial amount. She decided that next time it would be best to milk and drink fresh. "Yaonyo, all the lotus pods have been harvested," Bao Hua announced, having washed her face and feet, pointing to the corner of the yard piled high with lotus pods. "After lunch, we'll peel the lotus seeds." For lunch, Yaonwan prepared porridge, frying the half basket of small fish caught by Xiao Tsong and the others until they were crispy. The fragrant, crunchy fish paired with a light porridge and spicy pickled cabbage was truly appetizing. During the meal, Yaonwan mentioned the milk sheep and encouraged anyone with time to help with milking. The provisions for Dog Wong have been secured, much to everyone's delight. Observing the abundant milk production from the nanny goats, I realized that Dog Wong could not consume it all, and it would be a shame to waste it. I suggested to my parents and the 2 locks that they might as well drink it if they could, to avoid any waste. Hearing this, Bao Hua waved her hand, saying, "No, no, Yunwan, is there no way to preserve it?" Just as your father and mother were about to decline, they were reminded of their frailty, as if they were half asleep in their coffins, and they thought it best to reserve the milk for the little ones. Bao Hua felt embarrassed. Her 3 children were already over 10 years old and certainly did not need goat's milk, such a precious commodity. For now, if you all refuse to drink it, I will pour it out. After all, overnight goat's milk can spoil and make one ill, she declared. Yunwan, with many tasks at hand, decided to set aside the matter of the goat's milk for the time being. The others looked at her with concern, as if they had genuinely been splashed by her. After lunch, she first went to cuddle dog Wan. The little fellow, now a fortnight old, had undergone a remarkable transformation, sprouting a thick coat of black fur, and his eyes had long since focused and sparkled with life. "Oh, little dog Wong," Yunwan cooed, and as she teased him, the little one laughed heartily, drooling down one side of his face. Knowing he had consumed the goat's milk brought her joy. It seemed he had been a worry-free child, not disturbing anyone's sleep at night and remaining in good health. In the afternoon, the Yu family gathered in the yard to shell lotus seeds, including Yu's father and mother. Yunwan directed the 2 locks and Yitsung to shell the lotus seed pods while she extracted the lotus seeds. The pods were difficult to shell, so she instructed them to use sharp bamboo strips to make it easier. The lotus seeds were simple to retrieve. A single poke from a bamboo skewer at the base would free them. The lotus seeds were valuable, and she planned to take some to Manager Liu to see if they could fetch a good price. She did not intend to shell all the lotus pods, only a small portion, having discovered that the entire plant could be used medicinally. Every part of it was precious. She resolved to visit the county the following day. With 3 days remaining until market day, Manager Liu would not be in town, and a knowledgeable old doctor would also be in the county. After they had shelled 2 baskets of lotus seeds, Yunwan called for a halt. This was sufficient. If Manager Liu could collect the pods as well, they would not need to spend more time and effort shelling them. Hopefully, they could sell them for a good price. Chapter 43. Bringing Bao Hua and others into the city. The next morning, after breakfast, Yunwan invited Bao Hua to accompany her to the county. She inquired about the willingness of the 2 locks and Yitsung to join them, intending to familiarize them with the route, as they would undoubtedly need to run errands in the future. "Auntie, you go ahead. I will stay home and watch the house. Locke may step forward. I am quite tired from the past few days, and it takes several hours to reach the county." The other 2 remained silent, glancing at Bao Hua, who seemed to be the focus of their hopes. However, they did not wish to burden their aunt, and so they averted their eyes from her. "No, entering the city costs a penny. I do not want to waste money," Bao Hua said, noticing the unwilling expressions on Lok Jun and Yitsung's faces. "Sister, take them along. I will still have some change for entering the city," she replied, then turned to Lok Mei, aware of her calm demeanor and lack of interest in social gatherings. With a gentle tone, she remarked, "These past few days have been quite busy, but we have enough pig feed and firewood. You should rest at home. My sister-in-law will return with some delicious treats for you." Understanding her sentiment, Mei waved goodbye to the group. "Oh, you spoil them too much," Bao Hua said with a resigned smile. While she recognized that Yao Niu was carefree, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret over the unnecessary 2 coins spent on their city trip. Zhuo Zhen and Xiao Tsong, however, were filled with uncontainable excitement. Hopping alongside the ox cart, despite being offered a seat, they preferred to run joyfully, occasionally resting against the cart for a brief respite. Meanwhile, Yunwan remained seated on the cart throughout the journey, still feeling the lingering ache from her foot injury. Upon reaching the town, they did not veer into side streets, but continued directly along the official road toward the county city. The ox, having been well fed in recent days, was in excellent spirits, and they arrived at the county city in just 2 hours. After paying the entrance fee, they urged the ox cart toward the apothecary. "Wow, the county city is so vast, much larger than the town," Zhuo Zhen exclaimed from the cart. "Indeed, Zhuo Zhen, look, that appears to be a windmill toy, much like the ones played with by the local ruffians," came the playful retort. "Umph, I'm still older than you," Zhuo Zhen shot back. The 2 of them chattering animatedly behind Yunwan, who closed her eyes to savor the lively atmosphere. A trip to the city meant another opportunity for her to earn some income. Arriving at the apothecary's entrance, Xiao Tsung took charge of guarding the ox cart while Bao Hua carried the heaviest basket of chicken bloodvine, and Zhuizhen bore a basket of lotus pods. Yunwan held a basket of lotus seeds and a small bunch of lotus cores. Ah, young lady, you have arrived. The apothecary, busy organizing herbs, looked up to see the group. Bao Hua and Zhuizhen felt a bit shy in the presence of the ancient and immaculate apothecary, inching closer to Yunwan for comfort. Good day, master. Is Manager Lu here? Yunwan inquired, noticing only the apothecary present. Alas, it is unfortunate. Manager Lu went to the prefectural city this morning, the apothecary replied, stepping out to assist them with their burdens. What do you have this time? More good stuff? He asked politely, eyeing the large baskets. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. Yunwan pouted slightly, feeling disheartened by Manager Lu's absence on this rare occasion. Noticing her change in demeanor, the apothecary gently said, What herbs do you have? Let me see if I recognize them. He remembered that the last 2 times she had brought in the rare distant wisdom grass. Curious about her current offerings, he was eager to examine them. Then I must trouble you to take a look, Yunwan responded, pulling a lotus pod from Zhuizhen's basket to present it to the apothecary. He scrutinized the pod closely, examining it thoroughly and inhaling its fragrance, yet remained silent for a considerable time. Perceiving his uncertainty, Yunwan offered him a few unpeeled lotus seeds for tasting. The apothecary took a tentative nibble and, finding it harmless, popped a whole seed into his mouth. The moment he bit down, he was struck by a bitter taste. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he suddenly perceived a blend of bitterness and sweetness, a refreshing aroma that lingered enticingly. As he chewed, he reflected that he had encountered this flavor before, though he couldn't quite recall where. I cannot quite place it at the moment, he admitted candidly. Is the old doctor not here? A hint of disappointment laced the words of the apothecary, who remarked, Unfortunately, both Dr. Li and Manager Lu have gone to the prefectural city. Such unfortunate timing. In that case, please leave some samples here. They will return by tomorrow at the latest. When you go to the market in our town the day after, you can seek out Manager Lu at the apothecary. He urged, This is indeed a valuable commodity. After a moment's contemplation, Yunwan nodded in agreement. Very well, please help me weigh these chicken blood vines. Upon hearing this, Bao Hua quickly moved the basket closer to the apothecary for his inspection. The apothecary examined the vines one by one, noting their fine quality, which he could confidently appraise. 78 pounds, he announced. Miss, I shall offer you a mid-range price for these chicken blood vines. The last price Manager Lu provided was. He returned to the counter, fiddling with his abacus. The top-rate chicken blood vines were priced at 221 per pound. Today, I will offer you a compromise at 110 per pound, totaling 8 taels and 581 for 78 pounds. Yunwan had no objections. After settling the payment, she handed over 5 or 6 of the lotus stems to the apothecary, requesting him to pass them on to Manager Lu. Once outside the apothecary, Bao Hua was unable to contain her excitement. Having restrained her eagerness within the shop, she now stood beside the ox cart, away from prying eyes. Yunwan, you truly are remarkable. Those chicken blood vines fetched such a handsome sum. Loxhen, having never truly grasped the concept of money due to her upbringing, remained rather unfazed. Yet, observing her mother's expression, she understood that this was indeed a significant amount. Little Tsung also sensed his mother's excitement, and the 3 of them encircled Yunwan, murmuring animatedly. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yunwan smiled and playfully declared, Ahem, it's merely a small fortune, while raising her hand to quell their excitement. Annie, are tree roots really that valuable? Little Tsung whispered. Indeed, they are quite valuable, though they are increasingly difficult to find. Many trees that resemble chicken blood vines are not, but a little is better than none, she replied. Wow, then we shall search for them every day and earn money continuously. Ha, it's wonderful to see such youthful enthusiasm. Gulme, let us first explore the city and procure some supplies, Bao Hua advised, cautioning her to keep the money securely tucked away. The shopping excursion, which Bao Hua cherished dearly, was about to commence. Unlike with Wu Linghong and Uncle Yu, Yunwan felt a sense of ease and freedom accompanying Bao Hua. As they strolled along, she found herself intrigued by everything, convinced that their home was lacking in various items. How much for a set of ordinary clothing? Shopkeeper, She inquired at a fabric store. The shopkeeper, her mouth full of food, mumbled, "That depends on the material you choose. Could you enlighten me?" With a dismissive sound, the shopkeeper stood up and enumerated. Regular fabric costs 51 per set, while a standard cotton garment is priced at 131 per set. Not overly expensive. Perhaps it was the newfound wealth in her possession, but Yongwan found even 131 for a cotton garment to be quite reasonable. "What about a bolt of fabric?" she asked. "Ordinary fabric is 101 per bolt." Yongwan picked up a piece of fabric, feeling its texture, which was quite pleasant, reminiscent of the soft hemp material she had previously acquired from the Yu brothers. After calculating, she realized that buying fabric was indeed a wise investment, allowing her to craft 2 or 3 additional garments. She glanced back at the patched clothing of Bao Hua and the others, realizing it was all in tatters. "Never mind," she thought. "I shall purchase 2 bolts of fabric to have the skilled women in the village sew a few new garments." In the end, she bought 2 bolts, one light and one dark, intending to make a top from one and trousers from the other. Additionally, she acquired 2 skeins of hemp thread. This time, Bao Hua remained silent behind her. Upon returning to her mother's home, she found her elderly mother sitting by the door, sewing clothes day after day. It seemed that the little ones had no clothes to wear. It was only right to buy some fabric after earning a bit of money. Subsequently, Yongwan dragged Bao Hua to purchase an assortment of miscellaneous items along the main road. The ox cart ambled along, creaking softly. On either side, the endless rows of village houses and fields stretched out. A gentle breeze brushed against the clouds, while the evening glow enveloped the mountains. "How beautiful!" Yongwan couldn't help but exclaim. It appeared that tomorrow would bring another fine day. Bao Hua, sitting at the front of the cart, occasionally called out to Ji and Xiao Tsong, who were savoring a candy figure. The cart held 2 long wooden planks pressed down in the middle, upon which rested a large wooden basin and 2 smaller basins filled with various supplies. 10 delicate ceramic bowls, 41. 2 large deep soup bowls, 10 A coarse pottery jar, 25 2 bars of soap, 81. Since bathing beans were too expensive, a pound of coarse white sugar, 101. A pound of brown sugar, 41. Half a pound of strong liquor, 22 Bao Hua found this perplexing, as no one in her household drank alcohol. A bag of peas and a bag of soybeans, each weighing 50 pounds, cost 200 3 palm mats were 121. She also bought a candy figure for Suomei, 10 a sheep bone, and 2 pounds of sheep offal. Today, she spent a total of 1 tael of silver. Bao Hua felt that Yongwan had spent extravagantly. However, Yongwan insisted she had been quite frugal, noting that all these items were necessary. As they returned to the village, the last rays of dusk lingered. "Where are we headed now, little one? Is that you, Bao Hua?" A figure emerged from the cornfield by the roadside. "Are you Aunt Lu San?" Bao Hua inquired upon recognizing the woman. Yongwan had little recollection of the elderly lady. It was evident that the latter recognized her. "Oh my, it has been years since you returned to our village. I heard you separated from that rascal Xiaoming." Aunt Lu San adjusted her burden and stepped alongside Bao Hua. Who told you that?" Bao Hua replied with little enthusiasm. "I overheard it under the big tree in the village. It's good that you're back. It's better not to endure such hardships. You can also support your parents a bit. They're getting old, you know." "Let us head back then, Aunt Lu San." "Oh, do hurry back." At the fork in the road, Bao Hua bid her farewell and turned the ox cart down another path. Yongwan glanced back at Aunt Lu San's stooped figure and asked, "Sister, who is she?" "She is a widow from the village, and her life has been tough. She endured much in her youth, raising her son alone, and now, in her old age, she suffers abuse from her daughter-in-law. Just look at how late it is, and she is still working the fields," Bao Hua sighed. It seems she is yet another soul burdened by fate. Upon reaching home, the sky had turned dark, and her father and mother were sitting in the courtyard waiting for their return. As the ox cart entered the courtyard, "Father, you stepped forward to take the ox rope from Bao Hua's hands, saying, 'I will unload the cart. You all go eat.'" "Mother, aunt." Upon hearing the commotion, Suomei emerged from the kitchen, calling out, "Here, aunt, this is the sugar figurine I brought for you," Suajin said as she handed over a collection of sugar figurines she had carried all the way. "Suomei, Noticing that Suajin and the others still had half-eaten sugar figurines in their hands, reached out to accept them. Thank you, Aunt. No need for such formality. Yunwan laughed playfully. Oh, by the way, have you finished milking the sheep today? I have, but there was even more milk than yesterday. I left a large bowl in the spring. Suame replied with a hint of hesitation, leaning closer to Yunwan and whispering, "Aunt, my maternal grandfather said to save it for uncle to drink in the morning." Yunwan furrowed her brow slightly, but said nothing. A single oil lamp flickered in the kitchen, casting a warm yellow glow that brought a sense of comfort and relaxation. The dining table was set with 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls, filled with a porridge made from mixed grains, accompanied by a bowl of pickled vegetables and a plate of scrambled eggs with wild onions. Aunt, you must try this. The wild onions you mentioned grew splendidly. So I picked some to make the scrambled eggs. Delicious indeed. With just a bit more oil, it would be perfect, Yunwan remarked after taking a bite, though she thought to herself that it lacked not only oil, but also salt. Mother said we must be frugal with the oil, Sume interjected. Yes, it's tasty. Suajin and Xiaozong chimed in after sampling it. Yinyu, I put the lamb in the spring to keep it cool, Bahua busily said, refusing to sit down to eat when urged. I know. Third sister, come and eat. Yunwan called from the kitchen door, holding her bowl while watching Baohua organize supplies. Baohua ignored her. She was reluctant to spend money on purchases, yet felt invigorated when moving things, as if they were quite affluent. Father Yu assisted nearby, already accustomed to Yunwan's ways and even thinking that she was more restrained this time than on previous occasions. Mother Yu touched the 2 pieces of fabric that Baohua had handed her, pondering to herself how many garments Yinyu intended to make. Mother, those 2 pieces of fabric can be taken to someone for sewing another day. You are too busy with the shoemaking, Yunwan said as she approached Mother Yu, whispering. Third sister and the 3 children have nothing to wear. You cannot sew for all of them alone. At her words, Mother Yu's eyes, often irritated by long-standing ailments, softened a bit. All right, it is indeed time for a complete outfit. Why did I hear your father say the lotus seeds did not sell? The shopkeeper in charge was absent. I will visit the town tomorrow. They should sell. Hearing this, Mother Yu's anxious heart finally found ease. After finishing their meal, Yunwan boiled a large pot of water for a bath, then encouraged Suajin and Suame to wash as well. Ultimately, the 2 sisters bathed together while Xiaozong washed alone. Yunwan took one of the 2 small wooden basins she had purchased, using one as a wash basin for her face and the old one for her feet. She enjoyed a soothing foot soak and instructed the 2 sisters to set up the 2 wooden boards in their room. The 3 new cotton mattresses bought that day were just sufficient to distribute. After assembling the wooden bed for the 2 sisters, Baohua could sleep with Dog Wang, and Father Yu no longer needed to continue laying the floorboards. Baohua had successfully advanced to Baohua. The next day, Yunwan awoke leisurely as the sun climbed high in the sky. Aunt, did you pour out the sheep's milk? Suajin was at home today, watching Dog Wang while also tidying up. Looking up, she noticed the drowsy, youthful warmth and approached her quietly. Earlier that morning, while milking the sheep with Suame, she had observed her grandmother's rather poor complexion. Drinking overnight sheep milk might cause poisoning, she murmured, her voice neither too loud nor too soft. Just enough for Mother Yu, sitting by the wall, to overhear. Is it really poisonous? Her ears perked up. She had been a bit irked earlier when a whole bowl of sheep milk was carelessly discarded by the little girl. Now, hearing about the potential for poisoning, she felt a sense of relief at not having given it to the Dog Wang. Otherwise, not only would the child have suffered, but they might have also incurred expenses for a doctor. Mother, it's true, the girl insisted, and Mother Yu listened with half-belief. The changes in the little girl had been shared by Baohua, and naturally, she was inclined to believe them. Well then, you all take turns drinking it. Don't let it go to waste. Mother, you're truly clever. I hadn't thought of that, replied Suajin. Today, you drink first, tomorrow Some, and the day after, Shao Kong rotate milking as well. Inform them. All right, Aunt. Suajin pouted, but that sheep milk does have a bit of a gamey taste. Chapter 45. Tribute to Lotus today felt refreshing. She strolled over to the Wu family next door. The tall fenced yard housed 4 neatly arranged brick houses. A stone path paved with large blue stones meandered through the yard, flanked by several stone structures. She peered from the outside. Wu Linghong, finishing up inside, stepped out and spotted a head peeking around. "Little girl?" he exclaimed. "Your house is really well built." Young Warm greeted him with a smile as he approached with purposeful strides. "My mother mentioned that the beam-raising ceremony is in a couple of days, inviting you all to celebrate. We've been busy finishing up." He had been preoccupied with the fire Kong, coordinating details with the craftsman. "By the way, I came to let you know that there are a few pepper trees on the mountain to your left. I inquired in the county yesterday. They're called Sichuan pepper and are quite valuable. You might want to check them out when you have time." Young Warm conveyed her purpose. While both families were busy, it was courteous to inform him. "All right, I'll go take a look when I can. If you need any, feel free to pick some. Just take them. After all, you discovered them." Wu Linghong responded, momentarily taken aback before chuckling. "Oh, silly giant. Why not earn some money? I want to be polite, then once I'm done with the lotus pods, I'll make pea jelly. I might need to gather some to fry Sichuan pepper oil, so I'll take advantage of this opportunity. No need for pleasantries. Our mountains are connected, and I'll surely venture into your territory for game. It's only fair." Wu Linghong replied earnestly. Got it. As they chatted, Bao Hua emerged from another path at the foot of the mountain, just in time to see the two laughing together. "Wu Gij," she called out before a voice from her side interrupted. "Yulan?" Hearing the voice, Bao Hua turned to glance. Yulan smiled, her lips pressed together, carrying a basket covered with cloth. "Little aunt, you're here too." She had seen Bao Hua long before, as well as Wu Linghong and Young Warm sharing laughter, but pretended not to notice. "Is this your niece?" Wu Linghong glanced at Yulan, unfamiliar with her. She asked, "Probably looking for you for something." "I'll head back now. There are matters at home," Young Warm said, uninterested in conversing with Yulan, and turned to leave, taking a few steps away. Bao Hua exclaimed, "Yanyo, wait for me." Without further regard for Yuran, she hastened up the dirt slope. Yunwan paused momentarily, waiting for a moment before Yuran ascended the incline. The three found themselves in a somewhat awkward situation. Yuran offered a brief smile to both before proceeding directly towards the Wu family's abode. As Yunwan and Bao Hua rounded the corner, they heard Yuran's voice calling out, "Brother Wu, here is a remedy my mother obtained for Aunt Wu. Thank you, but my mother is at the old residence." Wu Linghong replied with a slight frown, his tone distant, refraining from extending his hand to accept the offering. "That's fine. I shall take it to the old residence." Yuran stammered, somewhat flustered. "Could you please help me pass this on to her?" With that, she placed the basket at Wu Linghong's feet and dashed away. Yunwan and Bao Hua, tucked away at the corner, quietly eavesdropped. Wu Linghong truly is a straightforward man. Yet, he was quite familiar with her back then. Perhaps he views her merely as a younger sister, which explains the absence of any romantic tension between them. Wu Linghong gazed after Yuran's retreating figure, somewhat perplexed. Upon returning home, Bao Hua tossed a portion of the pigweed from her back into the pig pen, feeding the rabbits and sheep. Zhuomei and Xiao Tsong had gone to tend to the cattle and search for chicken bloodvine. Yunwan retrieved the sheep bones and entrails she had placed by the spring. "Hey, Yanyo, did you notice anything just now?" Bao Hua asked while washing her hands by the spring, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "What? No, you, my dear, are utterly oblivious. Look at Yuran. She is nearly your age, yet already makes plans for herself," Bao Hua remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation, recognizing that Yunwan was only partially aware of the situation. Some matters, she believed, could only be understood intuitively and not explicitly stated. Yet, she admired Yuran's courage. "Sister, why concern ourselves with her? Go check the vegetable garden and see what is ripe. We are making lamb soup today." Yunwan, carrying a basin, had no intention of further discussing the topic. Seeing her disinterest in gossip, Bao Hua wisely fell silent. At noon, they enjoyed a meal of small cabbage and lamb entrail soup with dumplings. As the family savored their meal, their lips glistening with oil, Yunwan felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. After dining, she remained nestled at home, reluctant to move in the sweltering heat. The following morning, they began loading the lotus pods onto the cart. After filling one cart, they covered it with discarded straw mats. Only when the sun began to rise did she call Bao Hua to accompany her to the town, deliberately avoiding the bustling market crowd from their village. The two chatted animatedly along the way, and from Bao Hua, Yunwan learned much about the affairs of this era. Upon arriving in town, they inquired for directions until they reached the shop at the Chinese medicine hall. Manager Lu was already waiting there. His face brightened upon seeing Yao Nio approaching with the ox cart. "Ah, the young lady has arrived." Yunwan greeted him and entered the shop with Manager Lu while Bao Hua stayed with the cart. "Manager Lu, are these good items?" Yunwan asked straightforwardly. "Indeed, they are splendid," Manager Lu replied, his face beaming with genuine delight, devoid of any merchant's cunning. "This is tribute lotus. I cannot fathom how this young girl came across such fortune." Then, Yunwan felt a sense of relief. If they were indeed valuable, selling them at a good price would be even better. "The price is negotiable. How much do you have?" "A lot." "A cartful?" Manager Lu inquired, glancing outside at the ox cart. Yu shook her head, estimating perhaps 3 carts. Manager Lu exclaimed, "Is this still the rare tribute lotus? Otherwise, how could this little girl casually mention 3 carts? So much, even he was tempted to accompany her into the mountains." "Ahem, Manager Lu, do you think you can handle it?" Seeing Manager Lu lost in thought, Yu waved her hand in front of his eyes. Manager Lu regained his composure and pondered for a moment before affirming, "I can certainly handle it. How about we weigh 1 cart first to see how much there is?" Yu nodded, and Manager Lu instructed Bao Hua to bring the ox cart in through the back door. After a flurry of activity, Manager Lu reported, "This cart weighs 387 pounds. Therefore, for the 3 carts of lotus, I'll calculate 1 cart at 400 pounds, totaling 1,200 pounds. Since 100 pounds of lotus pods yield only 20 to 30 pounds of lotus seeds, given the moisture content, I'll calculate 30 pounds for you." He then picked up the abacus and calculated. 1 pound of lotus seeds is 451. "Miss Wu, the total for the 3 carts of lotus pods comes to 162 taels of silver, including the 2 baskets of lotus seeds and lotus cores you've shelled. How about I give you 180 taels in total?" Manager Lu spoke until his throat was dry. He had not properly positioned the price, offering her a rate for superior medicinal materials. He understood that these tribute lotuses could not remain in the pharmacy, and he could not estimate the value they would fetch as tribute. "Manager Lu, my surname is Yu. Is this price fair?" Yu casually inquired. "Yu? Isn't that the sister of Wu Xiaoji?" Manager Lu replied, "Miss Yu, the price is indeed fair." Yu pressed, "Can't you add a little more?" Manager Lu said at most 2 taels more. Yu insisted, 10 taels. Manager Lu countered 7 taels. Yu conceded, "All right." Manager Lu added, "Miss Yu, if you bring more next time, I will adjust the price accordingly." He initially thought to offer some advice, but reconsidered, feeling it unnecessary. After all, this was a tribute offering valuable only to specific individuals, and the common folk rarely enjoyed such benefits. It was perhaps better left unsaid. Noticing his hesitation, Yu pondered. The price had indeed exceeded her expectations. She could somewhat infer that lotus roots were not highly productive in this era, perhaps even rare. However, she understood the principle of prudence in finances and that it was wise to accept a good deal when it presented itself. She nodded in agreement. After the transaction was complete, Manager Lu dispatched 2 horse-drawn carts to accompany her back for the remaining lotus seeds. Yu instructed Bao Hua to return in the cart while she decided to visit the pig farm. Bao Hua emerged from the pharmacy looking dazed, and after Yu whispered some instructions in her ear, she seemed to regain her senses slightly. Once Bao Hua and the arranged man and woman left, Yu wandered through the marketplace. She found a secluded corner to discreetly stow away the silver. Ding! Conditions met. The peach blossom system will now be activated. The long-awaited mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Chapter 46. Activation of the peach blossom system. Yu abruptly halted her steps, glancing into the space. The silver she had just placed inside had vanished. Counting the remaining silver in her milk powder canister, she realized there were only about 40 taels left. The system had stealthily consumed 200 taels of her silver. "No, system," she exclaimed in a panic. "Where's my silver?" All she could think of was the 200 taels, still warm in her grasp. 200 taels of silver serve as the initial requirement to activate the system, which has now been converted into 20,000 Taoyuan coins. As a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, Yongwan inhaled deeply and crouched down in the corner. She endeavored to maintain her composure. This system was indeed a cunning trickster. It offered no indication that silver could be used to activate it. Had she not been prudent enough to store her silver in a safe space, she might have lived her entire life without ever unlocking it. She was determined to discover what sort of entity would dare to confiscate her 200 taels of silver. She quickly glanced into her spatial realm. The once ethereal gray space had transformed into a vast tree hollow. Above, petals of peach blossoms floated endlessly, while the tree's canopy was thickly adorned with layers of blossoms. The hollow, only 2 meters wide at its entrance, was framed by vibrant green peach leaves. In the center of the hollow, a row of bold black characters flickered. Would you like to activate the Taoyuan? Below it, there were options to confirm or decline. Based on her experiences from her previous life of reading novels, she surmised that this system either enslaved its users or bestowed them with extraordinary luck. After pondering for a moment, she clicked the confirmation. There was no other option. After all, it was her 200 taels of silver that had earned her this opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the Taoyuan Prosperity. The journey ahead will be accompanied by the sweet, childlike voice of Xiao Tao. Even the announcer's voice has undergone an upgrade. As Xiao Tao's announcement concluded, a series of card-like grids appeared on the tree hollow's interface. At the top was a search engine, which had also transformed, now resembling 2 intertwining peach branches, adorned at the apex with a radiant peach blossom. In the bottom right corner, golden text read, Taoyuan level 3, Taoyuan coins, 20,000. Only 3 levels for the system? Her gaze fell upon the 2 rows of shimmering golden grids below, with a line of small text in the upper left corner. Refresh. In the next instant, pink text materialized. Taoyuan rules. Dear Peach Master, greetings. Welcome to Taoyuan Village. The Taoyuan Hollow is your storage space, now upgraded to 20 square meters. With the ability to halt time, it can store system resources as well as materials from your current era, with the exception of living entities. All resources within Taoyuan Village will be arranged according to various regulations, with each grid containing a specific type of material. The Taoyuan coin is the most essential currency for trading resources, convertible with the silver of this era. For example, 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 100 Taoyuan coins. Additionally, it can be used to trade for necessary materials in Taoyuan Village. After this brief introduction, the subtitles vanished. Ding! Now, Xiao Tao will explain the usage and purpose of the shopping grids. The golden shopping grid contains items of remarkable modern craftsmanship, not found in any other era, appearing only once a month, with each instance allowing for 1 refresh of items. The white shopping grid is activated by items from this era. For instance, if you wish to purchase Sichuan peppercorns, simply place the required amount into the space, and the white grid will become accessible. Once activated, this grid will permanently exist, allowing for unlimited purchases. Every time your trading points reach 5,000, a special reward will be granted, and when your Taoyuan coin balance reaches 50,000, the system will upgrade you once more. The highest level is level 1. Yongnuan listened intently as the system continued its detailed explanation. Fortunately, this system does not demean. It guides rather than commands her to do this or that. She tapped the white square, which revealed a line of small black characters. Octagon. Activation condition. Half a gene of octagon for the host's current era. Yongnuan gritted her teeth. That is quite a hefty sum. Then she gazed at the golden square, reminiscent of a blind box, hesitating whether to tap it. But there was only 1 chance in a month. She was curious to see what essential item awaited her. The golden card flipped over. Sanitary pads, 210 Taoyuan coins, followed by the sound of coins being deducted. Sanitary pads. Goodness, she had not considered this during her time here. Primarily, the original host's petite frame was a factor. Just the day before arriving, she had finished her menstrual cycle. It wouldn't return until the end of the month. Nevertheless, this was indeed a necessary product. She pressed the icon for the sanitary pads, and in the next moment, the image appeared on the screen. There were also usage instructions, which she reached for: bamboo cotton pads, soft and skin-friendly, with excellent absorbency and self-dissolving properties. Upon contact with waste, they would decompose into fertilizer, leaving no anomaly inconsistent with the era. As Young Wan pondered this, she surmised. So, Once used, they could simply be discarded in the latrine and vanish. How fantastical. There was a row of golden squares, 3 in total, with 2 remaining now. Eagerly, Young Wan thought, why not tap them all? Let us do it. She quickly tapped twice more. Ancient-style underwear, 120 Taoyuan coins. Rare seeds from another era, 55 Taoyuan coins. Oh, underwear. Hey! Just as she was about to open it for a closer look, a booming voice erupted beside her. Returning her focus, she glanced towards the source. A burly man, wielding a large cleaver, was glaring at her. What are you doing sleeping in my corner? You're blocking my way. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, his voice robust and commanding. He wore a dark blue apron, stained with grease and bits of meat. A pungent, oily scent assaulted young Nguyen's senses, prompting her to hastily shift her position. Bang! Oh dear, poor girl. The man chuckled as he noticed her stumble and fall, stepping forward to help her up. Young Nguyen was speechless. She had forgotten her true form while checking the system. Her feet felt numb and immobile, and the man straightened her before heading home. Hey, wait a moment! Young Nguyen exclaimed in frustration. Even the slightest movement made her feel like a pretzel. What's going on? The man paused, intrigued by her exclamation. Are you a butcher? Young Nguyen raised her hand to her nose, detecting a meaty odor. Yes, what of it? Her face brightened. What a stroke of luck. Do you raise pigs? I do, what of it? Could you take me to see them? I want to buy piglets. No piglets, only large pigs. Then I'll buy pork. Will you show me the live pigs? After a series of requests from young Nguyen, the butcher agreed to take her to see them. Upon arriving at the pig pen, she beheld 7 or 8 bony, long-haired black pigs, panting heavily. They must be frightened of the butcher. Indeed, his presence was imposing. Brother, did you buy these pigs midway, or did you raise them all yourself? A few were purchased midway, while others were raised by myself. What is the matter? The butcher placed his cleaver upon the stone in the yard, retrieved a bucket from the well, and washed his hands. Young One quietly surveyed the interior of the butcher's home. Naturally, houses in the town are well constructed. Yet the butcher's abode bore a simple decor that subtly hinted at an air of desolation. Perhaps the pork trade was not thriving. I wish to purchase a castrated pig. I wonder if you might have any leads, dear brother? I see. Today I seek to buy 5 pounds of pork. If you have any connections, could you keep an eye out for me? I shall return to find you at the next market. How does that sound? Young Wan spoke earnestly. The butcher, taken aback by her words, was about to respond when the courtyard door creaked open. Father, is business good today? Upon finishing her sentence, a woman entered. Noticing a strange young girl in her yard, she cast a puzzled glance at the butcher. Hello, sister-in-law. I am from a nearby village and have come to purchase pork. Young Wan stepped forward to explain. The woman, upon hearing this, smiled with pursed lips. How delightful. My family also hails from a nearby village. Which village might you be from? Conversations between women often gravitate towards familial connections. What a coincidence, sister-in-law. I am also from Fanyuan village. Ah, which family do you belong to? I don't believe I've seen you before. I am from the Yu family. The Yu family? There's so many brothers. Which branch do you come from? I'm the youngest daughter of old man Yu. The butcher, growing impatient while being sidelined, interjected. So you are Miss Yu. What do you need a castrated pig for? It turned out that this butcher was actually the son-in-law of the village head of Yu family village. Given this connection, young Wan revealed some information. Brother Zhang, I recently traveled to the capital and overheard a rumor at a storytelling booth that castrated pork is free from the usual gaminess and that the pigs grow quite robust, which piqued my interest. The butcher's wife was taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. The butcher kindly urged her to retire indoors and rest. Young Wan chose not to elaborate further. The butcher pondered deeply. His family had been in the pig slaughtering trade for generations. His grandfather had roamed far and wide to practice this craft. It was only in his father's generation that they settled in this new town. However, sales of pork had been on a steady decline. In times of peace and abundance, people began to explore other options. While pork may be rich, its flavor could be somewhat overwhelming. Presently, his household's income relied significantly on his wife's efforts in selling food at markets. He had initially planned to sell this batch of pigs and switch professions, yet he hesitated, unwilling to abandon a craft passed down through generations. Moreover, he had heard whispers of what the girl mentioned, The pork from the capital was said to lack any off-putting odor, procured at a high price from a neighboring country. Additionally, the meat sold to the capital was pre-slaughtered and transported chilled. No live pigs were ever seen. Could there truly be a secret within the pigs? Had others already adopted the method she described? Have you heard how to perform the castration? Young Wan responded, there is potential. She shared the general understanding she had gathered with the butcher, leaving the decision entirely in his hands. After listening quietly, Zhang the butcher pondered whether to give it a try. If it truly proved beneficial, then the young woman, Yunwan, had not overthought the matter. She merely wished to indulge in the delight of consuming local pork in this era with all propriety. Her abilities were limited, and it was unreasonable to expect her to become a skilled pig butcher. Such tasks were best left to those specifically suited for them. You Maisie, since your family has piglets, why not give it a shot? I will procure one for you, and we shall see the results by year's end. Yunwan nodded in satisfaction. Look, she is indeed full of ideas. The two discussed a suitable time. Today, he was unable to leave due to market duties, and tomorrow he would accompany his wife to her family home, conveniently stopping by Yu's to assist in butchering the pig. Ultimately, Yunwan secured 5 pounds of pork. Zhang the butcher, adhering to the minimum price of 15 won per pound, selected a balanced cut of meat for her and even gifted her 2 bones. After leaving Zhang's, she visited the stonemason to inspect a stone mill. Upon pushing it, she was pleasantly surprised by its lightness and ease of use. The upper stone measured approximately 25 centimeters, while the lower stone's diameter was nearly a meter. Its thickness was around 30 centimeters, weighing about 140 to 150 pounds, and the stone quality was quite commendable. Young lady, this stone mill is most suitable for someone of your stature, if you desire it. I shall give you the mill frame for free, the old stonemason remarked, observing Yunwan as she pushed and examined the mill. I shall not push it, she replied playfully. However, I must buy it, as the strength of my family's ox is just right for this purpose. How much do you ask? It is not expensive. Merely 1 tael and 8 for a bit of labor. That is rather dear, she countered. Could you reduce the price a bit? I also wish to purchase a mortar. After some haggling, they settled on 1 tael and 5, which included the stone mill and frame, as well as a mortar. The items would have to wait until Bao Hua returned to fetch them. She then turned her attention to the grain shop. Earlier, she had searched for rice and other grains in the system, only to find them marked as pre-sale items. This warranted further investigation upon her return. The shopkeeper, recognizing her, greeted her warmly. Ah, the young lady returns to procure supplies. Indeed, the household consumes a substantial amount, Yunwan replied, fibbing without a hint of hesitation. The shopkeeper did not press the matter, for anyone who entered his store to purchase grain was indeed a valued customer. He eagerly pitched his wares. 100 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of aged rice, 50 pounds of brown rice, 30 pounds of cornmeal, 50 pounds of white flour, along with an additional 100 pounds of peas and soybeans. The prices remained the same as last time, and the shopkeeper generously added 5 pounds of cornmeal and 5 pounds of peas to her order. After exiting the grain shop, she strolled through the clothing store, purchasing a bolt of fine cotton fabric for 241. She intended to take it home for Bao Hua and the others to make undergarments, as her own were not suitable for use. As she turned the corner, she hastily opened the panel to search the exchange conditions for spices, such as bay leaves and grass fruit. As she had suspected, this search engine could indeed function as a marketplace for her endeavors. Searching for bay leaves, she found a white box indicating exchange condition, 1 chien of bay leaves. For grass fruit, exchange condition, half a jean of grass fruit. Perfect. At the spice shop, she purchased half a jean of star anise for 4 taels of silver. Inquiring about the price of bay leaves, she learned they were 30 won per chien, significantly cheaper than star anise. Grass fruit was priced at 4 taels for a jean, half the cost of star anise, likely due to their differing availability. Ultimately, she decided to buy half a jean of grass fruit. Thus, she continued her leisurely stroll, indulging in her shopping spree. Upon arriving at the apothecary, Bao Hua had already joined the 2 individuals in transporting lotus pods to the rear courtyard. Miss you, are you looking to purchase some Huaixiang fruit? Master Lu inquired as he noticed her perusing the counter. I'm merely pretending to buy it for Baohua's sake. She replied, I'll grab a few for you. Master Lu generously selected 3-star anise for her. Oh, Master Lu, could you weigh out a tail of fragrant leaves for me? I'll take a few pieces as a gift. Master Lu obliged, presenting her with several fragrant leaves, neatly packaged in a box. I truly appreciate it, Master Lu, she said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Baohua, having finished transporting the lotus pods, approached. Master Lu, you weren't shy when pricing the medicine, she remarked. Indeed, Master Lu is quite generous. Perhaps, came the reply, but how can a merchant ever be truly generous? Her purchase of fragrant leaves was, after all, meant for Baohua's eyes. She had not bought the star anise at the apothecary, wishing to avoid drawing attention, especially since this establishment was one she frequented. As they journeyed back, Baohua felt as if she were walking on clouds, utterly unrealized by the more than 100 taels of silver they had acquired in just 2 days. Sister, did you attract any attention on your way back? Yongwan's primary concern was this. The tall poppy gets cut down. It's best to remain inconspicuous until we have sufficient capability. Not at all. I took your advice and had them drive the carriage through the southern woods, avoiding encounters with others. We parked at the backwoods of our home, and I, along with Xiaocong and the others, transported the lotus pods to the carriage. I remained inside the carriage the entire time, never revealing my face. Baohua had initially worried about the carriage entering the Yu residence, fearing that by the next day, the door would be trampled. She understood that the villagers would not cease their inquiries until the truth was unveiled. Fortunately, Yinyu was well informed, even familiar with the secluded paths leading from their home to town. When she finished moving the items Yongwan purchased, she couldn't help but marvel. This girl's spending power was truly formidable. Yet she smiled, saying nothing, while Yongwan had a remarkable ability to spend. Her aptitude for earning was even more impressive. Chapter 48. The unveiling of the grand ingredients chest upon returning home. The sun had already dipped below the horizon. Erluo and Xiaocong were entertaining the dog Wang in the courtyard. Yu's mother and father were each occupied with their own tasks. As Yongwan and Baohua entered the courtyard, the others set aside their work and approached. Auntie, called Erluo. Auntie, mother, today grandfather had us steam some rice, exclaimed Xiaocong. Auntie, let me carry that. You all go eat. Locking Mei, cradling Wang, rose to enter the kitchen to serve the rice and arrange the dishes. Observing the joy radiating from the group, Yongwan smiled warmly. Let us eat together. We'll move the items afterward. At the dining table, Yongwan recounted the events of the day, although she had prepared them. Yu's parents were still taken aback by the amount of silver she reported. Yu's father even expressed concern that Yongwan might not securely hide the money, suggesting she dig a hole in her room. Father, there is no need to be so anxious. I've converted it into banknotes, which are easier to conceal. Yongwan assured him as she set down her bowl and chopsticks, silently hoping that no one would eagerly request to see her banknotes. Fortunately, they all trusted her. Yinyu, you are truly impressive. From now on, whatever you say, the 3 little rascals will follow your lead, Baohua said with admiration. Furthermore, I warned a few individuals, stating that anyone who dared to gossip recklessly would face my wrath. Yunwan chuckled inwardly. It was a rare sight to see her third sister scold the children, let alone resort to physical reprimands. It turned out she possessed a fierce side after all. Ersuo and Song both perked up, promptly declaring their intention to refrain from spreading rumors. At just over 10 years of age, they were well aware of the significance of money. They weren't foolish enough to risk attracting thieves. Yu Mother's lips curled into a deeper frown. Life was indeed looking more promising. Even a little dog, Wang, cradled in Baohua's arms, wagged its tiny paws and barked joyfully. After the meal, the Yu family had long grown accustomed to Yu and Wan's behavior of earning money through purchases. However, Yu father was pleasantly surprised to see the stone mill tumble down from the ox cart. This stone mill was a rarity, found only in the home of village leader Li. He approached it, stroking its surface, exclaiming, "What a fine piece." Fortune seemed to be favoring him after all. He searched for an empty spot in the courtyard, and they moved the stone mill to the other side. Yu father, being superstitious, insisted that the mill not face the doorway directly, but rather be positioned to the side, claiming it would ward off evil spirits. Yunwan acquiesced, happy to see the elder in such high spirits. Ultimately, most of the items were relocated to Yunwan and Yu father's quarters, with a small portion set aside in Sung's room. Once everything was organized, Bao Hua, carrying an oil lamp, darted from room to room, inquiring, Yao Niu, where are the items sent by Manager Liu? They haven't been left in town, have they? Like a spinning top, she rummaged through this and that, and Yunwan initially thought she was searching for something significant. Sister, don't fret. Go check in Mother S' room. While I look here, Yunwan suggested. I've just searched there. Nothing was found. I'll go check again, Bao Hua replied, turning towards your mother's room. Once she departed, Yunwan promptly activated the system, opening the grid panel to locate the star anise grid, which she clicked to unlock. The space automatically absorbed the half-pound of star anise stored within. The grid then flipped, revealing the item S image. She swiftly clicked on the star anise, where the image displayed the price along with the purchase button and quantity options. Super Premium 1 pound, 80 Tao Yuan coins, sufficient half-pound, 45 Tao Yuan coins. Calculating in her mind, Yunwan realized that in this era, 1 pound of star anise was equivalent to 8 taels of silver. Converting 8 taels into Tao Yuan coins amounted to 800. Thus, the selling price in Tao Yuan village was indeed 10 times cheaper than elsewhere. Without hesitation, she quickly purchased 2 pounds, confident it would suffice for a long while. She then proceeded to unlock the cardamom and bay leaves. Clicking on cardamom, Super Premium 1 pound, 40 Tao Yuan coins. Sufficient half pound, 25 Tao Yuan coins. Clicking on bay leaves, 1 pound, 30 Tao Yuan coins. Half pound, 20 Tao Yuan coins. She hastily bought 2 pounds of cardamom and 1 pound of bay leaves. Subsequently, 3 10-centimeter long bamboo boxes appeared on the interface. She reached out, taking them one by one, and without even opening them, quickly tucked them between the grain sack and cotton cloth before Bao Hua returned. Additionally, she retrieved the pork she had purchased from Butcher Zhang, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover that the meat had no unpleasant odor. Did this space possess a purification function as well? As her mind raced, she discovered the white grid for pork. Activation condition, 1 gene of local pork. She tossed a piece into the space. The system chimed with a notification. Goods do not match. Hearing the sound of Bao Hua approaching, she swiftly tossed the meat into the pile of goods. As Bao Hua entered, she caught sight of her bending over to rummage through the grain sacks. Sister San, I found it. It was wedged at the bottom of the grain bag. Yunwan retrieved the packaging bag from Manager Liu, extracting 3 small bamboo boxes from within. Oh, how did I end up with so many? I remember it was just a little. Bao Hua was momentarily taken aback by her sudden transformation. I bought some from him before you arrived, and he gifted me some more, Yunwan said, her face betraying no hint of her fabrication. After all, she had packed the bags herself. Bao Hua had only seen the bags and had not handled them. On the way home, she had discreetly tossed them into her space. It was necessary to learn the art of deception to conceal her abilities. So that's how it is. No wonder he would give them to you, Bao Hua remarked, nodding in understanding. By the way, when did you buy this pork? Bao Hua's sharp eyes caught sight of the meat tied with vegetable leaves and grass twine atop the grain bag. She stepped forward to inquire. Could it be that I was too busy today to even remember when Yao Niu bought the pork? Cough, cough. This is the pork I bought when you were fetching the lotus seeds. You must not have noticed in the grain store. Today's pork looks good, glistening and fresh. Yunwan cleared her throat and said, fabricating lies was exhausting. Next time she went to the county, she should bring along Lu Sual and Yi Tsong to assist with the charade. Bao Hua simply responded with an "oh" and did not press further. Then I'll take it to the spring, she said, grabbing the pork as she exited. Once Bao Hua had walked far enough away, Yunwan stood up to shut the door. She then returned to the system interface to check the underwear and seeds that had been issued today. The underwear featured an ancient-style, pure white cotton, with a delightful texture. The cut was somewhat modern, resembling a bra rather than the long undergarments of ancient times, and included 2 thin pads. The underwear was not triangular, but rather a square cut. After changing to try it on, it fit perfectly. She then opened the seed compartment, which contained a comprehensive introduction manual. Chives, pumpkin, coriander, potato, and bottle gourd. Chives, Such a common food, in ancient times, is non-existent here. No wonder I always felt something was missing in the lamb, offal soup. She realized that this era lacked chives. As for pumpkins, it seemed they indeed did not bear fruit here. Potatoes were absent too, yet cucumbers and eggplants were available, which was rather disappointing. Yongwan stared at the 2 potatoes in her hand, having grown accustomed to their scarcity. Pumpkins, potatoes, and bottle gourds were all high-yield varieties. She placed the seeds atop the grain pile, planning to have Bao plant some according to the instructions. Lying flat on her bed, she calculated today's accounts. Including the money from selling the lotus seeds, she should have had over 249 taels. However, the system had taken 200 taels, and after purchasing a myriad of items, she was left with less than 37 taels. Ah, the long road ahead. Money is hard to keep. The next afternoon, Yongwan braised the pork she had purchased. 5 gene of pork, comprising alternating layers of fat and lean meat, serve as an excellent choice for preparing braised pork. Although the array of spices may not be complete, it suffices for the dish. She deftly cuts the pork into chunks. In cold water, she adds a piece of ginger and a handful of foraged wild onions for blanching, followed by a few drops of high-proof liquor to eliminate any gamey odor. Given the substantial fat content in the pork, she sears the blanched meat in a pot to render the fat, cooking until both sides turn a golden hue. Separately, she caramelizes sugar, adds the meat, a splash of soy sauce, and pours in boiling water, seasoning it with star anise and bay leaf for simmering. Meanwhile, the family member, known as Clever, has already ventured out early to gather chicken blood vines and tend to the cattle. Bao, on the other hand, is in the garden, studying the seeds prescribed by the system according to the season. She presents the viable seeds to Bao for consideration regarding planting. During mealtime, the entire Yu family indulges in their meal with satisfaction. The meat is tender and flavorful, rich without being greasy. A ladle of broth enhances each serving, and everyone enjoys 2 full bowls of rice. "Why does this pork lack flavor?" asks Mother Yu after finishing her last mouthful of rice. "I was just about to mention that," I respond. "I purchased this meat from the son-in-law of village chief Li, who unexpectedly discovered a method for eliminating the unpleasant odor. I assisted him with a small favor yesterday, and he promised to come help us with the piglets today. However, we should refrain from spreading this method around for the time being." Yunwan begins her explanation. The entire family is momentarily taken aback by her words. After a pause, Father Yu expresses skepticism, yet the absence of any foul odor in the meat leaves him intrigued. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere in the Yu household has subtly begun to revolve around Yunwan's discourse. "Father, why not give it a try?" she suggests, deliberately leaving a hint of suspense in her tone. Just after they finish lunch, Zhang the butcher arrives alone at the Yu household. He surveys the surroundings, unfamiliar with the villagers associated with his father-in-law. However, having heard some mention of the Yu family at home today, he has a general understanding of their situation. He feels grateful for the method Yunwan has shared with him. "Uncle Yu, Aunt Yu, just call me Xiao Zhang," he says as he enters the courtyard. Father Yu warmly welcomes him inside, recognizing that he has come to assist them. Zhang's impression of the Yu family rises significantly. They have shared valuable information and have been so gracious. Thus, both parties engage in amiable conversation. Father Yu insists on having Zhang sit for a while in the courtyard. Yunwan interjects, "Father, Mother, Brother Zhang still needs to return to Uncle Li's house. Let us not keep him waiting." Hearing this, Father Yu quickly responds, "Ah, yes. Yes, Xiao Zhang, we appreciate your help. It's no trouble at all." Zhang insists, waving his hands dismissively. The robust man appears somewhat bashful. Concerned that they might inadvertently divulge secrets, Yunwan promptly guides Zhang to the pig pen. Su Zhen stays at home with the dog Wang, while Xiao Tsong is left with Yunwan. She refrains from asking Father Yu for help with the piglets and instead instructs Xiao Tsong and Su Zhen to assist with the pigs. She takes the sharp knife brought by Zhang to wash it by the spring. Although she possesses a small surgical knife, it is too conspicuous for her liking. While it may be acceptable to deceive her family, she does not dare to use it in front of outsiders. After cleaning the knife, she discreetly enters the kitchen to spray it with disinfectant, also grabbing the high-proof liquor she purchased previously. "Do you think it's feasible, Brother Zhang?" asked Yongwan, handing the knife back to the butcher Zhang. Hearing her words, Zhang chuckled, What's the matter? Are you afraid I won't have the courage to proceed? As a butcher, what is there to fear in my line of work? Yongwon, however, had a different concern. She worried that Zhang might not know how to wield the knife properly. Yesterday, she had refrained from saying too much. Firstly, as a young lady, it was inappropriate for her to discuss such matters, and secondly, the specialized jargon of butchering sounded rather peculiar when uttered from her lips. She merely mentioned the need to cut and remove the testicles, leaving the precise execution to Zhang's expertise. Let us begin. Then, Yongwon called upon Sojin and Xiaocong to help hold the piglet down. Zhang straightened his posture, readying himself. Yongwon grasped the pig's right leg, guiding it to lie on its left side towards Zhang, allowing him to make the incision from the left. Her research indicated that the procedure should commence with the castration on the left side, ensuring no intestines were compromised during the process. Without needing further instruction, Zhang intuitively proceeded. He made an incision to sever the membrane between the two testicles, locating the second one and swiftly cutting through its sheath to extract it. This method was applied to the other piglet as well. Fortunately, all the pigs in her household were young males. The castration of females was notably more intricate. The reproductive organs of sows reside within the abdominal cavity, necessitating internal procedures, which is why few dare to castrate female pigs. Yongwon was not well versed in the technicalities of the procedure, but Zhang was thoroughly knowledgeable about every organ within the pig. He likely understood that starting the incision from the right side would lead to complications with the intestines. As long as he managed to extract the testicles intact, that was all that mattered, or so it seemed. Despite it being his first time castrating a pig, Zhang executed the task in under 3 minutes. A seasoned expert could achieve the same in just 40 seconds with a single incision. Yongwon felt relieved that she had not acted impulsively. Observing the extracted organs, Zhang felt a twinge of discomfort. Yongwon tossed the removed testicles onto the roof of the pig pen. Though her grandfather used to fry them for a drink when she was a child, she thought it best to refrain from indulging this time. As for the reason behind throwing them onto the roof, she had researched that this practice was inherited from the tradition of castrating men. In ancient times, weaponry was not to be discarded carelessly. It was typically placed in a wooden box and stored on a high shelf, a practice referred to as high elevation. While pigs are not human, butchers have indeed continued this custom. The entire process unfolded smoothly, and Yongwon silently prayed for a successful outcome without any lingering repercussions. Yu father, standing at a distance, occasionally caught snippets of Yongwon and Zhang's conversation but gleaned nothing substantial from it. Zhang mentally noted the procedure as he observed Yongwon applying white liquor to the incision with a piece of cloth. Once the pig had been successfully castrated, Zhang politely declined the invitation from Yu father and mother to stay for a meal. After Zhang departed, Yongwon ventured into the mountains with Suajin and Xiaocong. They first gathered a small basket of green Sichuan peppercorns, as Yongwon had researched the conditions for unlocking their flavor, which required a pound of the spice without any specific limitations. "Annie, come look," Xiaocong suddenly called out as he searched for chicken bloodvine nearby. Lakjun hurried over upon hearing the sound. "Wow, what an adorable little puppy," she exclaimed with delight. As Yongwon approached, she discovered a small yellow and white puppy nestled among the dry leaves at the foot of a large tree. The puppy had only recently opened its eyes. Lakjun gently picked it up, and the little creature let out a soft whimper, its body limp and lacking energy. Yongwon stroked the puppy's head and noticed its nose was dry. Could it be unwell? She circled the area, but found no trace of the mother dog. Unsure whether the puppy was sick or merely hungry, Lakjun hesitated. "Annie, this puppy is really cute," she almost said but swallowed her words. She had initially wanted to express pity for the puppy and consider taking it home to care for it. However, raising a dog entails providing food, and she didn't want to add to the Yu family's burdens. Lakjun, put the puppy down for now, Yongwon suggested, recognizing the fondness in her eyes. She felt the same way, yet she was uncertain if the mother dog was nearby. If there was a mother dog, it would be best for her to care for the puppy. Despite her reluctance, Lakjun obediently placed the little one back down. The three of them dispersed to search for chicken bloodvine. Yongwon lingered closer to the puppy, gathering a large handful of fern vines. She quietly stored the Sichuan peppercorns in her space, opening the peppercorn compartment, which surprisingly offered both green and red options. Though they were pricier than star anise, 100 Taiyuan coins per pound. She purchased a pound of dried red peppercorns for her plan to make pea jelly the next day, which would require the spice. There were still plenty of green peppercorns in her basket, sufficient for the time being. As she wandered, she returned to the junction of the Yu and Wu family's mountains and discovered a patch of wild rapeseed, just blossoming and at its tenderest stage. She crouched down to harvest a generous bundle. As the sun began to set, she made her way back to the puppy's nest, only to find it motionless. Had it been abandoned? Perhaps it was fate that she encountered it. She had intended to adopt a dog for companionship. You shall be mine, little one. Chapter 50. Preparing pea jelly. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lok Zhen and Xiao Tsong emerged from the woods. Auntie, we found 2 chicken vines. Xiao Tsong exclaimed, swinging the basket towards Yong Wan, revealing 2 chicken blood vines as thick as an arm. Lok Zhen had a slightly thicker one in her basket as well. It seemed they couldn't just collect chicken blood vines. The puppy in her arms stirred slightly, prompting Lok Zhen and Xiao Tsong to notice her holding the small creature, and they both gasped in surprise. Lok Zhen eagerly stepped forward to touch it. Auntie, I want to hold it. Yong Wan smiled and handed the puppy to her. Lok Zhen gently stroked its head, and the puppy twitched its ears. Although its eyes were open, they appeared vacant. Auntie, is it sick? She asked. It's possible, Yong Wan replied as she took the puppy back. Lok Zhen, why don't you and Xiao Tsong go to the cornfield and look for chicken mushrooms to see if any have sprouted? Lok Zhen and Xiao Tsong's eyes brightened at the mention of chicken mushrooms. How nostalgic, they exclaimed, racing eagerly toward the cornfield. Yong Wan shook her head as she watched them dash away. As they neared home, they unexpectedly spotted Zhao Qin and Wu's mother conversing near the Wu family's gate. The expression on Mother Wu's face radiated joy. Upon returning home, Su Ome had also brought the cattle back and was sweeping the courtyard. Upon noticing the little dog in her arms, her delight grew even more. Su Ome, please fetch a small bowl and pour some goat's milk to see if the little one is hungry, she mused, suspecting the puppy was famished. With utmost care, Su Ame cradled the puppy and sought out a bamboo tube to feed it the goat's milk. The household was well stocked with goat's milk. The remainder now depended on the little creature's fate. She meticulously cleaned the rapeseed sprouts she had harvested that day. The rapeseed thrived splendidly, without a single aphid in sight. After washing and chopping, she placed the sprouts into a clean wooden bucket. She boiled a pot of water and poured it into the bucket, filling it to the brim before covering it with a wooden lid and setting it in a corner of the kitchen. In 2 days, they would be ready to consume. The longer they were left, the more sour they would become. In their household, this was referred to as chongkai. Chongkai could be stir-fried with meat, combined with dried chili for a spicy dish, or used as a base for a red bean soup. The chongkai soup, with its unique sour flavor, was a summer delicacy. The timing of this vegetable's arrival was impeccable, as she had been contemplating how to prepare the sour soup for her cold noodles. Using vinegar would be slightly more costly. Now, the refreshing and appetizing chongkai soup emerged as the best choice in her eyes, even more flavorful than the traditional sour broth. Annie, look! At that moment, Suo Zhen and Xiao Tsong scampered into the kitchen, each holding a flowering chicken mushroom. It had been days since the last rain, making their find quite a rarity. Realizing their shared enthusiasm for this delicacy, Yong Wan decided to stir-fry it for dinner. There were still plenty of green peppers brought by the Wu family, though they had shriveled somewhat. She quietly searched for the green peppers and discovered a spicy pepper grid with the condition to unlock 1 pound of peppers. There were no restrictions on color, whether dried or fresh. After a moment's thought, Yong Wan tossed a generous handful into the space. Upon activating it, she waited 2 seconds. The grid indeed flipped over, prompting her to quickly check. It displayed both green and red chili peppers, along with a type of dried chili. She swiftly purchased 2 pounds of green peppers for 0.5 Taiyuan coins, feeling a bit dizzy at the decimal. Just as she exited, Bao Hua walked in, exclaiming, "These peppers have grown splendidly." Yong Wan chuckled lightly. In this day and age, anyone could pick a couple of peppers from another's field without a second thought. No one would bat an eye. Therefore, Bao Hua assumed Yong Wan had harvested them from someone else's land. For dinner, They enjoyed a dish of green pepper and chicken mushroom, alongside the braised pork from lunchtime, and a bowl of cold-tossed fern shoots that Yong-wan had gathered. During this period, they were not only satiated but also well-fed. The vitality of Bao Hua's family had noticeably improved, their eyes sparkling with life. Even Mother Yu appeared much more spirited. Yong-wan had subtly enhanced the food she prepared for Mother Yu. Whether it was the restorative herbs that had taken effect, she appeared to be a different person compared to the days after giving birth to the puppies. After dinner, Yong-wan retrieved the yellow beans she had soaked in the morning, preparing to stew them for the next day. She placed them in the pot along with 2 bone sticks, adding a grass fruit and star anise, along with a piece of turmeric for simmering. Of course, her role was merely to place the ingredients in the pot. From there, Bao Hua would tend to the fire. The next day, Yong-wan awoke early. First, she checked on the piglets. The wound had begun to close, slightly reddening at the edges. Observing closely, there were no signs of pus. Fortunately, the procedure was conducted skillfully. She called upon Xiao Song to assist in the grinding. Qian Yula was grinding while Bao Hua and Saw Mei poured water nearby. Suo Zhan carried the puppy Wang to help Yong-wan filter the bean dregs. She cut a piece of coarse hemcloth to wrap the freshly ground bean juice for filtration. The household lacked sufficient bowls, prompting her to ask Suo Zhan to borrow 2 large basins from the neighboring Wu family. With the aid of the grinding, their efficiency noticeably increased, saving both time and effort. In the courtyard, Yuta watched a bustling group of people engage in cheerful chatter. He remarked to Yumu, "Could it be that our little girl has truly been blessed by the mountain deities? She seems adept at everything." Yumu's murky eyes revealed no discernible emotion, yet her eyelids drooped slightly. By midday, they had nearly finished grinding the peas. The filtered soy milk needed to settle for about 2 hours. The remaining dregs were set out to dry, destined to be fed to pigs and livestock, enhancing their diet. As afternoon approached, once the pea powder had settled, they strained the water to obtain the powder. A thick layer of powder remained, which they then scooped and spread out in chunks on large bamboo trays to dry. Yong-wan estimated that a day's exposure to the sun would suffice. The following day, Yong-wan indulged in a leisurely sleep. Upon rising, those who had gone out to graze cattle and gather firewood returned. They casually enjoyed a meal of soybeans and bone rice. The pea powder, having dried overnight in the breeze, was now adequately desiccated. The family gathered around Yong-wan, eager to observe her preparation of the cool jelly. She intended to teach them, for the burden of labor would be hers alone otherwise. Today, she planned to make a quantity sufficient for her family, taking an appropriate amount of pea powder. She maintained a ratio of 1 bowl of powder to 3 bowls of clear water, the traditional proportion for making firm jelly. A 1:6 ratio yields a texture that is neither too firm nor too soft, while a 1:9 ratio results in an exceptionally delicate jelly. She preferred the firmer variety for its chewiness. In a bowl of cold water, she dissolved the powder. The remaining 2 bowls of water were heated in a pot until bubbles formed at the bottom. Then, she poured the prepared pea mixture into the pot, stirring continuously. The soy milk needed to be simmered gently over low heat, demanding constant attention lest it scorch. After approximately 15 minutes, the mixture began to bubble. She ladled the cooked mixture into 2 large soup bowls, allowing it to cool and set naturally. Is it truly this simple? Bao Hua could not help but inquire. The method for creating cool jelly was indeed straightforward, far less intricate than making tofu. It is as simple as that. After we eat, you can all offer your opinions for improvement, she assured them. During this time, Yong-wan prepared a simple sour soup. Mixing vinegar and water with a touch of brown sugar, she stirred it into the pot, adding star anise, grass fruit, bay leaves, and Sichuan peppercorns, bringing it to a vigorous boil. The heat was then reduced, and it simmered for about 10 minutes. She removed the solid spices, allowed the mixture to cool, and seasoned it with salt and soy sauce. Bao Hua watched Yong-wan's every move with rapt attention, frequently asking about each step. The family was thoroughly intrigued. She instructed Xiao Tsong to crush a handful of dried chili peppers that had been borrowed from the Wu family, preparing a spicy oil. After an hour, the cool jelly had set, taking on a yellowish hue. In the grain shop, 2 varieties of peas were available. She had purchased the white peas, thus resulting in the jelly's pale color. Compared to green peas, White peas are more suitable for making cold noodles, as they possess a richer bean aroma. The fragrance wafting through the air is delightful. Er Suo and Yi Tsung nearby caught a whiff of the cold noodles. Even before mixing, they felt that it would be delicious on its own. Yong-won picked up a piece, which was neither the smoothest nor the roughest, as she was reluctant to rinse it too many times. The starch water was filtered less, resulting in a slightly less smooth texture. The cold noodles were cut into strips, with each person receiving a bowl. A splash of sour soup was ladled over, a small spoonful of chili oil was drizzled, and a sprinkle of chopped scallions completed the dish. Thus, a simple bowl of pea cold noodles was born. "It's truly delicious," exclaimed the three older children, eagerly devouring their bowls by the stove. Yu Mu and Yu Pei, along with Bao Hua, first lifted their bowls to inhale the aroma. A tangy scent tantalized their taste buds. After sipping the soup, they all praised its deliciousness, deeming it the perfect summer dish. "I never imagined peas could be enjoyed this way," Yu Mu remarked. The texture of the cold noodles was just right for the elderly couple, making it a delight for both young and old alike. After mixing it thoroughly, Yong-won took a bite, reminiscent of the cold noodles her grandmother used to make. This was the authentic flavor of cold noodles. The sour soup was quite pleasant as well. "I forgot to add the pepper oil. A touch of it would enhance the flavor even more. We should set up a stall in town tomorrow. It will surely sell well." Everyone agreed unanimously. After the meal, Er Suo and Yi Tsung went to check on the puppy. "Aunt, the puppy is alive," exclaimed Sume, carrying the puppy closer. Upon hearing this, Yong-won quickly rose to take it. She had only had a chance to glance at it over the past 2 days, thinking it might not survive. At that moment, the puppy's nose was moist, its eyes were beginning to open, and it seemed to have regained some energy. It appeared that it had indeed been starving and dehydrated. "From now on, you'll be part of the Yu family, little Chong," Yong-won said, gently patting the puppy's head. "Ah, are we calling it Chong, Aunt?" Suo-zhen asked, puzzled. "Isn't Chong a human name?" "Let us call it Chong because it's so strong," Yong-won explained insistently. Osuo-main nodded. It truly was resilient. She had thought the little puppy was on the brink of death, even leaking milk from its mouth during feeding. Unexpectedly, after she and Suo-zhen fed it twice last night, it stood up this morning. Chong Yong-won played with the puppy for a while, and the little creature sweetly licked her hand, making Yong-won feel immensely cherished. "Yanyo, I'm off to return the bowls to the Wu family," Bao Hua called out from the spring, washing and carrying 2 large bowls while playfully urging Yong-won. It was then that Yong-won remembered she needed to return the bowls to the Wu family. "Third sister, wait a moment," she said, handing Chong over to Seo-jun. She then went to the kitchen to pack the leftover cold noodles and sour soup for dinner. "How could I have forgotten about this?" Bao Hua remarked as she received the cold noodles. "Let them have a taste as well. By the way, third sister, wait a moment." She returned to her room to fetch some cotton and linen cloth. It was said that Zhao Desa and Wu Ani were the best seamstresses in the village. Remembering this today, she needed to quickly arrange some clothes for Bao Hua and the others before getting busy with the cold noodles, lest she forget. "Yanyo, what are you doing?" Bao Hua asked, noticing her holding several pieces of fabric, puzzled. "Let us go. I'll accompany you, and we can ask Wu Ani to make us some outfits." Bao Hua nodded, not thinking much of it. The 2 individuals first ventured to the adjacent new residence for a brief glimpse. The door stood ajar, revealing Wu Linghong busily relocating items in the yard. Fortunately, both Wu Mu and Tian were also present, sparing them the trip back to the old homestead. The Wu family's house had officially been completed yesterday, and the laborers had all dispersed. Now, only the final step of raising the beam remained. Yanyo called for her third sister to come in and sit. "Auntie." Wu Mu, seated in a bamboo chair facing the door, was the first to notice Yong-won, prompting Tian to call out as well. For some reason, Wu Linghong seemed somewhat distracted today. It was only when Yong-won and Bao Hua approached that he realized 2 more individuals had joined them, Sister Bao Hua and Yanyo. Yong-won smiled at him and turned to say, "Aunt Wu, we brought you a basin." "Aunt Wu, this is called liangfen. Do give it a taste. It's quite flavorful." Bao Hua stepped forward, placing the wooden basin on the ground to show Wu Mu the contents within. "Liangfen? I haven't seen this before." Wu Mu inquired, gazing at the basin. This is something Yanyo heard from elsewhere, and Bao Hua researched it herself. She replied delicately, Yao Nyo is really something. Wu Mu chuckled, her eyes crinkling with mirth. Having experienced the meal at the Yu family's house previously, she was confident that today's offering would be equally delightful. This girl is truly resourceful. I wonder which family will be fortunate enough to marry her off in the future. By the way, Aunt Wu, do you have time these days to sew a few outfits for my family? Yongwan interjected. Yes, I have time every day. Just let me know the measurements. Yongwan instructed Baohua to provide Wu Mu with the clothing sizes for herself and the twins, Isuo and Itzon. Initially, Baohua shook her head in disagreement. But upon Yongwan's steadfast gaze, they remained a silent standoff for several moments. Ultimately, Baohua relented. All right, at home, you are in charge. After coordinating with Wu Mu, Wu Linghong continued moving items inside the house. Yongwan then quietly mentioned that the cotton fabric was intended for sewing the small garments and discussed the approximate styles with Wu Mu, who readily agreed. Although the design of the small garments sounded innovative, she refrained from elaborating further. Aware that the Yu family had recently become well off and might have encountered such styles in the city. Once Wu Linghong entered the house, he did not re-emerge. Exiting the Wu residence, Baohua chided Yongwan for making clothes for them, suggesting that the three children could still wear their current outfits for quite some time. As they conversed, she also praised the Wu family's house for its impressive size and quality. During the brief journey back to the Yu family, she chattered incessantly, while Yongwan merely nodded or shook her head in agreement. Upon returning home, she checked on the pickled vegetables, which had already begun to sour. It seemed she would need to prepare a sour soup base the following day. The next day, before dawn, Baohua rose to start the fire, calling Yongwan to awaken as well. Yongwan took a stroll around the vegetable garden, picking some wild onions and simultaneously purchasing 2 pounds of green and red peppers from the market for a cost of 0.5 Taiyuan coins. Returning to the kitchen, she offered Baohua a few pointers. As Baohua became increasingly adept at cooking, the large wooden basin they had bought previously was filled to the brim with liangfen. Subsequently, Yongwan guided her in preparing 2 wooden barrels of sour soup base, and then placed the green and red peppers in the charcoal fire to roast. She currently finds it inconvenient to use dried chili peppers, so she has to resort to using roasted peppers for flavor. Baohua advised her against frequently picking chili peppers from others' fields, and after a vague response from Yongwan, they moved on. Once preparations were complete, the entire family, except for Father Yu and Mother Yu, set out for the town. Although today was not a market day, the town was still bustling with people. They found a less crowded stall to set up their liangfen stand. Yongwan handed Baohua a couple of silver coins, instructing her to buy 20 sets of coarse pottery bowls and chopsticks from the place that sold bowls. Little girl, what a delightful treat this is. Just as she cut a piece of liangfen to showcase, a cleanly dressed, simple-looking elderly woman approached with curiosity. Grandma, this is called liangfen, and it is delicious. Jin Xiao chimed in, smiling brightly as she introduced the dish. May I have a taste? Certainly, Yongwan replied, cutting a bowl of liangfen and handing her a piece. The liangfen, lacking condiments, still exuded a rich bean aroma and had a delightful texture. The elderly woman praised it repeatedly and immediately ordered a bowl. The coarse pottery bowl she had brought from home was just right for use. Yongwan added some sour sauce and chopped scallions, inquiring if she could handle spice, before adding a hint of roasted pepper. By this point, a number of people had gathered at the stall, drawn by its striking presence. Behind them, a bullock cart held 2 large barrels of water, while 4 children stood in front, curious about the unfamiliar offerings. It was lunchtime, and several laborers began arriving at the market in search of food. Is it tasty, ma'am? Inquired a man with a towel draped over his shoulder. Absolutely delicious. The tanginess is complemented by sweetness, with a lovely, fragrant bean flavor. What a unique taste. The elderly woman, forgetting to ask the price in her eagerness, turned to the man and inquired. 3 won for a small bowl, 5 won for a large bowl. She had already set the prices. A pound of peas cost 4 won, and with 5 pounds of cold water, they could produce 6 pounds of finished liangfen, not just pea flour. Today's seasoning costs were slightly higher, but she intended to use vegetable broth as a base in the future, and considering the inexpensive nature of chili peppers in this era, the profit margin was promising. A bowl weighed about half a pound, At 3-1, it was quite profitable, with salt, acidity, and chili. She planned to add some Sichuan pepper oil another day, ensuring customers felt they were getting good value for their money. While 3-1 per bowl could not compete with the price of medicinal herbs, it marked a legitimate source of income for the household. This new venture would also allow her to discreetly explore other opportunities. 3-1 for such a bowl? A burly man exclaimed. Give it a try. 3-1 isn't overly expensive. With the first customer, more followed, quickly turning into a crowd. By the time Bao Hua returned, the stall was already bustling with people. She hurriedly brought out the bowls as several individuals coordinated the cutting of liangfen, adding condiments, collecting money, and washing dishes. Chapter 52. Aunt Lu San's injury, surprisingly. The liangfen sold remarkably well. As they were closing up, a man who had eaten liangfen earlier approached with a bamboo tube, hoping to take a portion home for his family to taste. Yongwan had to tell him to come back tomorrow. Upon leaving the town, the family erupted in cheers. Bao Hua remarked, Yaonyo, I never expected the jelly to sell so well. From now on, we shall purchase this jelly. Sua Zhen chimed in, Auntie, how did I perform today? Today, Yongwan has truly come to understand. Sua Zhen, with her extroverted personality and sweet tongue, effortlessly introduced the jelly to the arriving guests, whether they were sisters, aunts, grandmothers, or uncles. Sua Mei, on the other hand, was diligent and focused, executing tasks with remarkable efficiency. Xiao Tsung seamlessly blended the qualities of his two sisters, adeptly washing dishes, collecting bowls, and attending to guests. You three have performed exceptionally well. Keep it up. Yongwan generously praised them. Acknowledging her words, the three exchanged smiles and nodded cheerfully. Selling jelly was not only lucrative, but also far less strenuous than agricultural labor, making it delightfully easy in comparison. Bao Hua expressed her satisfaction with the children's efforts, offering a few words of commendation. Upon reaching the village crossroads, Yongwan caught sight of a figure collapsed on the ridge. Sister, is there someone over there? She pointed towards the ridge. Let me take a look, Bao Hua said, handing the cow rope to Xiao Tsung, and Yongwan followed her down to investigate. Oh, it's you, Aunt Lu, Bao Hua exclaimed as she helped the woman up. Finally recognizing her, Aunt Lu groaned softly, her face smeared with dirt, and one ankle bruised and swollen. What happened? Bao Hua and Yongwan supported her. Oh dear. Aunt Lu winced, tears streaming down her face as she held her back. Sister, I believe Aunt Lu has sprained her back, Yongwan remarked. At nearly 60, Aunt Lu was at an age where, as the saying goes, one's bones become fragile. A sprain at her age could be perilous. Should we not call her family? Bao Hua pondered, uncertain and reluctant to pull on Aunt Lu any further. Let us call her family and inform the village, Yongwan suggested, recalling Bao Hua's mention of Aunt Lu's troublesome daughter-in-law, which could complicate matters. They gently laid Aunt Lu down on the grass. Sister, do you know where Aunt Lu's family resides? I do, but I'm apprehensive. Never mind. I'll go call them, Bao Hua hesitated. It would be best to inquire along the way. If you cannot summon them, just let the village chief know, Yongwan surmised Bao Hua's intent. If they were to discreetly seek her son, it was likely he would not come. After Bao Hua departed, Yongwan instructed Saw Mei to fetch a bamboo tube and helped Aunt Lu sip some water. Only then did Aunt Lu explain the cause of her injury. It turned out that she had sprained her ankle several days prior, but her daughter-in-law insisted she could not rest at home. Today, she was made to come to the fields to pull weeds. The ridge of her family's field was quite steep, and in her pain, she dared not exert herself. As a result, she slipped and fell from the ridge. Initially, she hadn't realized the extent of her injury, thinking the pain in her back was merely a consequence of her ankle. She had endured the pain while climbing back up, only to find herself unable to move once she reached the top. Yongwan felt a surge of indignation. Although it was another family's issue, it was still infuriating. After a brief period, a large group approached with torches as dusk fell. As they drew closer, faint sounds of women weeping and cursing could be heard. Oh, how unfortunate our family must be. Surely, my mother-in-law has been struck by someone. How could she have fallen after traversing the same path countless times? Yongwan felt a throbbing headache. How could one be so shameless? Truly, the depths of human depravity are astounding. Is this an attempt to extort someone? Little Neo, with a grave expression, hurried over, accompanied by several individuals, including village chief Lee. If she was indeed struck, you would know by inquiring with your mother-in-law. Why do you incessantly murmur? Village chief Lee scowled, weary of such melodrama, especially the incessant weeping and wailing. Aunt, how are you faring? He inquired as he approached. Little Neo, you all return for now. Village chief Lee gestured for young Wan and the others to depart. Young Wan contemplated speaking, yet ultimately swallowed her words. Domestic disputes are notoriously difficult to adjudicate. How could she possibly navigate such matters without incurring ire? She nodded, and Bao Hua tugged at the ox rope, preparing to leave. Wait. Before you depart, ensure to ask my wife about what transpired. A voice emerged amidst the flickering light, revealing a woman in her 30s or 40s. A mole resting beneath her eye. Her lips moved animatedly as she questioned Aunt Lu. Did you fall on your own, or were you struck by someone? The latter part of her query was emphasized with intent. Red Branch, it was merely a mistake on my part, Aunt Lu replied, her voice tinged with resignation as she trembled slightly. Her daughter-in-law, upon hearing this, bit her lip in silence, casting a disapproving glance at Aunt Lu. And where is Delwa? Aunt Lu lifted her gaze, spotting her indifferent son within the crowd, a flicker of despair crossing her countenance. Please carry me back, she implored, her voice laced with helplessness. Village chief Lee nudged Lu Dehua with his foot, instructing, carry your mother properly. Zhao Santian, please examine her injuries. He called out to a middle-aged man within the throng. The man, equipped with a shabby medicine box, knelt to assess Aunt Lu's condition. It appears her lumbar spine and ankle are injured. She must take good care of herself, Zhao Santian remarked, shaking his head discreetly. The ankle sprain was evidently not from today. The bone was nearly protruding. At her age, such injuries to the back and foot, if not tended to properly, could lead to paralysis. He cast a sympathetic glance at Aunt Lu's son and daughter-in-law, sighing internally. Carry your mother back. I shall fetch some medicine from home. It is said that physicians possess benevolence, yet I cannot bear to witness this, he added. Surely we can care for her properly? Just inform my husband of the herbal remedies. That should suffice, Zhao Santian retorted mockingly. It seems your husband is the true doctor. I'll not charge for the herbs. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled awkwardly. Zhao, doctor, that was not my intention. Young Wan's family observed the entire scene. Eventually, once Lu Dehua had shouldered his mother and departed, village chief Lee lingered behind to address young Wan. You have my gratitude for today. Do return home swiftly. Uncle Lee, will Aunt Lu be able to rest and recover? Young Wan ventured to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, village chief Lee nodded gently. I shall keep an eye on her. With this assurance, young Wan felt a modicum of relief. Disgraceful individuals have long been scorned through the ages. Yet some remain indifferent to such condemnation. A scoundrel will only comprehend pain when stripped of their faude. Upon returning home, after discussing the matter of selling cold noodles with Father Yu and Mother Yu, the situation involving Aunt Lu was merely brushed aside. Everyone has their own humble status. What can be done? Young Wan did not wish for this issue to dampen the spirits of the family. With a clap of her hands, she announced, All right, let us tally today's accounts and then distribute some bonuses to each of you. Chapter 53. Receiving the task, Bao Hua took out the leftover silver from buying bowls and placed it on the table, inquiring, Yaonyo, what bonuses? I am giving you some silver to keep, young Wan replied. She had long contemplated bestowing a portion of silver upon Bao Hua's family. Although they were family, it was still important to offer fair compensation. The bulk of the chicken blood vine had been gathered by the three children, and they had exerted the most effort in collecting lotus pods. A few days ago, when they first arrived, she had hesitated to give Bao Hua the money in one go, fearing it might cause discomfort. It might also seem too formal, as if she were hiring them. Striking the right balance was indeed challenging. During this period, their household had experienced a substantial influx of income. Since her father entrusted her with managing the silver, she felt it was appropriate to allocate some. Sister San, please do not hastily refuse. You need money for the children as well. There are small matters that I cannot oversee entirely, and I worry that Bao Hua might hesitate to voice her needs. We do not require much money, Bao Hua consistently declined. She understood Yao and Yo's good intentions. But living together with her relatives and having food to eat every day was already the greatest blessing. How could she possibly ask for silver? Young Wan insisted. It is not a large sum, just a little pocket money. Having some money in hand may inspire greater ambition. After deducting the costs, they had nearly made a pure profit of 220 won today. Young Wan distributed 10 won to each member of Bao Hua's family and then handed her 3 taels of silver. Yao Niao, Bao Hua exclaimed in surprise, the 3 taels feeling hot in her hands. Sister San, this is not a daily allowance. I am giving you this so that you can purchase necessary items while I am away. You should have some money with you. Before Bao Hua could protest further, she was interrupted by Father Yu, who stated, a mother ought to have some money with her. Mother Yu chimed in, take what Yao Niao gives you. You are not merely here to toil away. With some hesitation, Bao Hua accepted the silver. Given the support from Father and Mother Yu, she felt it inappropriate to refuse. She only thought to work harder in the future. The 2 locks and 1 clever child took their money and nestled into a corner, marveling at their 10 won. The local ruffians in Sha village only held a maximum of 2 won. They were astonished to have 10. You 3 come here, Bao Hua called, directing a few of them. You performed well today. Listen to your little aunt, and keep this money for yourselves. The 3 exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that their mother would allow them to keep the silver. Observing their disbelief, Bao Hua playfully scolded, you little upstarts. After concluding the discussion regarding the silver, Young Wan proceeded to announce that 2 individuals from the family would be designated to sell cold noodles going forward, while the remaining 2 would stay home to grind flour. Henceforth, the silver would be distributed monthly. Since Young Wan would not be going to town, Bao Hua would take 1 child with her each day, with 4 people bustling about. Having too many hands was counterproductive and likely to create chaos. She had no tasks to attend to that afternoon and took a leisurely stroll around the town. Stealthily, she procured 4 pounds of dried chili peppers for 2 Tao Yuan coins, managing to evade Bao Hua's attention. After the meeting, under Yun Wan's guidance, Bao Hua prepared a jar of Sichuan pepper oil before finally taking a break. Having spent the entire day on her feet upon returning home, Yun Wan promptly opened the Tao Yuan Mall. She intended to explore the grains available within the mall. Upon searching for grains, a series of white boxes appeared, categorized in various sections. Opening the rice section, she found the activation condition, 1 pound of rice. She pressed the activation button, only to be met with a pre-sale notification. It required a consumption of 1,500 points to unlock, which meant spending 1,500 Tao Yuan coins. She clicked to view her points. Points, 427. This represented the Tao Yuan coins she had spent over the past few days. Without hesitation, she purchased 5 pounds of star anise, 5 pounds of grass fruit, 5 pounds of bay leaves, and 5 pounds of Sichuan pepper, all stored her space. This totaled 250 points, amounting to 627 overall. In haste, she clicked to redeem rice. Then, she tossed a small bag of rice in her space. Subsequently, she observed the rice box flipping over. Premium rice, 1 Tao Yuan coin for 2 pounds. Below, a small line of text read, buy 10, get 1 free. It turned out the minimum purchase was 2 pounds. Outside, 1 tael of silver could buy approximately 120 pounds of rice. Calculating that, 1 tael of silver in the Tao Yuan Mall could procure 200 pounds, along with an additional 10 pounds for free. She immediately bought 50 pounds of rice, receiving an extra 5 pounds. As she pulled from her space, the grain bags appeared on the ground, the same bag she had thrown in. How considerate, meticulous, and thoughtful. She opened the grain bag and took a handful to inspect. The grains were plump and fragrant. Most importantly, they were clean. She sifted through and found no stones or unhulled grains. For now, she decided to purchase these, planning to sneakily acquire more when she next visited the town. She randomly clicked on another white box, flour. Activation condition, 1 pound of flour. Oh, there was no point restriction. Could it be that only 1,500 points were needed to unlock all grain boxes? Regardless, she tossed a small bag of flour into the room to activate the flour. 1 Tao Yuan coin for 3 pounds of flour. And since she had enough flour for the moment, she would buy more next time. She swiped left on the screen and spotted a redeem option in the upper right corner of the next page. remembering the introduction from the Xiao Tao system. She recalled that she could exchange her resources for Tao Yuan coins. It felt like a transaction between two realms. Opening the exchange, the interface was similar to the Tao Yuan Mall, showcasing a full row of resources available for exchange. Among them were old varieties of peas and soybeans. This was a ready-made opportunity. 1 pound of peas could be exchanged for 2 Tao Yuan coins. That was over a 10-fold increase. Thus, she planned to procure peas and soybeans in the village over the next few days. She would keep some for household use and exchange the rest for Tao Yuan coins, achieving 2 goals in one endeavor. As she scrolled down, a flashing red exclamation mark suddenly appeared, prompting her to click. Urgently needed. 1-9 Death Resurrection Herb. Redeemable for 1,000 Tao Yuan coins. In the lower left corner, there was a button for claiming it. Was there such an operation? Is it equivalent to receiving a reward upon completing a task? How much rice can one purchase with 1,000 Tao Yuan coins? The name of the herb sounds quite impressive. She had only heard of it in tales of cultivation. However, she possesses a search engine, so she can investigate what the 9 Deaths Resurrection Herb truly is. She opened the corner search engine and looked up the 9 Deaths Resurrection Herb. Indeed, images of the herb appeared, confirming its existence. There was even a detailed description. It grows from June to October, with a flowering period from July to September, and it is widely distributed, particularly thriving in the southern regions. In just 2 days, July will arrive. Surely, it can be found in the mountains. She clicked the claim button, and then an icon transformed into a gray box, a 3-day deadline. At that moment, the system beeped twice. Greetings, esteemed user. This is a special exchange. Failing to complete the task after claiming it will result in a deduction of the corresponding reward. Young Wan was bewildered, realizing she had acted too hastily. The following morning, Bao Hua and the 3 children were already in the kitchen preparing cold noodles. However, they had not made the broth. Young Wan opened the vegetable bucket and took a whiff. It had turned sour, and the vegetable's color had deepened. She tasted a spoonful, delightful. It was just the right flavor. She reserved a bowl for herself and prepared half a bucket of vegetable broth for today's use. Concerned that the sour broth might be insufficient, she added half a bucket of boiled spring water. A bit of vinegar and salt transformed the sour broth beautifully. Then, she took out the dried chili peppers and buried them in the ashes under the stove for a while. Once the pungent aroma of the chili wafted through the air, she instructed Xiao Tsung to grind a large bowl of chili. The combination of chili and vegetables was simply perfect, saving her some money on chili oil. The process became simpler. Cut the cold noodles into strips, scoop half a spoonful of vegetable broth and vegetables, drizzle with a few drops of Sichuan pepper oil. And for those who enjoy spice, add some ground chili, and a bowl of sour cold noodles is ready. After Bao Hua and Suojin departed, Young Wan found some free time to milk the sheep. She fed the little dog Wang and then checked on Xiao Chong in the doghouse. Xiao Chong walked unsteadily, but was already chasing after people, closely following Young Wan's footsteps. After breakfast, she took Suan Mei into the mountains. With Suan Mei tasked to collect rapeseed, while her own task was to find the 9 Deaths Resurrection Herb. Chapter 54. The 9 Deaths Resurrection Herb for 2 consecutive days. Young Wan arose and ventured into the mountains. However, apart from an abundance of wild vegetables, she had not caught sight of the 9 Deaths Resurrection Herb. With the final day approaching, she woke early only to find the sky overcast, threatening heavy rain. Sister, wait a moment, don't start boiling the cold noodles yet. Young Wan halted Bao Hua, who was about to cook. Bao Hua paused, looking troubled. Ah, today is market day. I paid the stall fee yesterday. Sitting by the stove, Bao Hua wore a worried expression. Yesterday, 2 market supervisors had come to collect stall fees, charging 10 coins for market day. Today, the heavens had chosen to intervene. Young Wan stood in the courtyard for a while, watching as the light brightened, only for it to grow increasingly gloomy. It looked like a torrential downpour was imminent. Sure enough, in the midst of her breakfast, the rain began to pour down in torrents. It was enough to bring one to tears. 1,000 Tao Yuan coins indeed. What a pity to lose her 10 taels of silver in exchange for Tao Yuan coins. Oh, how heavy the rain falls. Suodzin, Donning Gastroat, moved Xiao Chong's doghouse into the firewood room. She then hurriedly carried Xiao Chong into the kitchen. Suo Mei and Xiao Song also busied themselves gathering the bean dregs that had been drying in the courtyard. Yongwan cradled Xiao Chong in her arms and returned to the warmth of the stove. How troubled she felt. On rainy days, the family could only rest. They gathered around the stove, kindling a fire. I heard that the granddaughter of elder brother, Xiao Ran, has caught the eye of a notorious Wang Jinlong from the neighboring village. Bao Hua returned late last night and overheard the gossip in town from acquaintances in the neighboring village. Oof. It's all your sister-in-law's fault, sighed Yu father, his nostrils flaring, his expression quite displeased. Yongwan furrowed her brow. Xiao Ran was merely 14, not yet 15. How could Wang Jinlong possibly be interested in her? She gently rubbed Xiao Chong and inquired. I heard it was sister-in-law who lost the silver, urging Wang Qiong to handle it herself. But Wang Jinlong is nothing but a leech. Even if money is given, he won't let go. Now it seems there's trouble brewing at home. I truly cannot comprehend what sister-in-law was thinking, daring to engage in a marriage proposal with a seasoned gambler. Bao Hua, still irate, exclaimed, sister-in-law is truly heartless. How could she seek such a match for you? It turned out that Yongwan had discussed the division of the family estate with the Yu brothers, and even now, Bao Hua was still indignant. Yongwan chuckled softly. As long as it doesn't involve us, it's fine. After all, with so many people in elder brother's family, can we truly be frightened by Wang Jinlong? If Wang Qiong and her husband genuinely wish to protect Xiao Ran, they will surely find a way. As the rain ceased in the afternoon, the sun broke through the clouds, bringing great joy to Yongwan. Without caring for the slippery roads, she shouldered her basket and grasped her hoe, ready to venture out. Aunt, wait for us. Suo Zhen and Xiao Song scampered after her like little tails. You two should rest at home for the day. I'll be back soon. No. The roads are slippery. Mother asked us to keep an eye on you. Xiao Song insisted, shaking his head. Yongwan couldn't help but laugh. At her age, she still needed a group of little ones to look after her. All right, just be careful. I might end up protecting you instead. With that, they all shared a hearty laugh and followed closely behind Yongwan as they entered the mountains. The three children, like headless flies, had no idea what Yongwan was searching for. Aunt, what are we looking for? We can help. Just look for chicken bloodvine. I'll see if there's anything else. She actually wished to let them know what it was, so they could assist. Okay, we'll stay nearby. Call us if you need anything, Aunt. Suo Mei spoke with a tone of maturity, lifting Yongwan's spirits considerably. Once they had wandered off, she began her thorough search. Here come the bamboo shoots. In a vast bamboo grove, the shoots had already begun to sprout. She walked further down the bamboo forest. She rarely visited this mountain, as she hadn't discovered anything particularly special within. She had hardly ventured into the inner circle either. According to you, father, just beyond this mountain lay the Backseat Mountain, which was quite perilous. She climbed up through the bamboo grove, searching below. The search indicated that the 9 lives herb favored growing on cliffs in desolate places, in the crevices of harsh climates, or in damp mountain forests, streams, and rocky walls. She walked forward for quite a distance, and soon discovered a small stream. A few meters ahead, there was a reservoir-like depression, where the water appeared to be a deep, mysterious hue. She began to search through the crevices of the rocks and the stone walls along the stream. After a considerable time, with no sign of success, she tossed aside her backpack and took a rest against a rock wall. Just as she was about to lose hope, she turned around to see something green sprouting from the other side of the wall. Without hesitation, she climbed over the rock wall and cautiously reached in to investigate. Grasping a cluster of greenery by the roots, she pulled it out. It was a lush patch of grass, resembling a furry claw. It looked strikingly similar to the image she had seen before. Taking a moment to inhale its fresh fragrance, she activated her search engine to scan it. 9 deaths and rebirth grass. Oh my goodness! She was overwhelmed with joy, leaping up in excitement, and nearly losing her balance on the rock wall. Truly, she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. This was the legendary 9 deaths and rebirth grass. According to the legend, the White Lady stole this celestial herb to resurrect Su Xian. This divine grass was known as the rebirth grass. There was another myth about it as well. It was said that one year, a great drought plagued the land, and a rampant epidemic caused thousands of people to perish. Witnessing such suffering, The dragon maiden residing in the heavenly pool could not bear it. She secretly brought the rebirth grass from the shores of the heavenly pool to the mortal realm to heal the afflicted and save the masses. Miraculously, countless deceased individuals were restored to life. When the Dragon King learned of this, he was furious and, in a fit of rage, banished the dragon maiden to the mortal world. With compassion for humanity, she willingly transformed into the rebirth grass to continue her mission of saving lives. She had read this myth in the search engine as well. Such legends are merely tales to listen to. However, the medicinal value of the rebirth grass is indeed significant. It has anti-cancer properties, stops bleeding, inhibits bacteria, treats wounds, alleviates unknown swellings, and addresses snake bites and scorpion stings, among other ailments. She opened the Peach Blossom Exchange Mall and redeemed one of the herbs. She set aside 2 more in her storage space. Just as she completed the exchange, the system emitted a crisp sound indicating the deduction of coins. Glancing at her Peach Blossom currency balance, she noted it was now 19,373. Ding! Congratulations to the Peach Master for completing the first exchange task. A beginner's gift package has been placed in your Peach Blossom space, the system announced. Curious, she looked into her space to find a paper box tied with colorful ribbons resting in the center. She reached over and opened it. Inside was 5 buckets of instant noodles? What? She couldn't believe her eyes. She had thought not to get her hopes up about the system. Nevertheless, she shrugged it off. Instant noodles would suffice for a change of taste. Having completed the task, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Only then did she take a moment to appreciate her surroundings. This area was not dense forest, yet the blue sky and white clouds were visible. The stream flowed melodiously, flanked by various wildflowers and trees. Concerned that the little ones might be waiting anxiously, her desire to admire the scenery dissipated. She picked up her backpack and hoe and hurried back. As she approached the bamboo grove by the stream, she noticed something wriggling in the grass. Thinking she was imagining things, she rubbed her eyes and looked again. She took off running, screaming as she fled. It was only when she emerged from the forest and reached the mountains outside that her legs gave way and she collapsed onto the ground. Auntie! Surrounded by her companions, 2 Locks and Little Tsone had already heard the piercing scream and hurried towards the source of the sound. Hey, I'm here. Give me a hand. Young Wan raised her hand slightly. 2 Locks swiftly stepped forward to assist her. Little Tsone, eager to help, picked up the hoe and the basket lying on the ground. What's wrong, Aunt? Locks' hand inquired with a hint of concern. She had never heard her aunt cry out in such a state of panic. Young Wan took a deep breath and shook her head. It's nothing. Just saw a longworm. Chapter 55. The Ancient Earth Dragon Upon Returning Home. Young Wan washed her face and feet. She then rushed to the kitchen to stoke the fire for Bao Hua. Noticing her pallor, Bao Hua asked, "What's the matter, dear girl?" Coming back to her senses, Young Wan replied, "It's nothing." After dinner, Bao Hua joyfully called out from the room, "The rabbit has given birth." She had noticed that the mother rabbit had been particularly glossy and plump, even more so than the male rabbit. When she checked, it was indeed true. There were little bunnies. "Wow, we're going to have baby rabbits." Loxhen and Little Tsone exclaimed with delight, their timidness replaced by the innocent exuberance of childhood, albeit they were no longer children by age. Great, now we can enjoy rabbit meat, spicy rabbit, braised rabbit, cold marinated rabbit. Just the thought made their mouths water. Suddenly, Bao Hua shouted again, the chicks have hatched. 3 of them. Young Wan exclaimed, "What a wonderful day this is." She handed the dog Wong over to Mother Yu and got up to check on a rabbit pen, then the chicken coop. All the chicks showed signs of breaking free from their shells, and by nightfall, they were likely to emerge completely. It had rained that morning, and the evening air was slightly cool. "Third sister, please put more hay in the chicken coop," she instructed, with Bao Hua watching over the chicks. She felt assured enough to return indoors. Lighting the oil lamp, she lay on her bed, resting her head on her arm, contemplating the creature she had encountered earlier, a crocodile. About 1.2 meters long, reminiscent of a Yangtze alligator. Such an unsightly reptile often evoked a sense of dread. Fortunately, this one had not attacked her. In ancient times, crocodiles were perceived differently than in modernity. They were often shrouded in myth due to the limited knowledge of the era. It was said that some even tattooed the crocodile's patterns onto their skin. She wondered how this age regarded crocodiles. Were they seen as ferocious beasts or sacred creatures? Could search engines yield information about this era? With that thought, she opened a search engine to inquire, does the kingdom of Nandon have crocodiles? After a brief moment of loading, a lengthy article appeared. It turned out that crocodiles were referred to as earth dragons in this era, a name similar to that of her ancestors. Only royal nobles could possess them. The previous emperor had a fondness for keeping crocodiles, believing them to be divine beasts. During a rain prayer ceremony, a minister had presented him with a crocodile, and miraculously, the long-desired rain fell. He immediately regarded the crocodile as a dragon capable of summoning rain. Since dragons were symbols of emperors, exclusive to the emperor, crocodiles thus became the royal property. This tale bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancient stories of the revered dragon, Kongjia. However, the kingdom of Nandon has now shattered the truth behind the crocodile's legendary status. Yet, the mere presence of a dragon in its name renders it exceedingly valuable. It is a pet or delicacy reserved exclusively for the nobility and the affluent. Should one pursue this endeavor, a single crocodile could fetch an astronomical price. Although only one has been spotted today, it is conceivable that a nest lies nearby. Perhaps we could enlist Wu Linghong to acquire a couple? After pondering for a while, she set this matter aside. She meandered through the kitchen, discarding a large handful of leftover rapeseed into her storage space, then searched for more. The usual requirement was still 1 pound. 1 Taoyuan coin for 10 pounds of rapeseed. She spent 5 Taoyuan coins to purchase 50 pounds. 2 days later, young Wan began a plan for the collection of pea and soybean. She ventured beneath the village tree to disseminate the news, rather than inquiring house by house. After passing by this tree, the villagers would soon be informed. Hey, I heard your family has started a new venture with some jelly. Business is booming. Curious inquiries followed. It must be good. I've heard it sells out every time. Perhaps netting a tidy sum? Pure envy. Could it be made from pea and soybean? Are you hoping to learn the trade? You're quite the talent. Why concern yourself with what others use? Good-hearted lass. Young Wan, ISNT your third sister returning to the Zhao family? They've already brought the young ones inside. What does she need to return for? To serve the young widow during her confinement? I say I'm all ears. How do you collect the pea and soybean? Liu Posey emerged from the crowd of gossipers, honing in on the crux of the matter. Young One elevated her voice slightly. Listen, everyone. You can sell your pea and soybean to the grain store for 2 coins per pound, but they may not even buy it. I will take as much as you have for 3 coins per pound. Bring it to my home by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the women erupted in excitement. Those with an abundance of peas were grinning from ear to ear. At last, those old peas could be sold. Selling pea and soybean is challenging, as they become quite heavy in the stomach when consumed in excess. With her proclamation made, young Wan returned home. In the afternoon, Wu Linghong arrived. After several days apart, he seemed somewhat subdued. Old you, we are having a celebration at our house the day after tomorrow. You and your family must come. Ah, indeed, old you nodded, offering his congratulations. Young Wan, come here. After finishing with old you, Wu Linghong caught sight of young Wan. She acknowledged him with a nod. They stepped outside, reaching the courtyard. Wu Linghong hesitated and said, How is your niece, Yulan? Huh, what about her? Cough, cough, my mother and her mother are eager to match us, but I'm not quite comfortable with it. After saying this, Wu Linghong quickly glanced at young Wan. That's not something I can comment on. It feels a bit inappropriate to ask me. Young Wan felt a touch awkward, as she did not have a profound impression of Yulan. The original owner, too, had little memory of her. However, she was somewhat familiar with Yulan as parents. After all, one might find a gem in a dilapidated place. It was not her place to judge. Do you think I'm suitable for her at my age? Wu Linghong pressed his lips together, his demeanor somewhat anxious. Yuan, with a hint of helplessness, jested, Well, you could wait another 2 years for her. After all, Yulan is only 16. Although it was common in this era for individuals to marry at the age of 15, she, as a new generation individual, felt that 18 would be the most appropriate age. This is nonsensical. Forget it. You would understand. Upon hearing Yunwan's words, Wu Linghong grew somewhat anxious and turned to leave. Hey, wait. There is something that requires your cooperation. What is it? Wu Linghong paused, his face falling. Have you heard of the Earth Dragon? Huh? Have you encountered one? Are you all right? Wu Linghong rushed forward, inspecting Yunwan from head to toe. You know about it? Yunwan exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, it's just a little beyond the back mountain. Why did you venture so deep? Seeing that she was unharmed, Wu Linghong appeared somewhat relieved, albeit still apprehensive. If you had gone further in, there are wolves and leopards lurking. I was walking and didn't pay attention to the direction. From a distance, it looked similar to what I had heard about the Earth Dragon from the vendor. Yunwan paused before making a startling suggestion. If we were to capture the Earth Dragon, do you think we would succeed? Wu Linghong cast a sidelong glance at her petite figure. Though she had gained a bit of weight since their first encounter, it was negligible. After all, it was the Earth Dragon. I can give it a try, but you should not go. Oh no, I also want to sell the Earth Dragon. I will provide the strategy, and you will provide the strength. How about we split the profits 50-50? Yunwan was not willing to back down, for she was motivated by the allure of silver. Strategy? Wu Linghong felt an urge to laugh, but restrained himself. If you truly wish to proceed, you must follow my lead. Agreed. When do we commence? Yunwan rubbed her hands together eagerly. Wu Linghong hesitated. In a couple of days, once I have settled matters at home. Chapter 56. The wicked daughter-in-law faces adversity that evening. Is this truly the case? You father, you mother, and Bao Hua were all taken aback. What a bizarre occurrence. You father couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Indeed, last night in a half-dream state, I saw an old man with a white beard and green hair telling me this. He also instructed that I should not disclose this to anyone outside our family. Yunwan stated, maintaining an expressionless facade, unembarrassed as she boasted, due to the need to collect peas. She had to devise a strategy to inform the Yu family ahead of time, thus facilitating her own operations. Given the effectiveness of using the mountain god to brainwash the Yu family recently, she needed this excuse to mask her intentions, subtly implying an exchange of resources with the mountain deity. Bao Hua was left speechless, stuttering for a moment before being unable to utter a word. It must be the mountain god. Since the mountain god has commanded it, you must comply, Yu father asserted, waving his hand and clutching his chest. The traditional image of the mountain god is indeed that of a man with a white beard and green hair. Yu father said solemnly, do not speak of this outside. To offend the mountain god is to invite calamity. We understand. Yu mother reassured Yunwan, clasping her hand and patting it gently. Do not be afraid. It is ultimately a good thing. Let us take one step at a time. Yunwan exhaled a long breath, relieved that they were capable of self-soothing. Let us not speak of it. The younger ones should remain unaware to avoid any slip of the tongue. Bao Hua agreed repeatedly. Afterward, she comforted Yunwan. Don't worry, little sister, everything will be fine. When a mountain deity has further instructions for you, simply inform us of what we are to do. Since the mountain deity prefers silence, refrain from divulging every detail to us, lest we provoke displeasure. Indeed. Both Father Yu and Mother Yu quickly nodded in agreement. In her heart, Yunwan silently applauded Bao Hua. Bravo! This will facilitate my future endeavors in deception. The following morning, Father Yu accompanied Bao Hua to the town under the pretense of shopping. Yunwan paid little heed to this. Even before the sun had risen, the Yu family's courtyard had transformed into a bustling marketplace. Little girl, my family has the most. Please weigh mine first. Mine are pest-free, so let us start with mine. Mine are fewer, hence easier to weigh. Several women chattered excitedly, their voices overlapping. Little girl, do we pay as we weigh? It appeared they were concerned about their coins, which explained their eagerness. Just as Yunwan was about to respond, another voice chimed in. It seems the Yu family is quite prosperous after all, remarked the daughter-in-law of Aunt Lu San, her eyes darting around, astonished at the sight of the Yu family's thriving livestock. Yunwan shot her a sideways glance. You loquacious woman, your boldness is quite brazen. Indeed, fortune had favored them, as evident in their ventures into trade. Which villager would dare to lay down their wares for business? Yunwan had no desire to engage directly in gossip, especially about her own family's affairs. Form a line. Please line up. We will weigh and settle payments as we go, she called out to the crowd. Today there were not many selling beans. Perhaps a dozen families, most arriving with their burdens on their shoulders. Several couples, husbands and wives, had come together. Zhun, shout Song, come help. Count for me. My children have not received an education, but they can count just fine. Little girl, Zhao Zhao and Li Daniu entered, each carrying 2 loads of beans. Let your brother Daniu help with the counting. Zhao Da Zhao exclaimed, placing the beans down and nudging Li Daniu forward. Thank you, brother Daniu, Yongwan said cheerfully, offering him a seat. With Li Daniu present, the scene quieted momentarily. How about we weigh your beans first? Yongwan suggested, not one to shy away from prioritizing help. No, let them go first. Li Daniu waved his hand, gesturing for others to step up. Seeing this, Yongwan had no choice but to invite the others forward. Aunt Lu, you may weigh first. Aunt Lu was the most eager. She had been quite straightforward when purchasing snake meat earlier, prompting Yongwan to let her go ahead. Hey you, go away now, she called her son. The scale had been borrowed from Wu Linghong the previous night. She had mentioned it, and he had allowed her to take it. Uncertain of its original purpose, it was over 1 meter long, with a hefty weight that likely cost several taels of silver. Last night, she had examined the scale, which could measure up to 100 jin, sufficient for weighing grain. Aunt Lu's son carried a full sack of peas, too heavy for Yongwan to lift, so Li Daniu stepped forward to assist with the weighing. 80 jin, Li Daniu announced, and, after reporting the number, he sought something to jot it down. No need to record it, brother Daniu, we settle as we weigh. Yongwan retrieved a pouch of coins from her waist, producing 2 strings of copper coins from within. Zhao Deseo and Li Daniu exchanged glances, questioning the prosperity of the Yu family. Just 41 short, Li Daniu timely reminded. Yongwan presented 2 strings of coins along with 40 copper coins to Lu Posey. Lu Posey received them with both hands, beaming with delight, and couldn't help but praise. Young girl, I can see that you are indeed capable of accomplishing great things. After saying this, she turned to leave, but a few people in line stopped her for a brief conversation. Upon witnessing the immediate exchange of silver, their apprehensions were completely alleviated. Soon, some uncles and aunts from the village, whom Yongwan had never seen before, arrived. Sua Zhun and Xiao Tsong, with their sweet tongues, managed to amuse everyone to great satisfaction. After selling the beans and collecting the money, they wished to linger a little longer, leading to a gathering of people in the courtyard, ostensibly waiting to depart together. However, their chatter was incessant as they scrutinized every corner of the Yu family's premises. Chen Hongji, it's your turn now, Li Daniu called out to the incessantly whispering Chen Hongji. Oh, coming right up, Chen Hongji replied, approaching with 2 burlap sacks. Is your mother-in-law feeling better? Yongwan stepped forward to inspect the peas in her sack. At this, Chen Hongji's smile faded, and she pouted. Is she well enough for weighing now? Her household was abundant in peas, as they could only cultivate peas and corn due to the lack of irrigated land. And peas were easy to grow without much management, allowing her to amass a considerable quantity over the past 2 years. She intended to choose more after this weighing. Hearing that the Yu family was offering 3-1 for peas, she was particularly pleased. Sure, we can weigh them. But let me be clear, I'm only doing this out of respect for Aunt Lu San. As for the payment, naturally, it's expected that you come to collect it once she is fully recovered. I'll have Daniu keep track of the account, ensuring that not a single coin is lost to your family. The moment Aunt Lu San is well, that money will be in your hands, Yongwan spoke calmly, intending to temper Chen Hongji's hostility. Fuming, Chen Hongji retorted, Hey, what kind of reasoning is that? Do you look down on me? After Yongwan spoke, she caught a glimpse of the mocking expression on her face, causing her irritation to simmer. Yongwan smiled and nodded. It's good that you understand. You little brat. Chen Hongji glared, infuriated. Fine then, I 1T sell. Well, I didn't want to collect anyway. Just to mention, we don't take just any beans. There are some that are too conspicuous, and I refuse to accept those. By the way, if anyone has anything left at home, they can bring it to exchange. Even for rice and grain, Yongwan remarked lightly, her words drifting into the ears of the crowd. After all, once the family approves, the grains from the space can be used for personal consumption, and those purchased from the grain shop can be bartered. Enraged, Chen Hongji nearly dropped her burden. I still need to ask you, did you follow through with what my father instructed? Li Daniu interjected at the opportune moment. Chen Hongji was unafraid of the village head, but had a palpable fear of Li Daniu's stern demeanor. She stumbled slightly. I'll go back to brew medicine first. Chapter 57. A humbling fall after a morning's passage. Most of the villagers were firmly convinced that the Yu family had indeed flourished. They speculated whether that cold jelly was truly as lucrative as rumored. Look at young Yu, making money and trading for grain without issue. Several women murmured on their way home. The morning swiftly faded away, and soon it was time for dinner. As people gradually concluded their tasks, Yunwan called out to Zhao, Deseo, and Li Daniu, who were about to leave with their yoke, urging them to stay for a meal. No, you'll take quite some time to prepare. We could just eat at home. Zhao Deseo shook her head. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard all morning. Let Yaonyo prepare a couple of bowls of cold jelly for you to sample. Yu Mu, cradling her dog Wang, basked in the sun in the courtyard. Upon hearing that Zhao Deseo was not staying for a meal, she cautiously moved forward, still holding Wang. Auntie, please stay seated. We insist you join us. Noticing Yu Mu trembling as she leaned forward, Zhao Deseo quickly interjected. Auntie, our cold jelly is exceptionally delicious. Suajin beamed as she took Zhao Deseo's yoke, encouraging her to sit on a grass stool. Which child are you from the Baohua family? You've grown so much. Zhao Deseo chuckled at the playful banter and inquired of Sojin. I'm a twin, so I suppose I'm a second. Xiao Tsong, perceptive as ever, offered Li Daniu a grass stool. The group settled in the courtyard, engaging in lively conversation while Yunwan returned to the kitchen to prepare the cold jelly. Last night, Baohua had cooked the jelly to set for today's sale. Concerned that Yunwan might be overwhelmed, she had set aside extra for them to enjoy. Yunwan retrieved several bowls and diligently filled them. She ladled a generous spoonful of vegetable broth, adding Sichuan pepper oil and salt. Xiao Tsong entered to help stoke the fire. And considering that the jelly was a cold dish, she decided to whip up 4 eggs to make cold fried eggs. She whisked the egg whites along the bowl's edge for about 10 seconds before frying them in hot oil, resulting in large, crispy fried eggs. The 4 eggs filled a bowl, and she set them aside after cutting them into pieces. She tossed one of the tomatoes that Baohua had brought home a couple of days ago into the fire to roast. Once roasted, the tomato was crushed in a mortar with small chili peppers and garlic. Salt and soy sauce were added, and lacking lemon, a dash of vinegar was used to mix with the eggs. Thus, a simple yet delightful sour and spicy fried egg dish was created. Mother, call Zhao Deseo and the others in for dinner, Yunwan called out to the courtyard. Upon entering, Zhao Deseo and Li Daniu were greeted by a table laden with several bowls brimming with food. After everyone settled around the table, Zhao Deseo stirred the cold jelly with her chopsticks and inquired, Is this the cold jelly? Yes, please try it, and let me know if any improvements are needed. Yunwan encouraged them to eat together. Li Daniu, eyeing the vibrant yellow jelly in his bowl, unreservedly picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece. Seeing him take the first bite, Zhao Deseo followed suit. The bean flavor is robust, tangy, and spicy. This pickled vegetable is truly refreshing. Li Daniu offered a rare compliment. Zhao Deseo, having tasted it herself, was pleasantly surprised. It looks unassuming, yet it is remarkably palatable. No wonder it sells so well. This pickled vegetable is enticing, perfect for hot weather. With their unanimous praise, the Yu family eagerly picked up their chopsticks to join in. In the end, Li Daniu and Zhao Deseo polished off every last drop and morsel, affirming the Yu family's successful business, rumored to sell out daily. Yaonyo, this sour broth is exquisite. It reminds me so much of baby bok choy, Zhao Deseo remarked, only to realize afterward that her comment may have been inappropriate, though it is a rather commonplace remark. At this critical juncture, one should not allow misunderstandings to arise regarding her intentions. Yunwan smiled warmly, explaining, It's simply a matter of preparing the rapeseed. There is nothing difficult about it. Just wash it thoroughly, blanch it in boiling water, cover it, and let it sit for a few days, and it will be ready. I shall scoop you a bowl to take back, so that village chief Li and the others may also savor it. There is no need to conceal such a trivial profit. Furthermore, Sister Zhao's family has frequently assisted their own, so being secretive about such minor matters might invite disdain. Li Daniu regarded Yunwan with increased admiration. This girl truly possesses an exceptional talent for social grace. After all, this was a livelihood they had cultivated themselves. I merely asked out of curiosity, he remarked, and Sister Zhao felt a tinge of embarrassment. It's nothing extraordinary. It's merely an alternative way to enjoy a simple vegetable. Please wait a moment, Yonwan said, as she retrieved a large bowl from beneath the stove and filled it with the prepared dish, offering it to Sister Zhao. Oh no, you must keep it for your own use. Sister Zhao insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. Really, it is not something rare, Li Daniu interjected. Take it. Since the girl had already insisted, their refusal only seemed to create distance. Observing her husband's nod, Sister Zhao finally extended her hand to accept the offering. After they departed, Yonwan opened her money pouch to tally the day's expenses. In total, she had spent approximately 300 or 400 won, having collected 150 jin of beans, which could be exchanged for 300 Taoyuan coins. A remarkable profit. Having secured her earnings, two figures entered the courtyard, Chun Hongji and Li Daniu. Chun Hongji, bearing a displeased expression, trudged in with the 2 loads of beans she had selected that morning, her gait awkward as if pursued by wolves. Yonwan wished to offer a word of caution, but it was too late. Chun Hongji let out a cry as she stumbled into a small pit previously ground by the stone mill, landing directly in the spot where the cattle had relieved themselves. Sprawled out on the ground, the Yu family members struggled to suppress their laughter, while even the typically stoic Li Daniu couldn't help but twitch slightly. Suajin exchanged a glance with Yonwan. It wouldn't do to ignore her in their own courtyard. Suajin stepped forward. Are you all right? Let me help you with your burden. She wrinkled her nose, refraining from offering her hand, as the woman's hands were still smeared with cow dung. Furthermore, she held no fondness for this older woman, who had been so unkind to her mother-in-law. Suajin nudged the burden aside. Ugh, what terrible luck! Chun Hongji exclaimed, her features contorted as she awkwardly got back on her feet. After a few steps, she realized something was amiss. I think I've twisted my ankle. Could someone assist me? She pleaded, reaching out towards Suajin, who feigned ignorance and hastily moved away. Aunt, I recall our cow dung not being this foul, Suajin remarked, pinching her nose and fanning the air. Ha ha, Suajin's tongue is indeed sharp. Chun Hongji's face turned pale, while Li Daniu, following behind her, dared not utter a word. She limped towards the spring, her foot throbbing painfully. Shout Song, please fetch her a basin of water. She certainly does not wish for her mountain spring to be tainted by cow dung. In a moment of pause, Yunwan turned to Li Daniu and inquired, Brother Daniu, what brings you back? Li Daniu gestured towards Chun Hongji with his chin. I came to see what she intends to do. After washing up, Chun Hongji approached Yunwan, leaning on her waist, her gait unsteady. Her face shifted through several expressions before she finally declared, I agree to let my wife come and collect the silver. Yunwan responded with a nonchalant "oh," devoid of any further comment. Chun Hongji was nearly driven to madness by her casual reply. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Yunwan added, with Brother Daniu as a witness. It was only then that she allowed Chun Hongji to weigh the beans she had brought. There are 70 jin here, costing 210 won. I have many more at home, she continued. Before Chun Hongji could finish her sentence, Yunwan interjected. You can take the rest with you. Aunt Lu San will come to weigh them. Chun Hongji stood there, dumbfounded, her heart simmering with frustration. Why? I said I would collect your beans based solely on Aunt Lu San's approval. After leaving the Yu family, Chun Hongji felt pain in her feet and head, her chest tight with pent-up anger, cursing the wretched girl under her breath. Upon returning home, she took the herbs given by Dr. Zhao, crushed them, and applied them to Aunt Lu San. Old and useless, she muttered impatiently. Aunt Lu San observed the medicinal liquid oozing from her ankle and glanced at Chun Hongji's retreating figure, bemused. How peculiar. The beans are popping in the cold pot. Chapter 58. Ginseng Father, what are you buying incense and candles for? Yunwan inquired, puzzled by the heap of offerings that Bao Hua had unloaded from the ox cart. We have received the blessings of the mountain god. We ought to pay our respects, he replied, his expression devoid of the pain he felt when spending money. Who knew these candies and incense would be so costly? He had spent over half of the 5 taels of silver he possessed. Yunwan could only smile wryly at his words, but she refrained from voicing her thoughts, believing her father's words had struck a chord with the Yu family. If we were to offer, let us do so. Her keen eyes caught sight of a green fruit peeking from the bag. She reached in and pulled out a green apple. A few large pears were nestled beneath it, truly a long-lost treasure. "Father, may I have a taste?" she asked shamelessly. Go ahead, go ahead. These are rather expensive, but I bought extra for you little ones to try," he said, handing her an apple and a pear. Yunwan did not hesitate, taking a bite of the yellow-green apple. Sour and sweet. This must be the authentic mountain apple. Such green apples are rarely seen in modern times. As she savored the fruit, her hands were not idle. She picked up a pear for inspection. A large mountain pear. The skin was quite thick. After dinner, Yunwan set aside 2 sacks of peas for Baohua to make cold jelly, moving the rest to her room. With a flicker of thought, the beans on the ground instantly organized themselves into her peach blossom space. This operation was an accidental trigger for her, likely due to a system update. Opening the peach blossom exchange, she noted that she had collected a total of 100 gene of beans today. Clicking to exchange, the beans disappeared from the space, followed by the sound of coins clinking into her pouch. She quickly checked her balance of peach blossom currency, 23,573. With the system upgrade inching ever closer, she playfully rolled over on the bed, glancing at the pear that had fallen to the ground. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, prompting her to access the marketplace in search of apples. As usual, the prerequisite was a pound. Stealthily, she entered the kitchen and stashed away the pears and apples purchased by her father, and then unlocked 2 slots in her fruit inventory one by one. Authentic sweet mountain apples. 1 peach source coin for 3 pounds. Authentic tart mountain apples. 1 peach source coin for 3 pounds. Honey pear. 1 peach source coin for 3 pounds. Tribute pear. 1 peach source coin for 3 pounds. What a bargain. She purchased 5 pounds of each variety. The fruits were vibrant in color, suggesting they had been optimized. The apples came in both red and green varieties. Tasting the red apple revealed a thin skin and delightful sweetness. The green apple retained its tartness, its flavor reminiscent of the ones her father had bought. Yet its appearance was vastly improved. The 2 types of pears were similarly sweet, while the honey pear exuded a subtle fragrance of honey. After placing a pound of tribute pears and a pound of green apples in the kitchen, she stealthily returned to her room. Since she was exchanging goods with the mountain deity, it was essential to transfer provisions from her inventory. In one breath, she procured 500 pounds of rice and 200 pounds of flour. As she slid the grain bags, several sacks of food materialized on the floor. Fortunately, the food was contained within burlap sacks typical of this era, thus sparing her any undue effort. She then idly browsed the exchange marketplace, gradually succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Baohua entered to scoop rice, her astonishment palpable. Little sister, wake up. What is it, third sister?" Yunwan murmured sleepily. "Oh, please don't sleep any longer. Look, is it not the mountain deity who has sent us provisions?" Baohua exclaimed, shaking Yunwan awake. "Ah, I know about that," she replied, before promptly returning to her dreams. Baohua, realizing the significance, was elated. It truly was a manifestation of the mountain deity's grace. She had noticed the beans had vanished, yet several sacks of grain had appeared. Shaking off her drowsiness, she made her way towards her mother's room. Before long, there was a knock at Yunwan's door. "Little sister, rise to pay homage to the mountain deity." Her father knocked heavily twice. With her slumber interrupted, she lost all inclination to sleep. Quickly, she sprang up and opened the door. "Father, why are you all standing there?" Her father, Baohua, and her mother, cradling the dog Wang, stood outside her room. Her father peered into her room a few times, and Baohua urged, "Let father have a look." Yunwan couldn't help but laugh, hastily stepping aside. Her father, filled with urgency, stepped inside. Upon seeing the additional grain sacks, he hurriedly opened one to inspect the contents. It is truly the mountain deity manifesting. Quickly, summon the children to bow in gratitude. "Bow. We are genuinely to pay homage to the mountain deity," Yunwan thought. Nevertheless, she decided to fully embrace the theatricality of the moment, affirming her connection with the deity. Accompanying her father, Yunwan assisted her mother as they proceeded towards the rear of the house. In the distance, they spotted a square table adorned with incense, vegetarian dishes, wine, and fruits alongside rice and beans. Yunwan knelt before the altar as her father made arrangements. He instructed Yunwan to kneel in front, while he, her mother, and Bao Hua knelt behind, followed by the two younger siblings. In the midst of Yu father's murmurs, Yunwan completed her offerings to the mountain deity. The supplication was simple. The mountains are high and spiritual, gratitude for the mountains, wishing for peace and health within the home. Acknowledging the mountain god's protection over the Yu family. Should there be any inadequacies, may dreams convey them to Yanyo. Curious, the children, Lu Suo and Yi Tsong, inquired, "Mother, why do we worship the mountain god?" Having never been taught about such rituals, they found it quite intriguing. "Why are you asking so many questions? Don't go blabbering outside," Bao admonished. Observing their mother's serious demeanor, the siblings dared not press further, nodding obediently. "Understood. Mother, we shall not speak." After the worship, Bao Hua and Xiao Tsong prepared to set up a stall in town, leaving Lu Suo and Yunwan to gather beans together. The sun ascended high in the sky, and a few families trickled in, bringing far more beans than the previous day, with some even arriving with handcarts. "You must be Yanyo. I am your elder sister-in-law as brother-in-law, so I suppose that makes me your cousin." A woman, stout and short, with a back basket taller than her, filled with a sack of beans, approached Yunwan, brimming with enthusiasm. "All right, let us weigh them," Yunwan replied, succinctly, indifferent to familial ties, as long as there were beans to collect. At that moment, Wu Linghong entered the courtyard. Come, if you need a weigh, hurry up." He walked directly to the bean seller, effortlessly lifting a bag of beans with ease. His presence significantly expedited the weighing process, and soon it was completed. "Let us go eat." Wu Linghong assisted in carrying the beans to the kitchen. "Mother, we are going to Aunt Wu's for a meal," Yunwan said, cradling the little dog Wang, dressed in a new outfit sewn by your mother. As the warm weather allowed, the dog wriggled excitedly in her arms, playfully slapping her face and drooling in delight. "Oh, you little rascal." Yunwan gently patted his bottom. Your mother shook her head slightly. "I will take care of Wang. You all go eat." "Aunt Yu, and old man, you should join us for some lively company," Wu Linghong remarked at the right moment. It would be impolite to decline a personal invitation. Yunwan gestured for Lu Suo to assist your mother, suggesting it was time to socialize and avoid the monotony of staying indoors, which could lead to illness. The Wu family had not invited many for the gathering, just neighbors from around their old residence and the village head's family. Upon entering the Wu courtyard, Yunwan spotted the Yu family, which did not surprise her. It seemed both families had decided to bring their children's engagement to the forefront. Zhao Qi noticed Yunwan's family, but chose to ignore them, and Yunwan had no intention of approaching her. Zhao Qi shot a glare at Yunwan before turning to help with the cooking in the kitchen. "Please, have a seat, Uncle Yuani. Dinner will be ready shortly." Wu mother greeted warmly as the Yu family entered. Today, Tian wore a lovely pastel pink dress, her little face clean and fair. She beamed at Yunwan, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Yunwan gently touched her cheek and offered her an apple from the basket. Tian is so well-behaved. Nyani. Yu ran, upon seeing the apple in Yunwan's hand, paused momentarily before approaching with a soft greeting. After speaking, she quickly glanced at Wu Linghong, "Brother Wu." Yunwan nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Linghong also nodded slightly. Yunwan handed the basket to Wu Linghong, containing apples, pears, and a pastry that Bao Hua had bought yesterday. Originally, their neighbor was supposed to come over to help wash the vegetables and do the dishes, but she had her own matters to attend to and was quite busy. The meal consisted of a simple 4 dishes and a soup, 3 wild vegetables, and a lamb soup pot, which could be considered quite lavish in the village. After the meal, Yunwan sent the 2 locks to the mountainside to search for chicken mushrooms. Last night, a tempting exchange task appeared in the marketplace. 30 pounds of chicken mushrooms and 30 pounds of special fungi could be exchanged for a 50-year-old ginseng. Available for a limited time of half a month. It was hard to imagine which fool would undertake such a venture. Chapter 59. The Yu brothers sell beans under the blazing sun. The trees behind the house rustled softly. "Wang, Wang, Wang," Lil Chong called out in a tender voice. "Yunwan, A loud voice rang out from the courtyard. Startled, Yunwan trembled, and a bag of beans fell from her space. Who is it? Really? She opened the kitchen door and stepped outside. The Yu brothers were gathered in the courtyard, with piles of grain bags at their feet. Oh, how intriguing. She had thought these families had severed ties with hers and would not be visiting. However, it was not exactly a visit. It was merely a transaction. Little Chong wiggled his little bottom and ran to tug at Yunwan's pant leg. She picked him up and looked at the families. What brings you here? Little aunt, we heard you are collecting beans? Li Xiao, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yu family, was pushed forward by her younger sisters-in-law. Li Xiao appeared timid, but Yuan did not press her. Yes, I am collecting. She surveyed the group, noticing the absence of a few brothers from the Yu family. Little girl, we have plenty of beans among our families. You might as well take them all. After all, you're also waiting for. It was Yu Kai, the son of the second Yu family, who spoke as he nudged 3 burlap sacks of beans forward. Who said I was waiting? Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. Hey, you don't want them? Are you teasing us? The 2 sons of the eldest Yu family chimed in unison. Yuan replied, Are you deaf? I said I'm not waiting, but I did not say I would not take them. If you want them, then you can have them. Yu Liang, the only son of the 4th Yu family, chuckled. Yuan glanced at him, thinking he looked just like his father. Little girl, old Yu limped over, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Grandpa Yu Liang's wife called out. Old Yu smiled faintly, nodded, and looked at Yuan. I will definitely take them. But I do not need so many right now. If you all sell them to me, it will be 3 cash for 2 pounds. Yuan crossed her arms and stated matter-of-factly, Humph, your family treated the original owner specially before, so now I will treat you specially as well. Wasn't it 3 cash per pound? Yuan replied, That was the price from a couple of days ago. I have collected quite a bit already. You missed the chance. Are you doing this on purpose? Yuan retorted, You have no say in my dealings. I will collect the beans as I please. If you do not want to exchange for money, you can trade for grain instead. 5 pounds of beans for 1 pound of rice. The families moved aside to whisper among themselves. Let us exchange some currency. My household is running low on provisions, and I find it more advantageous to barter for grain. I suspect she is deliberately trying to manipulate us. I must return home to consult with my mother. You all should wait, while Yu Yuming hesitates for a moment before deciding to seek her mother as counsel. The 2 sons of Yu Lao dare not make a decision, and both families retreat. Only the 3rd son of Yu exchanged for 2 bags of rice. This arrangement is rather amicable, as the rice he received was the stale grain originally contributed by their families. Once the exchange was completed, the 2 brothers promptly turned to leave. Remaining was Yu Yuliang from the 4th family, who, with a tone of sincerity, inquired, Auntie, our beans have become infested with pests. What do you call me, young miss? Yu Yuliang felt a bit embarrassed. Young Warm was amused and replied, Very well, let us weigh them. After all, the space will purify them, and the pests will not pose an issue. Yu Yuliang took the scales and weighed his beans 3 times. The total came to 219 jin, but Young Warm rounded it to 220 jin. Would you prefer to exchange for grain or silver? She asked. Either is fine, given that his family had previously surreptitiously provided some food for the Yu family. Young Warm agreed to exchange 4 jin of beans for 1 jin of rice. She weighed out 55 jin of rice for him. Young Warm reiterated, You are receiving 4 jin of beans for every jin of grain. Ah, splendid, he exclaimed, delighted, and left with the provisions. Young Warm quipped, I do not require your approval. Yu father sat in front of the stove, his hands drooping. Upon seeing Young Warm approach, he remarked, Young miss, have bean prices dropped? Ah, indeed, Yu father is mindful of several families. Father, do you think I've been harsh? Young Warm settled onto a straw stool beside him. Yu father inhaled deeply. In a family, there are no 2 surnames. Young Warm noticed that his hair had turned even whiter since her arrival. Although their diet had improved and his spirits had lifted, perhaps age truly takes its toll. While there may be no 2 surnames in a family, the family must still share the meals of several households. Father, I merely offer them a fair price. Considering how they treated us in the past, it suffices. Young Warm felt a twinge of discomfort at Yu father's words, her expression darkening momentarily. Young miss, that is not my intention. I merely fear others will ridicule you, father, he said with a hint of resignation in his eyes. "From now on, you shall take charge of these matters. I shall refrain from interjecting." Seeing young Warm's displeasure, your father quickly softened his tone. Young Warm had no desire to be angry with him. He was, after all, an elderly man. It was difficult to change one's nature, but ultimately, she would have a final say. "Very well, father, I understand my boundaries." That evening, the two locks were cheerful, carrying 4 or 5 chicken mushrooms in their baskets. Tomorrow, they must venture out again. Young Warm discreetly retrieved the chicken mushrooms from a basket and tossed them into her storage space. She was determined to acquire this ginseng. Whether to sell or to keep for nourishing you father and your mother, it would serve its purpose well. If only the Taoyuan Mall offered medicinal items, she mused. Indeed, she had been preoccupied with grains and vegetables lately, neglecting medicinal goods. Upon returning to her room, she opened them all to search. Current level insufficient. The next level requires 50,000 Taoyuan coins, and she was still nearly 20,000 short. Since the exchange mall allows for item redemption, she could focus on selecting the scarce goods of this era for barter. Selling them for silver and then exchanging that for Taoyuan coins would also be a viable strategy. She opened the redemption mall and perused it briefly, her attention caught by a section offering a trade of wild mountain vegetables for cotton. The exchange value seemed quite favorable. 5 pounds of wild vegetables could be exchanged for 1 pound of cotton. Cotton is indeed a precious commodity. Wouldn't this lead to the depletion of wild vegetables? After dinner, Baohua handed over the more than 2 taels of silver she had earned in recent days to Yunwan. Yunwan calculated that they could net a profit of 280 to 300 when daily. "Oh dear, I feel our craft is becoming too well known," Baohua said, her face etched with worry. "What is the matter?" Yunwan surmised that someone had discovered their secret in such a short time. Indeed, every endeavor has its initial difficulties, and once a prototype is established, imitation follows naturally. Today, when I set up my stall, I noticed another vendor selling a similar product. Although it didn't look as good as ours, they were undercutting our prices. No matter, you keep selling your wares. If she wishes to replicate our flavors, she must still use the right seasonings. How cheap can she go? Even if someone manages to concoct something, she could always use cornmeal to make a chilled noodle dish. Tofu-based products could also be introduced alongside. As far as food is concerned, I have no worries. Hearing this, Baohua felt somewhat reassured. In a couple of days, I will teach you to make other dishes. We need not fret. Upon returning home, she exchanged the beans collected that day. They had gathered 500 pounds of beans, which were exchanged for 5,000 Taoyuan coins. She estimated that there wouldn't be many beans left to collect in the village. Next, she set aside time to complete the ginseng task. The following morning, the air was damp, carrying the scent of earth. A rain had fallen in the middle of the night. The fog enveloped Fanyuan village in the morning, resembling an ink-wash painting that had yet to dry. Water dripped from the thatched eaves. Plink, plink. Yunwan wiped the droplets from her forehead and dashed into the kitchen. "Third sister, you can't go." "I must. I prepared 2 large basins of chilled noodles last night, and if I don't go, they will spoil." Baohua busily moved items from the kitchen to take to the town. "I'll accompany you. It feels like the sky might burst open today. But shouldn't it rain again, right? What are you going for? Just tell me what you need." It was still not fully dawn, and Baohua worried about the potential rain on their journey. "I just want to wander around the town." "All right." Baohua noted that Yunwan seemed to have something on her mind and did not press further, bringing an extra raincoat along. Today, it was Lakmei and Baohua's turn to set up their stall. Before leaving, Yunwan instructed Suojian that if anyone came to weigh beans, they should return tomorrow, and asked her in Shaotsong to go into the mountains to gather chicken mushrooms. With July approaching and last night's heavy rain, many fungi would likely have sprouted. The road to the town was exceptionally treacherous, with puddles and potholes everywhere. It was bumpier than riding in a rickety cart. Finally, they arrived at the town. Yunwan first went to the stall with Baohua. After standing for a while, she turned to seek out another vendor selling chilled noodles. In the distance, a woman wearing a headscarf and a faded blue dress stood at her stall, eagerly watching the passers-by. Upon closer inspection, Yunwan recognized her. "Isn't that Li, the butcher's wife?" "You are Li." She stood up and looked at Yunwan, furrowing her brow for a few seconds. "Oh, you're the little girl from Uncle Yu's family, aren't you?" "Ah, it is indeed I, Sister Zhang, selling delicacies. What a wretched fate this is. Come, come, allow me to serve you a bowl, though I must admit, it pales in comparison to that stall over there." Li pointed somewhat awkwardly towards the distant stall of Baohua. "Well, I shan't be polite then." Yongwan accepted the bowl of cold noodles poured by Li and took a taste. The texture of the noodles was coarse, with a hint of soybean residue detectable. The flavors she savored in her mouth were intricate, a sharp acidity, intertwined with bitterness, which in turn led to astringency, and finally a hint of spiciness, accompanied by a few strips of pickled radish. "How is it?" Li leaned in eagerly, her expression filled with anticipation. "Well, it cannot truly be deemed delicious. Sister Zhang, how did you manage to balance the acidity in this?" Yongwan sampled the broth again, finding the sourness somewhat familiar. "I used sour lemons for the broth," Li replied candidly. Seeing that Yongwan had tasted thoughtfully, she did not hold back. She dragged a wooden bucket from the corner of the table, revealing several small green fruits within. Yongwan took one from her hand and sniffed it. Was this not a lemon? It turns out they are indeed present here. A look of delight spread across her face. "Sister Zhang, did you purchase these fruits? There are 2 trees growing in my backyard, flourishing well, though they are too sour to eat. Thus, I use them for seasoning. Quite commendable. You must be using coarse salt." I discerned the bitterness within was due to Li incorporating the lemon peel into the mixture. The acidity in the broth was not solely from the lemons, but also from the rough, coarse salt, making it rather impure and uncomfortable for the stomach. To be candid, the last time my husband, old Zhang, went to your place to castrate the pigs, he returned having castrated 2 adult boars, yet they perished. Now he is off to purchase piglets, as money is required everywhere. I thought to emulate others by selling cold noodles, but my product is inferior, thus I must sell it cheaply. Coarse salt is simply too costly. Li conveyed her grievances regarding the pig castration with a tone of lament. The adult pigs were slaughtered without proper bleeding, rendering the meat unsellable. Upon hearing this, Yongwan was incredulous. Is this not utter madness? Adult pigs cannot be slaughtered. I noticed the neighboring cold noodle stall was bustling with customers, and thought to myself that if my household were more affluent, perhaps I could also succeed. However, Li did not elaborate further as customers began to approach to purchase cold noodles. "Your cold noodles are only 2 a customer inquired. "Yes, indeed. Affordable and in ample quantity." The man paid 2 lifted the bowl, and took a taste. "Ugh, what a dreadful mess this is. So distasteful for 2 The man hurled the bowl to the ground, panting heavily as he unleashed a torrent of curses towards Li. "You Li are shameless." Flushed with embarrassment, Li waved her hands repeatedly. "I shall refund your money. What is the matter with you?" A furious voice erupted from behind. Yongwan turned to see the butcher Zhang approaching, a pig cage in hand. "Old Zhang." Upon seeing the butcher, Li's eyes brimmed with tears. Zhang tossed the pig cage aside and embraced Li. "What is wrong?" Your cold noodles are inedible." I not allowed to speak the truth? "Come, everyone, let us judge this." The man's voice boomed, quickly attracting a crowd of early market goers. "Take your money and leave. If it's distasteful, I never forced you to eat." Zhang seized the 2 from Li and hurled it at the man. The man, seeing the butcher's clenched fists and fierce demeanor, spat silently before retreating in haste. "Disperse. Disperse." With a wave of his hand, Zhang the butcher instructed the onlookers to clear the area. "Is everything all right?" he inquired, glancing down at Li. "All is well. Look who has arrived." Li stepped out from Zhang's embrace and pointed towards Yunwan. "Brother Zhang, oh, miss you, what brings you here?" Zhang the butcher expressed surprise upon seeing Yunwan. "I came to enjoy some rice noodles." "All right. I also wanted to ask about the condition of the 2 piglets at your home." The 2 engaged in conversation on a straw stool at the stall, discussing the piglets. Eventually, Yunwan got straight to the point. "Brother Zhang, Sister Zhang, that stall actually belongs to my family." She glanced at their expressions. Upon hearing that the stall was hers, Li's face turned awkward, struggling to maintain her composure. "Oh dear, I had no idea. If I had known. I only came to this stall today." She continued, "Miss you, my wife was unaware that it was your family's." Zhang the butcher, ever protective of his wife, reassured her. It's all right. Perhaps we could collaborate. Yunwan contemplated for a moment before responding. Collaborate? The butcher couple exchanged puzzled glances. Can such a food venture truly be a collaboration? I heard that your family has a shop on the main street. Sister Zhang used to sell food there, right? Yunwan recalled Zhao's wife mentioning her sister-in-law's food stall on the main street. Indeed, I had initially planned to sell the on the main street, but alas, everyone has been drawn to your side. Li admitted, her discomfort evident. How about we discuss a partnership? I believe our two families could work together profitably. Yunwan thought it wise to develop their snack business further. How shall we proceed? I would like to see the location of your shop. With her suggestion, the couple did not hesitate. After all, they had nothing to lose and decided to accompany Yunwan to the main street. The shop on the main street belonged to the Zhang family, situated at a prime location right at the entrance of the market. The shop was around 10 square meters, featuring a separate preparation area inside, with ample space outside for a few tables. Quite nice. Chapter 61. A win-win collaboration, Brother Zhang, Sister Zhang. My family will handle the production of and we will introduce other food items later. Your family can manage the shop and sales. As for the profit sharing, Yunwan paused. Let it be favorable for you. You needn't worry about sales. Our family consistently earns around 300 won daily. If we set up at your shop, it should exceed 500 won daily. Additionally, we can introduce variety to the offerings, ensuring we won't incur losses. Upon hearing this, the butcher couple realized that this could yield over 10 taels of silver in a month, a significant improvement over their previous earnings from selling subpar produce. How about a 60-40 split, with you receiving 60 and us 40, monsieur? Zhang the butcher proposed first. He only earned a few hundred won from selling a pig, and if they could generate 10 taels a month, their family would benefit by at least 7 or 8 taels. 60-40 sounds agreeable, Yunwan replied, initially considering an even 50-50 split. Zhang the butcher was not foolish. In business with acquaintances, it was best if neither party took undue advantage of the other. After finalizing the details, Yunwan departed. On her way back from the main street, she noticed that the stall owned by Bao Hua was teeming with customers. Yunwan discreetly carried a bundle of chicken blood vine towards the apothecary. Today was not a market day, so she presumed that Manager Liu would likely be absent. However, last time I had already made arrangements with the apothecary in town. The price of chicken blood vine should not have fluctuated much. There are 20 pounds of it. Miss you. This batch of chicken blood vine is not particularly good in quality, so I can only offer you 150 won per pound. The shopkeeper counted out 3 taels of silver for her. That is acceptable. Yunwan nodded and accepted the money. Upon exiting the apothecary, she strolled through the ready-made clothing shop. How much are ordinary cloth shoes? Yunwan inquired. Cloth shoes are 60 won a pair. Please bring me 3 pairs of women's shoes in size 6.5, 2 pairs in size 6 and 8, 1 pair of men's shoes in size 7, and 1 pair of men's shoes in size 6.5. Yunwan selected 2 colors, 1 blue and 1 black. Since she would be doing farm work, darker colors are more durable. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's mouth curled into a smile as he cheerfully replied, Certainly, my lady, I will wrap them up for you. The shoe sizes were information she had gleaned from an indirect inquiry to Yu's mother about a week ago. She had long wished to purchase cloth shoes, but had been too busy until now. After securing the shoes, she also bought 2 batches of fine cotton fabric, intending to explore later that evening whether the peach blossom system could unlock cotton fabric categories. Upon leaving the clothing shop, she proceeded to purchase fire starters and 2 oil lamps, planning to place one in Baohua's room and another in Xiaocong's. She also acquired a pound each of brown sugar and white sugar, along with soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and cooking oil, intending to utilize these items to activate the shopping grid of the Peach Blossom Marketplace. By the time she returned to her stall, the cold jelly had nearly sold out. Many customers brought their own bamboo tubes to scoop up the sour soup and then packaged it to take away. On the way home from the town, Yunwan discussed the matter concerning the butcher Zhang's family with Baohua. Baohua expressed confusion. Can they really profit just by opening a shop? Not exactly. If you deliver cold jelly every 3 days, it will eliminate the need for daily trips to town. After a while, the rainy season will likely commence, making it difficult to rent shops on the main street, as most are reserved for personal use. Yunwan primarily aimed to sell a personal favor, and having the village chief's family to support her would be advantageous. Even if it were not the Li family producing the cold jelly, others would inevitably step in. It would be wiser to include her in the venture by fostering goodwill, and given that she had inquired about the rental prices for shops in town, the cost on a main street will be no less than 3 to 5 taels per month. In reality, both families would benefit. The beans and condiments were all prepared by the Yu family. They merely lacked the selling step. What appeared to be a loss was, in fact, not a loss at all. Bao Hua and her group would free up their time to pursue other endeavors, avoiding the need for early mornings and late nights. The rent of 3 to 5 taels could offset the cost of raw materials. 3 to 5 taels could purchase 500 pounds of beans, yielding 9,000 pounds of cold jelly, with each bowl weighing half a pound, allowing for the sale of 18,000 bowls. On average, they could sell 600 bowls a day, depending on the foot traffic in town. Eventually, Bao Hua and her team would grind the powder at home and deliver every 3 days, while the Li family could handle the cooking in the operating room. This way, the Yu family would experience much relief. Upon returning home, Suojin and Xiaocong were already waiting at the door for her. "Mother, Aunt, we discovered a great number of chicken mushrooms," the two exclaimed joyfully. Yunwan jumped off the ox cart and headed into the courtyard, where she found approximately 20 plump chicken mushrooms. She gathered them all and stored them in her space. "Aunt," in the kitchen, 2 baskets of fruit had mysteriously appeared. Jinjian, seeing Yunwan emerge from the room, handed her an apple. "Come here," Bao Hua urged, leading Yunwan aside to whisper, "Has the mountain god sent us fresh goods again?" "Sure, one must not speak of such things," Yunwan replied, narrowing her eyes in feigned profundity. Bao Hua nodded in understanding. "Go ahead and eat. There is plenty for everyone," Yunwan generously proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the 2 locks swallowed hard. "Can we really eat them, Aunt?" "Go on, but don't finish them all at once." Bao Hua monits. Yunwan returned to the room and retrieved 30 pounds of pork she had bought from the Wu family. It had no odor, as she had chosen 15 pounds of shoulder meat and 15 pounds of ribs for curing. With the mushroom season approaching, it was essential to have cured meat for stir-frying with them. Although the curing process would be brief and lack the aroma of aged cured meat, it would still suffice for a taste. "Little girl, is it true that the mountain god has taken to eating meat?" Yudi queried, puzzled. Yunwan neither confirmed nor denied it, secretly amused by the mystery she had cultivated. While Bao Hua prepared dinner, she sliced a piece of meat for Bao Hua to stir-fry with ginger and scallions. The remainder she took to the spring, where she washed it with white wine. After dinner, Yunwan commenced the seasoning process. Using the simplest ingredients, salt and Sichuan peppercorns, she sauteed the salt until it turned a light golden hue and allowed the peppercorns to release their fragrant aroma. Once cooled, she rubbed the mixture onto the meat and ribs, adding a touch of sugar to enhance the flavor. Once seasoned, she placed it in a bowl and set it in the kitchen-esque ventilation area to dry for 4 to 5 days. Yunwan instructed the 2 locks to remember to turn the meat daily to prevent excessive salt accumulation on one side. By the time the curing was done, night had fully descended. Yunwan distributed the supplies she had procured that day, gifting each person a pair of cloth shoes. "Thank you, Aunt," exclaimed the 2 locks, delightedly examining their new footwear. "What's the point of spending money on this?" Bao Hua remarked, though her heart was a mix of joy and bitterness. After years of hard labor for the Zhao family, she had never received a pair of shoes from them. Noticing her reddened eyes, Yunwan gently patted her shoulder to offer comfort. "Now we no longer need to worry excessively about food. Next, we should ensure we dress well. Let us work hard together to make sure we're well-fed and warmly clothed this year." Yes, Bao Hua nodded, her voice choked with emotion. The 2 locks nestled into Bao Hua's embrace. "Good children, thank you," Yudi suddenly interjected. "Thank you for what, mother? We are family. Indeed, we are family." Satisfied that Yudi showed no signs of discomfort, she handed the oil lamp to Bao Hua and retreated to her room. Opening her storage space, she searched for fabric. Current level insufficient. Once again, she encountered the dreaded notification of insufficient level. Yunwan glanced through the exchange shop, where a golden box appeared. It was that monthly surprise. She felt a surge of excitement. The last time, she had been just shy of the end of the month, and now, at the beginning of this month, she had received another. Chapter 62. The young girl gathering mushrooms. Yuan waved her hand grandly, opening all the boxes. Ancient-style small mirror, 115 peach blossom coins. To her astonishment, the first box contained a mirror. To be precise, it is a copper mirror, albeit with a modern finish. Yuan was at a loss for words, questioning the purpose of gazing into a mirror in such a secluded corner. However, since the grid was opened and she could not retreat, she had already lost 15 Taiyuan coins. Well, never mind, she thought. Let us make do and take a look. She retrieved the mirror and examined her face. The original owner had quite striking features. Tossing the mirror into her space, she resumed opening blind boxes. Natural shampoo, 15 Taiyuan coins. Oh, this is good. Gently prodding with her finger, a family-sized bottle of shampoo appeared in her hand. The vessel resembled a copper basin. And absurdly, the bottle's closure was a corn cob stopper. Fine, she certainly needed this. The last grid revealed. Grass paper, 110 Taiyuan coins. As soon as the image appeared, she eagerly began to fumble with it. A thick bundle of grass paper landed in her hands, nearly slipping through her grip. The paper was slightly yellowed, speckled with wood shavings, yet felt quite decent. This was something she truly required. Who knew they used bamboo strips for such purposes here? Fortunately, the original owner did not suffer from hemorrhoids. If it were her modern self, she would likely have to endure discomfort daily. Having opened all 3 grids, she noticed a refresh option in the corner. Without hesitation, she clicked on refresh. 500 Taiyuan coins to refresh. Please confirm. She instinctively withdrew her hand. Never mind. This was not the time for extravagance. Perhaps after the system upgrade, she could indulge. She placed the shampoo in a corner of the room, alongside the bundle of grass paper. Then, she commenced opening the soy sauce grid, the fine salt grid, the vinegar grid, as well as an assortment of white and brown sugar and cooking oil. Afterward, she exchanged a bit of each to display. Noting that her space still contained a full bucket of lard from the initial system gift, she pondered whether she could unlock the lard grid. Upon searching for it, she was met with the response, "No such item found." Very well, she let go of that thought. She had even forgotten to purchase some fatty pork to practice rendering oil. The following morning, Bao Hua and the duo of Air Sual and Yi Song rose before dawn to grind bean powder. Yu Nguyen intended to grind some pea powder over the next couple of days to deliver to the butcher, with specifics to be discussed once it reached their hands. She donned the new hemp garment her mother had sewn for her. Although the sleeves were a tad long, it looked quite nice overall. Just as she stepped outside, she turned back to retrieve the grass paper and shampoo from last night, carrying them around. Bao Hua and Yu Dad had grown accustomed to her antics and remained silently observant. They felt it best to refrain from questions lest they inadvertently offend the mountain deity. Seeing their lips sealed, Yu Nguyen's heart blossomed with joy. "Thank you, mountain deity." After temporarily placing her items in the kitchen, she slung her backpack over her shoulders, preparing to venture into the mountains in search of goods. "Little girl, how about letting Air Sual accompany you?" Bao Hua suggested. "No need. You two focus on grinding the powder for now." Once in the mountains, she began her search amidst the pine forest. It seemed there had been a drizzle last night, with the rain soaking through thoroughly over the past days. The forest floor was damp with fallen leaves. She picked up a stick to aid her search. Green-headed mushrooms, Before long, she began to uncover some treasures beneath her feet. She joyfully crouched down to pick up a charming little green mushroom. Observing the nearby patch, she noted that it was abundant with green-cap mushrooms. With her first find, she entered a foraging frenzy, collecting a variety of mushrooms: porcini, chanterelles, milk caps, red mushrooms, and the elusive blue-footed mushroom, even gathering a cluster of black porcini. This was splendid. The black porcini are the most aromatic of all. She foraged from the pine forest all the way to the bamboo grove, where she found an ample supply of bamboo fungus. Venturing into an eucalyptus forest, she spotted several clusters of black chicken mushrooms and earth buns. A moment of hesitation passed. Typically, chicken mushrooms found in eucalyptus groves are inedible, as the eucalyptus itself is toxic. She recalled a tale from her childhood, where someone in her village, dismissing the warnings, consumed chicken mushrooms from such a grove and was plagued by severe stomach distress that very day. Regrettably, she shook her head. Yet the growth was so vigorous. Perhaps she could collect some to see if they could be exchanged? If not, she could always discard them. She bent down and gathered a few, placing them in her storage space. Uncertain if the space could purify the mushrooms, she was reluctant to test the toxicity on herself. Upon returning home, she was greeted by the astonished looks of her family as they beheld her overflowing basket of fungi. "Are these edible?" they inquired, bewildered. Young Wan, witnessing their surprise, merely smiled in silence. The quantity she had gathered today likely fell short of 30 pounds, but there were still many days left for foraging. She decided to generously share several green caps and yellow porcini while storing the rest in her space for later. After cleaning the mushrooms, she ventured into her storage to procure 2 pounds of green and red peppers. Alas, she had forgotten to activate her garlic supply. Searching through her pantry, she found only a small amount of garlic left, unsure if it would suffice to activate her storage slot. It typically required 1 pound of garlic for activation. She clicked to activate. 1 peach source coin for 5 pounds. To her surprise, it was sufficient, and she quickly purchased 5 pounds. For lunch, she prepared a simple dish of stir-fried green caps with garlic and another of stir-fried porcini with dried peppers and garlic. "Wow, Annie, this toxic mushroom smells delightful," exclaimed Jeanne, leaning closer to the stove and beckoning the steam with her hand. "It tastes even better. Hurry and call your grandparents for lunch." Young Wan chuckled at her enthusiasm. "What a joke, it's just mushrooms," she thought. Fortunately, their area was abundant with mushrooms, and they were in for a treat. At the dining table, Bao Hua, with her keen eyes, noticed the basket of mushrooms had diminished. A hint of suspicion arose in her mind. Could it be that the mountain deity has taken to consuming toxic mushrooms? They are indeed edible, Young Wan asserted decisively. She scooped a generous spoonful of green caps and mixed it with rice before taking a bite. The long-awaited taste of earthly delights was exquisite. Seeing her enjoy it, the others at the Yu family table hesitated momentarily before tentatively picking up their chopsticks. "It's safe, right?" Last time, Young Wan said the chicken mushrooms were edible. "Surely this batch is too. I wouldn't deceive you. Is it not delicious?" Young Wan glanced around at her companions, noticing their lips glistening with the savory dish. "Delicious. Indeed. I never imagined toxic mushrooms could taste so good." Xiao Tsong nodded vigorously, cheeks full of rice, mumbling indistinctly. Observing their enjoyment of the spicy dish brought Young Wan joy. It would be challenging to cook if those who could and could not tolerate spice lived together. After a while, even old Yu could not help but exclaim, "Who would have thought this spice could enhance the flavor so much?" Though his teeth were not strong, he still relished the heat. Only Yu's mother eats slightly fewer green peppers, as the elderly tend to prefer a lighter diet. However, Young Wan seems to favor the flavor of beef liver mushrooms. The rich aroma of these mushrooms is truly delightful. Stir-frying beef liver mushrooms requires the addition of dried chili peppers, and the combination of their fragrance with that of the chili is simply intoxicating. After dinner, Young Wan, as usual, ventured into the mountains to forage for mushrooms, humming a cheerful tune, her face radiating joy, a cascade of surprises, a release of stress, and a sense of physical and mental ease. Indeed, the joy of mushroom foraging is a pleasure only understood by those who partake in it. Chapter 63. A bountiful find. The dried mushrooms. Young Wan parted the few pine needles atop the mushrooms, revealing 3 clusters of dried mushrooms. Their once golden edges had transformed into a silvery hue, a sign of maturity. Yet, regardless of their appearance, their unique aroma remained unchanged. They are the pinnacle of the fried rice world. After collecting them, she continued along the path and stumbled upon several abalone mushrooms. Excellent. Abalone mushrooms paired with steamed egg custard. These are indeed precious varieties among mushrooms. As the sun dipped in the west, she had nearly filled her basket with an assortment of fungi. Upon returning home, she noticed a few figures standing in the courtyard. You all informed Yao Niu that Bao Hua saw Young Wan return, and they stepped forward to take her basket, turning to head into the kitchen. "Yao Niu, we're trading beans for rice." Young Wan cast a glance at them, realizing they were the sons of Yu Laoda and Yu Laoer. Each family had brought 2 loads of beans, 5 pounds of beans for 1 pound of rice or flour. Young Wan did not engage in lengthy discussions with them. Since they had come to her door, how could she refuse? She still needed more Taoyuan coins, not a single increase. Yu Yuming from Yu Lao Heir's family frowned and inquired. Not a bit, Young Wan replied, her face impassive, exuding an air of finality. Seeing her cold demeanor, they finally approached to weigh the beans. Their parents were unwilling to come to Yu's household, and they felt they were of a younger generation than Young Wan, unable to act out in a raucous manner. When they left, their families had instructed them to negotiate the price upwards as much as possible. Even if it couldn't be raised, they still needed to trade, as these beans were hardly accepted by grain stores, and any conversion to food would be beneficial. Your family has a total of 425 pounds. We'll count it as 400, Young Wan stated to the two sons of Yulauda. What? Why did you reduce our weight by 25 pounds? The two sons of Yulauda exclaimed in frustration. You know why? Your beans have soaked in water, and if left for another 2 days, they'll likely sprout, Young Wan replied, reaching out to touch the bottom of the grain sack, feeling its dampness. The two brothers exchanged glances, their teeth clenched. Are you even a member of the Yu family? Why are you lenient with others, but so harsh on your own brothers? What does being a Yu family member have to do with how you treated the beans? Let me ask you, do you consider us relatives? Who else engages in such petty tricks? Young Wan retorted, arms crossed, showing no signs of yielding. If you want to weigh them, I have other matters to attend to. She turned to call out to Heir Sual and Yi Tsong. Bring out a sack. Little Tsong, standing nearby, quickly dashed into the kitchen and returned with a sack for Young Wan. She pointed at Yu Yuming from Yu Lao Heir's family and said, change it for a different bag. A flicker of impatience and guilt crossed Yu Yuming's face. Upon witnessing the scene, Yunwan became increasingly convinced that Yu Yuming had tampered with the beans from his family. She promptly summoned Bao Hua to extract the beans from his home. With a swift motion, the bottom of the beans was revealed, entirely composed of crushed stones and dirt. Well done, Yu Yuming. Did your parents instruct you to do this? Bao Hua seethed with indignation, her chest rising and falling in fury. These beans have been stored for quite some time. Who could have anticipated the debris hidden beneath? Despite Yu Yuming's stubborn denial, such trivial deceit did not deter Yunwan. Your family's weight should be 450 pounds, which rounds down to 400. Yet, do those stones not weigh less than 50 pounds? What do you mean by arbitrarily deducting 50 pounds? Fine, I shall forego them. You can return and remove all the stones before we proceed. Yunwan was not one to indulge him. Were it not for the fact that she still required a substantial amount of Taoyuan coins for her upgrade, she would have considered expelling both families from her premises. Today is the last day for collecting beans. Time waits for no one. The two families exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before finally speaking. All right, let's weigh our grain quickly. Yunwan proceeded to weigh 80 pounds of aged rice for them, the very rice they had initially delivered to the Yu family. The two families grumbled as they descended the slope, burdened with their rice. Yaonyo, how did you know they were up to no good? Bao Hua harbored lingering resentment, for they were, after all, her own kin, yet they resorted to such underhanded tactics. Yunwan scoffed. Just look at them. It's in their nature. After transferring the collected beans back to the kitchen, the day began to darken. Yunwan retrieved 2 matsutake mushrooms, whisked 5 eggs, and added lard and salt, layering the sliced mushrooms atop the egg custard. While the rice steamed, she placed the custard in the steamer to cook. At the dining table, the Yu family relished their meal. The unique texture and rich aroma of the matsutake paired exquisitely with the egg custard, delighting both Yu father and Yu mother. Following dinner, she placed 2 matsutake mushrooms on the stove, instructing Bao Hua to prepare them in chicken custard the following day, as she would be too occupied with foraging mushrooms in the mountains. Today, she had collected 800 pounds of beans, which translated into 1,500 Taoyuan coins. The exchange shop had automatically deducted 50 pounds from the total weight, a reduction she found acceptable. She browsed through the exchange shop and discovered not only wild vegetables could be exchanged for cotton, but also a category for wild mushrooms. This category permitted direct conversion into Taoyuan coins, with 1 pound of wild mushrooms yielding 30 coins. Such a rate was remarkable, equivalent to 301 for a pound of wild mushrooms. This was splendid news She would gather a team for mushroom picking the very next day. Early the next morning, Aunt Lu San tiptoed her way to the Yu residence, followed closely by her daughter-in-law, Chun Hongji, who bore 2 full loads of beans. Bao Hua. Aunt Lu San greeted with a beaming smile as she approached the grinding Bao Hua. Hello, Aunt Lu San. Are you well? Bao Hua paused her task and stepped forward to inquire. Much better now, thank you. Hongji and I have come to weigh the beans. Aunt Lu San gestured toward Chun Hongji, who pouted in silence. Bao Hua instructed them to wait a moment while she went inside to call Yunwan. Are you ready? Yunwan asked as she walked out. Bao Hua nodded in response. It has been quite a while. If it doesn't improve soon, it may not heal at all. Aunt Lu San stepped forward and grasped Yunwan's hand, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She expressed her astonishment at her daughter-in-law's unexpected kindness in allowing her to use medicine, even generously prescribing 2 additional doses for her recuperation, thanks to Yao Nyo's assistance in gathering beans. Feeling a deep sense of appreciation, she said, as long as you are well, go visit my mother for a while. I will have Suo Mei fetch a straw stool for you. Meanwhile, Chun Hongji observed the warm exchange between the two with evident disdain, her lips curled in a disdainful pout, as if they could hang lanterns. If you are to weigh, do it over here, she coldly remarked to Yunwan. The two ceased any further communication, and upon completing the weighing, a total of 380 jin, plus the previous 70 jin, amounts to 450 jin. Would you prefer grain or money? Yunwan pondered for a moment. She recalled the price of 3 won per jin and decided against adjusting the price, as she would still need to procure items within the village. 3 jin of beans for 1 jin of rice or flour, Yunwan proposed. Chun Hongji paused for a moment before responding. Then let us exchange them at half for rice and flour. Yunwan weighed out 150 jin of rice and flour purchased from the grain shop. Chun Hongji's heart soared at the sight of the 2 full bags of rice and flour. Chapter 64. Collecting mushrooms after weighing the grain, Yunwan announced. My family is now collecting mushrooms at 5 won per jin. Chun Hongji abruptly halted in her tracks, exclaiming, 5 won per jin. Good heavens! How many jin of mushrooms must be gathered each day? She resolved to call back the father and son duo who worked in town to help with the collection. Was this generosity due to that old woman's favor? Chun Hongji's mind sharpened for a moment. You understand, then, Yunwan affirmed with a nod. Chun Hongji scoffed. I truly don't know why you are so protective. Protection is not the term. I simply cannot bear to watch. Yunwan retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Chun Hongji was left feeling stifled by Yunwan's expression, which blended mockery and disdain. Oof, she huffed, turning to leave. However, halfway through, she noticed Aunt Lu San had not followed and paused her steps. This old woman could indeed be of great use, and after some contemplation, she called back. Let us go. Aunt Lu San, overwhelmed with gratitude, struggled to articulate her feelings, saying, Yao Nyo, I truly do not know how to express my thanks. I am but an old bone and cannot be of much help to you. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Yumu comforted her, saying it. We are all from the same village. There is no need for such words. Just take care of yourself. With tears in her eyes, Aunt Lu San nodded and followed her out. After the two departed, Bao Hua inquired, Yao Nyo, you are now collecting mushrooms? Indeed, mushrooms are quite delectable, and it is no wonder the mountain deity craves them. However, is 5 won per jin not a steep price? It is even more than what I sell my cold noodles for. Yes, this price is quite advantageous for us. A great profit, since we are to collect. We must also spread the word beneath the great tree in the village. The sky was still bright, and there were not many people around the tree. Instead, she encountered a few who were busy in the fields. She disseminated the news about collecting mushrooms and then set off into the mountains to gather goods. Over the next 2 days, people began to bring mushrooms to the Yu family. Early one morning, Yunwan was occupied with Bao Hua in town, finalizing matters with the butcher Zhang, and could only give Bao Hua some instructions. 2 locks and a clever one remained at home to assist her in sorting the mushrooms. Oh no, we cannot take these. Are these acceptable? Yao Nyo, why are you collecting poisonous mushrooms? Is your family rich enough to afford that? Yunwan smiled softly, choosing not to engage in conversation. Instead, she pointed out a pile of inedible poisonous mushrooms to the crowd, saying, Take a good look. I will not accept any from this heap. She then indicated another pile, adding, "And I do not want those with rotten caps." She retrieved exquisite varieties of mushrooms, such as dried mushrooms, chicken mushrooms, and matsutake from her space, presenting them. "These are 6 per pound. Examine them closely, as they can be exchanged for food." Good heavens! 6 That's enough to buy a pound of brown rice or aged rice. The urgency in her voice was palpable. "Quickly, I must weigh these. I need to venture into the mountains and bring my husband along." Yunwan sorted through the poisonous mushrooms and began weighing them for the others. The day's haul was not particularly bountiful. Most people were unfamiliar with the poisonous varieties, resulting in half of the collection being inedible. Each family managed to gather only 5 or 6 pounds of usable mushrooms. Some families opted to exchange theirs for aged rice, while others traded for better quality rice, which Yunwan had purchased from the town. As families examined the mushrooms, one remarked, "Onyo, your family is truly reaping hidden profits." "Not profits, just making ends meet," Yunwan replied with a smile, shaking her head. Curiosity piqued among the onlookers. They pressed, "What do you intend to do with those poisonous mushrooms?" Yunwan pondered for a moment and replied, "I know a merchant in the county who claims these mushrooms can be rendered safe for consumption through special processing. He offers me 9 for them. But since mushrooms are difficult to preserve, he insists that I fry them in vegetable oil before delivering them." Initially, the crowd felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the thought of selling them for 9, but upon hearing the requirement of frying them first, their sentiments shifted. Vegetable oil is quite expensive, and the frying requires time and effort. Considering the costs, it would be a blessing if the Yu family made even 2 from this venture. Once the group departed with lively steps, Yunwan resumed her selection, managing to find a few chicken mushrooms. Today's collection prominently featured green-headed mushrooms and milk-cap mushrooms, typically found in clusters. She instructed 2 children, Yi Suo and Yi Tsong, to pack them into baskets for taking to the kitchen. "Aunt, we have nothing to do today. If it weren't for that, we would also go mushroom picking," they said, eager to help. "Each pound is worth 5 They are quite keen to join in. Go ahead. Just remember to be cautious and recognize the mushrooms I've sorted out." With the villagers now preoccupied with mushroom foraging, she felt relieved, having no pressing tasks of her own. "All right then, we shall be off, Aunt. Be careful not to stray too deep," she cautioned. "I know." Meanwhile, Dad was under the eaves, tending to the small pests. Yunwan slipped into the kitchen to begin exchanging her finds. In the past couple of days, she had gathered a considerable amount of chicken mushrooms, which she weighed 31 pounds, just sufficient. Opening the exchange interface, she tossed in the other types of mushrooms as well. She was uncertain just how special the so-called special mushrooms were and could only test them one by one. Moments later, the system displayed a notification. Special mushrooms include dried mushrooms, matsutake, truffles, morels. No wonder they could be traded for ginseng. These were indeed the finest varieties of mushrooms. Glancing at the scattered dried mushrooms and matsutake in her space, it was evident she needed to continue her foraging for a while longer. Thus, she converted all the other mushrooms she had collected into peach source coins. 45 pounds of mushrooms yielded 1,350 peach source coins, bringing her total to over 30,000. In the evening, Bao Hua returned, unloading a scale from the ox cart. "Oh, my dear, this scale is rather expensive. It cost 4 taels of silver," Bao Hua said as she handed the scale to Yunwan for inspection. "It's nothing. We will need it in the future." "It's rather inappropriate to monopolize the Wu family scale," Yunwan remarked, retrieving the scale belonging to the Wu family. She took out the remaining pound of chicken mushrooms from her spatial storage, but reconsidered and tossed them back. Mixed with the eucalyptus trees, it would be prudent not to give them to anyone. Instead, she pulled out a bunch of beef liver mushrooms and, holding the scale, made her way to the Wu family. "Aunt Wu," Yunwan called out loudly at the entrance to the courtyard. "Coming," came a sweet voice in reply. Aunt Wu, upon seeing her, broke into a bright smile. Yunwan quickly pulled out 2 small pieces of rock sugar from her space and handed them to her. "Thank you, Auntie. So sweet," Tian exclaimed, reaching out her chubby little hands to take the candy and popping it into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in delight at the sweetness. "Where's your uncle?" Yunwan asked as she led her inside, noticing the absence of Wu Mu and Wu Linghong in the yard. Uncle is in the backyard carving wooden sticks, Tion replied, just as Wu Mu emerged from the house. Aunt Wu, I brought you some mushrooms to try. We enjoyed them at home, and they taste delightful when stir-fried with dried chili and garlic, Yunwan said, presenting the beef liver mushrooms to Wu Mu. Wu Mu beamed with joy, unable to contain her smile. You are truly skilled. The cold noodles you made last time were delicious as well. Over the past few days, Wu Mu had heard rumors about the Yu family collecting mushrooms, and she had considered gathering some herself, but her son had dissuaded her. Yanyo, you've come. Wu Linghong approached, holding a large wooden fork, his hand clasped with Tion's. I must take my leave now, Aunt Wu Yunwan said, bidding farewell as Wu Linghong accompanied her outside. When will you be free to deal with the Earth Dragon? Yunwan inquired as she turned back at the courtyard gate. In a day or two. How is this weapon? Wu Linghong raised the wooden fork. Yunwan wondered if he intended to spear an alligator. It seems all right. If you plan to go, do let me know in advance. Chapter 65. Capturing the Earth Dragon the following day. Wu Linghong arrived early to inform her that they would be going to catch the alligator. Upon hearing this, Yunwan began preparing her tools for catching the alligator. She found a stick as thick as her arm and secured a sturdy piece of rough hemp rope around one end, tying a slipknot. She entered the chicken coop to catch a hen, intending to use it as bait. Watching the flapping chicken, she reassured herself. One must make sacrifices to achieve their goals. Yanyo, what are you up to? Bao Hua asked, perplexed by her holding the lasso, a hen, and a hoe. I'm just going for a stroll in the mountains. Sister San, I leave the mushroom gathering to you. Yunwan waved her hand dismissively as she stepped outside, seeing her mysterious demeanor. Bao Hua's words trailed off as Yunwan had already walked a considerable distance. Hey, this child. Upon exiting the house, she found Wu Linghong waiting for her around the corner, a carrying pole slung over his shoulder, while holding the wooden fork and hoe in his hands. Surely, you're not planning to fish for the Earth Dragon, are you? He teased lightly. You don't intend to spear the Earth Dragon, do you? Yunwan replied with a smile. Their laughter echoed in unison. You needn't carry the hoe, Wu Linghong suggested, urging her to set it down. Yunwan pondered for a moment and agreed. Even if they needed to dig a pit, it would be unfeasible for just the two of them, especially someone like her. A skilled assassin could easily sever Wu Linghong's toes. After placing the hoe at the Wu family's entrance, the two ventured into the forest, one following the other. The morning sun was far less fierce than its midday counterpart, and within the dense woods, it felt surprisingly warm. The gentle sound of trickling water accompanied them, along with the clucking of hens flung aside by Wu Linghong's bold strides, while a few squirrels scampered about, playfully leaping between the rustling leaves. After wandering for a good part of the day, they finally arrived at the location where they had spotted the crocodile. Yunwan was on high alert, gripping a stick in her hands, grateful for her practice in pole vaulting the previous night, which had enabled her to leap at least 1.5 meters. This way, should the crocodile open its jaws, she could swiftly jump to safety, minimizing any risk. Wu Linghong led the way, with Yunwan stealthily trailing behind, both remaining silent. At this hour, the crocodile was likely to bask in the sun. They maneuvered through the grass until reaching the stream's edge. After a brief walk, Yunwan softly alerted Wu Linghong. To her surprise, just above her right foot lay a nest of crocodile eggs, numbering around 4 or 5. Wu Linghong halted, exchanging a glance with her, and they promptly decided to set a trap near the nest. He cleared a patch of land and began digging a pit, while Yunwan held the stick, scanning their surroundings. The soil was soft and easy to excavate, and soon they had dug a pit over 1 meter deep. Yunwan collected 2 large stones to create a barrier, allowing the crocodile to cross over the trap more easily. They then gathered some thin branches from the nearby woods to lay across the pit, covering it with grass. A simple yet effective trap. Once they completed the trap, they continued downstream for quite a distance. Wu Linghong suddenly paused, blocking Yunwan's view. She tilted her head to see what lay ahead by the stream. A crocodile, approximately 1.80 meters long, basked in the sunlight. A slight sense of dread washed over her. Although the Yangtze alligator was not as ferocious as its kin and appeared somewhat endearing, its armored hide still instilled a shiver. I'll go fishing. You wait for the right moment, she instructed, handing him the lasso pole. Taking the wooden fork and the stick tethered to the chicken from him, She discarded the fork for the time being. The surroundings were relatively clear, and with Wu Ling Hong, the hunter, by her side, her courage began to swell. Are you ready? Wu Ling Hong glanced at her. Absolutely, she replied, positioning herself about 2 meters in front of the crocodile and tossing the chicken bait ahead. She wondered if this somewhat naive crocodile would recognize the chicken for what it was. Wu Ling Hong, positioned behind the crocodile, stealthily extended the lasso towards its head, poised to strike. The hen, sensing danger, fluttered about, its clucking catching the crocodile's attention. Due to its limited and unclear vision, Yunwan nudged the chicken a bit further ahead. At last, the crocodile lifted its head and moved forward. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ling Hong launched the lasso, but missed. Yunwan, startled, inadvertently pulled the chicken back slightly, causing the crocodile to advance a bit further. Wu Ling Hong took aim once more, and this time, successfully ensnared the crocodile's neck. Pull tight, he urged. Seeing the rope ensnare the crocodile, Yunwan let out a sigh of relief. The crocodile began its desperate death rolls. Fortunately, the rope was thick, yet one can never be too cautious. Yunwan cast the hen to the ground and picked up Wu Ling Hong's wooden fork to hand it to him. She stepped forward to grip the rope firmly. Be careful, Wu Ling Hong exclaimed as he took the fork and jabbed it into the thrashing crocodile's head. The strength of the crocodile's rolling was immense, nearly pulling Yunwan off balance, leaving her palms tingling. Wu Ling Hong, possessing considerable strength himself, managed to stabilize the fork, and soon the crocodile ceased its struggle. Yunwan retrieved a thin rope from his load. She glanced at the crocodile, its sharp teeth glistening, hesitating for a moment. You hold the fork steady. I will bind it, she instructed. Noticing Wu Ling Hong's hand slightly retracting from the rope, he promptly replied, all right, all right. Eagerly, they exchanged roles. She stabilized the fork while he secured the crocodile's mouth with the rope. The crocodile, now devoid of resistance, allowed the two to continue their efforts. It's quite heavy, Wu Ling Hong grunted as he lifted the crocodile into the cart. Why don't you sit on the other side? He suggested, pointing to the empty side of the cart, which was tilted unevenly. Yunwan paused at his words. She had been carried and embraced by others, but never had she been hoisted onto a cart. Clutching the hen and wielding 2 wooden sticks made it difficult for her to sit. Reluctantly, Wu Ling Hong fetched 2 large stones from the water to balance the cart, making it feasible to carry. Upon returning to the crocodile's lair, the trap remained intact. They decided to return the following day. Just as they turned the corner to Wu Ling Hong's home, several women from the Yu family, who had come to gather mushrooms, were nearly petrified by the sight of the crocodile Wu Ling Hong was carrying. They had never encountered such a creature. Its very form was enough to weaken their resolve. Having met with this, if you are frightened, best not to look, Wu Ling Hong remarked bluntly. Once the women learned that the two had captured the creature together, their gazes toward Yunwan shifted. Such a terrifying beast, and this young girl showed no fear. Her audacity was remarkable. Yunwan thought they were making unfounded assumptions and quickly interjected. I stumbled upon it while foraging for mushrooms. You all are here for mushrooms, right? Let us go. With that, she exchanged a glance with Wu Ling Hong. They had agreed that the crocodile would be temporarily housed at the Wu family's abode, intending to check the trap for any catches the next day. Chapter 66. Journey to the city. I say, Yao Niu, you're quite naive. That creature isn't something the Wu family would sell, is it? One of the women remarked. Indeed, don't be foolish. You might have share in this. Upon returning to the Yu family, the women burdened with mushrooms began to gossip about the crocodile incident. It's nothing. Let me see your mushrooms, Yunwan said ambiguously. If the crocodile fetched a good price, her family could finally build a house. The women saw this as a stroke of luck. All right, look at how many I gathered today. Most are 6 when per gene. One boasted. I've collected a good amount too. We can trade it for grain. This year might be better than last, with rice harvest coming soon. Yunwan set aside the tools used for capturing the crocodile and returned the frightened hen to its coop. In the courtyard, Bao Hua was weighing mushrooms while Yunwan washed her hands. Little Chong, resembling a round and plump ball, suddenly darted out and clung to Yunwan's feet. Picking him up, she observed his drooping tail and perked ears, suspecting he might be a little wolf dog. Seizing the opportunity while Bao Hua was busy, Yunwan returned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. For lunch, Bao Hua had made a delicious mushroom soup. Yunwan took a sip and found it rich and flavorful. Although fresh, it lacked the depth of chicken broth. Nevertheless, it was commendable, likely due to the stockpile of food in the kitchen, which encouraged Bao Hua to be more generous with her ingredients, unlike when she first arrived, when she was overly frugal with oil and salt. After the meal, Yunwan hung the cured meat on a pole outside the storage room and made her way to the vegetable garden to inspect the produce. The garden had undergone a significant transformation. Bao Hua had propped up numerous bamboo stakes. Vines were climbing, branches were sprouting, and the scarecrow she had set up was nearly unrecognizable from the elements. For some days, she had scarcely seen any birds in the vicinity, leaving her to wonder if the scarecrow was effective or if the birds had simply vanished. There was a small plot where potatoes had been buried, cut into pieces and beginning to sprout. Once this batch of potatoes was harvested, she might be able to establish a potato section in the market, featuring her fried, mixed, sautéed, and stewed potatoes. That evening, Yunwan lay in bed, trading mushrooms. She had gathered around 100 pounds of mushrooms today, earning 3,000 Taiyuan coins. She embarked on a new round of procurement, exchanging for rice, oil, salt, sugar, vinegar, and soy sauce. After all, she wanted to stock the kitchen without overwhelming it in the days to come. The next morning, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the kitchen. Yunwan was unfazed. The Yu family had come to accept a certain truth, that the mountain deity was watching over them. As she stepped into the kitchen, Bao Hua promptly approached her. Was the last offering satisfactory to the mountain deity? If not, I could buy something else in town tomorrow. You should ask him when you see him, interjected Yu Dad. Such adorable logic, Yunwan replied. No need. As long as we fulfill his requests, that's sufficient. I'd rather not have to bow down every day behind the house. After breakfast, as Yunwan opened the front door, Wu Linghong happened to be knocking at the same time. What a coincidence! They greeted each other, and Wu Linghong flashed a mysterious smile. You aren't suggesting he ventured into the mountains himself, are you? That would be too dedicated. Well, just not the big one we caught yesterday, Wu Linghong nodded. Yunwan smiled. That's enough. It will suffice for a nice sum. After some discussion, they decided to set off immediately. She returned to inform the Yu family, and upon hearing about the peculiar creature Yunwan and Wu Linghong had caught the previous day, they were astonished. Yunwan encouraged them to digest the news and called for Xiao Tsong to accompany her to the city. They set off in the Yu family's ox cart, and the three of them traveled smoothly. By the time they reached the city, night had fallen after a journey of nearly 5 hours. As they approached the city gates, they realized they had miscalculated their timing. Fortunately, there was an inn not far from the city gate where the three could find shelter. Upon their arrival, they discovered that 3 rooms were still available. The innkeeper greeted them with a welcoming smile, stating that the first room cost 1 or 2 silver coins per night, while the second room was priced at 500 per night. Which room would you prefer? He inquired. Is there anything cheaper? One of them asked, incredulous at the exorbitant rates. These are the only 2 options available. The innkeeper replied. He continued, we offer hot water and fodder, but no meals. Yunwan patted her stomach. Having arrived with the intention of enjoying a hearty meal in the city, yet she had prepared nothing. At this hour, we have no more options. Let us take 2 of the second rooms. Wu Linghong, weary and unwilling to prolong the ordeal, handed the innkeeper 1 silver coin. The innkeeper, taking the coin, enthusiastically led them upstairs. Wu Linghong and Xiao Tsong shared 1 room, while Yunwan occupied another. Once inside her room, Yunwan surveyed her surroundings. Though it contained only a single bed, it was modest yet clean and tidy, which was quite satisfactory. Nevertheless, 500 when felt excessively steep. It was evident that the expenses in the capital were indeed considerable. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Esteemed guest, I have brought you a pot of hot water, the innkeeper announced, standing at the threshold with a kettle in hand. Could you please provide me with 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls? Yunwan requested as she accepted the kettle. Of course, the innkeeper replied before departing. Yunwan, feeling the rumblings of her stomach, retrieved 3 packets of instant noodles from her belongings. Considering Wu Linghong's robust stature, she surmised that 1 packet would hardly suffice. Never mind, I shall prepare all 5, she decided. After the innkeeper delivered the utensils, Yunwan unwrapped the packages and began to prepare the noodles. Thankfully, The bowls were large enough to accommodate 1 or 2 packets perfectly. She prepared 2 packets for Wu Linghong and shared the remaining packet with Xiao Tsong. "Is this the food from the inn?" Wu Linghong exclaimed, bewildered by the enticing aroma of the noodles. "Delicious, simply delightful," he declared. "I was truly famished. It took quite a while for the innkeeper to bring this out," Yunwan admitted, awkwardly touching her nose. "Please eat quickly and then rest." Both Wu Linghong and Xiao Tsong, equally starved, wasted no time and began to eat with gusto. The flavor was irresistible, and they found themselves unable to stop. Yunwan, in the adjacent room, savored her meal as well. Instant noodles could become tiresome with frequent consumption, but indulging in them occasionally was an exquisite delight. The following morning, after a bit of tidying up, they set out for the city. Yunwan observed the procession entering the city. The guards scrutinized those in peculiar attire representing various minorities, but ordinary citizens passed without inspection, thus sparing them from unwanted attention. The entry fee was 5 won per person. As Wu Linghong reached for his money, Yunwan hastily handed the fee to the guard. Determined to ensure that the room charges he had previously covered were accounted for, as 500 won was not the same as 5. The guard glanced at the cart covered with straw mats, and then at the imposing Wu Linghong, deducing that the contents of the cage likely contained game hunted by this robust individual, which quelled any inclination to investigate further. Upon entering the city gates, they were greeted by an entirely different world. The bustling streets and vibrant markets truly lived up to their reputation as a thriving hub. Xiao Tsong and Yunwan were overwhelmed by the sights, while Wu Linghong remained composed and uninterested in the spectacle. After a brief stroll, Yunwan turned to ask, "What do you intend to do with these goods?" Wu Linghong had long since made up his mind to visit the largest tavern in the capital. Yunwan, opening her mind, contemplated and decided to first explore the cultural and interesting anecdotes of the city. Chapter 67. Matters of a noble circle. A few individuals veered away from the bustling marketplace. "Little Wu, shall we stop by tea house for a cup?" Young Wan suggested, pointing to the crowded tea house with great enthusiasm. Wu Linghong paused for a moment. "Let Xiao Tsong accompany you. I shall wait for you by the hitching post." Young Wan considered for a moment, then nodded. There were still heavy goods on the ox cart that required guarding. "Thank you for your trouble. I will be out shortly." With that, she entered the tea house with Xiao Kong inside. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Almost impossible to find a seat. Upon their arrival, the young waiter did not approach them, which saved them the cost of tea. It was said that the situation in the north was dire. Indeed, for the past 2 years, the conflict with the northern nation had reached a stalemate, leaving many to wonder when it might cease. Since the last turmoil, we in the south have taken many years to recover a little. Let us hope it does not reach us here. Rumor had it that our lord of the capital was also facing quite a predicament. Indeed. He has been in office for over 5 years without any notable achievements, and it seems he has offended some people. Soon, it may be time for a change in our capital. Although the lord had not made significant accomplishments, the taxes were lighter here than elsewhere. So do not rejoice too soon. Young Wan listened attentively, piecing together useful information amidst the scattered noise. It appeared that the lord was not only facing reassignment, but was being sent to the tumultuous northern front, a clear hot potato, if not a matter of life and death. Moreover, the lord harbored another personal worry, his only sister, Song Lan, whom he cherished dearly. The trouble began 2 months prior, after Song Lan gave birth. Her husband, Wang Wenchao, was the younger brother of a magistrate from another province. The couple had initially been harmonious, but due to a lack of milk for their child, the Wang family sought a wet nurse. Unfortunately, the chosen nurse was youthful and exceptionally beautiful. After nursing the child for a while, Wang Wenchao brazenly took advantage of her. Once the truth came to light, it struck a heavy blow to the recently delivered Song Lan. While many claimed the two families were well matched, few understood that Song Lan had been infatuated with Wang Wenchao from the start. He was handsome, somewhat educated, and well-versed in poetry. A young woman in love finds it difficult to resist such a refined talent, and their union was seen as a match made in heaven. Since Song Lan entered her in-laws' household, Wang Wenchao had always put forth his best behavior and never mentioned taking a concubine. She believed herself to be in a state of blissful ignorance. Little did she know that even during her pregnancy, he had already been courting other women. Now, he simply could not be bothered to pretend any longer, turning Song Lan into a subject of ridicule in the city. Overcome with rage, Song Lan refused to allow her child to consume the wet nurse's milk any longer. The goat's milk they purchased had to be spoon-fed, but the child, accustomed to breastfeeding, would only suckle at the spoon, barely consuming a half-spoonful. Upon hearing of this absurdity, the lord of the capital, in a fit of anger, took his sister and her child back to his residence. After searching extensively for wet nurses, Song Lan, consumed by rage, resolutely prohibited any from approaching the child. She wandered through her days in a daze, either striking or scolding the nurses summoned to her side, transforming into a completely different person. The child, perpetually half-fed, became a source of great distress. Waves of wet nurses were sent in and subsequently turned away from the Song residence, leaving very few willing to approach it now. The officials in the city, watching over their sister and the child, were deeply anxious. They could not allow the child to starve. Currently, they were secretly seeking out more wet nurses. Upon exiting the tea house, Yong-Wan conceived a plan. As she approached the hitching post, she spotted Wu Linghong lounging beneath a large tree. The crowd was overwhelming. Otherwise, she would have offered him a pot of tea. Never mind. Let us first find something to eat, Wu Linghong casually remarked, a blade of grass between his teeth. All right, let us head towards Tianma Alley to find some food. Tianma Alley was known as the district for the affluent, essentially the residential area of the city's officials. Wu Linghong, oblivious to her inner thoughts and the history of Tianma Alley, accompanied her. True to its reputation as a district for the nobility, Tianma Alley presented grand gates and deep courtyards, its elegance evident from afar. Yong-Wan and her companions found a modest eatery outside Tianma Alley and ordered a simple meal, which cost them 2 taels of silver. You all wait for me here for a moment, Yong-Wan instructed as they left the restaurant, pointing to the nearby woods. Wu Linghong, puzzled, suggested, perhaps we should sell this contraption first, lest it starve or wither away. Not to worry, it will not perish so easily, she reassured him. Wu Linghong, sensing her determination, felt a tinge of helplessness but refrained from further comment, merely cautioning her to be careful and not to get lost. Perhaps we can achieve a good price without heading to the tavern, she added, trying to instill confidence in him. Wu Linghong, displaying a conflicted expression, was nevertheless comforted by her words. All right, I await your good news, little aunt. May I accompany you? Xiao Tsong interjected quickly, concerned his aunt might wander off. Yong-Wan smiled and shook her head. Rest assured, your little aunt is not so foolish. Do not follow. Yong-Wan began to inquire about the residence of the city's official and soon ventured into Tianma Alley. The area was replete with amenities, akin to a modern residential complex, providing for every need. Are you inquiring about the residence of the city official? The innkeeper's daughter cast a glance at her. Is this girl seeking to apply as a wet nurse? She does not appear to fit the profile. I am merely here to gather some information. Yong-Wan replied with a smile. The innkeeper observed her clean attire, albeit made of the cheapest hemp fabric, and concluded, ah, so she's a little beggar. What sort of person would pay to hire a beggar for information? Nevertheless, she pointed her in the right direction. Following the indicated path, Yong-Wan soon spotted the plaque of the Song residence. This must be the place. A few women loitered at the entrance, likely there to apply as wet nurses. Ahem. One at a time, a stern matron instructed, surveying the women. Stopping before Yong-Wan, she inquired, what business do you have here, child? I am not here to apply as a wet nurse. I have come to deliver something valuable, Yong-Wan replied softly. Oh, and what might that be? The matron inquired. Intrigued. Could you kindly escort me inside to meet the young lady? This item I possess is truly remarkable. The young master is certain to appreciate it. As I reached into my bosom, the old woman cast me a sidelong glance, demanding to see what I had. Aware that mere words would not gain me entry into the Song manor, I knew I had to produce tangible proof. Turning slightly, I retrieved a delicate baby bottle from my cloak. The old woman's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld this rare object, its nipple resembling that of a feeding bottle. Instantly, Her demeanor shifted, and disregarding all else, she urged me to follow her inside. Upon entering the gates of the Song Manor, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. This bottle had been a prop during my earlier deceptions. Used to feed the dog Wong. Now, one bottle was more than sufficient for the task at hand. I had prepared it beforehand, having boiled it in hot water, fearing that I might need it at a moment's notice. Throughout the journey, I paid little heed to the surroundings as the old woman moved with remarkable haste. She appeared elated, for the atmosphere within the manor had been rather somber of late, and she sensed that this object would prove invaluable. After winding through several pathways, we finally arrived at a courtyard adorned with an array of potted flowers, clearly a woman's domain. The old woman instructed me to wait outside while she informed the mistress. "Madam, I have something urgent," she called from beyond the curtain. Moments later, a woman in her 30s, clutching a handkerchief, emerged from behind the veil. She bore an air of nobility, her expression tinged with urgency. Upon seeing me, a mere girl of about 10, standing a short distance behind the old woman, her brows furrowed in inquiry. "What is it?" "This child possesses something intriguing. You should allow the madam to take a look." At this, I stepped forward, lowering my gaze slightly. "This must be the lady of the manor, Madame Song." I presented the baby bottle with both hands, saying, "Madam, this is a fortuitous find of mine, known as a baby bottle, intended for children. I had hoped to keep it for my younger brother." Before I could finish my explanation, Madame Song's face lit up with delight upon seeing the bottle. "Such a rare item exists? How is it used?" Realizing the opportunity at hand, I leaned in to explain its purpose in detail. Initially, I had considered discreetly retrieving some goat's milk powder from my storage, but I decided against it, fearing that unveiling too many unusual items at once would draw undue attention. "You can pour goat's milk or breast milk into the bottle to feed the child." Madame Song's face beamed with joy as she asked me to wait in the pavilion while she conferred with the lady of the house. Shortly thereafter, a pale beauty in her 20s emerged, cradling an infant swathed in swaddling clothes. She held the very bottle I had brought, feeding the child, who eagerly suckled. "Come here, little girl," the woman beckoned. "Is this the baby bottle? How much would you sell it for?" The woman was none other than Song Lan, the younger sister of the lord of the manor. Though she had an enchanting beauty, her current pallor evoked sympathy. Behind her, Madame Song's expression transformed from clouds to sunshine. "Little girl, you have a kind heart." Hearing these words, paired with the light in her eyes, sent a shiver through me. "Madam, it was merely a coincidence," I replied. "Never mind." She waved her hand dismissively. "Tell me, what do you wish in exchange for this bottle?" Madame Song appraised me with keen interest. The young girl appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, dressed in a rather shabby manner, yet her attire was notably clean. A glimmer of cunning intelligence sparkled in her eyes, suggesting she possessed a certain shrewdness. Inside, Yunwan silently sighed, relieved that she had refrained from producing a milk bottle earlier. It would likely have aroused further suspicion from the lady. She steeled her resolve. "To be honest, I have indeed come here today for another matter." Upon hearing this, Lady Song's face regained a semblance of authority. "What is it?" Yunwan carefully deliberated and articulated the matter regarding the crocodiles with a few twists. "My cousin originally intended to sell them to a tavern, but as we are unfamiliar with the area, we feared attracting unwanted attention. Fortunately, we encountered the young master." Lady Song's expression shifted dramatically after hearing her words, her heart racing in astonishment. Could it be that this girl was a stroke of good fortune for her household? Her husband was currently beset with troubles regarding the assignments. It was evident that Wang Wenchao dared to treat Lan'er so harshly solely because of the Song family's allocation issues. He likely believed that the Song residence was doomed. Furthermore, crocodiles were a delicacy among the upper echelons of society. "Pray tell, where do you hail from, young lady?" In response to the lady, "I am but a simple villager returned from a nearby town," Yunwan replied. Upon hearing this, Lady Song's gaze softened. She grasped the girl's hand, saying, "Where's your cousin now?" Yunwan answered truthfully, "Zhang Ma, please invite our guest to the manor." Before long, Wu Linghong and Xiao Tsong, bewildered, followed the servants of the Song residence into the estate. Shortly after, Lord Song arrived, his expression brimming with excitement after having overheard the news on the way. He approached and lifted the straw mat from the ox cart. Upon witnessing the two crocodiles in the cage with his own eyes, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Excellent! Truly splendid! There is indeed a fine dragon above." Though he was not one to typically seek favor from the powerful, recent events had compelled him to adapt his demeanor. During this time, Wu Linghong, astonished, turned to Yun Wan and asked, "How did you manage to bring the lord of the city into the fray? Would you believe it was merely by chance?" Yun Wan teased, "I do not." Wu Linghong shook his head. That evening, Lord and Lady Song warmly hosted Yun Wan and her companions. The table was laden with an abundance of exquisite dishes, leaving Yun Wan at a loss for how to begin, much less Wu Linghong and Shao Kong, particularly Shao Tsung, who felt increasingly uncomfortable with the servant standing behind him. To ease the atmosphere, Lord and Lady Song engaged them in conversation about agricultural matters, which finally allowed the meal to progress. After dinner, Lady Song arranged for them to stay within the manor. Yun Wan did not decline. She was in no hurry. Upon returning to the guest room prepared by Lady Song, she found it well appointed, complete with a small hot spring. Lady Song had thoughtfully arranged for the servants to prepare the water in advance and provided her with a modest cotton outfit. After a relaxing soak, when she snuggled into bed, a knock sounded at the door. "Miss you, I am Song Lan. May I come in?" Song Lan had not appeared since their earlier encounter, leaving Yun Wan curious about her intentions. "Miss Song, please enter," Yun Wan replied as she rose from her bed. Upon opening the door, Song Lan was impeccably groomed, appearing as though transformed from the girl she had met earlier. Yun Wan pondered inwardly. Can a mere bottle truly heal a woman? A smile radiated from Song Lan's face. From her cuff, she retrieved a banknote. "Not much, merely a token of my appreciation. Thank you." Yun Wan did not decline. "It is already quite generous, Miss Song." After a brief exchange, Song Lan took her leave. Yun Wan, feeling fatigued, soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Madame Song presented Yun Wan with 4 banknotes as a small token for her and her cousin. Yun Wan's heart leapt with joy, and she accepted graciously. "I, along with my family, extend our gratitude to Lord Song and Madame Song." Observing her dignified demeanor, Madame Song exchanged a satisfied glance with Lord Song. He gave a nearly imperceptible nod, prompting Madame Song to remove a jade hairpin from her head. "This is a token for you. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may seek assistance at the Song residence. This is far too precious." Yun Wan hesitated to accept immediately. The exchange of money and goods had been settled. Accepting this hairpin would feel like an obligation. Noticing her indecision, Madame Song reassured her, "You need not feel pressured. Whether we meet again depends on fate." With those words, Yun Wan cautiously accepted the gift, feeling a small thrill within. What a delightful surprise. Compared to mere money, this was perhaps the most valuable offering from a Song household, as it symbolized goodwill. Chapter 69. System Upgrade upon exiting the Song residence. Wu Linghong spoke slowly. "I had anticipated it would sell for no more than 200 taels of silver." Yun Wan smiled. "This is a rare treasure, after all. Even a stone can hold different values, depending on its location." As they departed the city, daylight broke. The ox cart carried several packages of pastries prepared by Madame Song. Yun Wan opened one, revealing osmanthus cake, and shared some with Shao Tsung and Wu Linghong. "Here you go, since you are also on the cart with us." Yun Wan took out 2 banknotes along with 10 taels of silver for him. "You've given too much," Wu Linghong hesitated. "My connection to the Song household is entirely due to you. How can I share the benefits with you, and even give more?" Yun Wan firmly placed the money in his hand. "Is money not meant for meals and lodging? Besides, your contribution in capturing the rare treasure is substantial, and I have benefited from Madame Song's generosity." Wu Linghong appeared slightly embarrassed, knowing she deserved it. "Just accept it, otherwise, I may not dare to ask for your help next time." Yun Wan teased with a smile, hoping to ease his discomfort. "Why must we be so precise in dividing this?" Wu Linghong returned the 10 taels to her. "You have already received your fair share for the treasure. I do not want the rest." Yun Wan clicked her tongue. Although 10 taels is not a fortune, it is certainly not insignificant. Seeing his face etched with refusal, she shook her head slightly. "Oh, you very well." Yun Wan, weary of their back and forth, accepted the silver. By the time they arrived at Fanyuan village, night had fully descended. Regrettably, Yunwan had not had the chance to explore the streets of the capital. However, the banknotes in her possession dispelled any lingering disappointment. Upon reaching her doorstep, she distributed 4 packages of pastries from Madame Song to Wu Linghong, reserving 2 for Bao Hua and the others to enjoy. Wu Linghong attempted to decline, but Yunwan interrupted. "If you don't want the pastries, then I will give you the money instead." Wu Linghong sighed inwardly. This girl. Without further ado, she and Xiao Tsong made their way back to the house in the dark. The Yu family likely had no knowledge of their return time and were already fast asleep. Once inside, Yunwan lit the oil lamp. She took out the banknote from her pocket, gazing at it intently. 100 taels of silver. Alas, quick money is not something one can earn every day. Returning to reality, one must strive to earn a living. She opened the Peach Source Mall. Her current balance of Peach Source coins stood at 32,500, still over 10,000 short. She had set aside 200 to begin building a house and purchasing household items. Young Wan tossed a banknote into her space. After observing for a while, this time the space did not abscond with it. She pressed the button to exchange for Peach Source coins. With a swift sound of coins being collected, her balance rose to 42,500. She then stealthily entered the kitchen with an oil lamp. To her delight, she found a heap of mushrooms stacked high. She collected them into the space, starting with the common varieties. In total, there were 230 gene of mushrooms, which converted to 6,900 Peach Source coins. Now, she needed just 600 more coins to upgrade. She took out 6 taels of silver from her money box for the exchange. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade? A prompt appeared. Young Wan eagerly clicked to upgrade. The Peach Source system transformed before her eyes, the entire interface becoming vibrant. The product categories were neatly organized. Young Wan set the system aside for the moment, as she needed to exchange for ginseng. Glancing at the 2 large baskets of dried mushrooms and matsutake in her space, she gritted her teeth and tossed them all in. She opened the ginseng task, noticing it was nearing its expiration date. Fortunately, she was just in time. She clicked to exchange. 2 seconds later, the image of ginseng appeared on the screen. She tapped the screen to retrieve it. A ginseng root, thick as a small arm, with long, flowing tendrils lay in her hand. With 2 tasks accomplished, she quietly returned to her room, exhausted from her travels. She lacked the energy to explore the changes brought by the system upgrade. The next day dawned with a persistent drizzle. Young Wan nestled deeply in her blankets, sleeping soundly. The rest of the Yu family had risen early, discovering the ox cart and waking up shouts sown to chat. The sound of Bao Hua's excited exclamations from the kitchen finally roused the drowsy young Wan. She threw off her blanket, yawned, and slowly opened her door. Goodness, our little girl is quite capable. Xiao Tsong, sporting dark circles under his eyes, pointed to young Wan leaning against the door. Bao Hua turned around to see young Wan standing there and quickly got up. The next moment, she rushed over to pull young Wan close. Little girl, she sighed, unsure of what to ask. No matter how many questions she posed, she could only exclaim in wonder. Are you hungry? After a pause, Bao Hua managed to utter. Young Wan nodded, prompting Bao Hua to start the fire. Sister, have there been any issues with the mushroom collection these past few days? None. But there are some poisonous mushrooms I still can't distinguish well, Bao Hua replied, getting up to fetch a basket of mushrooms from a woodshed. Take a look. Can these be kept? I'm uncertain. Young Wan squatted down to sort through them, finding several amanita and toxic mushrooms. Let's put these in the yard, so those who come to weigh the mushrooms can check them out. She placed a few orange and purple striped mushrooms into a basin. These are edible. After discussing the mushrooms, young Wan inquired about the jelly-making business. Bao Hua responded, business is good. Li Mei has learned quickly, and the jelly she makes sets well. We were thinking of perhaps making something else to mix in for sale. Young Wan pondered for a moment, realizing it was indeed a bit monotonous. Certainly. Let me refine and enhance the text for you. The thought crossed her mind. What should I do regarding the 2 locks? She glanced around the courtyard, noting the absence of the 2 sisters. They must have gone mushroom picking. For the past few days, they had taken great delight in foraging for mushrooms, and she wished she could join them. Bao Hua reminisced about their joyous conversations surrounding mushroom picking. Had it not been for her commitments, she would have eagerly participated. "You've seen father?" she inquired. "Oh dear, I forgot to mention. Village chief Lee is aware of our family's venture into selling cold noodles. Today, a dog from his household killed a chicken, and he has invited father over for a meal." This news brought a smile to Bao Hua's heart. Her parents rarely engaged with the villagers, and the chief's family was among the few with whom they exchanged words. This incident had certainly strengthened the bond between the two families. Yunwan paused at this revelation. If any family in the village invited you to dine after slaughtering a chicken, it indeed indicated a close relationship. "How splendid!" she exclaimed as she returned to the house. She glanced at Mother Yu, who was still asleep, and chose to remain silent. Once inside, she activated the Peach Blossom system to scrutinize its features. The Peach Blossom space had undergone an upgrade, expanding to a remarkable 200 square meters. The categorization of items was precise, and the small golden slots could now be opened twice a month. There were also new categories for medicines and fabrics. However, the highlight was that she no longer needed to sacrifice items to unlock these features. Chapter 70. The construction of the house advances. Yunwan felt a surge of joy. Yet, her smile faltered slightly upon seeing that the next level required a staggering 200,000 peach blossom coins. 200,000. She sighed. She opened the medicinal category and found an assortment of remedies for common ailments, along with 2 types of supplements and health products. The remaining slots were blank, suggesting they were larger medicines that could only be accessed at a higher level. With a decisive gesture, she purchased 2 boxes of protein and calcium supplements. Curiously, these medicines were prepared using traditional methods. The supplements were in the form of Chinese herbal pills, stored in a ceramic jar. The calcium tablets were also contained within a jar, appearing brown and emitting a herbal aroma. The system was indeed considerate, making it much more convenient for her to retrieve the medicines. However, the prices were somewhat steep. These 2 items cost her 1,000 peach blossom coins. Enduring a slight toothache, she also acquired several common medications, which were all housed in small gourds. Each vial had a tiny stopper, and the body was simply inscribed with simplified characters. Fortunately, she could read these characters during her last visit to the village pharmacy. She had noted that the script of this era bore a striking resemblance to modern writing. Next, she retrieved the ginseng she had exchanged, contemplating brewing it for Father Yu and Mother Yu. However, she hesitated to mix it with the supplements for the elderly couple. Third sister. This should be sliced daily for father and mother to brew in water, consumed for a week with a break in between. As ginseng is warming and should not be taken continuously, Bao Hua advised, holding the ginseng in confusion. "What is this root? What benefits does it bring when brewed in water?" By midday, the gentle rain had subsided, and a group of women approached, their faces beaming with smiles. "Ah, how delightful it would be if mushrooms could be gathered daily. Indeed, there have been days when I have collected as much as 20 pounds of aged rice. It seems that as the Yu family thrives, the fortunes of those around them also flourish. Indeed, I have heard that Yao Nio and the lad from the Wu family have captured a rather valuable earth dragon. Both families are likely to experience a windfall." A group of people entered the courtyard and immediately spotted the young Nuan standing there, prompting them to approach with chatter. "Oh, Yao Nio has returned. Did you sell it for a good price?" "It sold for a decent sum," Nuan replied candidly. Subsequently, the crowd began to clamor, and Nuan deflected their inquiries while allowing them to inspect the mushrooms. With the incessant rain over the past few days, the mountains have yielded little, and many families have mobilized their entire households to forage. "Your family has gathered so many mushrooms?" Nuan inquired of a woman who claimed to be the wife of Yu Laoda. "Ah, yes indeed. With so many of us, we gather quite a lot," the woman chuckled. Nuan chose not to elaborate further. By midday, nearly 30 baskets of mushrooms had been collected. The aged rice purchased for the household had been entirely exchanged, indicating a trip to the town was necessary. She dared not openly trade the rice from her space. Any exchange would require mixing it with some aged or brown rice. In the afternoon, 2 of the clever children returned with 3 baskets of mushrooms, but Nuan forbade them from venturing into the mountains again, as she needed to grind pea flour. Today, she intended to teach Bao Hua how to make a refreshing jelly. She returned to her room, opened the Taoyuan Mall, and searched for sweet potato flour. To her surprise, it was available. This suggests that sweet potatoes must indeed exist in this era. She clicked on the item and purchased 20 pounds of sweet potato flour for 4 Taoyuan coins. Nguyen took the corn flour that had not been used and soaked it in water for a considerable time. The corn flour was not finely ground enough. So once Bao Hua and the others had finished grinding the pea flour, Nguyen had them process the corn flour once more. After filtering it twice with clean water, she boiled a pot of water. Once the water reached a boil, she poured in the corn and pea mixture, instructing Bao Hua to stir it with a new wooden stick. As the corn and pea flour cooked and bubbled, she reduced the heat. Gradually, she added the prepared sweet potato flour while stirring continuously. This stirring must be done swiftly. Once the mixture began to cling to the spatula, it was ready. Third sister, it could be ladled out now, Nguyen exclaimed, grabbing 2 large wooden tubs to begin filling with the jelly. While the jelly set, she turned her attention to preparing the sauce. A generous handful of green peppers was dry-fried until they bore a charred skin, then combined with finely chopped garlic and stir-fried before being removed from the heat. In a mortar, she added some green Sichuan peppercorns and the sot ed peppers to grind finely. Salt and a pinch of white sugar were added to the fried peppers. In a separate pan, she heated oil, adding wild onions, ginger slices, garlic, bay leaves, and star anise to release their aromatic essence, which she then drizzled over the fried peppers, creating a simple yet delicious pepper sauce. If only fermented black beans were available, for they would elevate the jelly dish to perfection. It seems that making tofu must be prioritized. Next, she prepared a garlic water and a red oil chili sauce, both simple condiments. Once the jelly had set, Nguyen cut it into pieces and combined it with soy sauce, aged vinegar, pepper sauce, and chili oil, mixing it all thoroughly. The fragrant jelly was complete, boasting a chewier texture than the pea jelly, with a more nuanced flavor profile. It was delightfully sticky and delectable. Little sister, this is tastier than the cold noodles, but the seasoning is excessive. How much would this sell for? Bao Hua tasted a piece of the cold noodles, noting that its flavor was distinctly different from that of the pea noodles. Yongwan pondered for a moment, realizing that most of the costs stemmed from the Taoyuan space, which was quite economical. The expenses were not high. Yet, in this era, it would be unreasonable not to adjust the price for a dish laden with seasonings. However, raising the price might adversely affect customer flow. Perhaps a slight increase of 2 coins, along with a larger serving, could be implemented to observe the sales over a few days. Yongwan mused for a moment. An increase was indeed warranted. The primary costs of this bowl of cold noodles were likely oil, soy sauce, and vinegar. In the evening, Yongwan discovered a dried mushroom and decided to prepare a mushroom fried rice. She sliced a small piece of cured meat that had been air-dried for a few days, which had begun to emit a slight cured scent. In the pan, she heated lard, adding diced green peppers and cured meat to saute. Once the cured meat was fragrant, she introduced the dried mushrooms, seasoned with a pinch of salt, and then added the cooked rice, stir-frying for 30 seconds before serving. This dish of mushroom fried rice would fetch hundreds or even thousands in contemporary times. The Yu family found it delectable, yet they could not pinpoint what made it so delicious. "Father, Mother, this is a tonic I bought for you during my trip to the capital," Yongwan announced, placing the medicine jar on the table. "What good are tonics if we have food to eat? Why waste money on such frivolities?" Yu mother was the first to speak. This time, they had divided the profits from selling earth dragons, which amounted to over 100 taels. These tonics were quite affordable. Yongwan explained that if they consumed ginseng water, they could not take these medicines. Such a valuable item, Bao Hua noted, astonished. She had caught a glimpse of the creatures in the cage that day, finding them rather unsettling, not expecting them to be worth so much. "I plan to gather these mushrooms and, during the farming off-season, start building a house," Yongwan nodded. With the ongoing conflict in the north, she still harbored thoughts of erecting a home, regardless of whether it would impact the south. Their courtyard turned muddy with the rain, making it difficult to navigate, and the disarray within the house hindered the proper storage of supplies. Now that Taoyuan space allowed for grain storage, food was no longer a concern, but their living conditions needed improvement. Upon hearing her words, the family fell silent for a moment, their faces betraying the tumult within. Building a large house was something they had scarcely dared to dream of. To their astonishment, in just a month or two, they had earned enough to construct a home. Now that the household is entrusted to you, you may build as you wish, you father sighed. With his approval, you mother had little more to say. It was indeed a matter worth celebrating. Both parents felt a profound sense of relief. Bao Hua's face lit up with joy. Ever since arriving at her natal home, under the guidance of little sister, life had truly been flourishing. Little sister, just go ahead and let us know what you need from us, Bao Hua said, her eyes glistening. Very well, let us build a larger house with more rooms. In the future, each of the little ones can have their own space, Yongwan declared with determination. Bao Hua interjected, shaking her head. No need for that. These little rascals don't require separate rooms. Thus, it was decided, with specific arrangements to be discussed after inspecting the foundation. Chapter 71. Mushroom poisoning. The following morning, a rapid knocking echoed at Yongwan's door. She lifted the quilt, her face concealed, and sat up, hearing a cacophony of noise emanating from the courtyard. Yao, Bao Hua's voice was tinged with urgency. I'll be right there. Yongwan hastily donned her clothes and opened the door. Upon glancing into the courtyard, she was taken aback by the sight of several people sprawled in disarray, their spirits visibly depleted upon the straw mats. This scene struck Yongwan with considerable force. Yao, they said they consumed several types of mushrooms that you collected and have been poisoned, Bao Hua explained beside her. Yongwan surveyed the crowd and recognized two of them as the sons of the Yu family's elder and the second son. Additionally, there were a few men and women from the village, along with some half-grown children. They writhed in agony, clutching their stomachs, and one was retching incessantly. It seemed that some were exhibiting bewildered behavior, likely due to encountering a dwarf. Yongwan felt a headache coming on. Mushroom poisoning could be severe or mild, and it could lead to disastrous consequences for families. Yao, please save my eldest son, wailed Aunt Zhang, the only child in her family. With one hand wiping her tears and the other grasping Yongwan in a plea, Yongwan sighed inwardly. She had no antidote for mushroom toxins and could only resort to rudimentary measures. Third sister, please boil some warm water and add a bit of salt and sugar. Yongwan instructed, then followed Bao Hua to the kitchen, where she grabbed a pair of chopsticks. Have your family come and take a pair of chopsticks. One for each person to stimulate vomiting, she declared, distributing the utensils. Casting her gaze over the courtyard, she felt a wave of dismay wash over her. It seemed they would all vomit in her yard. She approached a few of the unconscious individuals, assisting them into a lateral position and tilting their heads back to ensure their airways remained unobstructed. Before long, the air was filled with the sounds of retching. Yongwan furrowed her brow and shifted to the side, unable to bear the nausea-inducing sounds. She glanced at the son of the Yu family, whose eyes were tightly shut, continually heaving. His wife, Li Qiao, attended to him, her demeanor as perpetually gentle as ever. Nearby sat the second son of the Yu family and his grandson. Yongwan noted that she had never seen the daughter-in-law of this family before. Although her face was serious, she displayed no animosity towards the Yu family. After a while, she instructed the two locks to distribute bowls of salt and sugar water to a few families, hoping to prevent dehydration and shock. Let us pray that the toxin is of a common variety. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, those lying on the straw mats began to sit up, their consciousness gradually returning. Yongwan dashed back inside, procuring several boxes of montmorillonite powder from her space. This substance could absorb toxins in the digestive tract. She handed out 2 packets to each person. The packaging was as understated as ever, resembling modern tea bags. Yao, thank you. Aunt Zhang exclaimed, nearly kneeling before Yongwan as she gazed at her recovering son. He was her sole lifeline, and she feared the fate of a previous family that had perished from similar circumstances. She could hardly fathom how she would survive such a loss. Yu Mu and Yu Pei stepped forward to comfort the elderly woman. Yao, are you all right? Came a voice of Sister Zhao from outside the courtyard. She and Li Dinyo entered the Yu family home, glancing at the seated villagers on the ground. I'm fine. They're the ones in need of help. Yongwan replied with a smile, gesturing towards the villagers. You child, Zhao De Sa chuckled, the tense atmosphere easing considerably. Return and consume the medicine in your possession. But remember, these fungi must not be ingested haphazardly. I previously mentioned that they require special processing before consumption. Yonwan presented several common mushrooms to educate everyone. For instance, the rice mushroom is non-toxic, while others, such as the green-headed mushroom and milkcap, must be thoroughly cooked, preferably with garlic. Any garlic that changes color is toxic and should not be consumed. Some toxic mushrooms can be indistinguishable from safe ones, so she advised that anyone wishing to eat them should consult her first. Additionally, she discouraged them from gathering broom mushrooms, as one variety contains deadly ammonite, which can lead to fatal outcomes. After her thorough explanation regarding the poisonous nature of various fungi, those tempted remained silent, understanding the risks involved. Currently, it is the busy harvesting season, and we cannot afford any mishaps. Many among them were merely curious and eager to taste, while others harbored ulterior motives. She surveyed the crowd gathered on the ground, knowing that the matter of mushroom gathering rested with her. Today, before the village chief's family, she had earnestly cautioned them, which could be deemed fruitful. How much they absorbed was inconsequential. If trouble arose later, it was not her family they should blame. All right, leave a few individuals to clean the courtyard of the Yu family. The rest may return, she instructed. You seem unafraid of danger. Bringing everything to the Yu family, as if Zhao Longzhong is merely a decorative figure in the village. Li Daniyu maintained his usual stern demeanor while observing the sparse number of villagers rising. We believe that gathering mushrooms was proposed by the Yu family. Surely, there must be a way to address this, one villager lamented. Indeed, I've heard they often consume them without issue. Why didn't she inform us earlier about how to prepare them? The whole village cannot merely covet what they see. Another woman feigned tears. Yonwan shot a sideways glance at the two. I provided the funds and resources for mushroom gathering, so I owe you nothing, merely acting out of goodwill as fellow villagers. I generously treated you earlier. If you harbor resentment, keep my medicine and refrain from consuming it, lest you later seek my assistance again. After her statement, Baohua stepped forward, attempting to snatch the montmorillonite powder from the women's hands. How ungrateful! Was it my sister who gathered mushrooms to feed you? Did you not think to ask how to properly consume them before you spoke out? With a cold huff, Baohua seized the montmorillonite powder from their grasp. The two women were left with expressions flickering between green and pale, regretting their outburst as the medicine slipped from their hands. Regarding the mushrooms, Yaonyo reiterated that they are indeed toxic, and henceforth, any family that disregards this warning must not trouble others. Sister Zhao supported her statement. The medicine I possess was also purchased from a wandering physician. I have little left to spare. Today, what I provided you is all I can offer. Yonwan added, Yaonyo, how much did you spend on that? Li Daniyu Kirat. After a brief cough, Yonwan replied, well, I purchased 3 boxes for 50 Taoyuan coins, roughly equivalent to half a tael of silver. Brotherly, the items are too assorted for me to recall precisely. Therefore, Li Daniyu concluded with a serious expression. Each family treated here today must gather 5 pounds of mushrooms for the Yu family tomorrow. Yonwan nodded, noting that there were 7 or 8 families present. There are approximately 40 pounds of mushrooms in total, which could be exchanged for 120 Taoyuan coins. The additional earnings were not squandered as they came from her salt water and syrup. Upon hearing this, several families remarked that 5 pounds was not an excessive amount. 2 families, in particular, expressed their heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming that they would contribute 10 pounds each. It is evident that there are those who appreciate kindness. Chapter 72. The mushroom exchange is closed after the poisoned individuals departed. Yunwan casually discussed the construction of houses with the couple, Li Daniyu and his wife. Yunwan, you intend to build a house of blue bricks? Exclaimed Zhao Deseo. Her own home was made of blue bricks, albeit small, and had cost a considerable sum. She was somewhat astonished to understand that Yonwan's family planned a larger dwelling. Indeed, a larger house will provide ample space for living, Yonwan affirmed. A house is not a disposable item. It must be constructed to the best of one's ability within the available constraints. Are you planning to place the foundation here at the old house or elsewhere? Li Daniyu pondered before asking. Yonwan glanced at Father Yu, who merely encouraged her to estimate. Both the old kitchen and the two main rooms must be demolished. The foundation will extend from this old house towards both sides. Fortunately, there's a mountain spring here, and I have no desire to relocate, Yunwan indicated, pointing towards the spring and the old house. Li Danian nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall return and have my father select a favorable day for breaking ground. After inquiring about blue bricks and tile factories, the couple departed. Baohua remained troubled by the earlier incident of mushroom poisoning. Yunwan, do you think there's any reason left for concern? She was irked by the remarks of the two women, feeling they had benefited yet remained ungrateful. Do not be upset. This is a situation I failed to consider thoroughly. It has been resolved now, and in the future, they cannot hold us accountable, Yunwan reassured her. At lunch, Yunwan prepared a stir-fry of fresh greens and a pot of cabbage soup. Third sister, could you please stop by the town and purchase some aged rice and mixed grains? Also, get some white rice, she instructed. But we have the offerings from the mountain deity, Baohua responded, puzzled. We cannot carelessly exchange what the mountain deity has provided. Indeed, that is something we must be cautious about. Father Yu nodded in agreement from the side. Yunwan, Dogwang has not been himself these past few days. He seems to be suffering from indigestion. Mother Yu observed, her expression weary. I have massaged him, but it hasn't alleviated. Upon hearing this, Yunwan furrowed her brow, realizing that she lacked pediatric medications in her spatial inventory. Mother, I will go investigate, Baohua declared, setting down her bowl and chopsticks in haste. These days, she had been preoccupied with making cool powder, and Dogwang was tended to by Mother Yu during the day. However, he had not shown any unusual behavior at night. I will accompany you, Yunwan said, following closely behind Baohua. Dogwang was sound asleep inside, and Yunwan gently touched his little belly. It was swollen and hard, indicating serious indigestion. She hurried back inside her spatial realm and scoured for remedies, eventually finding a type of glycerin suppository. After conducting a brief search, she confirmed that it was suitable for children. She quickly purchased a bottle, which materialized in her hand as a light brown, soft container. Observing the nozzle, she noted it resembled modern soft tubes. She tucked it away and made her way to Mother Yu's room. Third sister, please boil a pot of hot water, Yunwan called as she took Dogwang into her arms. Dogwang has awakened, his small, dark eyes fixated on Yunwan, his little mouth pouting in a manner that evokes no sympathy. Upon hearing this, Baohua refrains from further chatter and strides towards the kitchen. Only then does Yunwan gently pat Dogwang's little backside and carry him into her room, placing him on the bed. She carefully squeezes a bit of lubricant onto the nozzle and his tiny rear. Subsequently, she slowly inserts the soft tube, and just as the little pup begins to whimper, the lubricant is already administered. Disposing of the bottle, she swiftly positions Dogwang, elevating his little backside as he rests on her hands. This posture is quite to his liking, and he no longer emits any whimpering sounds. As Yunwan steps out with him in her arms, Father Yu and Mother Yu are already waiting outside. Little girl, how is he? Mother Yu eagerly reaches out to take Dogwang. Mother, it's nothing serious. He just has a bit of indigestion. In the future, after he eats well, make sure to help him burp, Yunwan reassures her. All right. Sighing in relief after hearing that all is well, Mother Yu finally relaxes. Father Yu also feels a bit more at ease, genuinely believing that no problem is insurmountable with Yunwan around. Before long, the little pup begins to pass gas. Yunwan feels a warmth in her hands and exclaims, "Oh dear, he has gone." In a flurry, she hands Dogwang to Baohua, instructing the two locks to fetch a basin of warm water for him, intending to bathe him once he is clean. "Oh my, he has indeed," Baohua exclaims joyfully. "Wow, look at that, so much." Observing the mess that has leaked from the diaper, she pauses momentarily. As long as he has relieved himself, that's all that matters, Mother Yu says, fully at ease now, and returns to the house to fetch a diaper and some clothes. Just as she finishes preparing for the little pup, the voice of Wu Linghong resonates from outside the yard. Xiao Tsong rushes to open the door, and Wu Linghong enters, carrying a basket. "Little girl, I've mended several of your clothes," Wu Linghong says, handing the basket to Yunwan. She smiles as she accepts it. "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Wu. Please wait a moment." "No need. My mother said not to accept any payment from your family." Wu Linghong interjects, thinking Yunwan intends to retrieve some money. I want to take money. I'll give you something to eat, she replies. That would be acceptable. Wu Linghong grins widely, revealing her white teeth. After all, the Yu family has a knack for cooking, and there's no reason to refuse. Yunwan walks to the woodshed to retrieve a piece of cured meat, presenting it to Wu Linghong. Take this cured meat back to try. It's flavored with salt, and it can be stir-fried with chili or stewed. Afterward, she asks Wu Linghong to wait while she clears the basket, picking out a handful of beef liver mushrooms. This is delicious as well, she says as she hands the basket to him. Wu Linghong nods in acknowledgement. I heard your family is planning to build a house. He is aware that Yunwan has long harbored the desire to construct a home. It should be underway soon. Yunwan affirms. Seizing the opportunity, she inquires about the price of blue bricks from the Wu family. In this era, large blue bricks cost 2 coins for 3, while small blue bricks are 1 coin for 2. The walls will primarily require large blue bricks, with small ones reserved for secondary structures like eaves. She envisions a courtyard-style residence, estimating that she will need around 60,000 blue bricks for a total area of at least 100 square meters. Just the bricks alone will require a budget of at least 100 taels of silver, not to mention the cost of floor tiles and furniture. The 200 taels in her pocket will not last long. Remember to call me when it's time to transport the bricks. Wu Linghong waved her hand and walked out of the courtyard with her belongings. In the evening, Yunwan gazed blankly at the closed exchange grid for spatial fungi. She still had a large pile of fungi in her kitchen that had yet to be exchanged. Draping herself in a garment, she entered the kitchen and stared at the several baskets of fungi piled on the floor, lost in thought. The system was no longer accepting exchanges. What was she to do with these? Picking up a chicken mushroom, she contemplated frying them all. The aroma of fried chicken mushrooms. She could store the remaining fungi in her spatial storage, as time stood still in that realm, and they would not spoil. After devising a plan in her mind, she concluded that she could still collect fungi for a day or two, but would need to make a trip to the County S Tavern. Chapter 73. The fragrant chicken mushroom oil. The next day, Bao Hua took some cool noodles to Zhang the butcher's house. Er Suo and Yitzong were in the courtyard cleaning and tearing chicken mushrooms. Yunwan purchased several large jars of vegetable oil from the Taoyuan Mall and began frying chicken mushroom oil at home. As the saying goes, with chicken mushroom oil, one can dine without meat. Just a few drops could elevate the flavors of a dish. It would take an entire afternoon to fry the 4 to 5 baskets of chicken mushrooms. The aroma was delightful. Several women carrying baskets approached the Yu household, drawn by the enticing scent of chicken mushrooms, swallowing their saliva. Yao, I brought the 10 pounds of fungi from yesterday. It was Aunt Zhang who opened her mouth. One of them remarked. She had returned home yesterday after administering the medicine Yunwan provided to her son, and by evening, her eldest son was already recovering. Before dawn this morning, she invited her neighbors to gather mushrooms for the Yu family. Hearing this, Yunwan, busy in the kitchen, wiped her hands and stepped outside. She recognized the women who had previously suffered from mushroom poisoning and those who came to sell mushrooms. Quickly, she moved to collect the fungi. Yao, do you think these are edible? Asked Aunt Lon. This is chicken mushroom. It is edible. Where did you find it? Yunwan responded, having become familiar with most of the people from Fanyuan village. The woman speaking was Aunt Zhang. She pulled out 2 chicken mushrooms from the bottom of her basket for Yunwan to see. I found these in the eucalyptus grove, Aunt Lon replied with a smile. However, the mushrooms in the eucalyptus grove are not safe to eat. They could potentially be toxic. Ah, is that so? The women exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. They had collected quite a few to sell to the Yu family. Hearing this, Yunwan slapped her forehead, realizing that handling toxic fungi could be somewhat troublesome. If you wish to try, it's best to avoid those from the eucalyptus grove, she advised. After speaking, she pondered if the Taoyuan exchange automatically shielded against toxins. Would the fungi in her possession be problematic? Once the women departed, Chen Hongji entered the courtyard with Lu San. Chen Hongji carried a large basket of various fungi on her back, while Lu San held a small basket filled with decent-looking dried mushrooms and black cow mushrooms. Yao, these are what I gathered. I brought them for you, Lu San said, extending her basket toward Yunwan. Although there were only a few mushrooms, Yunwan was slightly surprised and glanced at Chen Hongji beside her. Chen Hongji turned her face away, casting a disapproving glance at the two before placing the basket down. I need to exchange this basket for Chen rice. Yunwan smiled subtly. The grain will have to wait until my sister returns for the exchange. You can wait now. You can come to exchange for grain that day. After pondering for a moment, Chun Hongji nodded in agreement. After recording the weights, Lu Sin stayed in the courtyard to chat with Yumu. Your young girl has truly transformed. She is both harvesting beans and foraging for mushrooms. I have heard that your family is planning to build a grand house, sighed Aunt Lu San inwardly. Were it not for this girl, she would only be left to eat her meals at the door with a bowl in hand. The mushrooms she gathered today were meticulously selected over the past 2 days. Initially, her daughter-in-law was rather reluctant, but she insisted that courtesy is never misplaced. Henceforth, whenever the Yu family has something to collect or do, they'll be able to lend a hand as well. Indeed, this girl has grown up and is now capable of taking charge, which brings great comfort to Yu's mother. Laughter from the elderly resonated from the courtyard. Er Suo and Song were washing the mushrooms and playfully tussling, while Xiao Chong danced around them. Smoke curled from the chimney, and Yunwan stirred the pot with a spatula in hand. At her feet were 2 jars, each as wide as a person's waist, already filled with a significant amount of chicken oil. The aroma was irresistible, attracting several families who came to sell mushrooms. Even the neighbor, Wu Linghong, approached with coins in hand, eager to purchase a jar. Yunwan filled a clay jar to the brim with the oil, proclaiming, "This chicken oil is best enjoyed with noodles." Wu Linghong nodded appreciatively, handing her a couple of silver coins. "My mother can indeed make a type of noodles." "Oh, noodles." Yunwan waved her hand dismissively. "I was actually planning to send a jar to your family, considering that her family would soon be busy with construction." She didn't want to accept his money. Knowing she would refuse, Wu Linghong returned home briefly to bring her a leg of deer. It was from his recent hunt, and since his family was not in need of money at the moment, he followed his mother's advice to hang it up to dry. In Yunwan's eyes, deer meat was a rare delicacy. "Oh dear, Wu's lad, what kind of meat is this? Is chicken oil really so precious that you'd trade it for such a large piece of meat?" A couple of women selling mushrooms who had lingered in the courtyard couldn't help but inquire as they saw Wu Linghong carrying the deer leg. "It's not worth much. Otherwise, I would have sold it already," Wu Linghong curtly replied, effectively silencing further questions. "I'll accept it. Once I finish frying the chicken oil, I will bring some to your family." Yunwan handed him a handful of dried mushrooms, which he gladly accepted before bidding her farewell. Yunwan, holding the deer leg, watched his retreating figure with curiosity. What had become of his relationship with Yu Yulan? Had she been too busy to notice? Recently, the Yu brothers had become more prudent, aside from Yu Lao Si. The rest had relied on others to bring mushrooms to the Yu family. Indeed, it had been quite some time since she last saw Yu Lao San's family. In the evening, Bao Hua returned driving an ox cart laden with several bags of grain, including aged rice, brown rice, and white rice, all purchased at Yunwan's request. "Third sister, how is business?" She had already sold a couple of batches of cold noodles. The customer flow should be quite apparent. "I was just about to tell you," Yunwan replied. "The number of people coming to buy cold noodles has decreased compared to before. However, our product has a rich flavor and generous portions, allowing us to earn a net profit of over 350 won each day." Bao Hua and Er Suo, along with Song, carried the grain while conversing with her. Today, there were even people from the county who specifically came to try our dish, enjoying it on-site and taking some home. "We earned more than half a tael of silver today." Yunwan paused for a moment at this news. In modern times, many hidden culinary delights attract visitors from afar. This indeed simplifies many matters. One need not venture to establish shops everywhere, as one can invigorate an entire family within the comfort of their own abode. However, in this age of limited information, the viability of such a business opportunity remains uncertain. At dinner, Yunwan sliced a piece of venison from a deer leg and prepared a venison soup, marking her first encounter with this type of meat. The texture of the venison was rather dry, accompanied by a faint, gamey flavor that Yunwan found rather unaccustomed. It appears that it would be best to pair it with other ingredients for cooking or perhaps dry it to create jerky, which could prove delightful. "Why does this chicken oil smell so fragrant?" Bao Hua exclaimed, taking a bite of the fried chicken mushrooms, which was simply delectable. "Is it not delicious?" Yunwan inquired, glancing at the Yu family members. Both Er Suo and Yi Song nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "It's incredibly good, Annie." Yunwan gently said, "Third sister, tomorrow you shall grind flour at home while I take Somei to the county." "Are you heading to the county again?" Baohua asked. "Yes, I intend to sell these mushrooms in the county," Yunwan replied, pointing towards the mushrooms in the corner. "Has the mountain god received enough?" Old Yu inquired. Yunwan paused momentarily, almost, "But there are other avenues. I won't let them go to waste. I will continue collecting mushrooms." The following morning, before Yunwan had the chance to depart, village head Li and Li Dinyo arrived at the Yu household to discuss the matter of breaking ground. Chapter 74, Culinary Delights of the Mushroom Tavern. The group gathered in the courtyard to deliberate on the construction. "Old Yu, in 5 days, we shall encounter an auspicious day for breaking ground," village head Li remarked, gesturing towards the mountain path behind the old house. "The foundation needs to shift slightly towards the main house. If we build the main house directly facing the entrance of the back mountain from the kitchen, it would be unfavorable. It should lean a bit westward, providing a solid backing, facing south with an open front, allowing for the gathering of energy and prosperity." After village head Li finished, Old Yu wore a satisfied expression. "I appreciate your kind words. We shall proceed as you advise." Yunwan nodded in agreement. Acknowledging her lack of understanding regarding feng shui, it was wise to heed the counsel of the elders. She returned to the kitchen to prepare a jar of chicken oil for village head Li's family. "Very well, that settles it. I shall find someone to oversee the construction," village head Li stated. "Uncle Li, here is the chicken oil. Please take it home and savor the flavor," Yunwan said, stepping forward to hand the jar to him. Village head Li stroked his short beard and remarked, "Old Yu, your daughter is quite clever. Actually, I would like to bother you with another matter. I need your assistance in selecting capable workers for the construction. I assure you they will be compensated fairly in terms of wages and meals," Yunwan added, recognizing that relying solely on the Yu family might lead to unfit choices. Village head Li, however, would ensure a reliable selection, as he would not dare create obstacles in the construction process and would be more diligent. "You child, it's hardly a big deal. I mentioned this to your father just a moment ago," village head Li chuckled, accepting the chicken oil without hesitation. "I heard yesterday that the Yu family was frying some chicken oil, and it smelled heavenly. The last time you made that cold powder was delightful. I shall taste this chicken oil tonight." After village head Li and Li Dinyo departed, she filled several baskets with mushrooms, and Baohua prepared the ox cart for her. Yunwan skillfully held the oxen's reins while sitting on the cart, though Somei, feeling uneasy, walked alongside the ox's head. Lok Mei, accompanied by her aunt, approached the ox cart, where young Yuan gently patted the cart's railing. "It's all right, Andy. This road is rather difficult. I shall wait until we reach the main road to sit." Lok Mei chuckled, shaking her head. Her mother had entrusted her with the responsibility of looking after her aunt. It was Annie's first time driving the ox cart, and she could not afford to be careless. Young Yuan smiled with resignation, deciding to let her do as she pleased. In the afternoon, the two arrived at the entrance of the medicine shop. "Ah, Miss Yu has arrived," exclaimed Manager Lu, who stood at the door with his hands behind his back, spotting young Yuan immediately. "How have you been, Manager Lu?" Young Yuan secured the ox cart and called for Locke, made to unload a basket of chicken bloodvine from the cart. "All is well. All is well. Is there no substantial cargo this time?" Manager Lu glanced at the basket. "Recently, there have been many family matters, and I haven't ventured into the mountains much. Here, take this to try." Young Yuan offered him a few chicken mushrooms. "What is this?" Manager Lu examined it closely. "Poisonous mushrooms? Ha ha, this is quite a treasure. It must be stir-fried with green peppers and garlic for the best flavor." After their exchange, young Yuan followed him into the medicine shop. The pharmacist weighed the chicken bloodvine, totaling 25 jin, with varying quality. Manager Lu calculated it to be 300 won per jin, amounting to 751. After receiving the silver, young Yuan inquired, "Manager Lu, do you know the largest restaurant in the county town?" Indeed. We are old acquaintances," Manager Lu replied with a broad smile. "It is only natural to share a little insight when one receives such generous offerings." "What do you need the restaurant for?" "I have some delicacies I wish to present to them for tasting." In that case, I have no pressing matters at the moment. I shall accompany you." Upon hearing this, young Yuan was delighted. "I thank you, Manager Lu. The largest restaurant in the county is called Chinkalu." As they approached, They found it was just the right time for a break in the afternoon, and there were no patrons present. Manager Liu has arrived. The doorman, upon seeing Manager Liu, bowed and stepped forward to greet him. Is Manager Xiao in the establishment? Manager Liu did not rush inside. Yes, he is in the back courtyard, the doorman replied with a smile. Then please call him. I shall wait here. Manager Liu gestured for the doorman to fetch Manager Xiao. Before long, a corpulent man in his 40s emerged. Perhaps due to his ample diet, he bore a rather flushed complexion. Old Liu, it's not yet dinner time. What brings you here? Manager Xiao teased, casting a glance at young Yuan and Lok Mei. His expression a mix of confusion and curiosity directed towards Manager Liu. Certainly not to dine. Here, my young friend has some delicacies she wishes to show you. Manager Liu stepped aside to allow young Yuan to step forward. Hearing this, young Yuan took a few steps closer, holding a basket of mushrooms. Manager Xiao, my surname is Yu. I have come today to show you some mushrooms, she stated confidently and eloquently. Manager Xiao regarded her for a moment, observing the young girl dressed in coarse linen, her demeanor exuding an air of calm. Her eyes, though not striking, were dark and sparkled with a hint of intelligence. Are these poisonous mushrooms? After finishing his appraisal of young Yuan, Manager Xiao shifted his gaze to the assortment of mushrooms she held, various colors displayed. Can they be eaten? Are they delicious? Is old Liu suggesting I should purchase them? A look of hesitation crossed Manager Zhao's face. Yuan spoke again. These are all non-toxic mushrooms I have personally consumed. I have heard of some methods of preparation. Would it be possible to borrow your kitchen, Master Xiao? I can pay you a labor fee. Ah, you're too polite. Since these were brought by old Liu, let us not concern ourselves with such trivialities. Please follow me. Master Xiao chuckled, waving his hand and beckoning the waiter to bring the mushrooms to Soumei and Yuan, leading Yuan into the kitchen. You girl, I will wait for you outside. Liu, the shopkeeper, was not in a hurry to return to the pharmacy. Fortunately, he had no business today and was quite eager to taste the delectable mushroom dishes that the girl spoke of. Yuan nodded and smiled at him. Later, shopkeeper Liu, let us have a taste together. Upon entering the kitchen, Yuan's eyes widened in amazement. Truly, it was the largest tavern in the county. The kitchen boasted 2 rows of stoves, with an abundance of various ingredients and seasonings. You girl, feel free to ask for anything you need, Master Xiao said, introducing some spices, yet he did not leave. 2 chefs stood nearby, watching with keen interest. It was indeed a rarity. They had never seen anyone come to a tavern to sell wild delicacies and personally work in the kitchen. Noticing the curiosity on their faces, Yuan did not hold back, washing and slicing the mushrooms alongside Soumei. Her swift and deft movements ignited a spark of anticipation in them. Master Xiao, may I borrow the remaining half of that free-range chicken? Yuan inquired, pointing at the half chicken on the counter. Use it as you please, Master Xiao replied, waving his hand in cheerful agreement. Once preparations were nearly complete, an assistant chef helped her stoke the fire. Soon, she began to heat the oil. Before long, a plate of dried chili and beef liver mushrooms, stir-fried green peppers with chicken mushrooms, egg stew with milk mushrooms, sauteed greens, and a mixed mushroom chicken soup were ready. She also prepared a small portion of cured meat stir-fried with dry mushrooms and rice. Finally, she took out a jar of chicken mushroom oil, boiled a bowl of noodles with the tavern's noodles, drizzled it with chicken mushroom oil and dried mushrooms, added a few drops of soy sauce and salt for seasoning, and sprinkled a touch of chopped green onions. The mushroom feast was served. Master Xiao, along with the 2 chefs and shopkeeper Liu, could hardly contain their eagerness to taste the dishes. The aroma was simply irresistible. The fragrant scent wafted into their noses even as they sought at it. What a delightful dish! Exclaimed shopkeeper Liu as he and Master Xiao simultaneously picked up a chopstick full of green pepper and chicken mushrooms. The spicy and garlicky flavors intertwined with the freshness of the chicken mushrooms, offering a truly rich texture. Come, you two do have a taste. Master Xiao urged the 2 chefs to sample the dishes. Each of them tried a little of everything, their hearts brimming with joy. The mushrooms surpassed even rare delicacies from the mountains and seas. These dishes were indeed fresh, each with its unique flavor. After finishing the last bite of chicken mushroom oil noodles, Master Xiao remarked, Indeed, the taste is incredibly fresh, even more intriguing and flavorful than some wild game. Shopkeeper Lu sincerely praised, mushrooms are not available year-round. They could be considered a rare delicacy. My family just happened to harvest some during the rainy season, Yuan mentioned, having set a hook for their interest. Upon hearing that she had a harvest, Master Xiao was further intrigued when he learned from the two chefs that the preparation was simple and not difficult, making him quite eager. Even as a seasoned gourmet who had tasted countless delicacies over the years, he felt his appetite whetted. Surely, it would not miss the mark on the tavern's menu. Miss you. Do you intend to sell your mushrooms to the tavern, or? Master Xiao was not foolish. This is but one aspect. Manager Xiao is well aware that most mushrooms are toxic. However, I have stumbled upon a method for processing them. If Manager Xiao were to procure mushrooms from elsewhere, it could lead to significant complications. Upon hearing this, Manager Xiao and Manager Lu exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. Manager Xiao remarked, "You, my young friend, certainly know how to navigate matters." Manager Lu interjected, "Let us keep business and personal affairs separate. Pray tell, how do you propose we manage this culinary venture?" Manager Xiao straightened his posture. Although she initially appeared to be merely a young girl, her composure and adeptness in the culinary arts revealed her confidence in negotiating. "The mushrooms supplied to Chinka Lu can only pass through my hands to Manager Xiao," Young Wan stated calmly. "While your request is not unreasonable, it does possess certain flaws." Manager Xiao paused thoughtfully. "Once these mushrooms become part of Chinka Lu's menu, do you not think there will be those who seek to unravel the secrets behind them?" He did not wish to undermine this young girl. Rather, he sensed that the mushroom dish could be quite lucrative. He possessed the skill to elevate this dish into a seasonal signature for Chinka Lu, yet he doubted whether her supply would suffice. Young Wan secretly chuckled to herself, feeling she had successfully hooked him. Manager Zhao's reasoning was sound, but the handling of mushrooms certainly demanded finesse, and there were indeed various methods to consider. "I have prepared a specialized procedure for these mushrooms, yet I have a stipulation. I require a share of the profits from Chinka Lu, specifically from the mushrooms." Upon hearing this, Manager Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Her demand seemed rather audacious. Manager Lu, unsure whether to interject, opted to remain silent and observe the negotiation. Young Wan continued, "There is no need for you to feel pressured, Manager Xiao. If you choose not to proceed, that is entirely acceptable." After a moment's reflection, Manager Xiao admitted that he knew very little about mushrooms. Not only he, but few in the southern regions were familiar with them. "May I inquire as to your residence?" "I shall send someone with a message in 2 days." Manager Zhao's reluctance to agree outright was surely due to his own considerations. "I reside in Yujia, a village near Xinhe town." Young Wan generously divulged her location. As she prepared to leave, Manager Xiao requested that she retain the remaining mushrooms. Young Wan declined the silver he offered, refraining from elaborating on the nuances of mushroom preparation. In times of crisis, one seeks security. Although the toxins in these mushrooms were minimal, they were sufficient to prompt Manager Xiao to seriously contemplate a partnership. Bidding farewell to Manager Lu and Manager Xiao, Young Wan rode back to the town. Upon her arrival, before dusk fell, she took a detour to the Butcher Zhang's shop. The establishment had undergone a remarkable transformation, filled with tables for customers and adorned with a newly crafted sign at the entrance. Inside, patrons were scattered about, enjoying cold noodles. Li and her daughter, Zhang Xiao, busily attended to the dining area. "Sister Zhang," Young Wan called as she approached. "Ah, you finally arrived, little girl. Have you eaten yet?" Li turned upon hearing her voice, quickly setting aside her cloth to greet her. "I have my meal at home. How is business faring?" Young Wan inquired. Li approached quietly and whispered, "Very well. Business is thriving, each day better than the last." "That's wonderful. In a few days, let's prepare something new. If you find the store understaffed, hire someone, or I could ask my niece to help," said Yunwan, observing the busy Zhang Xiao. "Come here, Xiao," Li called out to Zhang Xiao. "This is Aunt Yu, and this is my little Xiao," Li introduced the two. Annie, Zhang Xiao resembled Li closely, appearing about 13 or 14 years old. She possessed a gentle and lovely demeanor, yet her voice was akin to that of a butcher, rather coarse. Yunwan smiled and nodded. It's getting dark. I must head back. If you need anything, tell my third sister. She will relay the message. Why not stay at my house tonight? Just the other day, your brother Zhang caught a few bamboo rats. We can have them for dinner, Li urged eagerly. Next time, I promise to stay for a meal. But today I truly have matters to attend to. Yunwan politely declined. There are still many mushrooms to deal with, and I need to prepare for building the house. Seeing her firm refusal, Li did not press further and merely encouraged her to visit the shop more often. After parting with Li, Yunwan and Suo made their way home in the dark. Upon reaching the village crossroads, a suspicious figure stealthily followed them. Sensing something amiss, Yunwan instructed Suo to lead the ox ahead. She grasped the hoe handle from the ox cart, vigilantly watching for any movement behind them. Suddenly, a figure leaped forth and jumped onto the cart. Suo gasped at the sudden noise. In the faint light, Yunwan discerned a slender, middle-aged man with a repugnant demeanor. Hey, young lady, where do you hail from? His voice was crude and his tone flirtatious. Yunwan leaned back slightly. Suo stood frozen in fear, the atmosphere thick with tension. Who are you? Yunwan attempted to soften her tone, signaling Suo to continue urging the ox forward. You needn't know who I am. Where do you live? I can escort you home, the man said, inching closer. Yunwan seized the hoe and thrust it forward. The man, caught off guard, tumbled off the cart. You filthy scoundrel, he shouted, clutching his stomach as he scrambled to rise and chase after them. Suo, leading the ox, wanted to flee, but the exhausted animal had settled into its own pace and could not run. As the man lunged toward them, Yunwan swiftly produced her spray and aimed it at him. The man howled, shielding his eyes, and Yunwan seized the opportunity to rain blows upon him with the hoe. With all her strength, she struck his head, and he was unable to defend himself. Reaching for the hoe, unexpectedly, Sone, who had come alongside, hurled a stone at his head. Being slightly shorter, the stone struck the back of the man's neck. Unbeknownst to them, this triggered some reaction, and he collapsed onto the ground. Fearing he might feign death, Yunwan delivered several hard kicks to his groin and finished with another blow to his head before she ceased her assault. Anti-woo-woo, he can't be dead, can he? The lewd man lay motionless for quite some time, and Suo Mei's voice trembled with fear. It's fine, let us hurry home. Yunwan cast a cold glance at the man on the ground, her tone indifferent. In this remote countryside, should he indeed be dead, they would be justified in their self-defense. What kind of good person would ambush young girls on a village road in the dead of night? Chapter 76. Concerns of Mother Yu. As they neared home, Yunwan approached the side of the ox's head, gently taking Suo Mei's hand and saying, This is our secret. With Annie here, everything will be fine. I trust Annie. Suo Mei nodded with a quivering voice. Upon hearing Yunwan's words, her anxious heart finally found some semblance of calm. Upon returning home, Bao Hua and the others were gathered in the kitchen, playfully teasing the little dog Wang. Hearing the commotion, Bao Hua hurried out from the kitchen. In the future, take me with you. You two young ones are not safe alone, she expressed with a hint of concern. During dinner, Yunwan casually mentioned the matter of the mushrooms, leaving the Yu family perplexed. She did not intend to elaborate, planning to wait until the manager Zhao's person arrived for further discussion. Once back in her room, she accessed the Taoyuan system and perused it. Recalling the harrowing incident from the previous night, she immediately searched for self-defense weapons and was presented with a selection of electric batons. She marveled at the system's prowess, yet acknowledged its numerous limitations. Purchasing an electric baton required completing a time-limited exchange to unlock the shopping feature. She swiped to the exchange page. The previous exchange of wild vegetables for cotton was a permanent task, but there were no time-limited exchanges available at that moment. Nevertheless, she remained unhurried, sensing that a time-limited task would soon arise. Indeed, a new exchange task materialized. 1 pound of wild bamboo shoots could be exchanged for 30 Taoyuan coins. While not particularly novel, she was eagerly awaiting her upgrade. The prospect of an upgraded system intrigued her, yet she felt no immediate rush. Bamboo shoots were available year-round, and she had no intention of pursuing this matter for the next few days. The following day, Yunwan decided to treat herself to a day of rest, rising leisurely when the sun was high in the sky. After waking, she took a stroll at the foot of the earth mound, wondering if anyone had noticed the events of the previous night. Suo Mei, Dozi, Bao Hua exclaimed, observing Suo Mei's restless demeanor that morning. Oh. Suo Mei glanced discreetly at Yunwan outside the courtyard gate. Upon hearing the voice, Yunwan entered and offered a reassuring glance, allowing Suo Mei to finally breathe a sigh of relief. She wandered over to the vegetable garden, which had blossomed into a vast expanse of greenery. However, she lamented that this flourishing patch would soon be relocated to make way for new construction. Nevertheless, she planned to enclose this land within the Yu family's courtyard, aspiring to create a dedicated vegetable garden in the future. After playing with the dog Wang for a while, she noticed that her mother's expression was somewhat off. She inquired, "Mother, what has been troubling you these past few days?" Suddenly, she realized that her mother had been wearing a heavy expression lately. However, with her numerous concerns, she had not paid much attention to it until now. "Ah, my dear girl, I have been dreaming of you as a child frequently. It feels strange, inexplicable." Her mother sighed deeply. Yunwan's heart tightened at these words. Could her mother have sensed something? "Mother, that is quite normal. I often dream of you and father too." "No, it's different," her mother replied, turning to glance at Yunwan. The murky, clouded eyes flickered slightly, giving Yunwan the fleeting sensation of being seen into her very soul. "Mother, have you been drinking ginseng water these past few days?" The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Yunwan to shift the conversation. "Yes, dear, I often hear you speaking in my ear. I truly am getting old," her mother concluded, lapsing into silence thereafter. She gazed vacantly into the distance, the gentle breeze caressing her cheeks. Her sunken cheeks were marred by age spots, spreading like willow catkins in the wind. Young Wan's heart trembled, her emotions a tumultuous blend. At her mother's age, uttering such words was an ominous sign, reminiscent of the last months before her grandmother's passing, when she frequently spoke of dreams involving the departed. She also claimed to hear strange voices. "Mother, our family is blessed by the mountain deity. You should rest easy and enjoy your life," young Wan reassured, fearing her mother might spiral into despair. Her mother chuckled softly in response. "Indeed, our little girl has had a tough time. You are our family's lucky star, and with you here, I feel at ease." After saying this, she took young Wan's hand and stroked it, but young Wan noticed that her mother's nails had turned dark. A chill ran through her. Such signs, combined with her mother's uncharacteristic ambiguous words, made her grasp the underlying meaning instantly. However, she concealed her feelings, exchanging a few pleasantries with her mother before rising to head towards the woodshed. Her father was chopping wood in the shed. Young Wan approached him and asked, "Father, has mother been troubled lately?" At her inquiry, he set down his axe. When he turned to her, she was startled. His cheeks were now covered in dark age spots. Fear gripped her. She had been with him daily, yet today, she noticed something was amiss. "She's been muttering lately about dreaming of you," her father replied, chuckling lightly. "Your mother and I are getting older, and with her eyesight failing, it's natural for her to reminisce about the days when she could see clearly. It's nothing serious." Returning from a yard to the kitchen, young Wan's heart was in turmoil. Her father was a firm believer in the mountain deity, but her mother was different. After lunch, young Wan took Bao Hua to a corner of the yard. "Sister, let the little ones grind the flour slowly, and keep a closer watch on our parents. I've noticed they've been looking weary these past few days. Tomorrow, when you go to town to deliver the flour, could you also bring the old doctor from the apothecary to take a look at them?" Young Wan felt compelled to prepare for what lay ahead. Some matters could be postponed, but others could not afford delay. "What's wrong? Did father and mother say something to you?" Bao Hua asked, puzzled, unaware of any changes in their parents. Realizing Bao Hua had not noticed, young Wan felt a glimmer of understanding. Living together every day, subtle changes might go unnoticed in their gradual progression. "Don't you think they appear older?" young Wan prompted. Bao Hua glanced at their mother basking in the sun, a shadow of concern crossing her face. She nodded, her voice heavy with unspoken sorrow. Unwittingly, they have aged far too much. Young Wan understood the weight of her words, yet neither pressed further into the topic. "I see. I will be more attentive to them," Bao Hua assured. Young Wan hoped that with Bao Hua's companionship and encouragement, her mother could overcome her inner turmoil. In the afternoon, young Wan's eyelids twitched. Her sixth sense had always been accurate. Accompanying this intuition was the arrival of a group of people. Little girl. Leading the group was the village chief, accompanied by an elder. Uncle Lee, young Yuan feigned calmness. Casting a glance at the few members of the Yu family behind the village chief, she had already surmised much. Unexpectedly, this audacious girl dares to accuse murder. Zhang Xiufang exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yunwan. Yunwan cast a cold glance in her direction, retorting, "One may indulge in indiscriminate eating, but one must not speak recklessly." Before Zhang Xiufang could utter another word, village head Li intervened. "This is village head Wang from the neighboring Daya village. A tragedy has occurred there." After speaking, village head Li scrutinized Yunwan, who furrowed her brow, remarkably composed. If she truly had committed murder, how could she maintain such tranquility? It was unlikely that a girl of merely a few years would possess such fortitude. Chapter 77. Suspicions surrounding Yu, Xiaoran Uncle Yu. Do you imply Yunwan's tone remained placid, her expression one of bewilderment? The Yu family claims they witnessed you strike someone dead last night, village head Wang stated, his own skepticism evident. How could a girl so delicate and unassuming unleash such violence? Who is it? Where did this occur? Yunwan retorted with a mocking smile directed at Zhang Xiufang. Xiaoran, you explain, Zhang Xiufang urged, nudging a figure behind her. Yu Xiaoran, a girl of 13 or 14, bore a striking resemblance to her mother, Wang Qiong, with her large, expressive eyes. After being pushed forward, she lowered her head, clutching her garment nervously. I saw my aunt kill Wang Wang Jinlong, last night, Yu Xiaoran stammered. Upon hearing this, Yunwan could not suppress a scoff. So, the repugnant man was indeed Wang Jinlong. Village head Li pondered, recalling how village head Wang had rushed to him earlier, during which he had gathered snippets of information. It was said that villagers discovered Wang Jinlong's lifeless body on the road, already cold. The Yu family further claimed that their granddaughter had been too frightened to sleep since last night, only revealing her account under her mother's pressing inquiry this morning. The more he contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss, yet he did not wish to tarnish village head Wang's reputation. Thus, he brought a few individuals to confront the situation. Then please articulate the specifics, Yunwan said, folding her arms and adopting a thoroughly calm demeanor. Village head Wang briefly questioned the credibility of Yu Xiaoran's account. Last night, it was dark, and I could not see clearly. I only glimpsed the figures of my aunt and my cousin, Yu Xiaoran recounted under Zhang Xiufang's scrutinizing gaze. Yunwan discerned the truth in her words. It appeared she had indeed witnessed the event. Who is unaware of the discord between our families? I do not even know who Wang Jinlong is. So what motive would I have to kill him? Yunwan concluded, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiufang. I have heard that your family previously had a dispute with Wang Jinlong over my marriage, and Xiaoran was entangled with him. This ruckus today seems exceedingly beneficial for your family. After Yunwan's brief analysis, village head Li and village head Wang fell into a contemplative silence. Zhang Xiufang, reflecting on the implications, began to protest. You wretched girl, you have no evidence. Do not tarnish Xiaoran's reputation. You are the murderer. Wang Qiong shielded Yu Xiaoran behind her, her expression shifting unpredictably. Village head Li, village head Wang. I indeed went to town yesterday and encountered several villagers on my way out. It would not be strange for someone to know my whereabouts. However, I am genuinely unaware of how Wang Jinlong met his demise on the road. Perhaps you should inquire further with Xiaoran, Yunwan replied coolly, casting a discerning gaze at the timid Yu Xiaoran, who cowered beside Wang Qiong. Despite her age, she had no intention of being adversarial. However, now that the Yu family and her are bound to clash, she cannot be blamed for her ruthless demeanor. Xiaoran, could you elaborate on what transpired? Village chiefly inquired, turning towards Yu Xiaoran. Yu Xiaoran replied, I truly saw my aunt strike Wang Jinlong on the head with a wooden stick last night. Village Chief Wang responded, since you claim to have seen it when it was already dark, what were you doing there? Zhang Xiufang interjected, Uncle Wang, I have a piece of land over there, and it was I who asked Xiaoran to go pull weeds. Village Chiefly remarked, I recall your plot. Nothing was planted there, so what weed were you pulling? Following his words, Zhang Xiufang gave an awkward smile. I was merely thinking of pulling the weeds to sow some beans. With no evidence. You accuse me of murder merely because you say so? I could just as easily claim you are the murderer. You, a young girl, wandering alone at the village entrance in the dead of night. Surely you know the reason. Yunwan shot a sideways glance at Yu Xiaoran. Village Chief Wang. Did you notice anything unusual when you discovered Wang Jinlong's body? He had a head injury, and there was a pool of blood. Village Chief Wang pondered before responding. Then you must thoroughly investigate his family. As there have been numerous rumors regarding Wang Jinlong and Xiaoran in recent days, Yunwan redirected the conversation towards the Yu family. Guan Qian, ayetatit, exclaimed. No. Those rumors are baseless. Anyone who spreads lies, I shall silence them. Xiaoran has witnessed the murder. Does that not count? Yunwan scoffed coldly. Last night, I confirmed that Wang Jinlong did not bleed. If Yu Xiaoran truly witnessed it, there must be more to this tale. Village Chief Wang and Village Chief Li exchanged glances and nodded. Did you truly not encounter anyone on your way back last night? Yunwan affirmed with certainty. No. Call Suo Zhen and the others over, Zhang Xiufang instructed, noticing the three siblings watching eagerly from the courtyard. You all come here, Yunwan beckoned. Upon meeting Samei's somewhat panicked gaze, Yunwan discreetly nodded at her. Suo Mei bit her lip and stepped behind Suo Zhen. I ask you, who went to the town with Yao Niu yesterday? He went, Suo Mei responded, feigning calmness. When did you return? At night, just as it turned dark. Village Chief Li and Village Chief Wang fell silent again, as they did not believe Wang Jinlong could have been killed by these two girls. Yet he would not have died without reason. Both parties now held suspicions. Uncle Li, I see Xiaoran looks rather pale. Perhaps she was frightened by the corpse. Should we not fetch a physician to check on her? Yunwan suggested timely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiufang and Wang Qiong swayed slightly, while Yu Xiaoran, visibly alarmed, repeatedly shook her head. I am fine. I am unscathed. By the way, I need to ask Dr. Zhao to check my parents' pulse as well. Xiaoran, you must be quite frightened, right? Let's all go. Yunwan took a step forward, grasping Yu Xiaoran's wrist. As soon as Yunwan held her, Yu Xiaoran trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. Just as we were thirsty, we came to your house for a cup of water, Village Chief Li noted, sensing something amiss, and smoothly transitioned the conversation. Village Chief Wang remained unhurried, thinking Wang Jinlong was merely a piece of rat droppings. Dead or alive, it made little difference. Had it not been for the Yu family's complaints brought before him, he could have easily dismissed the gambling fool as demise. Come in and rest for a moment. Yunwan blocked the three from leaving. What is it? Are you feeling guilty? Unable to frame someone else? You cannot leave. If you do, it will only confirm your guilt in this murder. After speaking, she gestured for the two locks to push the three into the courtyard. Zhang Xiufang and Wang Qiong muttered curses under their breath, but Yunwan pretended not to hear. This time, they must learn their lesson. Father Yu and Mother Yu had already been led into the kitchen by Bao Hua. Bao Hua, what is going on? Father Yu could not help but ask, hearing the commotion outside and the mention of killing. Indeed, why won't you let us out? Mother Yu slapped Bao Hua. Oh dear mother, be gentle. Yunwan has something to discuss. Let us stay in the kitchen for a while. Just as village head Li arrived at the courtyard, Yunwan instructed her to greet her parents. Though she herself was unclear about the situation, the two locks, tasked by Yunwan, inquired all the way to Dr. Zhao's home. Soon, they brought Dr. Zhao into the courtyard. Please check on my niece first. Her complexion is far from good, Yunwan said, pointing towards the whimpering and resisting Yu Xiaoran. Me fine. I don't want to look. Yu Xiaoran hid behind Wang Qiong. Zhang Xiufang and Wang Qiong shielded her, their demeanor oddly peculiar, which only deepened Yunwan's suspicions. Your complexion truly is concerning, Zhao Santian remarked, noticing the evasive behavior of the group. Go on, go away. If she doesn't want us, she won tea. Wang Qiong forcefully pushed Yu Xiaoran further behind her. Yunwan had no time to negotiate with them. She maneuvered behind Yu Xiaoran and kicked her at the back of the knee. The tears that had been stuck in the corners of Yu Xiaoran's eyes were thus released. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground with a thud. How dare you, you little wretch! Zhang Xiufang turned to see Yunwan's mischief and, slapping her thigh, was about to confront her. Yunwan quickly stepped aside and evaded her grasp. What is all this ruckus? Why not let her have a look? Village head Li coughed heavily. Zhao Santian, hearing this, squatted down and grasped Yu Xiaoran's hand. Wang Xiong hurriedly interrupted, a strict separation of genders. Who permits you to hold my daughter's hand? Zhao Santian had swiftly taken her pulse, but upon hearing Wang Xiong's words, his expression darkened. Though he specialized in treating injuries and ailments caused by wind and cold, he had some knowledge of pulse diagnosis. It was evident that the Yu girl was no longer intact, even exhibiting signs of a slippery pulse. Silence. Village head Li reprimanded the group and turned to Zhao Santian. Has she been frightened? He agreed to let Yongwan examine Yu Xiaoran primarily to discern whether the girl was indeed lying. If she had genuinely been traumatized, it was highly likely that Yu Xiaoran had witnessed the murder of Wang Jinlong. If not, he would have to question the Yu family's claims of her being overly frightened. The pulse is like a bow. She has indeed been frightened, Zhao Santian replied candidly. See, I told you my Xiaoran was truly terrified by the murder. Zhang Xiaofeng felt a sense of relief upon hearing Zhao Santian's words, thinking the inept doctor had caused her unnecessary worry. Moreover, there's another pulse sign. This girl may be with child. Zhao Santian could not bear the disdainful look Zhang Xiaofeng cast at him. He chose to speak with a hint of intimidation to unsettle her. It seems she has truly been frightened. Dr. Zhao, could you please step into the kitchen and check my parents' pulses? Yongwan interjected, signaling for the two locks to lead him into the kitchen. Zhao Longzhong cast a glance at Yunwan and nodded slightly. Village heads Li and Wang, along with Elder Yu, being from the older generation, felt compelled to enter the kitchen upon hearing Yunwan's words. The three followed Zhao Santian into the kitchen. Upon seeing everyone gathered there, Yunwan stepped forward and knelt down before Yu Xiaoran. Noticing the bloodied marks on her hands, she gently grasped Yu Xiaoran's wrist, caressing it softly. Her tone was low yet laced with an eerie chill. Wang Jinlong was killed by her family, wasn't he? As her words fell, Wang Xiong and Zhang Xiaofeng opened their mouths to respond, but Yunwan tightened her grip on Yu Xiaoran's wrist, causing her to whimper. It hurts. Let go of me. Yunwan looked up at Zhang Xiaofeng and Wang Xiong, saying, if your family feels embarrassed enough, feel free to shout. Your Xiaoran has been sullied by Wang Jinlong. Hasn't she? At this proclamation, the trio gasped in unison, taken aback by the audacity of the girl. Having spoken thus, they dared not make any further outcries. Yunwan rose and surveyed the three. Now you have but one choice, to report Wang Jinlong for the heinous act against Yu Xiaoran. No, I don't want to. Mother, Yu Xiaoran exclaimed, shaking her head fervently, lamenting how she would face others afterward. Wang Jinlong is dead. What are we to report? Wang Qiong fumed, her nostrils flaring with anger, realizing that this girl was truly a nemesis to her family, and that wretched Wang Jinlong, the scoundrel, had stealthily taken advantage of Xiaoran when she was alone. It took them over a month to recognize the abnormality, but by then it was too late. Had it been another man, perhaps her family would have reluctantly consented to the marriage. However, Wang Jinlong, being a gambler with nothing to his name, not even a penny for betrothal gifts, posed a dilemma. If Xiaoran were to be married off to him, not only would they be ridiculed, but all their efforts in raising her would be in vain. The incident with Wang Jinlong could have been quietly swept under the rug, but it seemed they wished to pin the blame on her. Yunwan smiled at the three, sending shivers down their spines. Zhang Xiaofeng felt an ominous premonition wash over her. Wait, we are not discussing your killing of Wang Jinlong. Wang Qiong hastily interjected. Uncle Li. Yunwan left a cryptic silhouette as she made her way towards the kitchen. In the fleeting moments of waiting, the three in the courtyard felt as if their hearts were being roasted over a fire. Yunwan emerged from the kitchen with village head Li and the others. Zhao Longzhong, you mentioned earlier that my niece has another pulse. What is that pulse? As her words echoed, the three from the Yu family felt their hearts leap into their throats. They had thought that retracting their words about her killing would secure their peace. Young girl, Xiaoran just mentioned that she was overly frightened and misinterpreted. It was not you who killed him. Zhang Xiaofeng attempted to maintain her composure, hastily speaking before Zhao Longzhong could. I know whether I've taken a life or not, but as for the reasons behind any murder, you may soon find out, Yunwan replied, giving Zhao Longzhong a nod. Uncle Li, this matter may indeed concern my little niece. What is going on? Village head Li and village head Wang were left bewildered, akin to spectators who had lost track of the unfolding drama. Your daughter seems to exhibit signs of pregnancy. Zhao Longzhong, facing the piercing gazes of Zhang Xiufang and Wang Qiong, mustered the courage to utter this explosive statement. Village chief Li and village chief Wang stood there, thunderstruck, stammering. What on earth is going on with Wang Qiong? As the leader of a village, Chief Li felt his dignity slipping away. Though it was true that Yu's daughter was approaching 15 and should be considering marriage, the circumstances of her untimely and unexplainable predicament were beyond comprehension, especially with the added burden of her condition. What kind of situation is this? Wang Qiong, cradling Yu Shaoran, began to weep. The three of them hesitated for quite some time, only managing to convey the general situation under the pressure of Chief Li's authority. It turned out that the trouble began when Yunwan rejected Wang Jinlong's marriage proposal, which left him seething. He was a notorious bachelor, unencumbered by any moral considerations. Thus, he harbored malicious intentions and stealthily infiltrated Fanyuan village. Previously, he had encountered Wang Qiong and Yu Shaoran on several occasions when they visited her maternal home, leading him to target Yu Shaoran and take advantage of her when she was alone. His long-standing association with gambling had honed his silver tongue, allowing him to deceive Yu Shaoran into silence regarding their encounters, which only came to light when the Yu family discovered her situation. That beast! Chief Li gritted his teeth in anger. What a calamity! A trembling voice from behind interrupted. Father, please go back to the kitchen, Yunwan urged, hastily assisting Yu's father. He shrugged off her hand, exclaiming, What is there that I cannot hear? Look what your family has wrought. Are you satisfied with how your granddaughter has turned out? Yu's father, his chest heaving with emotion, gestured furiously at the speechless Zhang Xiufang. After his outburst, he gasped for breath, nearly fainting. Zhao Longzhong rushed forward to support him, offering him a herbal remedy to suck on. I understand now. Wang Jinlong was killed by your family, and you were framing it on Yao Niu? Village Chief Wang deduced the sequence of events. How else could one explain that Yu Shaoran happened to witness Wang Jinlong's murder while lingering at the village entrance so late at night? What a coincidence! It wasn't me. It was Yu Shaoran, she protested, her voice rising in agitation. Before she could finish, Wang Qiong covered her mouth. Chapter 79. The widow's daughter marries into Fanyuan village. Given the gravity of the situation, there was little left to misunderstand. Village Chief Li, accompanied by village chief Wang and the three members of the Yu family, headed to the Yu family's main house to demand accountability. After their departure, Yunwan returned to Yu's father's room, where he continued to mutter, What a calamity! Father, Yunwan approached him to offer comfort. What troubled Yu's father was that Wang Jinlong deserved his fate, yet why wouldn't the family relent and cease their persecution of Yao Niu? His frustration was palpable. Yu's mother, who had been listening from the kitchen, remained silent as Bao Huan nestled beside her, offering words of encouragement. Yunwan stepped out of the courtyard, finding Zhao Santian still present. She pulled out 51 from her sleeve and handed it to him, saying, Thank you, Zhao Longzhong. Zhao Santian did not accept it, replying, I've heard your family's chicken oil is quite fragrant. May I have some? Yunwan smiled graciously, Of course, just wait a moment. She went to the firewood room and retrieved a clean bamboo tube, filling it generously. Thank you for your help today. Zhao Longzhong shook his head with a smile. It's no trouble at all. In the future, if you need anything, just call for me. By the way, didn't you notice your niece was acting strangely earlier? To be candid, she indeed discovered it a tad earlier than he did. From the moment Yu Shaoran entered the courtyard, pushed by Zhang Xiufang, she noticed the few suspicious red marks that had been torn open at her collar. Initially, she merely harbored suspicions. However, upon hearing Yu Shaoran mention Wang Jinlong with an air of familiarity and an inexplicable sentiment, she began to doubt their relationship, particularly after that utterance of Brother Wang. Moreover, she could hardly believe that Yu Shaoran would be weeding at the field last night. As far as she knew, the wasteland at the entrance of the Yu family village could be circumvented from the village path. I was initially unaware and could only speculate. When Dr. Zhao examined the pulse, I discerned something amiss. After Yunwan spoke, she added, I haven't inquired about my parents' pulse with Dr. Zhao yet. They are fine. This was her primary concern. Dr. Zhao did not press further, simply stating, Aunt Yu's constitution is quite frail. Her body can no longer bear children. Now, with the added affliction of stagnated qi, and given her advanced age, it is challenging for her to break out of her self-imposed isolation. Zhao Santian sighed as he spoke. It is remarkable that she has managed to give birth under such conditions. It will be prudent to consult the county for a thorough examination. Uncle Yu appears robust, yet in reality, he suffers from a condition of stagnated blood, with rough, dry, even darkened skin, often experiencing pain accompanied by subcutaneous hemorrhages. Will they be all right in the short term? Yongwan inquired with concern. It depends on their mental state. Zhao Santian replied candidly. They are both in their 60s. While medication may prolong their time, it addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. Ultimately, as one ages, rejuvenation is not easily attained. Can ginseng be steeped in water for them? Yongwan felt a pang of regret for her oversight. Zhao Santian was taken aback. The Yu family was living so well that they could afford ginseng. He nodded. Yes, but one must remember that the frail do not benefit from supplements. So do not harbor excessive expectations regarding the effects of ginseng. Zhao Santian turned away. Yongwan wandered around the courtyard. Her younger aunt and the two cousins suddenly appeared from the dirt slope, just as Yongwan stood at the entrance. Where have you been? Yongwan asked the three bustling figures, realizing she had not noticed their absence. We secretly followed to my uncle's house. Loxen giggled. Yongwan scoffed. You weren't discovered, were you? They didn't pay us any mind. Their house is in utter chaos, Lakmei replied, now completely unperturbed, as the Yu family had been implicated in the murder. Oh, do tell. Yongwan's interest was piqued. When we arrived, we fortuitously encountered villagers returning from labor, and upon seeing the neighboring village Chief Wang, everyone already knew about Wang Jinlong's murder that morning, and they all followed to my uncle's house. Let me speak. Aunt, do you know who killed Wang Jinlong? Loxhen, unable to bear Lakmai's vague responses, hurried to finish her sentence with a mysterious smile directed at Yongwan. Who? Was it not Yu Shaoran? Yongwan questioned, puzzled, wondering if Yu Shaoran had indeed acted ruthlessly. No, it was my second cousin. Her father, Xiao Tsong, could not contain his eagerness to reveal the answer. Xiao Tsong, how thoughtless of you. You didn't even allow Aunt to guess. Loxhen stamped her foot in frustration. She believed her aunt possessed remarkable insight and would undoubtedly deduce the identity of the murderer. Xiao Tsong made a playful grimace at her. It was Yu Shaoran who revealed that her father was the one who committed the murder. Little aunt, my second cousin has been taken away by the village chief from the neighboring village. Indeed, the family of her maternal uncle was now lamenting loudly. After hearing all this, Yunwan felt little emotional turmoil. It was not her intention to confront the Yu family, nor did she wish to target the innocent Yu Shaoran, who was also a victim in this matter. However, the Yu family had intended to achieve two goals with one action, eliminating Wang Jinlong and framing her for it, which was quite a naive plan. Even if Wang Jinlong had truly fallen victim to her, she would have found a way to extricate herself from it. Yet, the Yu family, after delivering a final blow, sought to drag her down with them. What were they thinking? She merely returned their cunning strategy to them. Was Yu Shaoran innocent? Perhaps. She could only blame her family for pushing her forward. Yu Shaoran's life was destined to be tumultuous, and indeed, Wang Jinlong was the one most deserving of punishment. As for Yu Yuyang, Yu Shaoran's father, the judgment would likely be that of justifiable defense in the case of a young woman accidentally killing during a violent encounter. What she had not anticipated was the Yu family's foolishness, or perhaps Yu Shaoran's naivety, which prevented her from grasping the complexities involved. If Yu Shaoran were to openly admit that she had accidentally killed Wang Jinlong during his assault, especially given his notorious reputation and the evidence she carried, then with some negotiation from village chief Wang and village chief Li, the consequences might be minimized. As for Yu Yuyang, while the sentence would not be severe, it would not be light either. Perhaps this was how karmic retribution worked. It was Zhang Xiufang who brought this calamity upon the Yu family. Hopefully, this lesson would lead the Yu family to recognize reality, to behave themselves, and to refrain from provoking her. In the following 2 days, Yunwan did not venture into the mountains, choosing instead to stay home with Yu's father and mother, collecting mushrooms while waiting for the arrival of Manager Xiao. Of course, she also listened to some village gossip. It was said that Yu Xiaoran had been confined to her home since the previous day. Upon discussing this, the village women lamented how the Yu family failed to act humanely, killing someone yet attempting to shift the blame onto their own younger sister. Another piece of gossip concerned Aunt Lu San's household. Chun Hongji's eldest son was to marry, and surprisingly, the bride was someone Yunwan did not expect. It was Bao Hua. That family truly was a persistent nuisance. However, rest assured, we shall not treat her kindly. Indeed, how dare she bring her daughter to our village? It seems she is deliberately trying to provoke you. A mere girl, yet you speak of her as if she were a great flood. Bao Hua, let us continue living our lives as we please. After hearing this, Bao Hua forced a smile and said, "It doesn't affect me. It's not a big deal." Once the women departed, Yunwan did not approach Bao Hua to offer consolation. She had not anticipated that the widow Zhao Ming's daughter would end up marrying Chun Hongji's son. Truly, it seems that enemies are destined to meet. Chapter 8. Discussing mushroom revenue with Manager Xiao the next day at noon, Bao Hua returned from town, accompanied by a group of people. "Yunwan, we have guests." After driving the ox cart into the barn, Bao Hua called out to Yunwan's room. "Coming." Yunwan, having awakened from her afternoon nap, rose from her bed. Upon stepping outside, she noticed a few scattered figures in the courtyard. Ah, it is rather unexpected for Master Xiao to personally pay a visit. "Miss you." Master Xiao greeted with his signature smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhuo Zhen and Zhuo Mei brought out a few stools for them to sit upon. "This is Dr. Tang, whom I invited from the town." Bao Hua indicated towards the elderly physician carrying a medicine box beside them. We exchanged polite smiles with Dr. Tang, realizing he was a practitioner from the Zhongshan Tang clinic. "I appreciate your trouble, Dr. Tang. Please, could you check my parents' pulses?" Yunwan respectfully requested. "It is my duty," Bao Hua replied, and after the formalities, she led Dr. Tang into the kitchen. In recent days, Yu's father had been feeling quite distressed due to matters concerning the Yu family, spending most of his time in bed. Meanwhile, Yu's mother was busy sewing in the kitchen. Despite Yunwan's repeated suggestions for her to take a break, she remained unyielding. "Miss Yu, I have come to discuss the division of the mushroom profits," Master Xiao stated plainly, noticing that the courtyard contained only him, his attendant, and Yunwan. Yunwan inquired, "Have you made your decision, Master Xiao?" Master Xiao smiled knowingly. "Miss Yu, with your foresight, you must have anticipated this day." He marveled at the meticulous thoughts of an unassuming girl. Among the mushrooms he had collected from her, one variety was indeed toxic. The following day, he instructed the chef to prepare a dish using her method. It was delicious, yet it caused severe poisoning, vomiting, and diarrhea throughout the night. Fortunately, he had only sampled it himself, and the dish had not reached the guests. The other mushrooms he had sampled were praised highly by the esteemed patrons of the restaurant. Despite their humble appearance, these mushrooms were rare delicacies, and he had spent the last 2 days alongside the manager from the city studying their flavors and textures, finding them comparable to more precious ingredients. It could be said they were indeed a culinary treasure. Business people are often cautious. How many would dare to engage in risky ventures without certainty? I too wish to earn my keep under Master Zhao's guidance. Yunwan discerned Master Zhao's subtle reproach regarding her slight deception. Realizing the necessity of engaging with such an experienced individual, she understood she could no longer feign ignorance. "Ha ha, quite right." Master Xiao chuckled, his earlier displeasure dissipating at her candor. It was evident that these mushrooms possessed a degree of toxicity, and Master Xiao must have revisited the incident in his mind. Master Xiao paused, acknowledging that a mishap in the kitchen necessitated a thorough review. The following day, he had the chef reheat the mushrooms. Although the toxicity had dissipated, he could not guarantee the uniformity of all mushroom safety. Collecting mushrooms was not the challenge. The true difficulty lay in preparing them and ensuring they were safe for guests. Given that the mushrooms Yunwan had presented posed no issues, he was indeed contemplating involving her in the venture, offering her a share of the profits. It was far preferable to purchasing the mushrooms outright, as that risked her departing without further involvement. A profit-sharing arrangement would ensure mutual success. "Miss Yu, you truly embody the essence of one who thrives by leveraging resources. Your knowledge is invaluable. I genuinely require someone of your caliber to navigate the culinary intricacies of these mushrooms, Master Xiao candidly admitted. The profit-sharing arrangement is straightforward. If you assist Qin Keilu in collecting and classifying the mushrooms, as well as detailing the cooking steps and methods, the restaurant can offer you a 20% share. Upon hearing this, Yunwan began to calculate her options in her mind. On that day, she wandered around the Chinka building, which featured 30 tables on the first floor and 10 private rooms on the second. She discreetly glanced at the restaurant's menu, noting that an expensive game dish could sell for 5 or even 10 taels of silver per serving. She calculated that a dish of mushrooms could be priced at 201, allowing her to earn 41 from a 2-point split. With a rough estimate of selling 50 servings of mushrooms in a day, she could amass 2 taels of silver daily. Master Xiao, I believe there are more Chinka buildings beyond just our county. What if I boldly request a share of the mushroom profits from the other establishments? She said confidently. The fact that such a large restaurant did not feature mushrooms on the menu made her feel like a pioneer, and she felt she had the audacity to demand this share. Master Xiao winced at her words. Although 1% seemed negligible, the Chinka building had branches throughout the region. In the south alone, there were over 10 establishments. If each sold mushrooms, her seemingly small profit would accumulate to rival a significant portion of a restaurant's overall income. Master Xiao felt conflicted. Seeing his hesitation, she softened her approach. How about this? I will take a 3-year share from the county's Chinka building and only 2 years from the others. Within 3 years, the market for mushrooms in the south would undoubtedly flourish. She was not greedy, merely seeking to enjoy the dividends from these 2 or 3 years. Master Zhao's furrowed brow relaxed. He realized he had almost been outmaneuvered by her. Miss you, if you wish to calculate it this way. I might as well grant you a full 1% of the profits, and we can settle on 2 years. What do you think? His eyes gleamed as he considered this concession. The chief steward from the capital city was quite pleased with the mushroom dishes. Do you have an estimate of how many Chinka buildings will need to incorporate mushrooms into their menus? Yunwan probed, aware that if the numbers were beyond her expectations, she would have to decline. About 10 establishments, as these are all located in the south, with 5 being from 5 different capital cities, Master Xiao replied. At this, Yunwan quickly calculated in her mind. The capital was